Reincarnated as a cat, you're on the brink of starvation right from the start. You rise up in defiance, pouncing on Scarface, who has 4 times your size, but suddenly, a cold, mechanical voice echoes in your mind. You died a pathetic death in your last life. Are you going to die a pathetic death as a cat in this one too? Never! Your fur bristles, your claws snap out, and you charge forward with your last ounce of strength. Although you were swatted away, the few silver hairs snagged by your claws sent a jolt through your mind. Ding! Skill unlocked, Pounce Novice 110. A stream of pale blue data flashed across your retina, and you froze in shock. So being a cat actually comes with cheat codes? Chapter 1, Reborn as a Cat. Nini, come here, big sister has some treats. A girl crouched beside the low shrubs in the neighborhood greenbelt, waving a sausage in her hand. Following her gaze, you saw a kitten lying in the greenbelt, no bigger than an adult palm. As if hearing the girl's voice, the kitten slowly opened its eyes. Its eyes were green, gleaming like deep emeralds in the sunlight. So beautiful, the girl's eyes lit up with excitement as she waved her hand repeatedly. Mimi! Come here! Come here! I'll take you to eat all the good stuff. The kitten closed its eyes and buried its little head in its paws. No matter how much the girl called out, it remained motionless. Mimi, I'm leaving now. I'll come see you again tomorrow. After calling for quite a while with no response, the girl walked away, disappointed. As her footsteps faded into the distance, the kitten twitched its ears but didn't move. The sun rose in the east and set in the west. Night gave way to day. The morning sun rose once more from the east. Gurgle. The kitten shifted its position. It's okay, hang in there. I'll starve to death soon enough. Gurgle. The kitten shifted its position again. Just a little longer. Once I'm dead, I'll be back in my original body. What's so great about sausages? Once I'm human again, I can eat burgers, hot pot, and barbecue. Any of those is better than sausages. Growl. Its stomach cramped with hunger. The kitten no longer had the strength to shift positions. Its mind was consumed by a single word: hungry. Damn it! It was already this hungry. Why hadn't it starved to death yet? Ha! The kitten sniffed the air. What was that smell? So delicious. The kitten struggled to lift its head and opened its eyes. Its vision was blurred by hunger. All it could make out was a massive figure crouching, standing up, and then walking away. All that remained was a scent it had never smelled before, one that tugged at its very soul. The kitten couldn't help but take a deep breath. The even richer aroma filled its nostrils, part of it traveling downward to awaken its starving stomach, part of it traveling upward to stimulate its brain. It smells so good. I'm so hungry. Hunger filled its entire brain. The kitten struggled to its feet and staggered toward the exit. After a few steps, its strength gave out, its hind legs buckled, and it collapsed. Its head hit the ground, and the pain brought it back to its senses. The kitten's whiskers twitched, and it covered its nose with a paw. I can't eat. It had held out this long. If it held on just a little longer, it would starve to death. If it went to eat now, wouldn't all its efforts be for nothing? As long as it died, it could return to its original body. Being a cat is nowhere near as good as being a human. Humans can play on their phones. Can cats do that? Humans can spend money freely on whatever they like. Can cats do that? There was still so much money left in its bank account. A full 20,000 yuan. Its emerald green eyes, which looked especially large against its emaciated frame, gazed blankly ahead. How could there be so little left in its account? Shouldn't there be at least 2 small goals in its bank account? The kitten panicked. Wait. The kitten clutched its head with its 2 little paws, trying hard to remember. A sharp pain shot through its head, and as its tail swished back and forth, fragmented memories began to come flooding back. It remembered. It was just an overworked, single, middle-aged office drone with a low salary, struggling to pay rent and a car loan, often working late into the night, with weekends frequently taken up by work, stuck in a year-round 996 schedule, sometimes even 007, suffering from chronic sleep deprivation, with dark circles under its eyes bigger than its eyes themselves, and whose only desire on days off was to sleep. If it starved to death and went back, it would have to continue this life. In fact, it might not even be able to keep up this life for much longer. Who knows, maybe by the time it turned 35, it would be optimized out of the workforce and join the ranks of the middle-aged unemployed. More importantly, it couldn't be sure that after death, it would actually be able to return to its original body. The kitten collapsed onto the floor, turning into a flat pancake. Suddenly, an image flashed through its mind, and its final memories flashed before its eyes one by one. That day, it had worked overtime until 1 a.m., finally finishing the task at hand. As it stood up, it suddenly felt a sharp, cramping pain in its chest, followed by darkness, and then it knew nothing more. When it opened its eyes, it had turned into a cat. So, its original body was actually already dead. It had returned just in time to be shoved into the crematorium and burned. The kitten shuddered. Actually, being a cat wasn't so bad, at least it was still alive. Gurgle, 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 the rumbling from its stomach interrupted its thoughts. Feeling the waves of weakness coursing through its body, it knew that if it changed its mind and wanted to survive, it had to eat. The will to survive sent a surge of strength through the kitten's body, allowing it to stand up and shuffle step by step toward the exit. Pushing through the low shrubs, the kitten emerged from the greenbelt. It blinked, and its vision cleared slightly. Not far away sat 2 yellow porcelain bowls. It rubbed its face with its paw, wiping away the eye gunk, and now it could see even more clearly. One of the bowls had a small mound in it, and it looked like individual grains. Could it be cat food? It took a deep breath. It smelled so good. That's the smell. Driven by hunger, the promise of food, and the fear of death. The kitten, which had barely been able to walk moments ago, gradually picked up speed, and finally began to run slowly. 30 centimeters, 20 centimeters, 5 centimeters, almost there, almost there. The cat food was right within reach. It would be able to eat any second now. It would survive. The kitten's whiskers quivered with excitement. Ah! It opened its mouth wide and lunged toward the bowl of cat food. Thud! The kitten flew through the air and crashed to the ground. It lay there, dazed and disoriented. It took a full 2 seconds before it felt the excruciating pain in its side. Struggling to lift its head, the kitten saw a massive creature standing beside the food bowl, a huge silver cat. Just by looking at it, the cat was at least 4 times its size. This silver cat had a scar on its nose, giving it a fierce, streetwise look. It was lowering one of its front paws, squinting at the kitten. Needless to say, it was this cat that had just sent the kitten flying with a single swipe. The silver cat lifted its paw. The kitten instinctively wanted to run. Never mind that it was in terrible shape right now. Even if it were in top condition, the sheer size difference alone meant it didn't stand a chance. A split second before fleeing, it managed to control itself. A piece of scientific knowledge it had read somewhere popped into the kitten's head. Tigers prefer to attack their prey from behind, so when you encounter a tiger, don't immediately turn and run, and don't expose your back. That will trigger the tiger's hunting instinct. Although this was a cat, not a tiger, they were both felines after all. In any case, it certainly couldn't outrun this Scarface, so it might as well give it a shot. It stayed put, not moving an inch. Scarface sniffed the air, then turned and buried his head in the yellow porcelain bowl. The kitten's mouth hung open as he gasped for breath in silence. If he were still a 6-foot-tall adult man, no matter how fierce this cat looked, he'd be wary at most, but he wouldn't be afraid. But now he was a starving little kitten, and this Scarface was a colossus. After a moment's pause, the kitten crouched where it was, torn by indecision. Logically, it should slip away while Scarface was eating. But it wasn't sure if leaving now would allow it to find other food, or if it would have the strength to return for a meal. The kitten had a feeling its body was running on fumes. If it didn't eat soon, it wouldn't survive much longer. Crunch, crunch. The kitten's ears were like 2 tiny radar dishes picking up signals. The sound of Scarface chowing down reached its brain with no delay. If it left, it might starve to death. If it stayed, it might get beaten to death. Come to think of it, getting beaten to death might be a bit more comfortable than starving to death. It was a gamble. The kitten didn't leave. Instead, it lay motionless where it was. Scarface was big and had a huge appetite. The kitten silently prayed, "Please don't eat it all, please leave some for me." Scarface finally finished eating and went to drink water. The kitten hurried over to look at the food bowl, but unfortunately, it was too small. From its height, it could only see the rim of the bowl and couldn't tell how much was left inside. It didn't matter. It was small. As long as there was a little left, it would be enough for it. The kitten reassured itself. But when it turned and saw Scarface, it couldn't help but feel nervous again. Judging by the way that cat had slapped it for no reason earlier, it was clear this guy had an itch in his claws. What if, after eating and drinking his fill, his claws started itching again and he gave it another swat? It would be the one to suffer. The kitten lay flat on the ground, holding its breath, silently chanting over and over, "Run, run." Perhaps hearing the kitten's mutterings, Scarface licked its fur, stood up, and walked away from the food bowl. Wonderful! Before the kitten's smile could fully bloom, it froze on its face. Scarface was walking straight toward it. Its eyes were full of amusement. A chill ran through the kitten's body. It vaguely recalled a saying that cats, once they've had their fill, don't kill a mouse or bird with a single blow when they catch one. Instead, they bring it back to play with, killing it only after they've had their fill of fun, or sometimes, the prey dies from being played with to death. The kitten had never owned a cat and knew little about them, so it wasn't sure if this was true. But judging by Scarface's completely unprovoked swat, the kitten dared not harbor any hopes. Scarface drew closer and closer, his eyes fixed on the kitten with amusement. The kitten was certain Scarface was coming straight for it. The kitten couldn't help but feel fear welling up inside, and instinctively took a step back. Crunch! It stepped on a crisp, withered leaf. Its mind snapped back into focus, and its emerald eyes locked onto the big cat. Fear turned to bitter rage. It was already in such a miserable state, and yet this cat still wanted to beat it up. It was simply too much. It had been a pathetic loser in its past life as a human. Was it really going to be a pathetic loser in this life as a cat too? Run away and starve to death, or stay and get bitten to death. Either way, it was death. What the hell was there to be afraid of? If it was going to die, it would take a chunk of the cat's flesh with it. Ha! The kitten's fur bristled, its pupils narrowed to slits. Taking a deep breath, it extended its sharp claws from its raised forepaws and sprang forward with all its might, pouncing on the big cat. Scarface hadn't expected the kitten to strike first. Startled, he arched his body and leaped from the spot. The kitten missed its pounce and landed unsteadily, but it wasn't entirely without gain. The silver fur caught on its claws proved it had made contact with Scarface's body. It was just a hair's breadth off. The kitten sensed something new in its mind, but the current situation left no room for it to dwell on it. It crouched on its hind legs, raised its front paws, and bristled its fur, making itself look larger than it was. It bared its teeth, extended its claws, and flailed its limbs, trying to look as menacing as possible. Scarface narrowed his eyes, his tail swishing rapidly behind him as he advanced step by step toward the kitten. The kitten glared at Scarface with hatred. It no longer felt any fear toward him. All that remained was the thought, even if I die, I won't let him off easy. For some reason, Scarface suddenly stopped, stared at the kitten for a moment, then turned and walked away. Kitten? Could this guy be planning a flanking maneuver? The kitten quickly turned around, but Scarface had already walked down the neighborhood path and soon disappeared from sight. Only then did it breathe a sigh of relief. It was already weak, and those 2 strikes had drained most of its energy. It was utterly exhausted, but it dared not rest. There was only a tiny bit of cat food left. If another cat showed up in a moment, there really wouldn't be any left at all. Dragging its weary body, the kitten walked over to the food bowl. The aroma was even more tempting. The kitten swallowed hard and told itself that when it was starving, it had to eat little by little. Eating too fast could easily lead to choking. Meow. A series of meows came from behind. The sounds grew louder as they drew nearer. Clearly, they were coming for the food. In its current condition, it certainly couldn't outcompete the other cats. Besides, judging by the sounds, there was more than one of them. In a panic, the kitten opened its mouth wide and stuffed a huge mouthful into its mouth. It planned to take the food and run, find a place to spit it out, and then eat it slowly. It was a bit disgusting, but it was safe. The kitten turned to leave, but just as it took a step, a massive creature charged straight at it. It slammed head-on into the kitten's stomach. The kitten was knocked half a meter away on the spot, and the cat food in its mouth was all spewed out. It struggled to get up, but everything went black, and it lost consciousness. Its last thought before passing out was, "Whose dog is that? Why isn't it on a leash?" Chapter 2, The Light Screen. In its daze, the kitten faintly heard hurried footsteps and voices. Before it could make out the words, it lost consciousness completely. When it woke up again, its eyes still closed, the tip of its nose caught a whiff of a milky scent. The next second, a soft object was stuffed into its mouth. "What is this?" It tried to push the thing out with the tip of its tongue, but only squeezed out some liquid. It seemed to be milk. Then could this soft thing in its mouth be? The kitten's ears shot up, burning with embarrassment. Unfortunately, they were hidden by fur, so no one could tell. In this life, it was a little kitten, but in its past life, it had been a 30-year-old man. Drinking milk at this age, if word got out, it would be utterly humiliating. "Mom, come quick and take a look. Does Tangyuan not know how to suck on a nipple? Not a drop of formula is missing." "Kitten." The kitten opened its eyes. First, a baby bottle came into view, followed by an enormous face. Its cat ears instantly flattened against the back of its head. It was the first time the kitten had seen a human up close and from this angle. For the first time, it realized just how huge and terrifying humans could be. It swallowed hard in fright. With a gulp, the formula mixed with saliva went down its throat. The moment the formula hit its stomach, its body, which had been starved to the point of exhaustion, regained its sense of hunger, and it became even more intense. A surging wave of hunger swept over it, washing away every other thought in the kitten's mind until only one word remained: eat. The kitten clutched the bottle tightly with both front paws, and the formula inside quickly dwindled. With its stomach soothed, the kitten's senses slowly returned. Only then did it notice there was someone standing nearby. Unfortunately, due to the angle, it couldn't see the person's face. "It's eating just fine, isn't it? What are you yelling about?" The voice belonged to a middle-aged woman with a rather short temper. "It couldn't drink a moment ago, but now it's got the hang of it. So smart." The speaker was the one feeding it the formula. She looked quite young, probably in her early 20s, and was passably attractive, though she still fell short compared to the kitten's previous incarnation. The young woman ruffled the kitten's head. "Mom, look how beautiful it is. Its eyes are even green, like jade." "Xiaofei, don't pull this on me." The middle-aged woman snorted. "We already laid down the ground rules. You can save it, but once it's alive, you'd better get rid of it right away." "Yes, yes, yes." Xiaofei's tone was somewhat dismissive. The kitten picked up on it, and his mom picked up on it even more. "I'm giving you 1 month. After that, if you don't get rid of it, I will." The middle-aged woman issued her ultimatum and walked away. Xiaofei stayed behind, petting the kitten's little head and whispering, "Tangyuan, don't worry. She's all bark and no bite. With Tangyuan being this cute, we're sure to win over my mom's menopausal heart." "Kitty." The bottle was empty. Kitty pushed the nipple out of its mouth, and the bottle clattered to the floor. Xiaofei picked up the bottle and used a tissue to wipe the spilled formula from the corner of Kitty's mouth. "I'm off to work. Be a good boy while I'm gone." Soon, the entire room was left with just Kitty, a single cat. The kitten couldn't help but burp, accidentally spitting out a bit of milk. "I drank too much." Awkward. The kitten habitually pinched its temples, but when it raised its hand, all it saw was a fluffy paw. Its gaze turned to one of sheer terror. It actually wanted to lick its paw. No, no, no. Although it had accepted becoming a cat, it couldn't accept licking its paws. Absolutely not. The kitten's eyes were resolute. But its genes were still stirring. Countless cells in its body seemed to be urging it to lick them. If it were a human, it would be licking its own hands and feet. Just the thought of it made it want to gag. The kitten felt it couldn't give in like this. The best solution was to distract itself. It remembered that after its life or death struggle with Scarface, something seemed to have appeared in its mind. But at the time, it was a matter of life and death, so it had overlooked it. As soon as this thought crossed its mind, a light screen appeared before the kitten's eyes. Host, Tang Yuan. Species, cat. Vitality, 0.5. Agility, 2.0. Strength, 0.3. Spirit, 10.5. Skills, Pounce Novice 110, Consume Novice 110. Is this a system? The kitten couldn't believe its eyes. Back in its youth, it had read some web novels. It had once fantasized about waking up one day to discover it had a golden finger. Becoming the ruler of the world, where a single wave of its hand would change the course of history, and another would bring countless beauties into its arms. It had dreamed such dreams for years, only to be crushed by cruel reality. It never imagined that after turning into a cat, its golden finger would actually arrive. For a moment, the kitten didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Never mind, at least it was still alive. Who knows? With this light screen, maybe it could turn back into a human someday. The more the kitten thought about it, the brighter its eyes shone. To some extent, the system represented the possibility of anything. But wasn't this interface a bit too simple? The kitten tried scrolling down and flipping through pages, but the light screen remained motionless. Unwilling to give up, it tapped here and there, yet the screen showed no change. System, are you there? The kitten called out in its mind. If you can't communicate with me through speech, just give me a manual. System? Are you even there? After a long while, the kitten had to accept that its system was not only rudimentary but also incapable of communication. It would have to figure out and guess the meaning of all the data on the light screen entirely on its own. The kitten's gaze fell on the first line host, Tang Yuan. Kitten. That wasn't its name in its previous life. Tang Yuan, why does that sound so familiar? The kitten swished its tail as it pondered. It remembered. When it first woke up, that Xiaofei had called it Tang Yuan. So the system had defaulted its name to Tang Yuan? Who in their right mind would be named Tang Yuan? In its frustration, it felt an itch on its chin and couldn't help but scratch it. Ha! It snapped back to reality and realized it had slumped down, its hind legs raised, its hind paws circling around its front legs, scratching its chin with each stroke. Upon realizing this, its hind legs froze mid-air, and its hind paws even formed a little flower shape. The paw pads were pink and tender, it really wanted to lick them. Kitten. Tang Yuan it is. It's just a name, after all. In its grief and frustration, the kitten decided to throw caution to the wind and accept the name Tang Yuan. It suppressed its mixed emotions and continued reading. Its race went without saying. Vitality, agility, strength, spirit, these were likely its physical attributes. At the very bottom of the screen was skills. There were only two: Pounce Novice 110, Consume Novice 110. Looking at these skills, several questions flooded the kitten's mind. How do I acquire skills? Skills called Pounce and Consume, isn't that a bit childish? At least give them 4 character names. Pounce and Consume are way too lame. Is Consume because of drinking milk? Then where did this ridiculously lame Pounce skill come from? Tang Yuan searched its mind. Just as it was catching a glimmer of insight, it was interrupted by a huge yawn. This body was still too small, first starved, then injured repeatedly, it was extremely weak. Following its instincts, it curled into a ball, tucked its tail over its head, and drifted off to sleep. Tang Yuan slept poorly that night, plagued by a series of dreams. He dreamed of working overtime too late the previous day and arriving late to work the next, only to be caught by his supervisor and have his entire month's performance bonus docked. It also dreamed of being a millionaire, with bank accounts easily holding two small goals: spending every day surrounded by luxury cars and beautiful women, attending yacht parties, and living a life of debauchery. Just as the dream was reaching its climax, it suddenly needed to use the restroom and had to reluctantly abandon the warm, fragrant embrace. In the bathroom, it glanced sideways and accidentally caught a glimpse of the person in the mirror. The person in the mirror wasn't him at all, it was his rich kid boss. The dream shattered, and Tang Yuan woke up. Before it could even voice its complaints, it felt a swelling in its abdomen. Tang Yuan. If it had known it would have such a vivid dream, it would have held back and drunk less milk. The growing pressure in its stomach cut short Tang Yuan's grumbling, and it returned to reality. If it didn't want to pee on the mat, it'd better crawl out of the shoebox right now. Chapter 3: It's Not Easy Being a Cat. Two pieces of good news lay before Tang Yuan. The first piece of good news: its stamina had recovered quickly, and it successfully scrambled over the shoebox, escaping into the open. The second piece of good news: it didn't need to convince itself with shameful rationalizations like, "You're not human anymore, so it's okay for a kitten to pee on the floor." There was a litter box right by the door, filled with a thick layer of litter. All it had to do was step inside to do its business. The problem was, it didn't know how to bury its poop. At that moment, Tang Yuan crouched in front of the litter box, its mouth pressed into a tight line. It was straining. It was afraid that if it relaxed even a little, it would pee. But holding it in forever isn't an option either. Now it's down to two choices: either pee on the floor or pee in the litter box. In the end, Tang Yuan stepped into the litter box. Even if it doesn't know how to use the litter, peeing in the box is better than peeing on the floor. Splash! Tang Yuan closed its eyes in relief. After finishing, Tang Yuan was about to leave. Before it could turn around, the distinct, pungent smell of cat urine completely overwhelmed it. Its whiskers twitched wildly, and its tail swished back and forth vigorously, betraying its owner's frustration. Tang Yuan turned its head and tentatively used its paws to scoop the surrounding litter onto the puddle of urine. The smell suddenly lessened. Tang Yuan froze. Is that all there is to it? Coming to its senses, it continued, and soon a small mountain of litter had piled up over the puddle. The lingering scent gradually faded away. Meow. Tang Yuan realized something at that moment: it had been overcomplicating things. Some tasks that are difficult for cats are easy for it to master, thanks to its human intelligence. Life as a kitten mastered. Tang Yuan shook its paws and hopped out of the litter box. Tang Yuan looked back and saw the long, white granules of cat litter on the floor. Even after shaking them off, some had still come out. It felt a little embarrassed, but there was nothing it could do. After all, it was just a little kitten. Never mind, out of sight, out of mind. Tang Yuan followed the same path back to the shoebox. Sitting on the mat, Tang Yuan spread its hind legs apart, placing one on the mat and lifting the other high in the air. It lowered its head, reaching toward the base of its tail. Two fluffy balls stung its eyes. Tang Yuan. The kitten's fur stood on end. Licking its paws was bad enough, but licking its butt? Meow, meow, meow. Being a cat is just too hard. Let whoever wants to be a cat go ahead, I'm done with it. The sound of the door opening interrupted the kitten's emotional outburst. It pricked up its ears to listen, then lay back down to continue moping. Footsteps echoed, then stopped, turning into rustling sounds. Curiosity up. Up. Tang Yuan tried to hold back, but couldn't resist. Tang Yuan, I never had this much curiosity when I was human. It's all because of this cat's body. After steeled its resolve, it quietly stood up and peered out through the shoebox. First it saw a thick, tall leg clad in black pants looking up, a lotus pink jacket, and higher still. Thud! It tipped over. Tang Yuan landed on its back on the mat. A large hand descended from above, grabbed Tang Yuan, and pulled it out. Tang Yuan struggled a couple of times but couldn't break free, so it immediately let the hand pull it out. It finally saw the face of a middle-aged woman. 2 fingers, which looked like pillars to a cat, pinched its cheeks. With a slight squeeze, its lips parted. "You've got teeth now." It had heard that voice before. It was Xiaofei's mom. Mother Tang carried the kitten over to the litter box and set it down. Tang Yuan, she couldn't possibly want it to go to the bathroom right now. It had already gone. Was she expecting it to force itself? Even if it felt the urge, it would be too embarrassed to relieve itself in front of someone else. Mother Tang didn't force it into the box, however she simply turned and walked out the door. Tang Yuan was left alone in the room. Tang Yuan, meow, meow, meow. Tang Yuan had intended to go back to the shoebox, but laziness got the better of him and he didn't feel like moving, so he simply flopped down on the floor. He'd just woken up and wasn't sleepy, and as a cat, he had no other way to pass the time. He certainly wasn't going to groom himself. So Tang Yuan opened the light screen. Host, Tang Yuan. Species, cat. Vitality, 0.5. Agility, 2.0. Strength, 0.3. Spirit, 10.5. Skills, Pounce Novice 110, Consume Novice 110, Berry Poop Novice 110. The moment the interface opened, the words berry poop practically jumped out at him. Tang Yuan. It closed the light screen. Out of sight, out of mind. Gritting its teeth, Tang Yuan opened the light screen again and focused on the skills. Although the berry poop skill looked embarrassing, it did, to some extent, confirm Tang Yuan's earlier guess. Certain innate abilities it possessed could transform into skills under specific conditions. The berry poop skill appeared after it had actually buried its poop. The earlier consumed skill appeared after it drank milk. And the very first skill, Pounce, originated from that moment when it could no longer hold back and pounced on Scarface. Thinking back now, after pouncing on Scarface, it felt an unusual sensation surge through its body. Unfortunately, at that critical moment of life and death, it had overlooked it. Tang Yuan couldn't help but form a theory this rudimentary system was a reward for mustering the courage to resist. If it had lost all courage back then, dared not resist, or remained fixated on death, it might never have awakened the light screen. At this thought, Tang Yuan felt an immediate sense of relief. Although this thing looked crude and useless now, having it was better than having nothing at all. Skipping over the skills, Tang Yuan looked up, and its eyes lit up. Its base stats had actually increased from 10.5 to 10.9. Tang Yuan pondered for a while but couldn't figure out the reason for the increase in spirit. Back when it was human, its brain worked like a charm. Now it was purely being held back by a cat's brain. The door opened, footsteps accompanied by the rustling of a bag. With a rip, Tang Yuan sniffed the air, sat up, and looked in the direction of the sound. A bag printed with a cat's face was opened, releasing a scent that was irresistible to a cat. Tang Yuan fought the urge to rush over immediately. Mother Tang bent down and placed 2 small bowls in front of the kitten. 1 bowl of cat food, 1 bowl of water. Seeing that the kitten hadn't budged, Mother Tang frowned impatiently. Such a hassle. She pinched the kitten by the back of the neck, gently lifted it up, placed it in front of the bowls, and then let go. Tang Yuan. Soon, Tang Yuan was the only cat left in the room. He couldn't help but bury his head in the food. Delicious. So delicious that its round, big eyes narrowed into slits. Tang Yuan sped up its consumption. A few minutes later, the kitten, its belly now round and full, collapsed on the floor, not wanting to move a muscle. The kitten yawned, and sleepiness washed over it once more. Tang Yuan felt a bit worried. Wake up to poop, poop to eat to sleep. Isn't that a bit unhealthy? I feel so guilty. Everything went black for a moment, then white again, and it found itself washing its face with its paws. It was stunned for a moment, watching in disbelief as its paw moved toward its mouth, its barbed cat tongue licking the paw clean, then rubbing the licked paw pad against its face, repeating this series of washing motions several times in a row. Tang Yuan. No, I have to distract myself. Tang Yuan quickly opened the light screen, scanned it, and her eyes widened. Host, Tang Yuan. Species, cat. Vitality, 0.5. Agility, 2.0. Strength, 0.3. Spirit, 10.9. Attribute points, 1. Skills, Pounce Novice 110, Consume Novice 210, Bury Poop Novice 110, Groom Proficient 250. Achievement, Survived 3 days successfully. Reward, 1 Meow Pack. What is this? Before Tang Yuan could even react, a gift box appeared on the light screen, exquisitely wrapped, tied with a blue bow, and stamped with a pink paw print. How do I open this? Tang Yuan tentatively pressed its paw against the paw print on the box, eyes brimming with anticipation. The box burst open, spraying colorful streamers that rained down on the kitten's head. Tang Yuan. Chapter 4, Meow. The kitten shook its head. The streamers scattered and vanished in an instant. Just a moment ago, it had been wondering how it would hide all those streamers. Now it could rest easy. Its attention shifted back to the light screen. The message bar at the bottom of the screen refreshed, displaying a new message. Open Meow Pack, vitality increased by 1. Tang Yuan immediately looked up. Vitality, 1.5. Vitality really had increased by 1. At that moment, a warm current surged from deep within its body, flowing through every part of it. Tang Yuan couldn't help but shiver. The warm current came as suddenly as it vanished. If it hadn't already regained its health and was even feeling a bit too healthy, it would have almost thought it was an illusion. Tang Yuan lowered its front paws, stretched its hind legs, and stretched its body. Arching its back and straightening all 4 limbs, it gave a big yawn. Tang Yuan could almost hear the bones in its body creaking softly. After relaxing, Tang Yuan felt so full of energy that it could have run a 10,000-meter race. It wasn't until quite a while later that this urge slowly faded. Its round eyes crinkled into a smile, and the kitten couldn't help but roll over. It lay on the ground and tapped the light screen again. It remembered that besides the achievement gift box, there seemed to be an extra line under the stats. But at the time, its attention had been completely captured by the achievement gift box, so it had overlooked it. After opening the light screen, Tang Yuan's gaze fell on the line below Spirit. Attribute points, 1. Tang Yuan immediately sat up. Where did this attribute point come from? An achievement reward? But the achievements had already given it a Meow Meow gift box. Tang Yuan scanned the interface back and forth, finally settling on Grooming Proficiency 250. Was this attribute point simply a reward for upgrading a skill? Unfortunately, there were too few examples to be certain. However, looking at the 3 skills still at the novice level, Tang Yuan felt slightly reassured. That problem was solved, but another remained. Where should he allocate his single attribute point? Tang Yuan didn't hesitate for long. He mentally clicked on Constitution. But the moment he clicked, Tang Yuan paused. Just 1 point in vitality had already restored his health, made his body stronger, given his fur a glossy sheen, and even increased his size slightly. Adding just 1 more point of vitality would undoubtedly strengthen its body further, making it even larger. If its body became healthier, one could still argue it was just starving before. Now that it's had a good meal, its energy has returned, or kittens are lively and active, they recover quickly. If its build were just a bit larger, one could claim it was a misperception. But if it became much bigger, no one was that naive. It hadn't forgotten that Mother Tang was constantly talking about throwing it out. If it got too big, how could it play the victim? Tang Yuan had come to terms with it. Although it had awakened the system, before it fully developed, it was still a tiny kitten too weak to lift a chicken. It had to play it safe. Staying with the Tang family was its best option. If it wanted to stay with the Tang family, the biggest hurdle wasn't Xiaofei, but Mother Tang. It hadn't forgotten the words it heard right after waking up. It had to find a way to win Mother Tang over within a month. Tang Yuan, have you been a good boy at home? Xiaofei came home from work, and the first thing she did after dropping her backpack was check on the cat. Tang Yuan was sleeping in his shoebox. Woken by the sound of footsteps, its big jade green eyes looked at Xiaofei sleepily. Xiaofei was absolutely smitten. She crouched down in front of the shoebox and reached out to scratch the kitten's chin. The kitten closed its eyes in contentment, purring softly. Tang Yuan, gradually waking up. It swatted at Xiaofei's hand with a paw. Xiaofei didn't mind. She grabbed the kitten under the armpits, lifted it up, and cuddled it in her arms. Tang Yuan struggled fiercely, but a kitten's strength is no match for a human's. After a few struggles, it slumped lifelessly in Xiaofei's arms. It kept trying to comfort itself. Things like, "You're a cat now, not a human. When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Just pretend you're a noble young master from ancient times, and this is your servant or slave, attending to you and giving you a massage." After a good dose of self-reassurance, Tang Yuan finally felt a little better. But when he looked up and saw Xiaofei's face, he was still annoyed. He simply summoned a light screen, which completely blocked Xiaofei's large face. Host, Tang Yuan. Race, cat. Vitality, 1.5. Agility, 2.0. Strength, 0.3. Spirit, 10.9. Attribute points, 1. Skills, Pounce Novice 110, Consume Novice 210, Berry Poop Novice 110, Grooming Proficient 250, Snapshot Novice 110. A new skill, Snapshot, had appeared. Tang Yuan turned off the light screen and swatted Xiaofei again with a paw. Immediately afterward, he turned the light screen back on. Sure enough, the proficiency had gone from 1 to 2. Tang Yuan swatted again, but this time Xiaofei dodged. He turned the light screen back on, and the proficiency was still at 2. Does proficiency only count when the target is hit? What about swatting at thin air? Or swatting at the bed, the floor, or another dog? Tang Yuan turned off the light screen. Seeing that Xiaofei was trying to push its luck, it swatted Xiaofei right on the nose with a paw. Xiaofei didn't dodge. It froze for a moment. Tang Yuan jumped off its knee and scurried under the bed. After Xiaofei left the room, Tang Yuan tried swatting everything it could reach. The proficiency level remained at 2. Tang Yuan was a bit disappointed. Its plan to quickly rack up proficiency points had fallen through. Actually, it did have one skill that could quickly boost proficiency, pretending not to see. Hearing the sound of hurried footsteps, Tang Yuan looked at the door with a complex expression. A voice came from outside the door. "Xiaofei, I'll say this one more time, as soon as it's better, you'd better throw it out." "Do you hear me, Xiaofei?" "Oh, I hear you, I hear you. When the time comes, as soon as you say you don't want it anymore, I'll toss it right out. Let it face the cold wind and rain, let it fend for itself." "Xiaofei, are you looking for a beating?" With a creak, the door swung open. Mother Tang. Xiaofei pushed her way inside. The moment Mother Tang stepped in, she froze in her tracks. Xiaofei, confused, turned to look and nearly dropped his jaw. The very kitten that had just delivered a nose smack to him was now meowing right up against his mother's pant leg. Not only was it meowing, but it was also rubbing against her, rolling around, and exposing its belly to coax her. Xiaofei's fingers twitched involuntarily just as he was about to reach out and pick up the kitten. Someone beat into it. He watched helplessly as his mother, the very same woman who'd been pressuring him to throw the cat out, picked it up. Mother Tang frowned, staring at the kitten a foot away from her. The kitten's big, emerald green eyes looked at Mother Tang with a pitiful expression. As if possessed, Mother Tang scooped the kitten into her arms and stroked its head. It wasn't until she heard a sharp intake of breath from nearby that she snapped back to reality. Mother Tang tossed the kitten into Xiaofei's arms, her tone stiff. "It's teething and can eat cat food. It's your cat, you feed it yourself." After Mother Tang left, Xiaofei finally chuckled. "Hee, I knew it. No one can resist a kitten's charm." The kitten swiped its paw across his nose and leaped out with a single bound. Xiaofei's nose stung, and tears welled up in his eyes. He covered his nose. "Tang Yuan, you're so tiny, how can you be so strong?" Crouched under the bed, Tang Yuan licked its paw and snorted. Why was it so strong? Of course, it was because it had put all its attribute points into strength. Chapter 5, Screams. In the blink of an eye, Tang Yuan had been living with the Tang family for 10 days. It had also been 12 days since it was reborn as a cat. They say it takes 21 days to form a habit, but Tang Yuan claimed it only takes 10 days for a person to get used to life as a cat. If it had once hoped to turn back into a human someday, it had long since adapted to life as a cat. What's so bad about being a cat? Eat when you want, sleep when you want. Number 996 work schedule, number 007 overtime. When in a good mood, play with its servant tang and practice skills. When in a bad mood, a swat on the nose is the least of it. Not only does servant Tang not get angry, but he happily goes to scoop its litter. This made Tang Yuan wonder for a moment if the kid had a masochistic streak. As Tang Yuan's primary target, Mother Tang hasn't explicitly said she'll keep him, but she pets him, cuddles him, feeds him, and gives him water, and she hasn't urged Xiaofei to throw him out. Tang Yuan feels he is not far from successfully winning over Mother Tang. His stats have improved dramatically. Host, Tang Yuan. Race, cat. Vitality, 3.5. Agility, 4. Strength, 3.3. Spirit, 12.9. Attribute points, 2. Skills, Pounce Mastery 40-100, Consume Mastery 5-100, Berry Poop Proficiency 30-50, Grooming Adept 24500, Snapshot Mastery 35-100. Tang Yuan looked at her 4 main stats with a mix of joy and a sense of accomplishment. She had earned them all through hard work. After 10 days of effort, her various skills had improved to varying degrees, granting her a total of 10 attribute points. She distributed them evenly, adding 2 points to each stat and saving the remaining 2 as a reserve. When her gaze fell on the grooming skill, her joy turned to resignation. The other skills were manageable, but grooming was a real headache. Other skills had long cooldowns or additional requirements. For example, Consume only granted 1 proficiency point after eating or drinking to full capacity when hungry or thirsty. Pounce and Snatch required targeting living creatures and making direct physical contact to count. Only Grooming had few restrictions. As long as it licked a spot it hadn't licked before, a single lick would grant 1 proficiency point after 2 hours. Once the fur was completely dry, it could continue licking. Tang Yuan's mental journey went like this: I'd rather die than lick myself. Maybe I should give it a try? I just can't bring myself to do it. Actually, a cat grooming itself is just like a person washing their face or taking a shower. No big deal. Ugh, those skill points are so worth it. After 10 days of training, Tang Yuan can now groom without batting an eye. As for a certain body part, don't ask. The answer is no. Turning around, it jumped onto the table, perched on the edge, and used its paw to pull open a drawer. The drawer was a total mess, but Tang Yuan was used to it. With a few swipes of its little paws, it dug out a mirror from the very bottom. The mirror had originally been on the table, but Xiaofei, afraid the cat might knock it over, had deliberately put it in the drawer. He never would have imagined his cat could open a drawer. One paw wasn't enough to pull it out, so it switched to using both. The mirror leaned against the wall, and a black and white kitten appeared in the reflection. Its back and tail were pure black, its belly and limbs pure white, but its head was different. The center of its face was white, while the sides and ears were black. Over the past 10 days, with plenty of food and water, it had successfully transformed from a palm-sized, skin and bones kitten into a chubby little cat nearly as long as a forearm, not counting the tail, with a round, plump body from head to belly. Tang Yuan tilted his head, and the kitten in the mirror tilted its head too. Tang Yuan wagged his tail, and the kitten in the mirror wagged its tail too. Tang Yuan sighed. Why hadn't he seen such an adorable kitten in his past life? If he had, he would have definitely taken it home and worshipped it. The Tang family's ancestral graves must be emitting green smoke for him to have the chance to become this kitten's cat slave. Suddenly, Tang Yuan's ears perked up. After confirming something, he shoved the mirror back into the drawer without time to bury it under the clutter, slammed the drawer shut, jumped off the table, and curled up in his cat bed. A few seconds later, the door opened, and Xiaofei walked in. Tang Yuan. The first thing Xiaofei did upon returning was to tease the kitten. He insisted on letting the kitten swat him a few times before looking satisfied and going to rest. Tang Yuan, are all cat owners this crazy? Complaints aside, Tang Yuan didn't mind. This was a great opportunity to practice his skills. Half of his proficiency in the pounce and snatch skills came from moments like this. Today, just as Tang Yuan was about to strike, he paused. Xiaofei's left arm was in a cast, slung around his neck. No wonder he came back so early, he'd been injured. Seeing the kitten's gaze fixed on his arm, Xiaofei chuckled and ruffled its round little head with his uninjured right hand. Our little Tang Yuan is such a good boy, he knows how to be considerate of daddy. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he was met with a barrage of little cat punches. It didn't stop until its punching skill had reached level 50. It would have loved to level up to 100 in one go, but hitting people was exhausting. Had enough? If you're done, come play outside with me. Xiaofei scooped up Tang Yuan with one hand. Tang Yuan didn't resist. A cat spends most of its day sleeping, but cats are naturally curious and have long wanted to wander off to other places. Why did you bring it out? That was Mother Tang's first words upon seeing them. Her second was, keep a close eye on it. If it breaks anything, I'll break your other arm. Strangely enough, she didn't tell Xiaofei to take it back. Xiaofei winked at Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan glanced at him, darted out of his arms, jumped onto the sofa, found a comfortable spot to curl up, and looked up at the TV. The news was on at that moment. Looking at the unfamiliar figures in the news, Tang Yuan felt a mix of emotions. Since the language was the same and the text looked identical, it assumed it was still in the flower planting kingdom. Only then did it realize it had been reborn into another world. The country it was in wasn't the flower planting kingdom, but the Yen kingdom. Pulling itself together, Tang Yuan continued watching. Having arrived in an unfamiliar world, watching the news allowed it to absorb information about this world more quickly. It shifted from lying down to a crouching position and watched the news with rapt attention. Rat infestations reported in multiple locations. With a snap, the serious and dignified news anchor transformed into a cat and mouse chasing and playing around. Tang Yuan. A hand ruffled its head, and a voice seeking praise came from the top of its head. See how nice I am to you? You can't keep hitting me like that from now on. Tang Yuan's paws felt a little itchy. Ah! A scream came from downstairs. Xiaofei's face turned pale. He dashed to the door and rushed downstairs. The door was open. Tang Yuan cautiously made its way down the stairs and crouched on the landing, peering down. Xiaofei's house had 2 floors, the second floor was for living, and the first floor housed a small convenience store. The scream had come from the small grocery store on the first floor. From where he was crouching, Tang Yuan could vaguely make out several people screaming and jumping up and down. The only one not jumping was Xiaofei, who was holding a broom in one hand, his forehead covered in sweat. What was going on? Tang Yuan's curiosity was piqued, and just as he was about to go down and take a look, a certain scent wafted into his nose. Tang Yuan's pupils instantly narrowed to slits, and her brain kicked into high gear. Before she could figure out what was happening, a massive gray rat charged up the stairs. Chapter 6: Rat Extermination. Mother Tang was in her 50s. She'd certainly seen her fair share of rats. Not only had she seen them, but she'd also bought rat poison and set rat traps. Though she found them disgusting, she wasn't exactly afraid of them. But today, she had truly lost her composure. Just seconds earlier, a woman had burst into the supermarket screaming, "Help! There's a rat!" Mother Tang frowned, thinking the young woman was just overreacting. That was until she stepped out from behind the counter and was stunned. The rat that had followed the woman into the supermarket was enormous at first glance, no smaller than Tang Yuan back home. The giant rat showed no fear of humans whatsoever. It stood in the open space between the shelves, not even bothering to run. Its 2 small eyes glowed red, reflecting a cruel, bloodthirsty hue. When it saw Mother Tang and the others, it looked at them as if they were a delicious meal. Mother Tang, the woman who had fled in, and the customers already in the supermarket all felt their legs go weak and couldn't help but scream. The giant rat grew excited at the sound of their screams and charged toward Mother Tang and the others. The group scattered in all directions. The woman tried to run too, but as she turned, she collided with a stack of beer. The giant rat charged straight at her, opening its mouth to reveal sharp, yellow fangs, and sank them into the woman's calf. The sound of bones shattering echoed through the supermarket, accompanied by a piercing scream. The rat opened its mouth, and fragments of flesh and blood dripped from its jaws. The air in the supermarket froze, then shattered under a wave of shrill screams. The giant rat swallowed the blood and flesh in its mouth, the red glow in its eyes intensified. It leaped forward, pouncing on the woman and aiming for her slender, pale neck. The woman's eyes rolled back, and she nearly fainted. The pain didn't come as expected. Gritting her teeth against the agony, she opened her eyes to see a figure standing in front of her. Xiaofei arrived just in time, grabbing a broom from the corner and swatting the giant rat away. The rat crashed into a shelf, sending a row of drinks tumbling down and smashing against its head. The rat shook its head, stood up, and fixed its blood-red eyes on Xiaofei, making a move to charge at him. Xiaofei. Mother Tang gritted her teeth, glanced back, and grabbed a beer bottle from beside the counter, hurling it at the rat. The rat dodged the bottle, which crashed to the floor, spilling beer everywhere. Shattered glass shards flew in all directions, some piercing the rat's body. Seeing an opening, the customers around Mother Tang joined in. Soon, the 2-meter stretch of floor in front of the giant rat was covered in shards of glass. "It shouldn't be able to jump over this," a customer said, wiping the sweat from his forehead. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the giant rat lunged violently toward the nearby shelf. The impact knocked the shelf over, and it stood firmly atop the debris. The group gasped. This rat wasn't just huge and sharp-toothed, it was incredibly strong too. How were they supposed to fight it? Run! The customers tossed aside their beer bottles and bolted for the exit. Mother Tang glanced at the woman lying on the floor, gritted her teeth, and shouted, "Xiaofei, run!" Xiaofei didn't look back. "Mom, you go first." "I can't run." He was a police officer. At a critical moment like this, he absolutely couldn't abandon the public and flee alone. Even though his legs were shaking uncontrollably. "You!" Mother Tang wanted to scold Xiaofei, but the words were on the tip of her tongue, yet she couldn't bring herself to say them. She could only stamp her feet, run over to the injured woman, and drag her out by both arms. Xiaofei heard the commotion behind him, but his full attention was now on the giant rat. The giant rat stood on the shelf, staring coldly at him, poised to pounce. He stared intently at the giant rat, not daring to blink even as sweat dripped into his eyes. The rat leaped onto the open space beyond the shelves, not the southern side, but the northern one. Above that was the staircase, and at the top of the stairs was his home. The rat abandoned Xiaofei and turned toward the stairs. No one was home. It didn't matter if the place was trashed or ruined, as long as he was safe. Xiaofei first let out a sigh of relief, then froze. Wait a minute, there really was no one home, but there was a cat. Tang Yuan was right there in the living room. He hadn't closed the door when he came out. Tang Yuan was so small, and the big rat was so big it could kill him in one bite. Xiaofei gripped the broom tightly and charged toward the stairs, stepping on the broken glass. When he reached the stairs, he looked up just in time to see the giant rat dashing toward the landing. Worse still, Tang Yuan was crouched right there on the landing, tilting his head to stare at the rat. He showed absolutely no sign of fighting back. The kitten was round-faced and adorable, while the giant rat was cruel and ferocious, looking as if it could devour the kitten whole in a single bite. He gritted his teeth, boosted his agility, and tried to rescue the kitten before Tang Yuan was bitten to death. Unfortunately, it was too late. With just 2 steps left to the landing, the giant rat leaped up, opened its huge jaws, and pounced on the kitten. Tang Yuan seemed to have been scared stiff, crouching motionless where it was. Xiaofei's vision went dark, and he thought to himself, "It's over." The next moment, Xiaofei was left speechless. The frail, helpless kitten raised its front paw and swiped it right across the giant rat's face. Squeak! The giant rat let out a piercing scream as it slammed into the wall and tumbled down, leaving a trail of blood in its wake, the stench of blood filling the air. The giant rat tumbled down the stairs and came to a stop not far from Xiaofei. Only then did Xiaofei notice that the rat's eyes had turned into blood-filled sockets, and a chunk was missing from its nose, exposing the stark white bone beneath. After the rat rolled to a stop, the kitten excitedly charged after it, but unfortunately, it ran with too much force, turning its run into a tumble, and ended up rolling right at Xiaofei's feet. "Tang Yuan!" Xiaofei called out. Tang Yuan was in the throes of excitement. Though he heard Xiaofei's voice, he had no intention of paying attention. The rat's vitality was incredibly tenacious. It hadn't died even after all that, and as soon as it got back on its feet, it scrambled toward the exit. Unfortunately, with its eyes gouged out and its nose gone, it was disoriented and, to everyone's surprise, ran straight toward Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan leaped up to dodge the rat's charge. As he landed, he pushed off with his hind legs and pounced. His sharp claws snapped out, gleaming coldly. They pierced the rat's skull, hooked in, and tore outward, ripping off half of the rat's face. At the same time, the other claw followed suit. With a few swift swipes, the rat's head was stripped of flesh and skin, leaving only the skull. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The rat's agonized screams echoed through the supermarket. Xiaofei. It wasn't until Tang Yuan successfully cracked open the top of the skull and pulverized the brain that the giant rat finally died. Xiaofei's legs gave way, and he nearly fell onto the broken glass. Tang Yuan also breathed a sigh of relief. It didn't want to turn this into a scene of brutal slaughter, but its claws were too short to pierce through the flesh and skin, and it didn't want to bite into it with its mouth. A rat this big with red eyes must be a mutant. Who knows what kind of super pathogen might be inside it? It was safer to use its claws. After the rat died, the excitement faded and reason returned, and Tang Yuan's stomach churned. What a terrible smell! It sniffed its own claws and gagged. Tang Yuan, hearing the call, Tang Yuan looked up at Xiaofei. Xiaofei swallowed hard, watching Tang Yuan cautiously. Are you okay? Tang Yuan walked over to Xiaofei, stood up, and placed both paws on Xiaofei's legs, kneading them. It was as if it were seeking comfort. Xiaofei cast his doubts, fears, and confusion into outer space, leaving only a warm, blissful feeling. Tang Yuan killed that big rat to protect me, even though he was terrified. Now that he is feeling scared, he has come to me for comfort. With that thought, Xiaofei dropped the broom and picked up the kitten. Tang Yuan, whose paws were still dirty. Xiaofei. Mother Tang's trembling voice came from outside the supermarket. Xiaofei called out, "Mom, I'm fine. Tang Yuan killed the big rat to protect me." Mother Tang was dumbfounded. What did you say? Chapter 7, My Little Cat is the Best. Mother Tang almost thought she'd heard wrong. Tang Yuan killed a big rat? That rat was bigger than Tang Yuan. The customers who had run out with Mother Tang were both shocked and delighted. They gathered around her, exclaiming, "Your cat managed to catch a rat that big? Your cat is really amazing. Aunt Tang, when you mentioned you had a new cat, I thought it was a kitten and even tried to talk you out of keeping it. Who would thought it would perform such a great deed in the blink of an eye? Aunt Tang, if I ever have a rat problem, you'll have to lend me your big cat." Mother Tang ignored them, ran to the doorway, leaned against the doorframe, and said in a voice that trembled more and more, "Son, are you really okay? Could it be that she'd been injured by a big rat and was hallucinating from blood loss?" "I'm really fine." Xiaofei walked out, holding a kitten and stepping over the broken glass. Seeing him, Mother Tang finally relaxed, her gaze shifting to the kitten in Xiaofei's arms. The kitten didn't look particularly small on its own, but now that Xiaofei was holding it, it seemed even smaller. The three guests who had rushed out, along with the onlookers who had gathered upon hearing the commotion, all stared at Tang Yuan in Xiaofei's arms. Their jaws dropped in astonishment. After hearing Xiaofei's words, they had imagined that the giant rat had been killed by a massive, imposing cat. Little did they expect Xiaofei to pull out a tiny kitten. Someone chuckled, "This must be the kitten your big cat had, right?" As soon as those words were spoken, everyone present had an epiphany. They realized that such a tiny cat couldn't possibly have killed a big rat. Unfortunately for them, Xiaofei didn't play along. He lifted the kitten in his arms a little higher and declared, "It was Tang Yuan who killed it." Hearing Xiaofei speak with such certainty, the people nearby didn't believe a word of it. "Don't be ridiculous. If you're saying that, then since the cat is so small, the rat couldn't have been very big. You must have been too scared and misidentified it." As soon as those words were spoken, everyone's expressions changed. Though they didn't say it outright, their eyes made their thoughts crystal clear. It would be too embarrassing for a few adults to be so terrified by a little mouse. Li Qin, one of the witnesses, couldn't stand the stares and defended herself. It's possible for one person to misjudge, but how could all 5 of us have been wrong? She pointed at the woman moaning in a chair by the door. Look at the wound on her leg, could that really be from a little mouse? Only then did Xiaofei remember there was an injured person. Seeing the gruesome wound, everyone fell silent. Dr. Liu from the clinic next door wrapped the wound in gauze. Xiaofei went over and asked, Dr. Liu, how is she? Dr. Liu stood up, his expression grave. The wound is too deep, and it's gone down to the bone. My small clinic can't handle this, she needs to go to a major hospital immediately. Mother Tang said, we've already called 911. The ambulance will be here soon. Hearing this, Xiaofei felt relieved. Mother and daughter decided to head back to the supermarket first. Several curious onlookers followed behind them. Once inside the supermarket, Xiaofei headed straight for the stairwell. Before reaching the top, Xiaofei stopped short. Mother Tang frowned and held her breath, while the people following behind covered their noses. Xiaofei, where is that big rat you were talking about? Mother Tang wanted to ask as well. Xiaofei frowned deeply. It was right here just a moment ago. Where the big rat had been lying, there was only a pool of black water. The group stepped around the black water and circled the area, but found no trace of the rat. It didn't run off, did it? It's nowhere to be found. One of them offered an analysis. It probably saw the cat and, driven by a primal fear in its genes, fell down the stairs. You thought it was dead, but it was just knocked out. It came to after you left and ran off. Xiaofei opened his mouth to object. He'd seen Tang Yuan brutally kill the big rat with his own eyes. Just as he was about to speak, a meow came from his arms. Xiaofei looked down at Tang Yuan. The words circled his lips, but what came out was, maybe. Mother Tang stroked Tang Yuan's head with a gentle look in her eyes. Tang Yuan, scaring off a rat that big is impressive enough. Meow. Tang Yuan took the opportunity to rub against Mother Tang's hand. Xiaofei lifted his chin proudly and declared, Tang Yuan is the bravest little cat in the world. My little cat is the best. It's a shame I can't show off Tang Yuan's heroism. Once the onlookers realized Tang Yuan had only scared the rat away, the crowd began to thin out. Xiaofei washed Tang Yuan's paws and set him down in the living room. He crouched by the door, stroking the kitten's head with one hand. Tang Yuan, be a good boy and watch the house. I'm going to the hospital with the ambulance. When I get back, I'll buy you some canned food. Tang Yuan stayed put, letting him pet his head. But the guy didn't know when to stop, he just kept petting and petting. Tang Yuan couldn't take it anymore and swatted Xiaofei with a paw. Xiaofei looked at the wet paw print on his arm, not a single scratch, and laughed so hard his nose started running. He scooped up Tang Yuan and rubbed him all over. Our Tang Yuan is the smartest little cat in the whole world. Tang Yuan rolled his eyes, gave Xiaofei a kick to the head, darted down, and leaped onto the coffee table in a few bounds, his eyes flashing dangerously. Xiaofei gave a sheepish chuckle and pushed open the door to leave. After he was gone, Tang Yuan hopped onto the sofa and settled into a comfortable position. Now that the adrenaline had worn off, Tang Yuan recalled the scene from earlier and felt a sudden chill of fear. If this had happened when it was still human, it would have run for its life the moment it saw that strange, giant rat. But today, when facing the giant rat head-on, the only word in its mind was excitement. Fortunately, its wits were still intact. The moment the rat charged, it calculated the rat's agility and, using its own maximum agility, allocated both attribute points to agility. Agility rose from 4 to 6. This meant its agility now surpassed the rat's. If he could fight it, he'd fight it. If not, he'd stun it and then fight. But who would have thought this giant rat was all bark and no bite? A single swipe destroyed his eyes and nose. No, perhaps it really wasn't the rat's fault. Tang Yuan opened the interface, his gaze falling on the skills pounce and snapshot. The proficiency for both of these attack skills was set to mastery. It had been mistaken before leveling up skills didn't just grant attribute points. When using skills, different levels provided different bonuses. Tang Yuan would bet that even for the same slap skill, the effects of the novice and mastery levels were worlds apart. However, it hadn't opened the interface to check stats or skills. Tang Yuan scrolled all the way to the bottom of the interface, its tail wagging happily. Achievement: killed a mutant rat, first kill, reward, 1 Meow Meow gift box. Achievement: killed a mutant rat, first mutant rat kill, reward, 1 Meow Meow gift box. The next second, the two achievements vanished from the screen, replaced by 2 Meow Meow gift boxes. Tang Yuan looked at one, then the other, trying to spot any differences in their appearance. Unfortunately, no matter how it looked up, down, left, or right, the 2 Meow Meow gift boxes were identical and no different from the first one. It seemed that all Meow Meow gift boxes were the same. Tang Yuan rubbed its paws, its whiskers twitching. The moment that set a cat's heart racing had arrived. Tang Yuan raised a paw and pressed it onto the paw print on one of the Meow Meow gift boxes. Chapter 8, Something S off, Smite Evil. With a bang, the streamers burst open, drenching Tang Yuan from head to toe. Tang Yuan. It had already ducked to the side in anticipation, but it still couldn't avoid it. The streamers slowly faded away, and a message appeared. Opened the Meow Meow gift box. Strength increased by 1. The strength attribute rose from 3.3 to 4.3. It immediately felt a slight change in its body. Its bones grew sturdier, the muscles beneath its soft fur became firmer, and its entire body felt more powerful. Tang Yuan shook its body, every muscle and bone trembled as strength coursed through it from head to tail. After adjusting to the sudden boost in stats, it rested its paw on its chin. Surely not all Meow Meow gift box rewards were just stats. While stat points were certainly tempting, it wanted a change of pace. Tang Yuan pondered this as it pressed its paw against its paw pad. This time, it didn't move. It crouched where it was, waiting for the streamers to rain down. Boom! Whoosh! Golden fireworks exploded before its eyes, showering it with a shower of golden sparks. Tang Yuan's first thought was, why did the special effects change? Its second thought was, I got a hidden variant from the blind box. Opened the Meow Meow gift box, obtained the skill Smite Evil. At the same time, a new skill appeared in the skill list, Smite Evil Novice 010. Smite Evil? Tang Yuan looked at the 5 skills listed above, some crude, some full of everyday charm, then glanced at Smite Evil, feeling that something just didn't fit. It tentatively tapped Smite Evil, trying to access the user manual. Unfortunately, it was all for naught. It wasn't just Smite Evil. All the information this system could provide was displayed on the holographic screen. No explanations included. Everything is up to Tang Yuan to figure out on his own. Tang Yuan tilted his head, scrutinizing the word Smite Evil. Literally speaking, Smite Evil, it implies subduing malevolent energy or evil spirits. But in his past life and this one, he'd never seen any malevolent energy or evil spirits. But would the system randomly give him a useless skill for no reason? The image of the giant rat flashed through Tang Yuan's mind. Blood-red eyes, foul-smelling blood, a corpse that had turned into black water. Alarm bells went off in Tang Yuan's head. No, it can't be. Could this be a world where demons, monsters, and ghosts coexist with humans? Tang Yuan, I'm just a poor little kitten. You can't play with me like this. Tang Yuan trembled for a moment before forcing himself to calm down. Perhaps the giant rat was really just a mutation. Excessive radiation, mutated viruses, and bacteria could all cause biological mutations. And that goes double for rats, which live among filth and germs. Although the corpse turning into black water was too bizarre, there might be some scientific explanation he didn't understand. Besides, even if there really were some evil spirit, it would go after humans, not a scrawny little kitten like him. Tang Yuan relaxed, and his attention returned to Smite Evil. How do you use this skill? Tang Yuan fiddled with it for ages but still couldn't figure out how to use Smite Evil. Oh well, if it doesn't work, so be it. Just in case, and I mean just in case it actually ran into some ghostly thing, it could just hide behind a human, right? Come on, it's just a little kitten. Did they really expect it to banish ghosts with smite evil? Tang Yuan yawned. Nothing in the whole wide world was more important than sleep. It curled up on the sofa, paws folded, its black tail tucked between its hind legs, pressed against its soft belly. It tilted its head to rest on its paws and closed its eyes. At some point, the sound of a door opening reached its ears. Tang Yuan lifted one eyelid and saw a familiar figure in the dimness. It lowered its eyelid and went back to sleep. When someone stroked its head, Tang Yuan kept its eyes closed, using all four paws to kick the hand away. It rolled over and sank back into slumber. In his sleep, Tang Yuan caught a whiff of a delicious scent. So good. Even better than his favorite cat food. The kitten lifted his head with his eyes still closed, his nostrils flaring as he inched forward. His neck was too short to reach it, so he crawled forward on his belly. His front paws lost their grip, and with a plop, he fell down. Xiaofei, who had been teasing the kitten with a can of cat food. This is bad. Tang Yuan sat up, still half asleep. Before Tang Yuan was fully awake, Xiaofei scooped it up and placed it on the coffee table, setting the can right in front of it. When Tang Yuan came to, it spotted the can immediately. It sniffed with its little nose, then lowered its head to lick the surface with its tongue. Its eyes widened instantly. Delicious. Tang Yuan buried its head in the can and devoured the food without looking up. Xiaofei silently breathed a sigh of relief. Mother Tang, who had watched the whole thing, glared at Xiaofei. Xiaofei gave a sheepish chuckle, muttered, "I'm going to get Tang Yuan some water," and made a quick getaway. Mother Tang sat on the sofa, not minding that Tang Yuan had flung the meat puree all over the place. She stroked the kitten's back, smoothing out its messy fur, and said, "Eat slowly, there's more." No sooner had Mother Tang finished speaking than Tang Yuan, as if understanding her, lifted his head and rubbed against her hand. After a few rubs, he turned back to continue eating. When Xiaofei came out carrying the water bowl, he heard Mother Tang exclaim in surprise, "Xiaofei, it seems Tang Yuan can understand what I'm saying." Xiaofei set the water bowl down next to Tang Yuan and raised an eyebrow smugly. "Of course. Just like me. Mother Tang." Tang Yuan licked the food bowl clean, took a few sips of water, then crouched on the coffee table to groom himself. Mother Tang grabbed a warm, damp towel. Holding Tang Yuan by the neck with one hand, she used the other to wipe his face and chest with the warm, damp towel. After finishing, Mother Tang went to the bathroom to rinse the towel, and while she was at it, she gave Tang Yuan a full body wipe down. Tang Yuan figured that letting Mother Tang wipe his face and chest was generous enough, so he stood up to run off. Mother Tang said, "Be a good boy and let me finish wiping you, and I'll give you some freeze-dried food." Tang Yuan stretched, shook his head, shifted his position, and lay down again. It was as if he never intended to leave in the first place. He simply changed positions after staying in one for too long. Tang Yuan, he wasn't thinking about the freeze-dried treats. He was just showing respect for the elderly and kindness to the young. Meow. Xiaofei sat on the arm of the sofa holding an apple. "Mom, if that family keeps being so unreasonable, we won't pay a single penny." Originally, the two of them had agreed to give the girl some money. She looked so pitiful, and the incident had happened at their supermarket. Little did they know that because of this, the girl's family would take advantage of them and make outrageous demands. Mother Tang kept an eye on the cat while chatting. "Do you think your mom's a sucker?" She paused and said, "Won't this affect you?" Her son might be a low-ranking police officer, but he was still a stable job. If this incident affected his career, that wouldn't be good. It wasn't our responsibility to begin with. Why should it affect me? Xiaofei took a bite of her apple, her words muffled. "I went back to check the surveillance footage this afternoon. The camera at the back was broken, but the ones up front showed everything clearly. That big rat chased her right in here. With our supermarket in such a state, we're already being generous not to demand compensation from her. Not to mention, she's the one me and Tang, me and you saved. If her family really wants to bite the hand that fed them, I'll release that video." What about the police? Cops have a right not to be wronged, too. Tang Yuan overheard this and wasn't the least bit surprised. People in this world come in all shapes and sizes. There are kind-hearted folks like the Tang family, And then there are those with black hearts like the woman's relatives. Tang Yuan pulled his attention back. Rather than worrying about that, he was more concerned with what flavor the freeze-dried food would be. Hearing the sound of the bag being torn open, Tang Yuan's tail shot straight up with a swish, the tip twitching rapidly. Chapter 9, Tang Yuan, Follow Me. The curtains were yanked open, and blinding sunlight streamed through the window, stinging Tang Yuan's face. What time is it? Still sleeping? Are you quitting your job? A furious shout followed. Startled, Tang Yuan shuddered and rolled off the bed. Xiao Fei. Are you deaf? Xiao Fei? That wasn't he directed at me? Oh, then it's fine. Tang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, lifted its hind leg, and scratched its ear. An arm reached under the covers, pinched his ear with precision, and twisted it. Mom! Mom! Easy! Easy! It hurts! It hurts! Xiao Fei sat up, gritting his teeth, hoping his mother would have mercy. Mother Tang finally let go, snorting coldly, Hurry up! Xiao Fei rubbed his ear and hurriedly replied, Okay, okay. Mother Tang lifted her foot to leave, but something brushed against her pant leg. She looked down, and the anger on her face vanished, replaced by a smile. Tang Yuan. Mother Tang bent down and stroked the kitten's back. Tang Yuan flopped onto the floor, exposing his belly, and let out a contented purr. Our Tang Yuan is such a good boy. Oh dear, I almost forgot what I was here for. Mother Tang scooped up the kitten, walked over to the food bowl, and set him down. She pulled a can of food from her pocket, opened it, and poured it into the bowl. Xiao Fei got out of bed to look for his clothes, and the moment he saw the name on the can, his hands started shaking. Mom! That's way too expensive. You can't spoil him like this. That can cost 50 yuan more than his daily food allowance. He has gotten used to eating such fancy food, so now he won't touch regular cat food. Mother Tang stroked Tang Yuan's head. Our Tang Yuan has never been a picky eater. He can handle a full-course banquet just as easily as simple fare. She declared firmly, He takes after me. Xiao Fei. Mother Tang said, Besides, today marks exactly 1 month since Tang Yuan came to our home. It's a special occasion worth celebrating. Of course we should treat our Tang Yuan to something nice. After saying this, Mother Tang gently pinched the kitten's paw pads. Right, Tang Yuan? Her, who was usually so imposing and domineering, always bellowing at him like a lioness, was now all soft and gentle with a little kitten. Meow. Tang Yuan shot Xiao Fei a glance, let out a soft meow, and rubbed his head against Mother Tang's hand. Tang Yuan is so well behaved. Mother Tang's eyes crinkled with laughter. She stood up, turned to look at her son, and her smile vanished instantly. Hurry up and get dressed. All you ever do is dawdle. Xiao Fei really wanted to ask his mom if he was her biological son or just a foundling. Why was he treated worse than a cat? And who was it who had said he had to get rid of Tang Yuan within a month? Now, of course, not a word about it. Xiao Fei, I can't use one of my hands. Mother Tang walked away without looking back. By the time Xiao Fei had finished getting dressed and turned around, the cat's bowl was completely empty. Ha! Where's the cat? It seemed to occur to him, and he quickly turned his head. Tang Yuan was crouched on his pillow, licking his paws and washing his face. Xiao Fei's head buzzed. I just put on a new pillowcase. Tang Yuan, get down right now. After a flurry of commotion, Xiao Fei grabbed Tang Yuan by the ears. Tang Yuan, I'm warning you one last time, no sitting on my pillow. If you do it again, I'm cutting off your cat food. Tang Yuan yawned widely and wiped the tears welling up in the corners of his eyes with his paw. Xiao Fei let go and patted Tang Yuan on the head. All right, stop crying. I won't scold you anymore. Just remember not to do it again. Tang Yuan, meow? Xiao Fei pushed the door open and walked out, leaving only Tang Yuan alone in the bedroom. Tang Yuan lay in his cat bed, ears pricked, and heard a voice from outside say, Mom, I'm leaving. Then came the sound of the door closing. He stood up, stretched out his front paws, arched his back, stuck his butt in the air, and stretched with all his might. After stretching his front half, he switched to his back half. After stretching thoroughly, Tang Yuan shook himself off, feeling refreshed all over. It jumped onto the bed, hopped onto the comforter, pawed at the pillow a few times, found a comfortable spot, and lay down. It wouldn't lie down on a pillowcase that hadn't just been changed. Today marked the 30th day since it had come to the Tang family as home, and the 32nd day since it had come into this world. In just a short month, the memories of its past life had already begun to fade. At first, Tang Yuan was terrified. It always felt that once its memories vanished, it would no longer be itself, but would instead become a real cat. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario didn't happen. In the end, its memories were like a thin veil of mist. From the outside, they were hazy and indistinct. One had to concentrate fully to see them. To get a quick glimpse, one had to delve deep into the white mist. This wasn't difficult for Tang Yuan, but just like snacks stored in a cabinet, when there were plenty of snacks outside, it was easy to overlook the ones inside. This outcome was far better than it had anticipated. Out of boredom, Tang Yuan opened the light screen. Host, Tang Yuan. Race, cat. Vitality, 5.5. Agility, 8. Strength, 6.3. Spirit, 13.1. Attribute points, 1. Skills, Pounce Adept 157 500, Consume Apprentice 65 200, Berry Poop Mastery 76 100, Grooming Master 940 1000, Snapshot Adept 183 500, Smite Evil Novice 010. Over the past 20 days, it has diligently grinded for proficiency and leveled up. To do so, it squeezed its sleep time down from 20 hours to 18 hours, earning 7 attribute points in the process. It distributed them evenly 2, 2, and 2 to vitality, agility, and strength. It would have liked to allocate some to spirit as well, but it simply couldn't. The only increase to spirit 0.2 was automatic. Tang Yuan spent 2 whole minutes trying to figure this out, but couldn't make head or tail of it. He could only guess that spirit was different from the other 3 major attributes and couldn't be increased at will. As for what the restrictions were, he had no idea. He crossed that bridge when he came to it. As usual, Tang Yuan saved 1 attribute point. The 0 next to Smite Evil was a bit jarring, but he hadn't figured out how to use it yet. He wasn't in a hurry to figure it out, and would even prefer it to stay at 0 forever. Tang Yuan curled up on the pillow for a quick nap. When he woke up, he jumped off the bed, walked to the doorway, leaped up, and hooked his claws around the doorknob. Click! The doorknob was pushed down, and the door opened. Tang Yuan jumped down, pushed the door open with his claws, and entered the living room. On the living room sofa sat a cloud-shaped cat bed. It jumped onto the coffee table, meow meow. Coming. Mother Tang came out of another room, shook the water off her hands, turned on the TV, and tuned it to the children's channel. Happy sheep, beautiful sheep, warm sheep. Tang Yuan jumped into the cloud-shaped cat bed, curled up inside, rested his head on the armrest, and watched the TV with his big green eyes. Mother Tang wiped her hands on her clothes, pulled out her phone, and snapped several photos of Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan was used to this by now and didn't even flinch. Tang Yuan, look this way. Tang Yuan pretended not to understand. It wasn't until Mother Tang called out several times that it finally looked over and let out a high-pitched meow. Even that was enough to make Mother Tang jump for joy. She held her phone to her mouth, sending a voice message to someone. ISNTR Tang Yuan smart? I just call its name, and it turns right around. In all my years, I've never seen such a smart little cat. Tang Yuan. Chapter 10, Desensitization Training. After hanging up, Mother Tang scratched Tang Yuan's chin. Tang Yuan, want to come to the supermarket with me? Go to the supermarket? Tang Yuan's ears perked up. Since being reborn, it had spent most of its time in this house and was eager to go out for a stroll. Tang Yuan thought about it for a moment and happily agreed. It couldn't speak or nod, so it rubbed its head against Mother Tang's hand. As for how Mother Tang interpreted that, Well, that was up to her. Let us go. Mother Tang scooped up Tang Yuan, opened the door, and headed downstairs to the supermarket. Weaving through the aisles, Tang Yuan held in Mother Tang's arms spotted a cat tree nearly 2 meters tall right next to the checkout counter. It also noticed the food, water, and litter box beside the cat tree. Tang Yuan glanced at Mother Tang. This had clearly been planned for a long time. Mother Tang placed Tang Yuan on the landing in the middle of the cat tree. Tang Yuan crouched on the platform, tilting its head and looking up curiously. Mother Tang watched Tang Yuan expectantly. Tang Yuan, do you like it? Tang Yuan rubbed against Mother Tang, then pushed off with its hind legs, leaping first onto the cat bed diagonally above, and without pausing, continued upward, jumping into the large glass bowl. Standing inside the glass bowl, it looked down at the floor below. From this vantage point, it could clearly see Mother Tang looking up at it from below. From this lofty perch, it could take in nearly the entire supermarket. It lay down in the glass bowl and turned its head to look out the window. Mother Tang's small supermarket faced a narrow street. Though there weren't many cars or pedestrians, it watched the scene with great interest. Mother Tang smiled. I knew you'd like it. The sunlight fell on its fur. Tang Yuan opened its mouth wide and yawned, its tail swaying lazily as it drifted off to sleep. It wasn't tea until the sun had set, the sky had darkened, and the streetlights had come on that it finally woke up. It stretched lazily, opened its eyes, and stared blankly for a moment before realizing it was in a supermarket, not a bedroom. Mom, it's Black Cat Detective. The child's voice rang out with crisp delight. There is no such thing as a black cat detective that fat, the child's mother said gently, but her words cut deep into the cat's heart. Tang Yuan jumped out of the glass bowl and stood on the platform, showing off his perfect physique. The child ran over to the cat tree, eyes wide as if he discovered something. Pointing at Tang Yuan, he turned to his mom and said, Mom, it doesn't have a neck. Tang Yuan. How could there be such an annoying kid? Let me hold the kitty. The child tried to pick up Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan wasn't about to let him get a hold of him. He jumped down from the scratching post and ran to the door. As the weather was getting warmer, the glass door was left open for ventilation. Mother Tang, sitting behind the cash register and smiling as she watched them interact, got a start. She had planned to close the door once Tang Yuan woke up, but she'd completely forgotten. She immediately ran out from behind the counter, but after a few steps, she stopped. She was afraid Tang Yuan might get scared and run out. Tang Yuan, stay put. I'll give you some canned food in a minute. Mother Tang bent down and inched her way toward him. Unfortunately, she could control herself, but not others. A customer outside strode in. A pack of gum, please. The customer didn't look where he was going and walked right past the kitten into the store. As he moved, he blocked Mother Tang's view. By the time he had passed, the kitten was gone. Mother Tang, Tang Yuan. Mother Tang couldn't care less about selling goods at that moment. She rushed out in a panic, but she couldn't find the kitten anywhere. Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan. Mother Tang was both anxious and filled with regret. Suddenly, she felt something unusual against her calf. Realizing what it was, she looked down with a sense of trepidation. The chubby little kitten was affectionately rubbing against her leg. Meow. Tang Yuan. Mother Tang picked Tang Yuan up and rubbed her face against the kitten's head. You gave me such a scare. I'm not bringing you out like this again. But how could that be? Tang Yuan gave a gentle tug and jumped out of Mother Tang's arms. With its tail held high and head tilted back, it entered the supermarket, weaved past the customers, jumped onto the checkout counter, then hopped back onto the glass bowl on the cat tree, licking its paws and rubbing its face a few times. The customer had also been startled a moment ago. It would have been terrible if he scared the cat away. Though it wasn't his fault, he still felt bad about it. The mother breathed a sigh of relief as well. The mother smiled and said, Sis, your little cat is so well behaved. Well behaved, my foot it almost ran off. Though she said this, Mother Tang couldn't hide the smile in her eyes. The customer who had just walked in chimed in, this little cat looks smart. It's such a good-looking one, you must have spent a pretty penny on it. Mother Tang laughed. It didn't cost a thing. My son found it. When he brought it home, it was barely the size of a palm and barely clinging to life. I never thought it would actually pull through. The customer gave her a thumbs up. You're doing a good deed here. You'll be rewarded for it someday. Mother Tang seemed to think of something and said with a smile, We've certainly been rewarded. The mother of the child was intrigued. Where did you find it? Mother Tang didn't hold back. In the green belt of our neighborhood. If you really want to adopt one, you can go there and try your luck. Tang Yuan paid no attention to the human's conversation. After licking its fur clean, it jumped down, crouched in front of the food bowl, and buried its head in the food. Once full, it went to drink water, then to the litter box. It pooped calmly and buried its poop calmly. It didn't flinch even when people gathered around to watch. It shook its paws, ran to the doorway, jumped onto the chair by the door, and lay down. Mother Tang would pick it up and put it back on the cat tree, but it would jump down again and head straight for the chair by the door. After this happened a few times, Mother Tang got tired of it. She simply pulled up a stool, sat by the door scrolling on her phone, and looked up every now and then to make sure it hadn't run off. Of course, Tang Yuan wasn't going to run away, it wanted to go out for a stroll too. But not right now. It wanted to desensitize Mother Tang step by step that way, it wouldn't suddenly run out to play, only to be locked up upon returning and barred from going out. With Tang Yuan's intelligence, even if locked up, it could find a way to escape. However, it was quite content at the Tang household and had no intention of leaving for the time being. Humans are highly adaptable, and their tolerance thresholds keep getting lower. Before long, it would be able to come and go as it pleased. Tang Yuan's plan was working like a charm. Suddenly, a startled cry rang out nearby. It seemed to come from next door. Mother Tang jumped in surprise, stood up, and poked her head out to look. The door next to her swung open, and a massive, colorful creature balancing a basin on its head bumped its way out. Shaking its dizzy head, it charged straight toward Mother Tang, who was standing at the supermarket entrance. If that hit had landed squarely, it would have resulted in at least a broken bone. It was too close. Mother Tang didn't have time to react, managing only a startled cry as she instinctively shielded her head. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a shadow flash by. The colossus let out a woof and tumbled down the steps, the basin clattering to the ground. A figure leaped onto its back, claws raised, pupils narrowed to slits, radiating a dangerous aura. The colossus froze in place. Mother Tang stared blankly at the figure, exclaiming in disbelief, Tang Yuan. The little cat, standing majestically atop the big dog, turned and gave her a sweet meow. Chapter 11, The Dumb Dog Brand Cat Bed. Mother Tang was overcome by an inexplicable feeling that Tang Yuan is comforting me. The subdued big dog, hearing that meow, felt reassured and tried to roll over to stand up. The next second, it took several blows to the head from the cat's paws. The big dog lay back down, clutching his head and whimpering. The door next door opened again, and this time a person came running out. You! Stop right there! Dr. Lu, what's going on here? Mother Tang stared in disbelief, scanning Dr. Lu from head to toe including his face, which was covered in a kaleidoscope of colors. Dr. Lu stiffened at the sight of her, turned on his heel, and tried to head back inside. But upon hearing Mother Tang's words, he realized it was too late. She had already recognized him. He turned back, gave a wry smile, and said, It's a long story. He wiped his face. The parts of his face that had been stained pink and blue, especially his forehead, instantly turned pitch black. Mother Tang couldn't help but burst out laughing, and the parts of Dr. Lu's face that hadn't been black turned black as well. Mother Tang stifled a laugh. Dr. Lu, you'd better go wash your face first. Dr. Lu wiped his face with his sleeve and gritted his teeth. No way. I have to catch that bastard first. Mother Tang, did you see a dog run past here? A dog? Mother Tang pointed to the steps. Are you talking about this one? Dr. Lu followed Mother Tang's finger and nearly dropped his jaw. That big dog, the one that had turned his house upside down, chewed through a door, torn apart a sofa, and couldn't be beaten into submission, was pinned under the steps by a kitten barely bigger than its own head, too scared to move. It could only look at him pitifully, letting out a pitiful whimper. "Mother Tang, is this your cat?" Dr. Lu snapped his jaw back into place and found his voice again. Mother Tang said proudly, "That's our Tang Yuan." She crouched down and clapped her hands. "Tang Yuan, come here." Tang Yuan jumped down from the dog's head and ran into Mother Tang's arms. The big dog rolled over and got to his feet, then charged toward Dr. Lu like a whirlwind. Dr. Lu had been knocked over by him before and hadn't recovered for quite a while. He was mentally prepared to be knocked over again. The big dog ran up to him, but instead of charging him, he ducked behind Dr. Lu. He pressed his head against Dr. Lu's thigh and followed him step for step. Dr. Lu looked down and saw the big dog turning its face away, too afraid to look directly at the kitten, daring only to glance at it out of the corner of its eye. The kitten shifted its position and waved a paw at the big dog. Dr. Lu felt the big dog shudder slightly, a whimper escaping its throat. Dr. Lu felt both exasperated and amused. It wouldn't listen to a single word he said, yet it had been tamed by a kitten several times its size. Thinking of this, Dr. Lu looked at the kitten named Tang Yuan. By now, it had climbed down from Mother Tang's lap and was crouched on the chair by the door, licking its paws one by one. This wasn't the first time he'd seen this kitten. A while back, a large rat had gotten into Mother Tang's small grocery store. Xiaofei claimed the kitten had chased it away. At the time, Dr. Lu had been skeptical. The only patient from that incident was the first one he'd treated. From the wound alone, it was clear that the rat wasn't just large, its bite force was astonishing. He wasn't an expert, so he didn't know if the rat's bite force exceeded the norm for its species, but the fact that it had snapped the shin bone of an adult woman in a single bite seemed anything but normal. Could such a bizarre, massive rat really have been scared off by a kitten? Or was it because rats were genetically programmed to fear cats? Dr. Lu had his doubts. It wasn't until today, when he saw with his own eyes how this little kitten effortlessly subdued a dog several times its size, that those doubts vanished. He looked at the kitten, then at the dog, and couldn't help but feel utterly disgusted. Aren't dogs supposed to be smarter than cats? How come this little kitten can be cute and well-behaved one moment, and chase mice and beat up dogs the next? Now look at the dumb dog at his place. Besides eating, sleeping, and pooping, it's either tearing the house apart or on its way to do so. Dr. Lu suppressed the urge to just get rid of it, calmed himself down, and said, "Mother Tang, I need to ask you for a favor. I'll tie the dumb dog up at my door. Could you keep an eye on it for me? I'm going to tidy up inside, take a shower, and change my clothes." Mother Tang stifled a smile. "No problem. Go ahead." Dr. Lu grabbed the leash and tied the dog to the door. The dumb dog had been quiet the whole time, until Dr. Lu went inside without taking it with him. The dumb dog was dumbfounded. After a moment, it finally realized Dr. Lu had no intention of taking it inside. It shot a quick glance at Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan was licking its paw and gave the dumb dog a sidelong look. The dumb dog jumped 3 feet in the air as if its tail had been set on fire, turned, and bolted. After just a couple of steps, the leash tightened around its neck, and its tongue hung out. The dumb dog didn't give up. It turned and lunged toward Pounce inside the room, only to be blocked by the glass door. It pounded on the door, its 2 front paws digging into the glass like a dog scratching at dirt, emitting a shrill, piercing sound. Not only that, but it also howled while scratching at the door. "Woof! Woof!" Tang Yuan pressed his ears flat against his head, but even that couldn't block out the ear-piercing noise. He jumped off the chair, ran over, leaped up, and slapped the dog twice right across the nose. The silly dog let out a pitiful howl, collapsed on the floor, and covered its nose with both front paws, whimpering, "Woo woo woo." Tang Yuan jumped onto the dog's back and strolled back and forth a couple of times. Although the dog was splattered with colorful stains, they had already dried in the breeze. It must have just had a bath. Its fur was soft and smelled of peaches, making it very comfortable to lie on. Tang Yuan lay on the dog's back, twisted its body, and began licking its tail. His grooming skill was on the verge of reaching master level. He didn't know what would happen once he mastered the skill, but he was both curious and excited. Mother Tang had merely gone inside to charge her phone. When she returned, Tang Yuan was no longer on the chair. Looking closer, she saw their Tang Yuan lying on the dog, licking its fur. "Tang Yuan, come back." Tang Yuan glanced at her, sat up halfway, and continued licking the fur on his belly. Mother Tang called out a few times, but the kitten kept licking away. Mother Tang said, "Tang Yuan, come back here. I'll give you some cat treats." Tang Yuan hesitated between the comfort of his grooming session on the dog's back and the cat treats, but in the end, he chose the treats. Who knows where Mother Tang Shoufei heard it, but she claims that cat treats are junk food and rarely gives him those delicious ones. Does that mean the person who said that never eats French fries, potato chips, or ice cream? Those are junk food too. Humph, these people are just like some modern parents yelling and lecturing their kids to eat healthy food, while secretly snacking on burgers and barbecue behind their backs. Pure double standards. It jumped down, ran over to Mother Tang, and rubbed against her. Meow meow O equals omega equals m. Mother Tang was at a loss for words. "I've figured it out, you're selectively deaf. You only hear what you want to hear, and you pretend not to hear anything you don't want to." Meow meow. What are you talking about? This little kitty doesn't understand. This little kitty just wants to eat cat treats. Okay. Mother Tang pulled out a pack of cat treats from her pocket, tore it open, and squeezed out a little bit at a time. Tang Yuan eagerly licked the treats, his eyes narrowing in delight. After finishing the last bit, Tang Yuan licked the residue from his lips, rubbed against Mother Tang, then leaped out of the way of her hand and jumped into his freshly made bed to continue grooming himself. Dr. Lu came out after cleaning up. As he pushed open the door, the corner of his mouth twitched. Chapter 12, Only Kids Have to Choose Big Cats Take It All. "Tang Yuan, come down," Mother Tang called. Tang Yuan didn't budge. Mother Tang didn't seem bothered. She stood up, walked over, and picked up the kitten. After sitting back down, she placed the kitten on her lap. Tang Yuan didn't resist. He just shifted positions and continued grooming himself. Dr. Lu looked at the well-behaved kitten, then glanced at his own silly dog, dyed in all sorts of colors, and in a fit of exasperation, started slapping the dog's head, making a loud thudding sound. "I gave you that bath for nothing." Unfortunately, the dog didn't seem to feel a thing. Instead, it shoved its big head into his lap, nearly knocking Dr. Lu over. Mother Tang stifled a laugh, looked down at the quiet kitten grooming itself in her lap, and couldn't resist petting its head. Her own Tang Yuan was so much easier to handle. I didn't realize Dr. Lu liked dogs. Since the supermarket was empty, Mother Tang sat outside enjoying the cool breeze and chatted with Dr. Lu. "Pfft, I don't like this thing one bit. This dog belongs to my daughter. She has been away on a business trip lately and insisted on leaving it with me. She said I should treat it like a grandchild." Dr. Lu had also brought out a stool and was wiping the dog's fur with a wet wipe. As he wiped, he grumbled, "This isn't about treating it like a grandchild, it's like she has found me a grandfather." Mother Tang was a bit curious. "What breed is this dog? A husky? It's a bit too big, isn't it?" Mother Tang had an old friend who kept a husky at home. But Dr. Lu's dog was several sizes larger than that one. When it stood up, it was probably taller than a person. Dr. Lu said, "It looks a bit like one, but it's not. I think it's called an Alaskan." He snorted. True to its name, all it knows how to do is tear the place apart. Mother Tang said, "My older sisters say these dogs have boundless energy. If you want to keep them from wrecking the place, you have to take them for walks." Dr. Lu tossed the dirty wet wipe into the trash can, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and gave a wry smile. "My daughter says the same thing. I took it for a walk once, but it went wild and dragged me down, scraping the skin off my knees and elbows." Mother Tang looked at the big dog, then at the gaunt Dr. Lu, and gave him a sympathetic look. However, sympathy aside, she wasn't about to help him walk the dog. Dr. Lu wiped for ages, using up an entire pack of wipes, but only managed to lighten the stain a little. He tossed the empty pack into the trash can and turned to see the little cat on Mother Tang's lap. On a whim, he blurted out, "Why don't you let little Tang Yuan walk my dog for me?" Mother Tang. After saying it, Dr. Lu realized how silly his suggestion sounded. Tang Yuan jumped off Mother Tang's lap, went into the supermarket, and hopped into a glass bowl to continue grooming itself. 10, 9. It counted down while grooming itself. 3, 2, 1. Tang Yuan immediately activated the light screen and looked at it excitedly. Grooming Master 993-1000. Why is it still 7 points short? Tang Yuan tried hard to remember and realized it had fallen asleep while grooming this morning. Never mind, I'll continue tomorrow. But after looking forward to it all day, to suddenly end up with this result, how could it not be disappointed? Sigh, it's too late now. I'd better eat first. After eating its fill, Tang Yuan jumped onto the cat tree to sleep. As it dozed off, it vaguely felt itself being picked up. The scent was familiar, it was Mother Tang, so it closed its eyes and went back to sleep. When it woke up, it was still dark outside. Xiaofei hadn't come back yet. After taking care of its business, Tang Yuan jumped onto the bed. A cat bed is nowhere near as comfortable as a human bed. Cats have excellent night vision. It glanced at the time, it was already 2 a.m. It curled up, wanting to go back to sleep, but no matter how hard it tried, it just couldn't fall asleep. It kept feeling like it had forgotten something. It pondered for a while before remembering. It sat up and began grooming itself. Once it felt satisfied, it opened the light screen. Grooming Master. It had finally mastered grooming. Tang Yuan looked excitedly at its attribute points. Usually, leveling up a skill only gave 1 point. Since it had mastered the skill, would the light screen be generous and give it 3 points? A smile froze on its face, the stats hadn't changed, it was still 1. Unwilling to accept this, it kept scrolling down. Finally, buried beneath a string of skills, it found an extra entry. Skill point 2. Tang Yuan stood up, spun around on the bed twice to calm down, then curled back up. Scanning the skills, Tang Yuan hesitated. Which skill should it allocate this point to? The proficiency levels 4 pounce and snapshot had both reached adept. If one skill point could raise a skill by 1 proficiency level, 2 skill points could max out the master proficiency for either of the 2 skills. That way, they'd still get 2 skill points and an additional attribute point. Besides that, there was another option, investing in the skill Smite Evil. Ever since acquiring this skill, it had racked its brain but couldn't find a way to level it up. Smite Evil had remained at Novice 010 from the very beginning. Tang Yuan's gaze shifted between the 3 options before finally making a decision. Smite Evil Novice 010 instantly transformed into Smite Evil Mastery 0100. That's right, Tang Yuan ultimately chose Smite Evil. One reason was that the first 2 skills could be leveled up through its own efforts, whereas the latter was truly impossible. Another reason was that it was simply too curious about Smite Evil. It couldn't wait to find out what would happen once the proficiency level of Smite Evil increased. Tang Yuan sensed it carefully, rolled over to sense it carefully, and licked its paws to sense it carefully. Why doesn't it feel like anything at all? Its tail lashed out at the bedding in frustration. Never mind, time to sleep. Tang Yuan curled up, burying its head under its paws. Soon, soft snores echoed through the room. Perhaps influenced by its physical state, Tang Yuan, who had always considered itself emotionally stable, now found its temper flaring up and subsiding just as quickly. By the time Mother Tang woke him up in the morning, he had already forgotten the resentment from the early hours. Probably, it had something to do with the bag in Mother Tang's hand. Mother Tang tore open the bag, pulled out a white object, and waved it back and forth in front of Tang Yuan's eyes. Tang Yuan had just woken up and wasn't fully awake, yet his eyes were still crusted with sleep. But his nose and stomach woke up before he did. Tang Yuan sniffed, took a bite, crunchy and fragrant, delicious. He swallowed it in 2 bites, licked his paws to clean his face, and now he could see clearly. Happy Chicken freeze-dried treats. Mother Tang gave him another one. Small, square, and crunchy, he could eat one in a single bite. Tang Yuan let out a woof and opened its mouth wide, swallowing the freeze-dried treat in one gulp. It declared that freeze-dried chicken had surpassed canned food, successfully claiming the top spot on the Tang Yuan food chart. In the background, Mother Tang's exasperated voice rang out, "Slow down, you almost bit my hand. These are all yours." Mother Tang pointed to a box in the corner. Tang Yuan jumped off the bed and stood up, clawing at the box. It was too short when standing, only its ears extended above the top of the box. Tang Yuan hopped a few times and jumped inside. As soon as it went in, it was buried under the freeze-dried bags. Tang Yuan. Ha ha. Mother Tang laughed as she fished it out, set it on the floor, and pulled out the freeze-dried bags one by one to show it. "These are freeze-dried cod, these 2 bags are freeze-dried chicken, they seem a little different. This one is chicken chunks, just like the one I opened earlier, and these 2 are chicken breast. These 3 bags are freeze-dried beef, such big chunks. There are also 6 cans down there, and 6 packs of cat treats." Tang Yuan's ears perked up instantly. Cat treats too? It had just eaten some yesterday. Cat treats are super delicious. It declared that cat treats and freeze-dried chicken tied for first place on the Tang Yuan food chart. The ranking was not in order of preference but sorted by the first letter of their Chinese pinyin. However, the canned food was pretty good too, and the dry food wasn't too bad either. Only kids have to choose, big cats get to have it all. Chapter 13, Black Mist. Tang Yuan pounced into the pile of freeze-dried food, cans, and cat treats and rolled around in it. Back when it was human, why hadn't he ever thought to try freeze-dried food or cat treats? How many delicious treats had it missed out on in its past life? Mother Tang said, "Dr. Lu sent all of this to you, to thank you for catching Bean yesterday and saving his life." Dr. Lu was so generous. Tang Yuan's opinion of Dr. Lu instantly shot up. If there were a screen displaying Tang Yuan's favorability ratings toward others, you'd see Tang Yuan's rating for Dr. Lu go from 0 to 60 with a PIU sound, instantly reaching the passing mark. Mother Tang poured some cat food for Tang Yuan and added a handful of freeze-dried treats on top. "I looked it up online, eating only freeze-dried food and skipping the cat food isn't good for your health. Our Tang Yuan mustn't be a picky eater." Tang Yuan certainly wasn't a picky eater. Not only that, but he ate a mouthful of freeze-dried food followed by a mouthful of cat food. Mother Tang watched for a moment and couldn't help but laugh. "You little rascal, you're just like a human eating a mouthful of vegetables followed by a mouthful of rice." Tang Yuan said nothing, just chomping away at his food. Mother Tang gathered the scattered items from the floor and put them back in the box before leaving. After eating his fill, Tang Yuan began grooming himself as usual. He paused mid-lick. It had just occurred to him that his grooming skill was already maxed out. No matter how much he licked, he wouldn't level up anymore. Great! It had long since grown tired of it. Even a dog wouldn't lick this fur. Whoever wants to lick it, let them. Tang Yuan yawned widely. It was sleepy. It hopped back onto the bed, closed its eyes, and took a nap. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes passed. Tang Yuan opened its eyes, filled with resentment. Every time it was about to fall asleep, it always felt like there was something left undone. No matter how it tried, it just couldn't get comfortable and couldn't fall asleep at all. It sighed, sat up, and continued grooming itself. After licking every inch of its body, it fell asleep right there in that position the moment it finished. Before it had had enough of its nap, Mother Tang picked it up and took it to the supermarket. Tang Yuan couldn't sleep, so it lay on the cat tree, watching the customers and admiring the view outside the window. It hadn't noticed yesterday, but today it realized that the trees planted on both sides of the street were tall and thick. Their canopies looked just like big umbrellas. Tang Yuan's ears twitched. He jumped down from the cat tree and hopped onto the chair propped against the door. Mother Tang was watching a video. Hearing the noise, she looked up and said, "Tang Yuan, don't wander too far." Compared to yesterday's anxiety, Mother Tang was much calmer today. "Tang Yuan, meow." Mother Tang went back to watching her video. Tang Yuan's gaze fell on the big dog. The big dog, which had been whining while clinging to Dr. Lu's leg, suddenly froze. Dr. Lu took the opportunity to pull his leg free, took a breath, tied the big dog to the doorway, and stepped back a few paces to take a look. He made sure the big dog wouldn't bump into patients entering or leaving the clinic, nor into customers coming in and out of the supermarket. Except for those with itchy fingers who just had to pet the dog. Dr. Liu went into the clinic. When he came out, he had a piece of paper in his hand, which he stuck on the wall. "This dog is vicious. Do not approach." He clapped his hands and nodded with satisfaction. Then it occurred to him that the dumb dog hadn't barked in a long time. "Don't tell me it broke free and ran away." Dr. Liu hurriedly turned around, only to see the dumb dog lying on its back, tail tucked between its legs, the whole dog trembling. Dr. Liu froze for a moment, then, as if a thought struck him, he turned his head and saw a small kitten not far away. It had been too dark yesterday to see clearly, but today he noticed it was a black and white kitten. It wasn't very big. He guessed the whole cat probably didn't weigh as much as the dog's head. With both the cat and the dog present, the size difference was even more striking. A dog this big was actually afraid of such a small cat. Dr. Liu shook his head, walked over, and patted the dumb dog on the head. "Bean, stay here and play nicely with Tang Yuan." "Bean?" "Woof woof woof." After giving the dumb dog his instructions, he ruffled the kitten's head. "Tang Yuan, keep an eye on Bean for me, and I'll treat you to some canned food later." After saying that, Dr. Liu couldn't help but laugh. He never would have imagined that one day he'd actually be telling a cat to watch over a dog. Dr. Liu left, unaware that Tang Yuan was staring thoughtfully at the silly dog. Tang Yuan walked up to the silly dog. The silly dog backed up repeatedly until his rear end hit the wall. He tried running to the sides, but after just a few steps, the leash yanked him back. When he ran forward, the mean cat blocked his path. Fury welled up in the dumb dog, and it began to jump and bark furiously at the kitten. "Woof! Woof! Woof!" It would have been more convincing if its tail hadn't been tucked between its legs. Tang Yuan opened the light screen, glanced at it, then closed it. With a whoosh, he darted in front of the dumb dog, leaped into the air, and brought a claw down on the dog's furry face. The dumb dog's head slammed into the wall, and his eyes instantly cleared. "Woo woo woo." Tang Yuan landed lightly, glanced at the light screen, then looked up at the dumb dog, a smile growing wider in his eyes. It seemed he'd found the perfect tool to level up his skills. The dumb dog suddenly felt a chill and shivered. Mother Tang hadn't heard a peep in ages. Panic set in, and she hurried out to check. What she saw left her speechless. Bean, from Dr. Liu's family, was lying on the ground with both front paws clutching his head, too scared to move. Her Tang Yuan took 2 steps back, pounced forward to slap Bean on the head, retreated again, then pounced on Bean once more. Bean's fur was patchy, some spots missing, others still intact. The steps were covered in dog hair tufts here and there, and when the wind blew, they swirled in all directions. Mother Tang cast a guilty glance at the clinic door, scooped up Tang Yuan, and ran back to the supermarket. Tang Yuan didn't resist after fighting for so long, he was exhausted. He took a moment to glance at the screen. Both the pounce and snapshot skills had changed. Pounce Adept 211,500. Snapshot Adept 235,500. Not bad, all that effort hadn't been in vain. That night, Xiaofei still hadn't come home. Tang Yuan had no choice but to reluctantly enjoy the big bed. Until someone grabbed him by the scruff of his neck and lifted him up. "Well, Tang Yuan. I'm not home, and you actually dared to steal the bed." Tang Yuan opened its eyes to find Xiaofei's large face looming over it. It yawned widely, twisted its body, and dropped from Xiaofei's grasp, landing lightly on the bed. Tang Yuan jumped onto the pillow, used it to leap onto the table, hopped down to the floor, and crawled into its bed. Xiaofei looked at the little paw prints on the pillow and couldn't help but feel Tang Yuan had done it on purpose. "I'm too tired today. I'll deal with you tomorrow." Xiaofei crouched in front of the cat bed, poking Tang Yuan's nose threateningly. Tang Yuan didn't care at all. Without even opening his eyes, he rolled over and went back to sleep. Xiaofei. He realized he had no authority whatsoever over Tang Yuan. After washing up, Xiaofei went back to his room to sleep. Soon, snoring echoed from the bed. Tang Yuan was woken by the noise and opened his eyes. This guy doesn't usually snore, but today it's deafening. Oh well, in his past life, he used to snore when he was utterly exhausted. Workaholic helping a workaholic, don't wake him up. Let him get a good night's sleep. It covered its ears with its paws, trying to go back to sleep. The snoring suddenly stopped. Now Tang Yuan found it even harder to fall asleep. It had heard that for people with severe snoring, if the snoring suddenly stops in the middle of the night, it's not a good sign. There's a risk of suffocation. Tang Yuan gritted its teeth, crawled out of its nest, jumped onto the bed, raised its paw, and was about to slap Xiaofei awake. Just as it raised its paw, it noticed a thin layer of black mist shrouding Xiaofei. Beneath the black mist, Xiaofei was clutching his neck, eyes wide and bloodshot, his face flushed red, with veins bulging on his forehead and neck. Chapter 14, Smite Evil. What the hell is this? Before Tang Yuan could even process what was happening, the black mist began to creep up his paw. Yikes! Tang Yuan scrambled to jump off the bed. Mid-jump, it was yanked back and slammed onto the bed. Meow! Tang Yuan gritted its teeth and strained with all its might, finally freeing its leg. It pulled so hard that the entire cat tumbled off the bed. A tentacle of black mist flailed wildly in midair, unable to grab Tang Yuan, lashing out haphazardly. It gave the cat the impression of sheer frustration. Soon, the black mist retreated. Tang Yuan let out a sigh of relief and wiped the non-existent sweat from its forehead with a paw. Immediately, it looked at the bed with a complex expression. Xiaofei had saved its life. It shouldn't just walk away and flee on its own. But it was just a little kitten now. Even if it pounced, it would only be another dead cat on the bed. It would be better to get out of here quickly, wake up Mother Tang, and have her call the police right away. As these thoughts raced through its mind, Tang Yuan had already reached the doorway. It leaped up and wrapped its paws around the doorknob. Click! The lock clicked open, and the door swung ajar. Tang Yuan jumped down and pressed its paws against the door. With just a little effort, it could pry the door open with its paws and go wake Mother Tang. From there, whether Mother Tang chose to call the police, wake Xiaofei immediately, or simply dismiss Xiaofei's unusual behavior as a kitten-esque prank, that was entirely up to her. It had nothing to do with this cat. Yet for some reason, its paw just wouldn't move forward. If anyone were standing in front of Tang Yuan, they would surely be surprised to see such a complex expression on a cat's face. Tang Yuan gritted his teeth, turned back, and used his last remaining point of attribute to boost his agility. His agility instantly rose from 8 to 9. Tang Yuan leaped onto the bed, and the black mist immediately sensed him, sending a strand to wrap around Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan deftly dodged it, keeping an eye on Xiaofei as he did so. Xiaofei's condition was even worse than before. But after the black mist split off a portion to chase Tang Yuan, the layer of mist covering Xiaofei thinned by a third. Xiaofei loosened his grip on his neck slightly and gasped for air. It seemed to be working. Tang Yuan suppressed his joy and fixed his gaze on the mist. The mist seemed to sense that a single tentacle couldn't capture him. It split into 2, then 4. Attacking from all sides, left, right, up, and down. Damn it, now it's splitting too. Tang Yuan narrowly dodged one, landing on the bed just in time, then rolled over to avoid another. Before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, 2 more whipped toward him. As Tang Yuan scrambled to dodge, he caught a glimpse of Xiaofei. A hint of color had returned to Xiaofei's face, which had been as pale as paper, and his lips, once blue and purple, had regained some of their natural hue. But he still hadn't woken up. Meow! Tang Yuan meowed loudly while dodging. He managed to break free from the black mist earlier. If Xiaofei woke up, there might still be a chance for them to escape. Unfortunately, before Xiaofei could wake up, Tang Yuan found himself in danger. He dodged one tentacle of the black mist, but 3 others closed in on him. Tang Yuan barely dodged one, but the other 2 were right in front of its face. It was too late to dodge now. Meow! Don't underestimate me just because I'm not showing my claws. Tang Yuan gritted its teeth, pushed off the window with its hind legs, and swung its paws. Sharp claws snapped out from between its fingers, tinged with a golden glow from the moonlight outside. In the blink of an eye, his claws lashed out at one of the black mist tentacles. Another black mist tentacle seized the opportunity to wrap itself around Tang Yuan's hind leg. The next moment, Tang Yuan's eyes widened. The black mist tentacle's claws had grabbed, twisted, and writhed, then vanished into black smoke in the blink of an eye. It blinked, looking down at its claw. A faint golden glow emanated from the claw, so faint that it would be invisible in daylight, were it not for the darkness of night. Before it could make sense of it, the black mist tentacles went berserk. They flung Tang Yuan downward, where a vast net of black mist awaited. The vast net of black mist wasn't about to settle for a free meal. It closed in from above like a dumpling wrapper, with Tang Yuan as the filling. Hanging there, Tang Yuan showed no sign of panic. It stared at its claws, its whiskers quivering with excitement. It swiftly activated its light barrier and instantly pulled it downward. Smite Evil Mastery 2-100. It was Smite Evil, just as expected. A cough snapped Tang Yuan out of its excitement. This made it realize it wasn't out of danger yet. It spun around, its claws slicing through the black mist tentacles wrapped around its body. The tentacles snapped clean off, and Tang Yuan fell toward the bun's crust. It was as if it were walking right into a trap. The vast net of black mist immediately sealed its opening and began to shrink rapidly. The bun grew smaller and smaller, but the bun's skin grew increasingly dense. At the same time, countless tiny tentacles extended from inside the bun, wrapping around Tang Yuan. It didn't matter if they couldn't kill Tang Yuan outright. As long as it was still alive, it would need to breathe. The air inside the bun was limited, and as the bun shrank, the air would grow scarcer and scarcer. It could suffocate to death. Tang Yuan paid them no mind, aiming at the bun's skin and slashing at it with several swift swipes of his claws. But the fully formed black mist bun was, as expected, no match for the black mist tentacles from earlier. No sooner had Tang Yuan torn open a crack than black mist surged in from all sides to fill it. Tang Yuan grew a little panicked and gritted his teeth, boosting his agility. Before the cracks on one side could be sealed, several more appeared on the other. The black mist was too busy repairing itself to even shrink in size. At the same time, Tang Yuan noticed the black mist was fading. This made Tang Yuan even more excited. His claws moved so fast they left after images. The black mist grew fainter and fainter, until finally, with a pop, it vanished. Tang Yuan fell out and landed on top of Xiaofei. Tang Yuan sat on Xiaofei's chest, looking a bit dazed. Is that it? Is that all? Is that it? Cough. A cough came from beneath him. Tang Yuan, get off me. I can't breathe. A pair of trembling hands pushed him off. With his back to Tang Yuan, Xiaofei leaned against the bed frame, coughing so hard it felt like his lungs were being torn apart. Tang Yuan sat on the bed, licking its paws. Its claws snapped out from the pads. They were still the same claws. The next second, a faint golden glow emanated from its claws. It was as if a blockage had been cleared suddenly. It understood how to activate and deactivate Smite Evil mode. Just as Tang Yuan was having a blast, a knock sounded at the door. Xiaofei, why are you coughing so badly? Do you want some medicine? Xiaofei clutched his chest, lay back down, shot Tang Yuan a resentful glance, and said, Mom, I'm fine. I just choked on some water. Mother Tang's concern instantly turned to exasperation. How old are you? You can't even drink water without choking. The footsteps outside gradually faded, followed by the sound of the door closing. Xiaofei took a moment to catch his breath, sat up, and tapped Tang Yuan on the nose. I was wondering why I felt like I couldn't breathe while I was sleeping, like I was suffocating. Turns out it was you little brat, lying on my chest. Idiot. Tang Yuan shot him a glance, stood up, stepped over his stomach, jumped off the bed, and returned to his cat bed. Ouch, you ungrateful brat, what kind of look is that? I'll take this call first, then I'll deal with you. Xiaofei grabbed his phone and answered it. Captain? Me? I'm fine. As he listened to the voice on the other end, Xiaofei's mouth dropped open wider and wider. Dead? How did he die? What? Xiaofei stared blankly as his phone slipped from his ear and fell onto the bed. Chapter 15, My Ancestor. Tang Yuan opened the interface. Host, Tang Yuan. Species, cat. Vitality, 5.5. Agility, 9. Strength, 6.3. Spirit, 13.1. Attribute points, 0. Skills, Pounce Adept 231-500, Consume Apprentice 73-200, Berry Poop Mastery 82-100, Grooming Master, Snapshot Adept 283-500, Smite Evil Mastery 65-100. Skill points, 0. Of Tang Yuan's 4 major attributes, aside from Spirit, which for some reason cannot be increased, Agility has the most attribute points, a full 9 points. In its past life, it had heard the saying, in the world of martial arts, only speed cannot be broken. It had been a bit skeptical before, but today it truly believes it. If it weren't for its high agility and the speed of its claws, it might not have made it out unscathed today. Even if it managed to escape, that big dummy on the bed wouldn't have made it out alive. Next were the skills. Previously, Smite Evil, a skill it had never broken past 0 and had forcibly boosted using skill points, had not only broken through the 0 barrier but also seen its proficiency skyrocket to 65 points. As Smite Evil improved, the supporting skills Pounce and Snapshot also saw significant growth. Tang Yuan's gaze drifted downward, landing on what he'd been waiting for. Achievement, Kill Mist Fiend. First kill of Mist Fiend. Reward, 1 Meow Meow gift box. So, only an instant kill would grant the achievement in the Meow Meow gift box? If he killed that big dumb dog, would he have been rewarded with a Meow Meow gift box? The huge dog sleeping sprawled out in the next room suddenly jolted awake, burst through the door, leaped onto the bed, and buried its head in Dr. Lu's lap, whimpering. Dr. Lu, who had nearly been trampled to death. Tang Yuan quickly abandoned that idea. That guy had thick skin and high durability. He was reusable and made for a great tool for leveling up skills. It couldn't wait to open the Meow Meow gift box, but just before reaching for it, it remembered that it wasn't the only cat in the room. Better wait until Xiaofei was asleep before opening it. Tang Yuan looked at Xiaofei. Why wasn't that guy asleep yet? Xiaofei sat dumbly on the bed, one hand reaching up to his neck. Ouch! Xiaofei winced in pain. He got out of bed, but his legs gave way, and he nearly fell. He braced himself against the wall, fumbled to turn on the light, then opened his phone and switched to selfie mode. When he saw the person on the screen, he nearly threw the phone across the room. On the screen, he had a purple bruise on his neck. Trembling, he placed his hand over the mark. It fit perfectly. Xiaofei's ears rang with the captain's words, "Of the 3 of you, Lu Ran is already dead." Tianrui was found by his wife acting strangely and sent to the hospital. He is still in the ICU. Lu Ran was suffocated to death, and Tianrui, due to prolonged oxygen deprivation, will likely suffer brain damage. Hearing this, Xiaofei realized something. In his shock, he dropped his phone on the bed. When he picked it up, he accidentally hung up. Xiaofei turned off his phone and looked at the kitten, his expression complex. He took a few steps, feeling a bit out of breath, then plopped down beside the cat bed and scooped the kitten out. He held Tang Yuan up, his voice trembling. "Tang Yuan, did you save me?" Tang Yuan glanced at him, swatted him with a paw, twisted its body, wriggled out of Xiaofei's arms, and jumped back into the cat bed. Xiaofei covered his face and sat there, staring blankly into space. Tang Yuan watched him for a moment. Seeing that he wasn't moving, it seemed to understand. It jumped out of the bed and rubbed its head against Xiaofei's arm. Xiaofei snapped out of his daze and picked up Tang Yuan, cradling it in his arms. Tang Yuan tried to wriggle away in disgust, but Xiaofei scratched its chin. Right there." Tang Yuan closed its eyes and let out a contented purr. Ring ring ring. The phone rang. Xiaofei took a deep breath and answered the call. As soon as he picked up, the captain's voice came through. "I forgot to ask earlier, how are you?" Xiaofei touched his neck. "I almost died too." "What?" The captain was both shocked and angry. Why didn't you say anything just now? Xiaofei gave a wry smile. I'd just woken up when you called. I was still groggy and thought I was dreaming. How was Brother Tian saved? The captain explained. Tian Rui came home late and wasn't in the same room as his wife and child. In the middle of the night, the child kept crying, so his wife picked up the baby and went to look for Tian Rui. As soon as she walked in, the baby started crying even harder. She sensed something was wrong, so she turned on the light and found Tian Rui choking himself. The captain sighed with relief. Thank goodness Tian Rui's wife is a nurse and knows first aid. Otherwise, even if that thing hadn't killed him, he wouldn't have survived. At this point, he asked, you interrupted me and I almost forgot to ask, how did you wake up? Xiaofei paused in scratching his itch, and his arm was swatted by a tail. Xiaofei said, my ancestor saved me. An ancestor? The captain's voice tightened slightly. Xiaofei explained, my cat. It was up in the middle of the night, parkouring around the house, and knocked over the lamp on my nightstand. Tang Yuan narrowed his eyes and glanced at the bedside. Xiaofei's bed didn't even have a nightstand. Where would a lamp come from? Oh. The captain let out a sigh of relief. So it was a cat. You'd better buy some extra cat food tomorrow to properly reward your little master. Xiaofei replied, of course. Before hanging up, the captain gave him a long list of instructions. Don't turn off the lights tonight. Even if you go to sleep, you have to sleep with the lights on. After hanging up, Xiaofei let out a sigh of relief. Xiaofei sat for a while until he felt his strength return, then put Tang Yuan back in his bed and lay down on his own. He didn't want to sleep. His head felt like a muddled mess, and every time he started to drift off, he'd jolt awake. After a few attempts, Xiaofei rubbed his temples and sat up. He thought for a moment, then got out of bed, pulled a new pillow from the closet, and placed it beside him. Then he went to pick Tang Yuan up from the cat bed and placed him on the new pillow. This way, when he lay on his side, he could see Tang Yuan as soon as he opened his eyes. It gave him an inexplicable sense of peace. Tang Yuan let him fiddle with him, eager for him to find a way to fall asleep and get some rest. Hearing the purring by his ear, Tang Yuan whistled in amazement. This kid had just narrowly escaped a life-threatening situation, yet he could fall asleep so quickly. Who knew if he was just naturally thick-skinned or if he'd simply been worn out from working non-stop these past few days. The thought flashed through his mind, but he had more important things to do. He rubbed his paws excitedly. Tang Yuan couldn't wait to open the light screen. Opening the Meow Meow gift box, the ribbons unfurled as expected. Unfortunately, there were no golden fireworks. A red ball of yarn, about the size of a baseball, appeared before it. Tang Yuan. How could the Meow Meow gift box possibly give him something like this? Even if it wouldn't grant a skill point, a stat point would have been fine. What the hell is a ball of yarn? Does it really think he is a cat? Tang Yuan's whiskers trembled with rage. Tang Yuan glared at the ball of yarn with eyes ablaze. If the fury in its eyes could ignite, the ball of yarn would already be on fire. Thud. The ball of yarn rolled to the floor. Tang Yuan stared blankly at its paws. This might actually be a little fun. Chapter 16, Cat vs. Cat. Tang Yuan jumped off the bed and circled the room, but couldn't find that red ball of yarn. However, he had a vague hunch. Following that feeling, he found the ball of yarn behind the litter box. The edge of his litter box was curved, leaving a gap between it and the wall. The ball of yarn was hidden inside, completely invisible from the outside. If not for a special instinct, it would never have found it, even if it searched until tomorrow. Tang Yuan pushed the litter box aside, grabbed the ball of yarn in its mouth, hopped over the box, and tossed it onto the floor. It pounced on it, snatched the ball, clutched it tightly with all four paws, and began gnawing and grinding its teeth on it. Before it knew it, dawn was breaking. Tang Yuan suddenly realized how long it had been playing. At the same time, drowsiness washed over it. It first took care of its business, then hopped onto the bed with the ball of yarn in its mouth. It fluffed up the soft, fluffy pillow into a comfortable bed, yawned, and curled up inside. As it dozed off, Tang Yuan suddenly woke up and there was Xiaofei's big face right in front of its eyes. Xiaofei patted it. I'm off to work. Tang Yuan glanced at the time. It was only 5 o'clock, and it was still barely light outside. It rolled over, refusing to acknowledge Xiaofei. If you're going to work, just go. Why did you have to wake me up? Xiaofei had no tact. I have to leave early. If my mom sees the hickeys on my neck, she'll flip out. After getting dressed, Xiaofei scooped Tang Yuan up into his arms. His eyes immediately fell on the red ball of yarn that Tang Yuan was clutching tightly. Did my mom buy this for you? Though phrased as a question, his tone was one of certainty. It was just him and his mom living together now. If he hadn't bought it himself, then his mom must have. He hadn't even considered any other possibility. Xiaofei said earnestly, "You're my son, so my mom is your grandma. The world is getting more and more dangerous these days, so you've got to help me protect your grandma." Xiaofei kept chattering away to Tang Yuan, as if Tang Yuan could understand him. Tang Yuan couldn't stand the noise anymore and swiped Xiaofei across the face with his tail. Xiaofei clutched his swollen, aching cheek and grimaced, Okay, you're my ancestor, you're my ancestor." Xiaofei finally shuffled off, and Tang Yuan lay down on the pillow. Without Xiaofei to disturb him, he soon fell asleep. He slept until the sun was high in the sky. Tang Yuan stretched, and the towel covering his belly slowly slipped down. He sniffed the air. Judging by the scent on the towel, Mother Tang had covered him with it. It seemed that whether in the flower kingdom of its past life or the yin kingdom of this one, there was a custom of covering one's belly button with a blanket. But it was a cat. It didn't have a belly button. It felt something on its back, hooked it with its paw, and pulled it over. It was a red ball of yarn. Memories from the early morning came flooding back. This big red ball of yarn was what it had pulled out of the Meow Meow gift box. So much fun. Its paws were itching to play. That afternoon, Tang Yuan carried the ball of yarn to the supermarket. Mother Tang was cleaning when she saw it and laughed. "Tang Yuan, what are you carrying there?" Tang Yuan dropped the ball of yarn on the floor and gave Mother Tang a sweet, high-pitched meow. Mother Tang's heart melted. Mother Tang immediately went over to rub the kitten's head. "Don't worry, I won't take it from you." She picked up the ball of yarn and examined it. "Did that rascal Xiaofei buy that for you? If I'd known you liked playing with yarn, I'd have some at home. I'll wind a few balls for you. All colorful. They'll definitely be prettier than this one." Meow, meow. Tang Yuan's eyes lit up at the sound, and he rubbed against Mother Tang's legs while meowing. Mother Tang couldn't help but laugh, her teeth showing. "I'll wind it up for you when we get home tonight." Only then was Tang Yuan satisfied. He grabbed the ball of yarn Mother Tang handed him, jumped onto the cat tree, and played with it in the glass bowl. He didn't know why, but in his past life he hadn't had the slightest interest in this sort of thing, yet in this life he found the ball of yarn more fun than a cell phone. Tang Yuan froze. It seemed he was becoming more and more like a cat. Woof! Tang Yuan snapped back to reality and glanced in the direction of the sound. Outside the glass window, a large dog was hopping up and down, barking furiously at him. Tang Yuan raised an eyebrow, grabbed the ball of yarn in its mouth, leaped off the scratching post, and ran out of the supermarket. The moment the big dog saw the cat, certain harrowing memories resurfaced. Its barking gradually grew fainter, and its calves began to cramp. The kitten leaped into the air and swiped at it with a paw. The big dog let out a howl and ran backward. After barely 2 steps, its neck was caught in the leash. Its forepaws thrashed on the ground, but it couldn't escape. Soon, the barking turned into whimpering. Dr. Lu looked out the window to see the kitten standing triumphantly on the dog's head, a red ball of yarn clenched in its mouth. The stupid dog was still in that familiar pose, front paws clutching its head. After a couple of glances, Dr. Lu looked away and refused to watch any longer. The dumb dog, unaware of this, kept howling pitifully, trying to get Dr. Lu to save it. Tang Yuan was thoroughly annoyed and gave it a sharp slap across the snout. The dumb dog dared not make a sound. It wouldn't walk when led, and it backed away when hit. Tired of beating the dog, Tang Yuan didn't go back to the supermarket. Instead, he simply used the dog as a fur rug. It licked the ball of yarn and cradled it in its arms. Bathed in sunlight, Tang Yuan began to doze off. Meow. Where did that cat's meow come from? Meow, meow, meow. That wasn't its voice either. Its own voice was much sweeter than that raspy, tinny one. It must be a stray from the street. It had nothing to do with him. He was going to keep enjoying his sunbath. Wait a minute, that smell. He sniffed the air and suddenly snapped his eyes open to look over. Gray fur, a massive body, scars on its face. Scarface. Tang Yuan narrowed his eyes. He'd almost forgotten he had a cat enemy. Besides Scarface, there was another cat. The meow from earlier had come from this one. This cat had white fur with gray tips and a broad face. It looked like a short-haired silver tabby. Tang Yuan wasn't entirely sure. It had only caught a glimpse of it while Xiaofei was scrolling through her phone. Besides, this cat looked different from the one in the video. Its legs were exceptionally short. Not only were its legs short, but it was also extremely chubby, with a belly that was practically dragging on the ground. Being that fat, it must be well fed, most likely kept by one of the local shop owners. Soon, Tang Yuan found the culprit behind this standoff, half a ham sausage. In front of this plump, stubby-legged cat lay half a ham sausage, marked with teeth marks. The sausage must have belonged to the short-legged cat, but Scarface had set his sights on it and wanted to steal it. The short-legged cat wasn't about to give the sausage to Scarface, so the two cats began to face off. A fight was about to break out. Tang Yuan crouched on the dog's head, watching with great interest, and took the opportunity to learn a thing or two about cat fights. He'd never seen cats fight before, so he lashed out purely on instinct, unsure if his moves matched a cat's natural fighting style. Ha! Ha! The short-legged, chubby cat bared its teeth and hissed at Scarface, trying to scare him off. Scarface yawned, stood up with an impatient look, and walked lightly toward the short-legged, chubby cat. Faced with Scarface's relentless advance, the short-legged, chubby cat's eyes betrayed fear. It abandoned the sausage and backed away cautiously, inch by inch. Tang Yuan shook his head. The chubby cat's display of fear would only excite Scarface even more. Sure enough, in the next instant, Scarface pounced on the chubby cat. The short-legged, chubby cat scrambled frantically on all four legs, but before it could take a few steps, Scarface pounced and knocked it down. Scarface flashed a cruel grin, raised his sharp claws, aimed them at the chubby cat's eyes, and slashed down. Chapter 17, The Weak and Pitiful Little Tang Yuan. Scarface flew a full 2 meters through the air, crashing onto the ground below the steps and rolling several times. Dizzy and disoriented, he shook his head, trying to get back up. A paw reached out, smacking his head with a thud and slamming him back to the ground. Scarface's eyes glinted with fury. Tang Yuan held Scarface's head down with one paw while raising the other high. Tang Yuan! Tang Yuan! Come back, it's time to eat! Mother Tang's call echoed. Tang Yuan narrowed his eyes and released his grip. Scarface lay on the ground, not daring to move a muscle. Tang Yuan lowered his head and sniffed Scarface's scent. Tang Yuan! Mother Tang opened a can of food, turned around, and didn't see Tang Yuan. She wiped her hands on her apron and went out to look for him. At first, she thought he might be with the big dog, but when she peeked in, he wasn't there. Where did he go? She glanced around and spotted Tang Yuan sniffing a large cat. The cat was enormous, with a scar on its face. It looked like a real tough guy. With such distinctive features, Mother Tang recognized it at a glance. It was the local bully among the neighborhood cats. It often roamed the area and was rumored to have injured or killed several cats. Some even said it had attacked people before. Standing next to it, her Tang Yuan looked tiny and round, like nothing more than a little dessert after a meal. Tang Yuan, run! Tang Yuan didn't run. He must have been too scared. Mother Tang slapped her thigh, rushed over, scooped Tang Yuan up, and took off running. She ran a few steps, then looked back in panic. The ferocious cat was still standing right where it was. Mother Tang didn't breathe a sigh of relief until she reached the supermarket entrance. She tapped Tang Yuan on the forehead and said, "Don't you see how small you are compared to that big cat? It could swat you to death with one paw or bite you in half with a single bite." You can beat up Bean because he's just big, he's actually clumsy and timid. But this cat is different. I've heard this cat has several lives to its name. You must stay far away from it. If Bean, Scarface the dog and the cat could understand complex human speech, they'd be chasing after Mother Tang, hissing pft, pft, pft. Listen to that, is that even human speech? Tang Yuan didn't argue, he rubbed against Mother Tang's face, whimpering pitifully. Meow, meow, meow. Oh, our Tang Yuan has been wronged. Mother Tang couldn't take it anymore. Come on, let us go get some canned food. Just a second before Mother Tang carried Tang Yuan back into the supermarket, he peered over her shoulder and looked back. Scarface scrambled to his feet, limped into the street-side greenbelt, and vanished in the blink of an eye. After eating and drinking his fill, Tang Yuan carried a ball of yarn upstairs. He curled up on the pillow and slept like a log. When he woke up, it was already 1 a.m. Xiaofei hadn't come back. Just what a cat wanted. Tang Yuan jumped onto the windowsill and deftly opened the window. It stood on the windowsill and looked down. Although it had prepared itself, it still felt a bit nervous at this point. In its past life, it had a fear of heights, but in this life, standing on a 2-meter-high cat tree didn't make it feel dizzy. But a cat tree was no match for a 2-story building. Tang Yuan poked its head out and felt reassured. Not only was it not afraid of heights, but with just a quick glance, it spotted several landing spots along the way. When Tang Yuan landed on the ground, it looked up. Gazing at the buildings, it still found it a bit unbelievable. It had actually come down from such a great height. The leap was incredibly fluid, as smooth as if it had eaten a certain brand of chocolate. It pulled its gaze back and scanned the street. The street was quiet at this hour, with only a few scattered shops still lit up. There were no pedestrians on the street, just the occasional passing car. Tang Yuan sniffed the air. Fragrant, foul, strange, and peculiar, all sorts of smells came rushing in. It pricked up its ears, enduring the mix while carefully distinguishing the scents. A moment later, its tail curled up and wagged happily. Found it! Tang Yuan followed the scent, crossing the street through the roadside greenery, squeezing under a fence, and entering the residential complex across the way. Then it crawled out through a dog hole at the base of the complex's wall, crossed the street, climbed up the wall, walked along it for several dozen meters, slowly climbed down, slipped into the complex's greenery, and after a while, emerged from the greenery again. It stopped chasing and sat down in front of the greenbelt, gnawing on its teeth. The scents here were too chaotic. Scarface's scent was everywhere. It tried to find the freshest, strongest scent, but unexpectedly, instead of finding Scarface, it stumbled upon Scarface's toilet and nearly fell over from the stench. Achoo! Tang Yuan couldn't help but sneeze. Rubbing its nose with the back of its paw, it looked up at the sky. The sky was darker than before. This was the darkness before dawn, the darkest hour of the day. But it also signaled that daybreak was near. In a little while, pedestrians would be out on the streets, so it had to hurry back. However, that didn't mean it had given up. It would come back tomorrow. If it couldn't find him tomorrow, then the day after. If that didn't work, there was always the day after that. It just wouldn't believe it wouldn't be able to catch that bastard. As Tang Yuan headed back, people began appearing on the street. Sanitation workers in orange jackets had already started diligently cleaning up. Tang Yuan took advantage of the fact that the Tang Yuan played with the ball of yarn for a while, and its mood improved considerably. Before drowsiness set in, it took stock of the situation and formulated a plan for the next steps. Part of the reason he hadn't found Scarface after all that hustle and bustle today was that he overestimated his sense of smell. Although a cat's sense of smell far surpasses that of humans, when the situation is complex like when Scarface darted back and forth in all directions in such a short time, it couldn't be as precise as he imagined. Unless he resorted to the brute force method of searching every spot that carried Scarface's scent, but he didn't have that much time. After all, it was a good little kitten that needed to get home on time. It didn't want to sacrifice its sleep just for Scarface. It was still a kitten, a tiny baby just 2 or 3 months old. Only with plenty of sleep could it grow and develop properly. At that thought, the image of a short-legged, chubby cat popped into its mind. Tang Yuan certainly didn't want to end up looking that scrawny because of a lack of sleep. It was going to grow up to be even bigger and stronger than Scarface. Tang Yuan yawned. It was already getting a little sleepy. It mustered up its spirit and kept thinking. It couldn't say today had been a total waste. At least it had found the spot where Scarface often hung out. Tomorrow it could. Tang Yuan's eyes couldn't stay open any longer and gradually closed. Chapter 18, A Great Deed, Meow. Tang Yuan, be careful when you go play with Bean. If you see that big cat, come right back. Mother Tang admonished Tang Yuan just as one would a child heading out to play with friends. Tang Yuan swished its tail to show it understood. As for whether Mother Tang actually understood, well, that wasn't his concern. Meow. Bean had been pretty well behaved these past couple of days. Dr. Lu was worried the leash was too short and uncomfortable, so he switched it out for a slightly longer one. Before Tang Yuan arrived, that silly dog Bean was scratching at the lightbox. His efforts were already paying off. The plastic cover on the lightbox was scratched up, and cracks had started to appear in some places. A few more scratches, and the plastic cover would split open. With the glass cover cracked, the lightbox wouldn't be long before it was completely ruined. Tang Yuan crouched silently behind Bean, tilting her head to watch him. Bean's tongue was hanging out, his expression intensely focused, as if he were doing something very important. If Dr. Lu caught the dumb dog dismantling the lightbox, meow meow, it would definitely be a show to watch. Tang Yuan was looking forward to it. Suddenly, the dumb dog stopped. It sat stiffly in front of the lightbox. Tang Yuan wagged its tail, a bit puzzled. Why did this guy stop halfway through? That's not like the dumb dog at all. It silently stood up and took a few steps towards Silly Dog. Silly Dog suddenly flopped down, expertly wrapping its paws around its head. Tang Yuan. Such a familiar pose. Every time Tang Yuan used Silly Dog to level up its skills, Silly Dog would strike this pose. Needless to say, Bean had spotted it. A dog's nose is sharp enough. But it didn't matter, it had already dismantled enough to warrant a good beating. The question was when Dr. Lu would notice. If he found out while he was asleep, he'd missed the best part. Right now, the little cat was like a mischievous little devil. Tang Yuan ran to the clinic entrance. Meow, meow, meow. Dr. Lu didn't come out, but Mother Tang did. Thinking something had happened to Tang Yuan, she rushed out clutching a fly swatter. When she got outside, she saw that Tang Yuan was fine, but the clinic's sign was broken. Mother Tang stood at the clinic entrance. Dr. Lu, your sign is broken. Mother Tang had a booming voice loud enough for the whole street to hear. That single shout not only sent Dr. Lu from next door rushing out in a panic, but also drew several heads peeking out from nearby shops. Dr. Lu took one look at the sign and knew exactly what had happened. Grabbing the dog's leash, he slapped it twice. The two slaps didn't faze the dog, but they did faze Dr. Lu. Ouch, ouch, my wrist. Dr. Lu had twisted his wrist. The dumb dog thought Dr. Lu was playing with him, so it kept jumping on him, pinning him to the ground and slobbering all over his face. Tang Yuan. Ouch. Bean. Get up. Dr. Lu used his uninjured arm to brace against the dog's massive head and called for help in exasperation. Mother Tang, help me pull it off. Mother Tang, who had been staring blankly at her fly swatter, dropped at the moment she heard Dr. Lu's plea and grabbed the leash to pull the dog back. But Bean was a bear-sized Alaskan Malamute, taller than a person when standing, and when he got excited, it was nearly impossible for an average adult to restrain him. Mother Tang's hands turned red from the strain, yet she couldn't pry Bean away and nearly got pulled down herself. Someone nearby was coming to help, but they were too far away. It would take a moment for them to reach us. But Bean had already turned around. With a brain barely bigger than a bean, he mistakenly thought Mother Tang wanted to play with him too. He wanted to share the love. Tang Yuan stopped wagging her tail, and her eyes instantly turned dangerous. Bean seemed to sense the murderous intent and slammed on the brakes. Unfortunately, it was too late. A claw came crashing down from above, slapping the dog's face. The poor dog's face was distorted by the blow, and it was sent flying, its head slamming hard against the floor. Mother Tang froze for a moment, staring at the tiny silhouette atop the dog's head, a lump forming in her throat. Tang Yuan. The little cat perched on the dog's head had an icy stare. The murderous intent made the dog beneath its claws tremble. Hearing the call, Tang Yuan let go of its killing intent, jumped down from the dog's head, and leaped into Mother Tang's arms. Meow. Mother Tang hugged Tang Yuan, feeling as if something had filled her heart. Good girl, Tang Yuan, let me take a look. She lifted Tang Yuan under the armpits, holding it suspended in midair, and examined it from every angle. Once she confirmed Tang Yuan was unharmed, she breathed a sigh of relief. She cradled it back in her arms and tapped Tang Yuan's little head. Don't you realize how dangerous that was? How could you just charge in like that? Meow. Tang Yuan pretended not to understand. Ouch, ouch, Dr. Lu wailed, ouch, my wrist. Ouch, my ankle. Only then did Mother Tang remember there was an injured person lying on the floor. Dr. Lu, are you okay? Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan felt a little guilty. He hadn't expected Dr. Lu to be so fragile. But then again, Dr. Lu would eventually discover that the lightbox had been broken by the dumb dog, and the dumb dog wouldn't be able to escape a beating. The scene from just now would be replayed at some point in the future. What if Dr. Lu had beaten the dumb dog inside the house, or if no one had been around to hold the dog back while he was beating it? Given the dog's size and strength, something terrible could have happened. Not only had it done nothing wrong, but it had actually done a good deed. What a noble deed, meow. Thinking of this, Tang Yuan's back straightened up a bit. Tang Yuan jumped down from Mother Tang's lap, and Mother Tang went over to help Dr. Lu up. Let me. Chen, the owner of the tea shop next door to the supermarket, was a big, burly man. He picked up Dr. Lu as easily as if he were lifting a little chick. Mother Tang brought over a chair, and Chen set Dr. Lu down on it. Just then, more people came over to join the commotion. After the crowd called 120 for Dr. Lu and helped him call his daughter. Since both the ambulance and Dr. Lu's daughter would take a while to arrive, a few people stood at the supermarket entrance watching the dumb dog and the kitten lying on top of it, licking its paws. Chen hadn't taken his eyes off Tang Yuan. Mother Tang, is this the kitten that scared the big rat away? He hadn't been at the store that day and only found out about it afterward. Mother Tang nodded. That's the one. It was just a tiny thing back then. Chen praised, your family's kitten is really something. It's just brave. Take Bean, for example. Don't let his size fool you, he is actually very timid. If it were any other dog, he wouldn't stand a chance against it. Though she said this, Mother Tang's eyes were practically beaming with pride. No one disputed this, not even Dr. Lu himself. Everyone who witnessed the scene believed that Tang Yuan had managed to knock Bean over because Bean was timid and couldn't stand pain. Once scratched hard enough, he simply collapsed on his own. Not a single person thought Tang Yuan had actually knocked Bean down with a single swipe. And that was precisely why Tang Yuan had chosen to knock Bean over. Given Tang Yuan's current strength and the adept-level mastery of his pounce and slam skills, a single swipe could have pierced Bean's eyeball and pulverized its brain matter. But that would invite trouble. He could reveal a bit of his combat prowess to reassure Mother Tang of his safety and prepare for future freedom to roam outdoors, but he couldn't exceed human imagination. And Tang Yuan is so powerful you don't have to worry about mice in your house. Li Qin said enviously. Mice? The kind it had killed before? Tang Yuan quietly pricked up its ears. Mother Tang asked, do you have mice in your house? Li Qin gave a wry smile. You bet. I was cooking this morning, and when I pulled open the rice cabinet, I saw 2 mice crouching in the rice sack, their little black beady eyes staring right at me. Chapter 19, A Mouse Invasion, Herding Dogs and Cats. At that moment, Li Qin's legs went weak. The 2 mice didn't run away when they saw her, they just stared at her intently. This instantly brought back memories from her past, and in her fright, she let out a blood-curdling scream. Her husband heard the scream, grabbed him up, and rushed in. Seeing her husband, Li Qin mustered her courage and picked up a pot lid to help. In the end, they killed one, and the other escaped. Mother Tang took a deep breath. Don't you live on the 19th floor? The 19th floor? That's nothing, Li Qin said with a wry smile. I just looked it up online. Forget the 19th floor, even the 30s aren't safe. Mother Tang's expression grew grave. She'd seen plenty of videos online about rat infestations, and rats had even gotten into her supermarket once. But that was a special case. The rat wasn't originally in the store, it had chased someone inside. Other than that, she'd never seen a single one. None of the older women who often chatted with Mother Tang had ever had rats in their homes either. There had been a few reported cases in their neighborhood's group chat, but she wasn't close with those families, and they lived far away. She'd been scared at the time, but as time went on, she stopped worrying about it. Who would have thought that a household right next to hers would be plagued by rats? Chen's face turned a bit pale. Where did the rat get in? Everyone, including Dr. Liu, slumped in his chair, pricked up their ears. It got in through the air conditioner's drain pipe, Li Qin admitted without hesitation. The drain in my living room leads out to the balcony. It's usually blocked by clutter, so we never paid it any mind. But when I checked today, one side of the pipe had been gnawed to pieces. Ouyang Jing, the clothing store owner, turned pale, her ample bosom rising and falling in dramatic waves. Her apartment was on the 7th floor, and she originally felt quite safe there. She turned her head and grabbed Mother Tang's arm, her voice trembling. Aunt Tang, could you lend me your Tang Yuan for a few days? I promise I'll take good care of him. Tang Yuan hadn't expected to be involved in this. It glanced at Ouyang Jing and looked away. Her face was only a 65 out of 100, but with her ample bust, long legs, and slim waist and dressed quite nicely, her overall score could reach 80. If this had been his previous life, with such an opportunity to meet a beauty, he might have been tempted. But in this life it looked at its own paws, licked them, and rubbed them against its face. It decided against it. The Tang household was quite nice. It didn't want to move just yet. But if the Tangs treated it like an object to be lent out at will, even if Mother Tang and Xiaofei were as kind to it as they were, it would leave. Mother Tang gave a wry smile. Tang Yuan has never left us since he was this big. Suddenly being in a strange environment would likely cause him to go into shock. You haven't raised a cat, so you don't know shock is terrifying. I looked it up online. At best, it leaves the spirit listless and leads to a serious illness. At worst, it could be fatal. The group instinctively turned to look at the kitten perched on the dog's head. The dog was uncomfortable lying there, so he shifted his head slightly, only to be met with a few swift, invisible swipes from the kitten. The dog whimpered under the assault. After the beating, the kitten rubbed its paws against the dog's head to brush off the dog hair stuck between its claws, then went back to grooming itself. The group. Is that really a stress reaction? Mother Tang. Mother Tang gave a dry laugh. That's different. At that point, even Mother Tang felt she couldn't quite continue. She cleared her throat and said, Xiaojing, look at all the households in the group chat. Not many of them have mice, so yours might not be an exception. Here's what we'll do: if you really find a mouse at home, wait until Xiaofei gets off work and comes home. I'll have him bring Tang Yuan over to check your place. Since Mother Tang had gone this far, Ouyang Jing couldn't say anything more. She stayed for a while, then hurriedly left. A moment later, an ambulance pulled up with its siren blaring and took Dr. Liu away. Soon, only 2 people, a cat and a dog, remained at the clinic entrance. Chen said, Mother Tang, why don't we take Bean back to my place? He meant well. The dog was huge, and with Xiaofei away, if Bean misbehaved, it would be difficult for Mother Tang, a middle-aged woman, to handle him. He was different. He was tall and burly, and worked out year-round. He could handle it. It's fine, Mother Tang said with a smile, looking at the cat and the dog. Bean is afraid of cats, and Tang Yuan can help keep him in check. In all his years, Chen had only heard of sheepdogs, never cat-herding dogs. The world is truly vast, and nothing is too strange. Since Mother Tang had said so, Chen didn't press the matter further. He simply said, "Let me know if you need anything," and left. Mother Tang watched Shen walk away, then turned to see Tang Yuan staring intently at a certain spot, her heart racing. Could it be that rats were bold enough to roam the streets? Mother Tang followed Tang Yuan's gaze and froze for a moment. A silver-gray bobtail cat was pawing at a trash bag by the dumpster. The bag had been torn open, and fish bones and chicken bones were spilling out. The bobtail licked its nose and opened its mouth to eat. In a panic, Mother Tang shouted, "Don't eat that!" The bobtail's fur bristled in fright. It dropped the trash bag and ran off on its stubby little legs without looking back. Don't let its short legs fool you, it moves pretty fast on those little legs. It's just a bit timid, not even as bold as our dumb dog. Bean? When I saw it yesterday, I thought it was someone's pet from the neighborhood, but today it's so hungry it's rummaging through trash bags, it must be a stray. Tang Yuan practiced his skills on our dumb dog, then went back to the supermarket to sleep. Only after Tang Yuan left did Bean dare to get up, stretch his body, and eat and drink. After waiting a while and seeing no sign of the cat, the dumb dog caught a glimpse of the lightbox out of the corner of his eye. He immediately got excited, pounced on the lightbox, and started scratching away. Mother Tang heard the noise, ran out to take a look, and was left speechless. "Bean, stop scratching. You'll break it if you keep at it." Upon hearing this, Bean didn't stop, he actually got even more excited and scratched with even more vigor. Mother Tang, "Fine, go ahead and scratch." Amid the scratching sounds, Tang Yuan rolled over and fell into an even deeper sleep. Come evening, Mother Tang forcibly woke the kitten. "Come on, help me walk the dog." When Mother Tang came out, Bean was chewing on a piece of the plastic cover. The dumb dog didn't react when it saw Mother Tang, but the moment it spotted the kitten in her arms, it spat out the piece of plastic, dropped to the floor, and buried its head in its paws. It had become a conditioned reflex. Mother Tang was at a loss for words, then scratched her head in exasperation. "How am I supposed to walk this dog?" Tang Yuan jumped out of Mother Tang's arms and landed right on the dog's head. It was only 3 or 4 months old, smaller than an adult cat, but still quite heavy. When it landed on the dog's head, there was a loud thud. Bean was nearly knocked out by the impact. Mother Tang. Mother Tang glanced around nervously. She had promised Dr. Lu she'd take good care of Bean. At this rate, Bean wouldn't make it until Dr. Lu was discharged. Mother Tang cleared her throat and said, "Tang Yuan, Dr. Lu said he'd buy you a whole case of canned food when he gets out of the hospital." Tang Yuan's ears perked up instantly. Canned food? Lured by the promise of a whole case of canned food, Tang Yuan's morning grumpiness vanished. Mother Tang untied the leash, then felt a bit at a loss. How was she supposed to walk the dog if he wouldn't get up? Mother Tang tugged on the leash in her hand. "Bean, let us go." Bean didn't budge. Meow. Tang Yuan slapped Bean's nose with her paw. Like turning on a faucet, big, fat tears streamed down the corners of his eyes. Mother Tang instinctively covered her nose. Just watching made her own nose sting. Meow, a sweet meow brought Mother Tang's attention back. Tang Yuan stood on the dog's head, tilting her head to look at her. Mother Tang wasn't sure if she was seeing things, but she actually saw worry in the kitten's eyes. Mother Tang shook her head, clearing the jumble of thoughts from her mind, and smiled as she ruffled Tang Yuan's head. "I'm fine. Let us go." Mother Tang waited until the supermarket closed before taking Bean for a walk. There weren't many people left on their quiet street. At any other time, this pair would surely have drawn a crowd. Tang Yuan lay on the dog's back, pretending to doze. Suddenly, Tang Yuan snapped her eyes open, locking gazes with a pair of eyes on the tree trunk that hadn't had time to look away. Chapter 20. A cat walks a dog. Tang Yuan's plan. In the next instant, the pupil like a miniature searchlight vanished. If not for the trembling branches, Tang Yuan would have almost thought it was a hallucination. It twitched its nose, sniffing intently for a long time before detecting a faint, familiar cat scent amidst the wood's aroma. Had it not made its judgment in advance, under normal circumstances, it wouldn't have detected even this faint scent. This was not only because this body was young and not yet fully developed, but also because it lacked experience and was prone to falling into the traps of human thinking and habits. Still, that Scarface was truly clever. He even knew to follow it. It seemed it would have to change its plan. At the start of the walk, Bean was still quite reserved, moving slowly, and Mother Tang could keep up with Bean's agility. But soon, Bean began to pick up the pace, and Mother Tang had no choice but to speed up as well, switching from a walk to a jog. Before long, Bean got excited and turned the jog into a full-on sprint. Mother Tang couldn't react in time and nearly stumbled. Tang Yuan almost fell off. He grabbed hold of the dog's fur, climbed up, jumped onto its head, and landed 2 solid smacks on either side of the silly dog's face. The silly dog immediately calmed down. Mother Tang realized she had absolutely no control over Bean. Only Tang Yuan could rein him in. A sudden idea struck her, and she tentatively handed the leash to Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan, why don't you take him for a walk? Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan pinned the leash down with his hind legs while clutching the dog's fur with all 4 paws. Ready. The dumb dog looked eager to try, but didn't dare actually move. He was afraid of getting hit. Meow. A paw smacked the dog right on the nose. Woof. The dumb dog bolted. Startled, Mother Tang slapped her thigh and waved her arms as she chased after them. Slow down. Bean. Tang Yuan. Stop. Bean, who had sprinted to the street corner, turned around, tongue hanging out, and ran back toward Mother Tang with a look of excitement on his face. Tang Yuan was perched steadily on top of Bean, clutching the leash. His expression was serious, just like a general leading his troops into battle. Mother Tang was amused by her own imagination. Just as she was about to speak with a smile, Bean shot past her with a whoosh. The wind from his sprint ruffled her hair. Mother Tang. Mother Tang simply sat down in front of her own grocery store, scrolling through her phone while watching the cat walk the dog. As she watched, she couldn't resist opening the camera to record the scene. She didn't plan to post it online, she just wanted to keep it for herself. When Bean finally stopped, he lay down at the entrance to the clinic, panting with his tongue hanging out, not moving a muscle. Tang Yuan crouched on the steps, leisurely grooming himself. The more Mother Tang watched, the more she loved it, so she rewarded him with a handful of freeze-dried treats and a can of wet food. Mother Tang got a little cat cuddle. After Bean had rested for a while, Mother Tang followed Dr. Lu's instructions, put the leash on him, and took him upstairs to lock him in the spare bedroom. Bean put up a fuss and refused to budge. Meow, came a cat's meow from nearby. Bean jumped up in a flash and followed Mother Tang upstairs. After letting go of the leash, Mother Tang set out food and water for him, then carried Tang Yuan home. The door was locked, and the lights were off. Mother Tang sighed and flipped the light switch. I wonder what Xiaofei is so busy with every day that he doesn't even come home. Tang Yuan had a completely different thought. It's better that he doesn't come home. If Xiaofei came home, his plan would be hard to carry out. Once back in the room, the first thing Tang Yuan did was dash to the bed, grab the ball of yarn, and start gnawing and rolling around with it. It hadn't brought the ball of yarn downstairs today not because it was tired of playing with it, but because it was afraid of losing it. After playing its fill, Tang Yuan yawned and fell asleep clutching the ball of yarn. When it woke up, it glanced at the time, 1 a.m. Tang Yuan was instantly wide awake. Time to act. It jumped onto the table, snatched a bottle of floral water, bit off the cap with its teeth, and cradled the bottle in its arms. With both front paws, one holding the bottle close to its chest and the other quickly pressing the pump, it released a fine mist into the air, which slowly drifted down. Tang Yuan immediately pushed the bottle aside and, before the mist had fully settled, darted into it, letting the fragrance settle on its fur. Achoo! Tang Yuan sneezed violently. Compared to humans, a cat's nose is incredibly sensitive. Achoo! Unable to resist, it sneezed again, rubbing its nose with a paw and wiping away the tears. Even though the scent of the cologne was strong right now, it dissipated quickly, so it had to hurry. It jumped onto the windowsill, fought for a moment, then jumped back down. When it returned, it had a can in its mouth. Tang Yuan carried the can in its mouth and headed straight for the spot where Scarface often hung out. It hid in the shadows and watched for a while, but didn't see Scarface anywhere. Tang Yuan was a little disappointed, but quickly cheered up. It set the can down, extended its claws, swiped forcefully in a circle, and with a flick of its paw, the can was open. The scent of the tuna can wafted forcefully into Tang Yuan's nose. Tang Yuan sniffed the air, his drool nearly dripping. In his past life, he hadn't liked fish, so when choosing a can, he subconsciously picked the tuna one. Who would have thought that the moment he opened it, the aroma would overwhelm him? No. Tang Yuan, you're a mature person, a mature cat. You must have self-control. But surely just a little bit wouldn't hurt? Was he supposed to let Scarface eat the whole thing? Why should he? The more Tang Yuan thought about it, the angrier he got. He lowered his head further, and just as the tip of his tongue was about to touch the can, his small ears twitched. Faint footsteps grew louder as they approached. Tang Yuan ground his teeth and found a hidden spot downwind. Being downwind not only helped mask his scent but also allowed him to pick up the scents of other creatures, though his nose was currently overwhelmed by the scent of the floral water, so he couldn't detect anything from a distance. He used the floral water to cover up his natural scent. Scarface would assume it was left by the human who fed him the jar. But if the owner of that scent suddenly appeared, it would also put Scarface on alert to a cat. Humans are dangerous creatures and easily scare the cat away. Tang Yuan gave itself a mental thumbs up for thinking things through so thoroughly. After a while, the footsteps stopped. Tang Yuan cautiously peeked out and saw a cat crouching in front of the food bowl. Here it comes. Tang Yuan's eyes lit up, but upon closer inspection, his nose nearly twisted in disgust. Such short legs. This isn't Scarface at all, it's that little short-legged one. Damn it! No way, I have to chase this guy away. This little thing is eating so fast it's practically squealing like a pig. If I don't shoo it away soon, the can will be empty. Tang Yuan twitched his ears. His radar picked up something, and he quickly pulled his leg back. A figure flashed by, and the little stub leg, who had been eating so happily, let out a piercing meow. Scarface, who had darted out of nowhere, knocked the little stub leg over. With a few swipes, several scratches appeared on the little stub leg's belly. The little stubby-legged one screamed in agony, trying to roll over and escape. But with its short legs and big belly, it was clumsy and slow, just like a turtle, struggling to flip itself over quickly. What was even more tragic was that Scarface just crouched nearby, watching. Every time it tried to roll over, Scarface would deliver a vicious blow, not only adding another wound but also flipping it back over. After several rounds, Short Legs was covered in wounds and lay motionless, able only to let out helpless, agonized screams. Tang Yuan's paws went stiff. This wasn't just a simple food fight, it was pure torture. Just like what had happened to him over a month ago. Tang Yuan kept Scarface in the corner of his eye as he crouched down, minimizing his presence, his footsteps completely silent. Chapter 21, Revenge. Scarface glanced at the food bowl but didn't rush to eat. Clearly, he was more interested in the little short-legged one. After waiting a while and seeing that the little one hadn't rolled over, Scarface's tail began to swish impatiently. Meow! Scarface cursed viciously. Short Legs trembled all over with fear. Terror drove it to roll over, but its body refused to obey. The excitement in Scarface's eyes turned to impatience, then to cruelty. The claws on its paw pads, embedded in the grass, snapped out. Scarface's claws were far larger than those of an ordinary cat, a full 2 centimeters long, sharp as hooks, and they lunged toward Short Legs' belly. The little stubby-legged cat realized what was happening and struggled desperately, but it was no use. Just as the little stubby-legged cat was waiting in despair for death, Scarface abandoned it, leaping over the little one and using it as a barrier. He spun in the air before landing, turning his back to face the creature head-on. Once he saw clearly what was coming at him, Scarface's pupils narrowed to slits, his body tensed, and his ears drooped slightly backward into airplane ears. Tang Yuan crouched low, fur bristling, his gaze as cold as ice and as sharp as a sword. The two cats stared at each other across the short-legged cat, the air around them thickening with tension. The short-legged cat clamped its mouth shut in fear, not daring to move a muscle. Snap! Someone or something crushed a dry twig underfoot. As if on command, the two cats pounced simultaneously, colliding mid-air above the short-legged cat. The short-legged cat shut its eyes tightly, holding its breath. One cat was flung aside, crashing to the ground, rolling several times before scrambling to its feet. Lifting its head, it revealed a scarred face. Ha! Scarface snarled, baring its teeth. Tang Yuan landed lightly beside the stocky cat and kicked it with its hind leg. The stocky cat's short, stout body rolled away like a barrel. Scarface didn't back down. He seized the opportunity to charge forward. His agility was 3 times faster than before. His claws lunged straight for Tang Yuan's eyes. Tang Yuan dodged, but Scarface wasn't the least bit disappointed. Just as his front paws swiped at Tang Yuan's eyes, his hind legs leapt into the air, kicking toward Tang Yuan's belly. If the kick landed, it would surely rip him open. If Tang Yuan dodged the eye gouge would become a feint, and the belly kick would become the real move, guaranteed to rip him open. If Tang Yuan dodged the belly kick would become a feint, and the eye gouge would become the real move, guaranteed to shatter his skull and gouge out his eyes. A flash of cruelty crossed Scarface's eyes. His whiskers quivered slightly, as if he were smiling. He seemed to see the scene of Tang Yuan struggling and dying in agony after being ripped open. But in the next instant, his smile froze. That damn cat dodged the 2 claws aimed at its belly in the blink of an eye, raised one front paw to block Scarface's claws, and extended the sharp claws of the other paw to rip open Scarface's neck. Crack! The neck bones snapped. Tang Yuan released its grip, and Scarface's body fell onto the grass. Scarface's eyes remained wide open even in death. It couldn't believe it had been killed by such a tiny kitten. Tang Yuan landed lightly on the ground and shook the blood from its paws. It turned to look at Scarface's corpse and froze for a moment. It wasn't until a meow sounded in its ears that it snapped back to reality. It wasn't that it regretted killing Scarface after all. It was a cat now, and killing a vicious cat that had tried to maul it was only right. It was just that it suddenly realized it was even more powerful than it had imagined. Scarface was inferior to it in vitality, strength, and agility. Not to mention Tang Yuan's 2 attack skills, which had reached the adept level. It was as if Tang Yuan and Scarface were reenacting the scene from over a month ago, only with their roles reversed. Scarface had become a helpless kitten, while Tang Yuan had become a strong, powerful adult cat. Tang Yuan gave Scarface one last look, then turned toward the source of the noise. The short-legged cat was crouched in front of the can, its head nearly buried inside it, its face occasionally lifted covered in meat scraps. Some broth had splashed onto the grass, some hung from its chest. Tang Yuan circled around it. The short-legged cat trembled all over. Its head shook so violently it nearly knocked the can over, yet it still didn't lift its head. Just how starved could it be? Tang Yuan wasn't trying to scare it. He simply meant well, wanting to check if the creature's injuries were serious. Little did he expect that when he finally showed a bit of kindness, the cat wouldn't accept it. Oh well, judging by how voraciously it was eating, it was probably fine. Tang Yuan patted his butt, left the live cat and the dead one behind, and slipped into the greenbelt. Instead of going home, it headed to the neighborhood across the street. There was a small garden there, and in the garden was a small pond. It crouched at the edge of the pond and washed all 4 paws clean. Especially its right front paw. The claw, the pad, and the fur were all stained with blood. It took advantage of the fact that the blood hadn't completely clotted yet to scrub it clean. After shaking the water droplets off its body, Tang Yuan finally returned to the Tang household. As for Scarface's body, a little kitten like me doesn't know how to handle something like that, so I'll just leave it to the humans. Tang Yuan squeezed through the window, shut it tightly, and jumped onto the table. Even though I'd washed my paws in the sink, they'd gotten dirty again from all the running and climbing on the way back. As a kitten with a cleanliness obsession, washing her face and paws was a must before bed. Well, mainly so she wouldn't end up with a mouthful of mud when she couldn't resist grooming herself later. She jumped onto the bed, scooped up the red ball of yarn, and held it close, scratching and nibbling at it. After this outburst, Tang Yuan's complex emotions were released, and she gradually calmed down. Tang Yuan lay on the pillow, cradling the ball of yarn in its paws, staring at it intently as a new realization dawned. This ball of yarn wasn't just a toy, it must also serve a soothing purpose. Just like a baby's pacifier. A pacifier soothes a baby so it stops crying. The ball of yarn could reduce the negative emotions in her heart, making her feel at ease. Chewing on the ball of yarn, Tang Yuan suddenly thought of something else, and her heart began to race. In that very position, she opened the interface. Host, Tang Yuan. Species, cat. Vitality, 5.5. Agility, 9. Strength, 6.3. Spirit, 13.1. Attribute points, 0. Skills, Pounce Adept 349-500, Consume Apprentice 83-200, Berry Poop Mastery 87-100, Grooming Master, Snapshot Adept 393-500, Smite Evil Mastery 65-100. Skill points, 0. It hasn't been idle these past few days. Aside from Grooming, which can't be leveled up any further, and Smite Evil, which can't be leveled up at all other skills have seen some improvement. Especially Pounce and Snapshot. I have to say, the tough-skinned Alaskan Malamute really is a great tool for grinding proficiency. None of the above is the main reason it activated the light screen, the real reason is below. Achievement, Kill a Mutant Cat, achieve the first kill of a mutant cat, and receive a Meow Meow gift box. Meow. Tang Yuan didn't even notice the ball of yarn rolling away, he meowed excitedly. He knew Scarface was a mutant cat. No ordinary cat has claws that long. Immediately, a thought popped into its head: does it only get a Meow Meow gift box by killing mutated animals? Doesn't it work with ordinary animals? It thought about it for a moment but couldn't figure it out, so it put the question aside. Opening the mystery box was more important. Tang Yuan rubbed its paws together and, suppressing its excitement, opened the Meow Meow gift box. Chapter 22, Neutering? +1 attribute point, plus a small jar. This time, it was given an unallocated attribute point directly, unlike previous blind box openings where they were randomly assigned. It had seen plenty of attribute points before, so it wasn't curious about them anymore. Its attention was entirely on the small jar. What is this? It cradled it in both paws and gave it a shake. A clinking sound came from inside. Tang Yuan turned the little jar over and tilted its head to read the label: Meow Meow brand goat milk catnip sticks. Goat milk catnip sticks? What are these for? A huge question mark hung over the little kitten's tiny head. Puzzled, it read the fine print: teeth cleaning, digestive health, healthy hairball management. Is this medicine? Or a treat? Of these three benefits, the first two were easy enough to understand, but what did healthy hairball management mean? Tang Yuan fiddled with it for a while, finally opening the lid and tearing off the seal to reveal a small handful of milky white sticks, each about 5 centimeters long. It counted them carefully, there were 10 in total. Tang Yuan pulled one out, nuzzled it with his nose, and wrinkled his nose. The smell was strange, but not particularly foul, and there was an inexplicable allure to it. So, should I give it a try? Once Tang Yuan made up his mind, he didn't hesitate. He brought the goat's milk catnip stick to his lips and took a bite. His eyes lit up, it actually tasted pretty good. The next moment, it shoved the remaining half of the goat's milk catnip stick into its mouth. It wanted more, but before it could reach for another, its stomach began to churn. Tang Yuan's whiskers trembled with pain, and its rear end started letting out frequent, gurgling farts. It stinks. Tang Yuan fought the urge to cover its nose. It's too late. Tang Yuan ran and jumped into the litter box. Put. Tang Yuan's furrowed brows relaxed, and it let out a big sigh, then took a habitual breath. Ugh. The stench was so thick it nearly knocked the wind out of it. Tang Yuan's paws, busy burying the litter, were moving so fast they left afterimages. The waist was completely covered by the litter, not a single trace left exposed, a testament to Tang Yuan's skill at berry poop. Once covered, the smell in the air instantly diminished by 80%, with only 20% still lingering. Tang Yuan could finally breathe again. After catching its breath, Tang Yuan climbed out of the litter box. After doing its business, its tummy didn't hurt at all. Not only was the pain gone, but it even felt much lighter. The result was great, though the process was a bit rough. While dozing off, someone entered the room. It lifted its eyelids, caught a whiff of a familiar scent, hugged the ball of yarn, and went back to sleep. Suddenly, its body was lifted off the ground. Without opening its eyes, Tang Yuan grabbed the ball of yarn and wriggled into Mother Tang's arms, settling into a comfortable spot. Mother Tang's laughter vibrated through her chest, reaching Tang Yuan. "Did you get up to no good tonight? You're so sleepy." Its tiny ears twitched, and it buried its head even deeper. Mother Tang was just teasing the kitten, not realizing she'd actually guessed right. Once at the supermarket, Mother Tang kept walking. She pushed open the clinic's front door, and the smell of medicine hit her immediately. Heading up the stairs to the second floor, Mother Tang had just pushed open the door connecting the first and second floors when she heard a loud bang. Mother Tang shuddered in fright. She took a deep breath, pushed the door open cautiously, and her eyes widened in shock. The large wardrobe in the room had toppled over, its upper half resting on the bed. Through the dust-filled air, she could see the Alaskan Malamute panting and jumping on the tilted wardrobe. The wardrobe creaked under its weight, and in some places, it had clearly already cracked. Hearing the door open, it turned its head, and the whole dog froze. By the time Mother Tang had recovered, the dog was gone. Where was Bean? Had it run off while she wasn't looking? Oh no! The door between the first and second floors wasn't closed. The glass door to the clinic on the first floor could be kicked open with a little force. If the dog really had run off, how would she explain it to Dr. Liu? Just then, the cat in her arms struggled free and leaped onto the bed. It shook its paws in disgust and hopped to the other side of the bed. Mother Tang realized something was wrong and rushed over. Bean was lying by the edge of the bed, its head tucked under the mattress, with only half its body visible. Its tail was clamped tightly between its legs, and its massive body was trembling. From where Mother Tang had been standing, the spot where it was lying was completely blocked by the fallen wardrobe, creating a blind spot. No wonder she hadn't seen it. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of something. She turned her head and saw a large patch of the wall where the plaster had been scratched away, exposing the bare cement. Seeing that the dog was still there, Mother Tang breathed a sigh of relief, while simultaneously forcing down the thought that had just popped into her head. Dr. Liu would be in the hospital for at least another 2 weeks. Since she'd promised Dr. Liu she'd help take care of the dog, she wasn't going to give up halfway. But having to go to Dr. Liu's house every morning to pick up the dog and then bring it back every evening was a bit of a hassle. It would be more convenient to just bring it back to her own home. She looked it up online. Most dogs destroy things because they have too much energy with nowhere to burn it off. As long as they get enough exercise, they'll settle down. Bean was so exhausted yesterday there's no way he'd be destroying things. As it turned out, Bean was part of that tiny minority outside the most. Mother Tang immediately scrapped the plan to bring Bean home. Her place was in good shape, and she had no plans to redecorate. Since she'd found Bean, Mother Tang grabbed the leash and tried to lead him downstairs. But no matter how hard Mother Tang tugged, Bean wouldn't budge until he got a good scolding. Tucking his tail between his legs and whimpering, he finally came down the stairs obediently. Tang Yuan shook his paws. It's just like the saying, if you don't lead him, he'll follow. If you hit him, he'll back away. Tang Yuan lay on the cat tree, secretly enjoying the afternoon sun. As he basked in the warmth, drowsiness washed over him. He rolled over, hugged the ball of yarn, and gradually drifted off to sleep. Woof, woof, woof. The barking was incessant. Tang Yuan frowned, rolled over, and covered his ears. Woof, woof, woof. Bean barked frantically in one direction. Soon, the barking turned into whimpering. Tang Yuan jumped onto Bean. Seeing that he had calmed down, Tang Yuan looked in the other direction. A silver-gray short-legged cat was crouching not far away, looking over here with a pitiful expression. Wasn't this the same coward who'd stolen its can of food yesterday? Thinking of that incident, Tang Yuan's blood boiled. It had only one can of tuna, and hadn't gotten a single bite. The little rascal had eaten it all. Tang Yuan couldn't stand the sight of the short-legged cat, but the moment the cat saw Tang Yuan, its eyes lit up, and it scampered over on its stubby legs. Tang Yuan was in a bad mood. Its pupils dilated, and it opened its mouth at the short-legged cat. Hiss! The short-legged cat froze in fright, but unfortunately, while its front legs stopped, its back legs didn't. Its hind paws stepped on its front paws, and it fell headfirst. Tang Yuan. Never mind. As a big cat, Tang Yuan was magnanimous and forgave it. Tang Yuan patted the dog on the head and meowed, telling it not to meow for no reason. Tang Yuan went back to the cat climbing frame in the supermarket to sleep, and slept straight through until nightfall. It didn't open its eyes right away, savoring the lingering pleasure of sleeping until it woke up naturally. The sound of Mother Tang and Shen talking drifted in from outside. Mother Tang said, "I wonder whose cat that is. It's been hanging around our front door and one tea leaf." "Probably a stray," Shen replied, crouching by the door and smoking. He blew a smoke ring, squinted, and chuckled. "Maybe it's got its eye on Tang Yuan? That little cat might have short legs, but it's pretty cute. It's worth a shot." Mother Tang replied, "That's out of the question. Our Tang Yuan is still a kitten. Besides, I've heard that it's especially painful for kittens when they're in heat. I'll take him to get neutered in a little while." "Tang Yuan? What? Neutered?" Tang Yuan shot upright in a flash. Chapter 23, Xiaofei, It's a Hallucination. It's all a hallucination. Neutered? Tang Yuan's ears perked up instantly. Although he had no intention of developing a relationship with other cats that went beyond friendship, he certainly didn't want to be physically mutilated and turned into a eunuch. He couldn't stand staying in this house. Tang Yuan stood at the supermarket entrance, the afterglow of the setting sun falling upon him, casting a golden halo around the little cat. Yet inside, the little cat felt deeply desolate. "Goodbye, Mother Tang. Tonight, I'm setting sail on a long journey. We may never meet again, but I'll miss you and your son. Sigh." Tang Yuan glanced back one last time, then turned around, clamped the ball of yarn in its mouth, and set off without hesitation. "Tang Yuan. Dinner's ready. Today we're having freeze-dried venison and freeze-dried chicken." Its pricked-up ears snapped to attention. It let go of the yarn, dashed into the supermarket, and charged straight to the food bowl. It ran so fast it nearly knocked the bowl over. Mother Tang stood by, torn between laughter and exasperation. She patted the cat on the head. "Eat slowly, eat slowly. I won't fight you for it, it's all yours." After finishing the whole bowl, Tang Yuan realized he wasn't full yet and rubbed against Mother Tang's calf. Meow meow meow. Mother Tang thought he was. Besides, he still had to help Mother Tang look after the dog. Mother Tang had already promised Dr. Lu Shidi help walk the dog during this time. Without it, Mother Tang alone couldn't possibly handle that big, dumb dog. It was up to Tang Yuan the Great to step in and keep that dumb dog in line. If it ran away at a time like this, it would be ungrateful for all the food Mother Tang had given it lately. As a cat of the new century, Tang Yuan would absolutely never do such a thing. "Tang Yuan, I'm definitely not afraid I won't find food outside." Meow. At 10:30 p.m., Xiaofei pulled up in front of the supermarket. He leaned on the steering wheel and took a deep breath, then slapped his face hard against the mirror, trying to bring some color back to his pale cheeks. But the dark circles and puffy bags under his eyes wouldn't go away. He pulled out a pair of sunglasses and perched them on the bridge of his nose, opened the door, and stepped out onto the sidewalk, taking a step or two. Whoosh! Xiaofei slammed on the brakes and blinked. He thought he'd seen a cat riding a dog run past. A cat riding a dog. Ha, that's impossible. Xiaofei pulled down his sunglasses and rubbed the bridge of his nose. It must be the lack of sleep these past few days playing tricks on his mind. Whoosh! A cat riding a dog flashed past him. Xiaofei's fingers trembled slightly as he held his sunglasses. He must be sick and not just a little. Otherwise, he wouldn't just be seeing a cat riding a dog, but thinking that the cat riding the dog was his own Tang Yuan. Their Tang Yuan was so well behaved and adorable there was no way he'd ride a dog. Xiaofei, you finally decided to come home. Mother Tang spotted the familiar car from a distance and hurried back. Sure enough, it was her son. She suppressed her joy and shot Xiaofei a stern look. Xiaofei wrapped his arm around Mother Tang's neck, leaning half his weight onto her. Mom, I think I'm sick. I'm so sick I'm seeing things. Don't scare me like that. Mother Tang panicked the moment she heard this and reached for her phone to dial 911 until she heard Xiaofei's next sentence. I actually saw a cat riding a dog. Mother Tang paused, put her phone away, and pointed toward the supermarket entrance. Are you talking about them? Xiaofei followed Mother Tang's finger and saw a large dog lying at the supermarket entrance, panting heavily with its tongue hanging out. A small cat, black on the head and back, white on the face and belly, was perched on the dog's head, tilting its head to look at him. Xiaofei. Xiaofei reached up and pinched his cheek. Ignoring the sharp pain, he stared in disbelief. I'm not dreaming. Mother Tang rubbed his face sympathetically. You pinched too hard, your cheeks turned purple. Ouch. That hurts. Xiaofei dodged Mother Tang's hand. You're just now realizing it hurts? Too late. Mother Tang raised her hand to give him a hard smack on the back, but the moment it landed, her strength instantly softened. Xiaofei looked at his mother and pointed at the cat and dog by the supermarket entrance. Mom, what is going on here? Mother Tang checked the time and said, It's getting late. You go home and get some rest first. Once Tang Yuan and I take Bean back, we'll come back and tell you. Before Xiaofei could reply, Mother Tang strode quickly to the supermarket entrance, took the leash from Tang Yuan's arms, and, holding the leash, pushed open the door to the clinic next door. Even after they returned to the living room on the second floor of the supermarket, Xiaofei was still dazed. After listening to Mother Tang's explanation, Xiaofei rubbed his forehead to gather his thoughts and said, Dr. Louis Alaskan Malamute almost ran into you, so Tang Yuan beat it up. Mother Tang nodded. Xiaofei, Dr. Lu broke his leg after being hit by his own dog, so he asked you to help walk it. Mother Tang nodded. Xiaofei, the dog is too big and unruly, you can't handle it. Just have Tang Yuan walk it for you. Mother Tang nodded again. Xiaofei turned her head. Tang Yuan was crouched on the coffee table, licking his paws and washing his face. He is so small, how could he possibly beat a dog that big? Mother Tang explained with a smile, Beano, that's the dog from Dr. Louis' house, the one that tears things apart. Don't let its size fool you, it loves to wreck the place, but it's actually really timid and delicate. Our Tang Yuan may be small, but he is brave, agile, and pretty strong. More importantly, he is a fierce cat. He has made Bean cry several times, and Bean is absolutely terrified of him. Is that so? Xiaofei exchanged a look with Tang Yuan. Meow? The cat's large eyes were filled with confusion. Xiaofei suddenly laughed, scooped up Tang Yuan, and ignoring its struggles gave it a couple of firm rubs. Instantly, he felt his fatigue from the past few days melt away by a third. Mother Tang stood nearby, frowning with concern. Ouch, be gentle. You're hurting him. Tang Yuan doesn't like you. Give Tang Yuan back to me right now. Your eye bags are hanging down to your cheeks. Go take a shower and get some sleep. Mother Tang forcibly pried Tang Yuan out of Xiaofei's arms and carried him to the side, feeding him cat treats to comfort him. Xiaofei shook his head with a smile. Who was it who absolutely refused to let us get a cat back then? Where are they now? Xiaofei returned to his room and felt something under his foot. He looked down to see the floor littered with used wet wipes and cat litter. The clutter on the desk was scattered and toppled. The light-colored sheets were marked with several small black and gray paw prints. Xiaofei's chest heaved as he lost his patience. Tang Yuan. Chapter 24, Chills Down the Spine. In the living room, Tang Yuan scratched his ear with his hind paw. Somebody was buzzing. Mom, look what Tang Yuan has done to my room. Xiaofei snapped angrily. A little fur won't scare him. Mother Tang gently stroked Tang Yuan's head, then looked up at Xiaofei with a stern glare. Why are you shouting so loud? You scared Tang Yuan. Xiaofei was left speechless by his mother's double standards. Mother Tang said, Tang Yuan was just playing with some paper. He likes to stomp on your bed, but he didn't break any of your treasures. You should be grateful. The treasures Mother Tang was referring to were Xiaofei's action figures. Some were stored in a cabinet, while a few were left on the desk. He'd forgotten to lock them away in their designated storage box. Xiaofei plopped down next to Mother Tang, looking thoroughly aggrieved. I've been away for a few days, and you didn't even help me clean up, Mom. Ha! Mother Tang snorted derisively. Me, clean up? Did you forget? Every time I clean your room, you complain that I've organized all your stuff away. I used to forget, but I won't anymore. Xiaofei rubbed his nose, not daring to say anything more, and obediently went to tidy up his room. Tang Yuan, having eaten and drunk his fill, sat on the sofa licking his fur. Xiaofei shook the water off his hands. The sofa was completely taken over by his mom and his cat. He picked up Tang Yuan and placed him on his lap, casually wiping the water from his hands onto the kitten's fur. Tang Yuan, Xiaofei scratched Tang Yuan's chin. Tang Yuan squinted his eyes, occasionally tapping Xiaofei's hand with his paw, signaling him to scratch here and there. Just then, the TV was airing the local news. Recently, there have been incidents of rats entering homes in several residential complexes. 3 residents were injured while trying to escape. Please be careful and stay safe. If you find a rat in your home, call 119. Xiaofei watched the report, and the frown that had eased when he got home tightened again. Mom, were there any rats at home while I was away? Mother Tang replied, no. Even if a rat did get in, we wouldn't have to worry. We have Tang Yuan. Hearing Mother Tang call its name, Tang Yuan lifted its little head, looked at her, and made a move to get up and go to her, but Xiaofei pressed it back down. Xiaofei muttered, I always feel like Tang Yuan can understand human speech. Mother Tang laughed, you're just now realizing that? Tang Yuan is both smart and very perceptive. Hearing exactly what it wanted to hear, Tang Yuan simply rolled over and enjoyed the scratch. It had done that earlier precisely to help the two of them gradually accept that it could understand some human speech. As for why some and not all, well, naturally, it only understands what it wants to understand. Not wanting to understand, come on, it's just a little kitten, after all. Xiaofei advised, Mom, you should be careful when you go out. Carry a spray bottle with some pepper spray or peppermint oil, rats hate that stuff. If you run into one, just spray it on the rat. If you don't have time, you can spray it on your own clothes. Just be careful, never spray it in your eyes. Mother Tang paused for a moment upon hearing this, realizing something. Is it that bad? She pointed at the TV, flustered. On the news. The news says only 3 people were injured, but just in our precinct alone, there are more than 3 people who've been bitten by rats. What Xiaofei didn't mention was that on one occasion, when they responded to a call, the person who had reported it had already been eaten down to nothing but a skeleton. Just recalling that scene was enough to send a chill down Xiaofei's spine. However, Xiaofei didn't tell Mother Tang about it. First, higher-ups had strictly forbidden disclosing this to the public, fearing it would cause widespread panic and lead to further loss of life and property. Second, he was afraid Mother Tang would be so terrified that she'd end up making a big deal out of something that wasn't actually a problem. But Mother Tang was flustered. I watch local videos every day. I've seen ones where rats get into people's homes, but I've never seen any where people get hurt, videos of them getting bitten or anything like that. Xiaofei shook his head. The Dayan government has been censoring that for ages. He paused for a moment, then warned her, Mom, just keep this to yourself. Don't tell anyone. If word gets out and they find out I told you, I'll not only lose my job, but I might even end up in jail. Xiaofei was afraid Mother Tang might forget and blurt it out, so he decided to paint the worst-case scenario. Mother Tang immediately assured him, don't worry, your mom knows what's important. Seeing Mother Tang's grim expression, Xiaofei regretted telling her so much. But don't worry, they're developing a specific treatment up there. It won't be long before they succeed. Mother Tang sighed. Let us hope so. She looked up to see a man and a cat staring at her. Their movements, postures, and worried expressions were identical. She couldn't help but laugh. Alright, your mom has been through more in her life than the two of you have eaten salt. If you're not afraid, then your mom certainly isn't either. If it comes down to it, I'll just take Tang Yuan with me wherever I go. Hearing Mother Tang's words, Xiaofei said no more. Back in his room, Xiaofei pulled out a cat teaser from somewhere. Tang Yuan calmly licked his fur, completely unfazed. As if. Did he really think it was a cat? There was no way it would like a cat teaser. The little plastic sparrow fluttered up and down in front of him. Tang Yuan's paws were itching a bit, but he managed to hold back. Just as Xiaofei was convinced his cat didn't like the toy, the little sparrow thudded right into his nose. Xiaofei's nose stung, and he nearly burst into tears. Tang Yuan. Did you do that on purpose? The culprit's eyes darted around, refusing to look at Xiaofei. How could it have been on purpose? It was just his first time playing with a cat teaser. He lacked experience and used just a tiny bit too much force. But then again, he's just a little kitten. How much strength could he possibly have? It's Xiaofei's own fault for being so fragile. Besides, it was Xiaofei who insisted on playing with the cat teaser. He should have known there was a risk of accidents before he started. All in all, Xiaofei getting hit was entirely his own fault. It had very little to do with the little kitten. Tang Yuan suddenly felt completely justified. As Xiaofei clutched his nose and tossed the cat teaser aside, Tang Yuan picked it up in his mouth and shoved it back into Xiaofei's hand. You can't just start something and then give up halfway through. Xiaofei looked at the cat teaser in his hand, then at Tang Yuan, and was momentarily speechless. His cat was practically a supernatural being. As they played, the swings of the cat teaser grew smaller and smaller until it finally fell to the floor. Xiaofei lay sprawled at the head of the bed, his hand dangling over the edge, and fell asleep. He was the one who wanted to play with the cat teaser, yet he was the first to give up. How pathetic. Tang Yuan shook his head. The next day, Tang Yuan was awakened by a strange sensation on his body. Peering through a slit in his eyelids, he saw Xiaofei diligently grooming him. First thing in the morning, the cat slave was already working hard to serve his feline master. He was doing a decent job, so Tang Yuan decided to keep him for now. Tang Yuan closed his eyes in satisfaction, unaware that Xiaofei was secretly stuffing the brushed-out fur into a small bag. Chapter 25, A Wise Cat Doesn't Take a Loss. Before Xiaofei had even left, Tang Yuan had fallen asleep again. Looking at the kitten sprawled out in a haphazard heap, Xiaofei felt a pang of envy. He pinched the kitten's cheek. Sooner or later, I'll find you a boyfriend. His hand was pushed away by a paw. Tang Yuan shifted positions, hugging the ball of yarn as he continued to sleep. Xiaofei had seen this ball of yarn yesterday and assumed Mother Tang had bought it for him. He hadn't suspected a thing. Woof, woof, woof. Tang Yuan frowned. Why was that stupid dog barking again? It pressed its ears against its head with its paws, trying to block out the barking, but though the sound was a bit quieter, it was still just as loud. Reluctantly, Tang Yuan opened its eyes and got up to go downstairs, but Mother Tang put down what she was doing and went out. Tang Yuan lay back down. Suddenly, Tang Yuan sniffed the air. What was that smell of blood? Mother Tang rushed in. Oh, for heaven's sake. She came back quickly, but left even faster. This piqued Tang Yuan's curiosity. He jumped down from the cat tree and followed the scent to the tea shop next door. The shop was empty, so he followed the scent further inside. Once there, in addition to the blood, it caught another scent. A familiar scent. Mother Tang Chen was crouched in the bathroom, busy with her chores. Tang Yuan tried a few times to squeeze in but couldn't, so it looked around and jumped onto the washing machine. Perched on the edge of the washing machine, it had the perfect vantage point. Sure enough, it was that short-legged cat. Tang Yuan frowned. It had been fine just yesterday. How had it gotten so badly injured today? It was covered in blood. The wounds on its back and hind legs were deep enough to expose the bone. Mother Tang, holding a needle and thread, instructed, Chen, you'd better hold it down tight. Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead onto his shoulder, took a deep breath, and said, "Don't worry, Mother Tang. Even if it bites me, I won't let it bite you. It's not that I'm afraid of being bitten, I'm afraid I won't be able to stitch it up properly," Mother Tang explained, beads of sweat beginning to form on her forehead. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, opened them again, and buried her head in the sewing. The short-legged cat woke up in pain and struggled frantically. Although its strength was nothing compared to a human's, it was still a cat's sharp claws and fangs that could tear flesh with a single swipe or inflict a wound with a single bite. What's more, the cat was already covered in injuries, and with this struggle, the wounds that had just stopped bleeding began to gush blood again. Chen was momentarily flustered, and the cat slipped from his grasp. Covered in wounds and still with the needle and thread attached, it ran out, wailing pitifully. The bathroom door was open. Outside was a tea shop, with plenty of places for a cat to hide. In some spots, even if you knew the cat was inside, it would take a while to get it out. With all those wounds, if the short-legged cat's wounds weren't stitched up soon, it might bleed to death before they could even get it out. "Dalong!" Chen's shout had barely left his lips when a dark shadow flashed before his eyes. The short-legged cat, Dalong, was pinned against the doorway. "Meow!" Tang Yuan pressed a single paw against Dalong, his gaze cold as ice. Even Chen, a burly man over 6 feet tall, was taken aback and hesitated to step forward. Mother Tang came running up and saw the scene just in time, exclaiming in alarm, "Tang Yuan!" Hearing Mother Tang's voice, Tang Yuan shifted her gaze from Chen to Mother Tang and let out a sweet, high-pitched meow. Chen shuddered and couldn't help but scratch his ear. Only after he finished did he realize his hands were covered in blood. Mother Tang crouched down and patted Tang Yuan on the head. "Good boy, Tang Yuan. Help me hold Dalong down." Chen raised his arm and opened his mouth as if to say something, then closed it again. Tang Yuan didn't answer, but he held Dalong's paw down without letting go. While Mother Tang stitched up Dalong's wound, Dalong howled and screamed in pain but didn't dare struggle in the slightest. Chen paced back and forth nearby, wanting to help, but he was no help at all and almost stepped on Tang Yuan's tail. Luckily, Tang Yuan tucked his tail in quickly. Tang Yuan merely glanced at Chen, and for once, didn't glare back. It wasn't that he become magnanimous in that very moment, he already pulled out his mental notepad and jotted down a mark against Chen, intending to exact revenge when the opportunity arose. Before Chen, there was Xiaofei's mark, he would get his revenge sooner or later. Mother Tang stitched up Dalong's wound. While her work wasn't exactly perfect, her stitches were at least delicate. Her agility was no slouch either, sparing Dalong a great deal of suffering. If Chen, like Mother Tang, had no wounds on his hands, he naturally wouldn't have to worry. But since his hands were scratched, germs and viruses could easily enter his body. Hearing Mother Tang's words, Chen immediately grew wary. "You're right. I'll go right now." "Bacteria and viruses?" Tang Yuan, who habitually licks his fur, stopped in his tracks and lowered his paw. The wounds on this short-legged cat's body were actually caused by rat bites. He'd even nearly been eaten, no wonder most of his injuries were irregular lacerations. Since time immemorial, it's always been cats eating mice. Who would thought I'd be lucky enough to witness a mouse eating a cat in this lifetime? TSK, TSK. Tang Yuan followed Mother Tang back to the supermarket. Mother Tang picked up Tang Yuan and washed his paws, admonishing him as she did so. These days, mice operate in packs. From now on, if you see a mouse, avoid it if you cannot. If you really can't get away, use your claws if there's just one mouse, but if there are many, you'll have to come up with another plan. I know you're tough, but 2 hands can't fight for, and even a good cat can't hold out against too many mice. We good cats don't take a loss when we can avoid it. She kept talking to herself, not caring whether Tang Yuan understood or not. That evening, Tang Yuan had just accompanied Mother Tang to drop Bean off when Xiaofei rushed back. The first thing he did upon returning was brush Tang Yuan's fur. Instead of throwing the brushed-out cat hair in the trash, he put some in his pocket and scattered the rest all over the house. Chapter 26, Operation Rat Extermination. Mother Tang almost thought Xiaofei had gone mad and hurried to stop him. "What are you doing?" Xiaofei said,
I don't have time to explain.
Mom, make sure you lock the door tight when you go to sleep tonight.
No matter what sounds you hear, don't come out.
Ha! Xiaofei offered no explanation, ran back to the supermarket, sprinkled some around, and hurried away, leaving Mother Tang and Tang Yuan staring at each other in bewilderment.
Mother Tang pulled down the shutters on all the doors and windows.
Worried that the electric ones weren't secure enough, she found some steel wire to reinforce them. After finishing these preparations, Mother Tang still couldn't shake her unease.
She pulled out her phone, intending to call Xiaofei to ask what was really going on.
No sooner had she turned on her phone than messages started popping up one after another.
Early this morning, our city will launch a rat extermination operation. Please stay safely at home. Unless absolutely necessary, do not go out. Mother Tang received 3 such messages in a row. That showed just how important it was.
Seeing these 3 messages, Mother Tang calmed down a little.
Sometimes, people are just afraid of the unknown. No need to ask. As a police officer, Xiaofei must be participating in this rat extermination operation.
Mother Tang's finger hovered over the screen, but after a few seconds, she pulled it away from the call button. With the rat extermination starting in the early hours, the preparations must be intense. The people involved must be swamped with work.
She decided not to disturb Xiaofei after all.
Mother Tang paced around the room with her phone, then opened the QQ app and sent Xiaofei a message. She closed the chat window with Xiaofei, and the QQ interface updated in real time. The group chats she was in were flooding with messages. Even the ones that had long been dormant had come back to life. Luckily, she had pinned Xiaofei's QQ ID to the top of her list, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to find it. It wasn't just her friend groups, many relatives and close friends had sent her messages as well. She replied to them immediately.
After replying to everyone, she finally opened the group chats.
Tang Yuan jumped onto Mother Tang's lap, rested his head on her arm, and squinted his eyes as he watched along with her. Every group was buzzing with discussion about the incident, with opinions running wide. Some thought it was a good thing get rid of the rat quickly so they wouldn't have to live in constant fear. Others thought it was just a mouse, no need for such a big fuss. Maybe exterminating the mouse was just an excuse, a cover for something else. Some even believed war was coming, or that martial law was being imposed in advance. Beneath these more mainstream views, there were some more fringe theories. Things like, the end of the world is coming soon, and half the population will turn into zombies. They're not letting us go out so that once we turn into zombies, we'll be trapped at home and run off. Aliens are about to invade Earth, and the higher-ups are turning humans into commodities to be sold off. Spiritual energy is beginning to revive. The rat infestation is just the beginning. Humans will face even greater dangers in the future. In short, there are all kinds of reasons. Tang Yuan found it all quite eye-opening. After watching for a while, Tang Yuan's eyes grew tired. He jumped out of Mother Tang's lap and returned to Xiaofei's room. He lay down on the pillow, hugging a ball of yarn, and opened the light screen.
Host, Tang Yuan. Species, cat. Vitality, 5.7. Agility, 9.5. Strength, 6.4. Spirit, 13.3. Attribute points, 1.
Skills, Pounce Adept 426 500, Consume Apprentice 92 200, Berry Poop Mastery 95 100, Grooming Master, Snapshot Adept 473 500, Smite Evil Mastery 65 100.
Skill points, 0.
It hadn't opened the light screen for 2 days, so opening it now gave it a little surprise. Without using any attribute points, Vitality increased by 0.2, Strength increased the least by 0.1, and Agility increased the most by a full 0.5. But that wasn't what made it happiest. The even better news was that Spirit had increased by 0.2 as well. Apart from that very first time, its spirit had been completely unresponsive to attribute boosts ever since. Although Tang Yuan didn't know exactly what spirit was for, its intuition told it that the spirit attribute was very useful. But why hadn't its attributes changed the last time it activated the light screen, yet they changed this time? What had it done differently these past 2 days?
Tang Yuan's daily routine was always the same, so it quickly pinpointed the difference. It hopped off the bed and found a jar. Unscrewing the lid, it pulled out a goat's milk catnip stick. Could it be because of this? Eating it could boost all 4 major attributes?
Tang Yuan held the box and examined it carefully.
Suddenly, its gaze fixed on the instructions. Teeth cleaning, digestive health, healthy hairball expulsion. It read those 12 words over and over. An idea occurred to it: the attribute boost wasn't due to the goat's milk catnip stick itself. To use an analogy, when a person takes care of their body, whether through medication or exercise, and brings it from a suboptimal state to a healthy one, their physical condition naturally improves. Those 12 words on the goat's milk catnip stick could also be replaced with taking care of the body. When its teeth become clean and sharp, when it expels hard to digest hair, and when its digestive system is regulated to become healthier and function more efficiently, its body naturally becomes healthier and stronger, and its attributes naturally improve. Tang Yuan had previously thought this box of catnip sticks was just a tasty little snack with a mild hairball relief effect. Who would have thought its benefits were so powerful? As expected, anything from Meow Meow gift box is bound to be top-notch. However, Tang Yuan still had one lingering question. Vitality, agility, and strength, those can be explained, but what about spirit? Does its spirit increase simply because its body has grown stronger? But Tang Yuan couldn't help but feel that explanation was a bit far-fetched. Tang Yuan took a frustrated bite out of the yarn ball, and his mood improved slightly. Wait a minute, a yarn ball? Tang Yuan picked up the ball of yarn with his front paw. Could the slight increase in spirit have something to do with the yarn? But he got the yarn before he got the catnip stick, and his spirit hadn't increased during that time. Was he wrong, or was it a case of slow and steady wins the race? Tang Yuan's little head was in a complete jumble. Oh well, if he can't figure it out, he'll just stop thinking about it. Whether it's the ball of yarn or the catnip stick, they're all its own. No matter which one does the trick, it's the one that ends up getting stronger. Tang Yuan has one unallocated attribute point left, which it currently plans to keep as a reserve. When danger strikes, it'll use it to bolster whatever's lacking. In addition to attributes, skill proficiency has also increased. Among them, Berry Poop only needs 5 more proficiency points to advance from mastery to apprentice. But it would take at least a day or 2 to scrape together those 5 points. It would love to produce more urine, but that's not a matter of willingness or desire. Even if it forced itself to squeeze some out, light screen wouldn't recognize it. Those 4 or 5 points each day are the result of its diligent eating and drinking. Compared to Berry Poop, Snapshot is easier to level up. Snapshot already has 473 points of proficiency. It needs another 27 points to level up. But right now, it's the only cat in the house. Neither the tool human nor the tool dog is around. Scratching the walls and tables until they're covered in scratches won't do the trick. Suddenly, Tang Yuan's ears twitched. It jumped onto the windowsill, crouched by the window, and peered outside. Not far from the supermarket entrance, a manhole cover had been forced open, and swarms of rats poured out. Chapter 27, Natural Enemy. Danger. Most of the rats ran east along the road, but a few undisciplined ones scattered in all directions. A few of them ran north. 2 ran toward the supermarket. Tang Yuan stopped swishing its tail lightly. A dangerous aura emanated from its body. Whether they sensed this danger or the tuft of cat hair at the supermarket entrance had an effect, those 2 rats turned around before they even reached the supermarket's roll-up door. Their movements were much faster than before, but also much more frantic, as if a cat were chasing them from behind. Woof, woof, woof. A heart-wrenching bark echoed from next door. Tang Yuan jumped down from the windowsill, tiptoed over, and pushed the door open. Mother Tang was sitting on the sofa, looking down at her phone. He tiptoed back, closed the door, and slipped out through the window crack. In the blink of an eye, Tang Yuan was outside the window of the guest bedroom on the 2nd floor of the clinic. Woof woof woof. Tang Yuan was immediately assaulted by the ear-piercing bark the moment it arrived. It closed its eyes and took a moment to adjust. Peering through the glass, it saw the dumb dog jumping around wildly on the bed.
The dumb dog's voice was loud and clear, and there were no signs of blood or injury on
its body. Tang Yuan puffed out its cheeks and glared at the dumb dog. It wasn't hurt, yet it was yelping so pitifully. Tang Yuan had actually thought its tool dog's health bar was about to hit 0.
Seeing that the dumb dog was fine, Tang Yuan turned to leave.
The window slammed shut with a crash, shattering the glass.
Tang Yuan jumped in surprise, narrowly dodging the shards of glass and leaping onto the outdoor unit of the air conditioner. Tang Yuan watched as the glass fell to the ground, shattering into small pieces and shards.
Woof woof!
The sudden, cheerful barking nearly caused her brain to crash. Tang Yuan ground her teeth, kicked off with her hind legs, and pounced on the dog's face, slamming it to the floor.
Meow! Stop barking at me!
Bean was slammed hard onto the floor, but as if he hadn't felt a thing, he rolled right back up, wagging his tail as he charged forward. Tang Yuan dodged his face-licking attack and swiped at him with a paw. Bean finally calmed down, muscle memory kicked in, and he lay on the floor, covering his head with his paws. Tang Yuan ignored him and patrolled the room with light, nimble steps.
There were no mice in the room. He walked to the doorway and sniffed along the doorframe.
There was no scent of mice in the living room either. Dr. Luo's house was pretty well sealed, but Tang Yuan glanced at the glass shattered by that dumb dog Pounce who knows about the future.
Tang Yuan was about to leave. Woo woo woo!
Bean scrambled to his feet, whimpering, his little eyes looking pitiful.
Tang Yuan turned away. Bean obediently crouched on the floor.
His massive frame stood in stark contrast to his demure posture. Tang Yuan jumped down. He had to tilt his head back to see Bean's huge face.
Tang Yuan! Tang Yuan was annoyed and jumped up to slap Bean across the face.
Before Bean could react, Tang Yuan leaped onto Bean's head and began lashing out with both paws. Bean shielded its face, leaving the rest of its body open
to Tang Yuan's claws.
Tang Yuan's paws moved so fast they left afterimages.
At the same time, it occasionally activated the light screen.
Finally, after one swipe, the capture rate changed to Master 0-1000.
The attribute points went from 1 to 2. Success! Woof woof!
Tang Yuan closed the light screen and found Bean much more to its liking.
A tool dog is more useful than a tool person. It wanted to keep this excellent tool dog for another 2 years. It planned to reward the tool dog. That's how they train dogs online, a stick followed by a carrot. Maybe give it a stick of goat's milk catnip?
Before even giving it, Tang Yuan started feeling a pang of guilt.
A tool dog is a dog, why would it eat catnip sticks? Tang Yuan ran to the doorway and tried to open the guest bedroom door. It was locked from the outside and couldn't be opened from the inside.
The spare bedroom contained nothing but a bed, a wardrobe, and the tool dog. The plan to reward the dumb dog with its own dog food and treats had failed. Tang Yuan made a quick trip back to the Tang household. Mother Tang had shifted from sitting to lying down and was still scrolling on her phone. Tang Yuan jumped into the box filled with cat food cans and freeze-dried treats, rummaging through them, but didn't want to give any to the dumb dog. Finally, she picked out a sample pack of cat food. She carried the sample cat food back to the Lu household. The dumb dog was waiting for her with big, hopeful eyes.
Tang Yuan tore open the bag and dumped the contents on the floor.
The dumb dog crouched nearby, looking desperate.
But since Tang Yuan didn't let him eat it, he didn't dare to. Tang Yuan moved aside and jumped onto the bed.
The dumb dog drooled all over the floor but still didn't budge.
Meow.
The dumb dog rushed over, gobbling it up in no time. Even after finishing, it didn't budge, licking the floor until it shone.
Tang Yuan had the illusion that she was the one raising the dog.
Suddenly, a flash of ferocity crossed Tang Yuan's eyes. A mouse's head poked out from the window. When it saw Tang Yuan, its eyes nearly popped out of its head.
How could there be a cat here? Whoosh!
The mouse's head was severed from its body. The head rolled onto the windowsill while the body fell to the floor. The smell of blood filled the entire room. Even as it died, the mouse couldn't fathom why there was a cat in a room that smelled entirely of dog. Bean sniffed the air, catching the scent of blood.
With a yelp, he ducked his head under the bed. Though his body wouldn't fit, he kept struggling to squeeze in. Tang Yuan shot him a disapproving glare. He raised a paw to knock the mouse's head off the windowsill, then stood on the ledge and looked down. That single glance revealed 2 mice scurrying up the pipes. The 2 mice looked up and locked eyes with the cat. The terrifying scent of a natural predator carried on the breeze, and the 2 mice froze solid, their brains unable to function. Meow. The mice trembled, their minds filled with a single thought: run. Their claws let go, and they turned to flee. But they had forgotten they were mid-air. Behind them was not the ground, but only air. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The mice flailed their forepaws wildly in the air. But they weren't bats, they had no wings and couldn't defy gravity. In the blink of an eye, the 2 mice plummeted. One was unlucky, it landed on broken glass, the sharp shards piercing its chest and abdomen. The other was lucky, it landed on the headless corpse of. In the living room, Mother Tang lay on the sofa, her hand dangling over the edge, her phone lying on the floor, still glowing. It strained to listen but heard no breathing. Could it be? It hesitated, afraid to approach. Although Mother Tang wanted to turn it into a father-in-law, that couldn't erase the care she'd shown it over the past month. In its past life, it had been an orphan. It had lost its parents before it could even remember, and it was raised by its grandparents. During the time it had spent with Mother Tang, it had sensed a hint of maternal love from her. This made it feel a bit attached. So even though it knew Mother Tang wanted to cut off its testicles, it still wanted to stay a little longer, and it definitely wasn't because of the freeze-dried food. If Mother Tang died, he would. Hee-ha. 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 Tang Yuan stared blankly at Mother Tang. Was she snoring? He could understand the snoring, after all, she was getting on in years. But why on earth was her breathing stopping in the middle of it? He actually thought she'd really died. Tang Yuan ran over to the sofa, stood on his hind legs, rested his front paws on the sofa, and leaned close to Mother Tang's face. Mother Tang's face was rosy, she was clearly sleeping soundly. It was just that her sleeping position was a bit awkward. Tang Yuan helped her adjust her position. It worked immediately, the snoring grew quieter. Tang Yuan turned and headed over to Dr. Lu's place. That silly dog's snoring was just as loud as Mother Tang's. It crept up the stairs to take a peek and eventually concluded that everyone and every animal in this street-facing apartment building had fallen into a deep sleep. Another question arose: why was it the exception? Had only the creatures in this building been hypnotized? What about the creatures in the other buildings? Who was behind all this? What did she want to do? The more Tang Yuan thought about it, the more frightened it became. By the time it snapped back to reality, it had already returned to the Tang household, clutching a ball of yarn and gnawing on it. After a few more bites, Tang Yuan regained its composure, and its anxiety began to subside. It rubbed against the pillow, settling into the most comfortable position. It realized it was just a tiny kitten, too weak to even catch a chicken. Such a bizarre occurrence was far beyond its capabilities. It needed the official Dian organization or some big shot to handle it. If they could solve it, great. But if they couldn't, it would hide if it could, run if it couldn't, and if it couldn't run, it would just kick the bucket. Anyway, with so many people and so many cats and dogs keeping it company, it wouldn't be lonely on the road to the afterlife. Tang Yuan lay there for a while, but it still couldn't accept it. It still had so many cans of food left to eat, it would be such a waste to die like this. It rolled over. It hadn't allocated its 2 attribute points yet, better do that first. The question was whether to put them into vitality or agility. Tang Yuan opened the interface. Before it could even think about how to allocate the points, the text at the very bottom of the screen caught its attention. Achievement: kill 10 mice to receive a Meow Meow gift box. Meow? Tang Yuan's eyes widened. So killing ordinary animals could also earn a Meow Meow gift box. The only difference was the quantity, it was 10 times that of mutant creatures. Tang Yuan had been worrying about how to boost its strength, so this gift box came at just the right time. It licked its paws clean and pressed them against the cat paw on the gift box. Boom! Ribbons showered down on it.
Tang Yuan paid no attention to the streamers, staring intently at the spot where the gift box had vanished.
Acquired the skill hide and seek. What on earth is hide and seek? Boom!
A loud crash came from outside the window, and the building shook violently. Scrambling with all four paws, it barely managed to grab a pillow, falling to the floor with it and slamming into the north wall. Before it could get back up, it began crashing toward the south wall. Eventually, even the bed started sliding.
Tang Yuan leaped out of the way and crawled under the bed.
It extended its claws and dug them into the bed frame, anchoring itself firmly beneath the bed. No matter how violently the bed shook, it wouldn't let go.
It had no idea how long the shaking lasted. Every second felt like an eternity.
Finally, the building stopped shaking. Tang Yuan released its claws and clattered to the floor with a thud. It crawled out from under the bed to find the room in complete disarray. The window panes were shattered, and the air was thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder.
The authorities had intervened. Common sense told it that it should hide for now and wait until things settled down before coming out. But a cat's curiosity kept pulling it toward the window. Tang Yuan licked its lips. Just one peek, then it would come right back.
But the floor was covered in shards of glass, and its paw pads were made of flesh. It glanced back and saw that Xiufei's wardrobe had also toppled over, with clothes crushed beneath it. In the blink of an eye, it spotted a pillow in the corner by the door, and its eyes lit up. Tang Yuan carefully dodged the shards of glass, picked up the pillow, and tossed it into the area with the most broken glass. Tang Yuan jumped onto the pillow, then from the pillow onto the part of the windowsill free of glass shards. Pulling the curtain over to hide its body, Tang Yuan peered outside furtively. The street lights and distant lights had all gone out. The entire street was plunged into silent darkness. Apart from the sound of the wind, it couldn't hear a thing. Suddenly, there was another loud crash. The building shook again. Tang Yuan, who was perched by the window, was suddenly flung outward. In its panic, it grabbed hold of the curtain. Rip! The curtain tore, and with a heart-wrenching meow, Tang Yuan fell. Curiosity killed the cat. At the last possible moment, Tang Yuan adjusted its position, shifting from facing away from the ground to landing on all fours. The instant it hit the ground, Tang Yuan rolled a few times to absorb the impact. It didn't come to a stop until it hit the roadside greenbelt. Tang Yuan lay on its back by the roadside, its eyes darting around. Bang! 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 Gunshots rang out again from somewhere. Tang Yuan scrambled to its feet, looked around, and scrambled up the tree. It wasn't until it had climbed up and was perched on a branch that it came to its senses. It had actually climbed up here and so high, too. The branch Tang Yuan was perched on was higher than the windowsill in Xiufei's room. It instinctively activated the light screen. Sure enough, a new skill, tree climbing, had appeared next to hide and seek. Tree climbing novice 110. Looking at hide and seek novice 310, it had somehow gained 3 proficiency points. Gunfire grew louder as it drew nearer. Tang Yuan closed the light screen and scrambled up another section of the tree, hiding itself completely within the canopy. Its furry little paws brushed aside the leaves blocking its view. It poked its head out, wanting to see more clearly. But the moment its head emerged, it ducked back in. Countless rats were pouring out of the sewer grate ahead, swarming thick and fast. Tang Yuan didn't suffer from trypophobia, but even he felt a bit queasy. These rats all had red eyes, just like the one that had broken into the supermarket that day. They were, however, much smaller. Well, he was wrong. The rats that came up later weren't any smaller than the one from that day. Some were even bigger. After emerging, the rats sniffed the air and scattered, some heading south, others north. These rats were incredibly agile. Before long, the shop fronts near this sewer were swarming with rats except for the Tang family's small supermarket. Within half a meter of the supermarket's entrance, there were no rats. It was like a lone island in the sea. But rats still lingered around it, wanting to go in but too afraid to, wanting to leave but reluctant to. The 3 dead rats in front of the clinic next door were now nothing but a pool of blood. The shops on this street all had roll-up shutters.
Smaller rats couldn't chew through them.
But those massive rats had abnormally hard teeth and could easily gnaw through the shutter handles. At this rate, the shutters themselves wouldn't hold out much longer. Some rats were struggling against the shutters, while others began climbing the walls straight up. The most agile ones had already reached the second-floor windows. Due to the earlier tremors, the glass in quite a few homes had shattered. These rats were out to eat people. The people inside the building and some dogs were in grave danger.
Chapter 29: The Terrifying Mutant Rat King.
Squeak! The sound of a rat's squeak came from somewhere. Whether they were gnawing on the shutters or climbing the walls, the rats retreated with even greater agility than when they had arrived. They weren't retreating back into the sewers, but running eastward. Soon, the rat army had passed the large tree where Tang Yuan was perched, leaving only a trail of tails behind. Given their agility, these rats would soon run past him as well.
A daring thought flashed through Tang Yuan's mind.
Once the last few rats had passed, Tang Yuan quickly climbed down the tree and dropped behind them. He had been a little worried that his cat's scent might alarm the rats. As it turned out, he overthought it. These rats seemed to have lost their senses, focused solely on running forward.
Tang Yuan swatted a rat dead and waited a moment.
The rats around him continued to run forward without looking back. Suddenly, Tang Yuan's expression changed. These weren't rats at all, they were a feast of leeks. Tang Yuan let loose, going from one per swipe at the start to several at a time.
This was absolutely exhilarating.
Tang Yuan went on a rampage for a while, then, judging that it was enough, darted into the nearby greenbelt and activated the light screen.
Achievement: Kill 100 mice to receive a Meow Meow gift box. Tang Yuan grinned widely, laughing silently. This kitty is so smart.
But now wasn't the right time to open the chest.
Besides, all-you-can-eat buffets don't come around often. If it tried a little harder, it might even get another Meow Meow gift box. Tang Yuan's boldness grew even more.
It crawled out of the greenbelt, looked up, swallowed hard, and crawled back in. At the street corner in the distance, a cluster of cars was parked haphazardly. Several shooters stood on each car, some standing, some crouching, holding their guns and firing rapidly at the rats. These weren't the only ones tasked with killing the rats. Large numbers of shooters were hidden in other locations as well. The rats running at the very front fell in rows. Only the car at the very front had no shooters.
Two people stood on the vehicle, one empty-handed, the other wielding a long knife. That wasn't the point, though.
The point was across from this vehicle.
On a platform built from a pile of countless rats stood a rat nearly half a person's height. Tang Yuan couldn't help but swallow hard. What a huge rat!
It must taste delicious.
Tang Yuan was startled by his own thought.
What the hell does delicious have to do with this?
Could a cat's instinct to eat mice please not kick in at a time like this?
Squeak! A shrill screech pierced the sky. Tang Yuan's head spun for a moment, then cleared. The gunmen standing on the vehicle weren't so lucky. One by one, they tumbled down, crashing into the pile of rats. These men were done for.
Tang Yuan felt a pang of regret for the gunmen. The man with the knife staggered, shook his head violently, and bellowed, "Chen Mo." Who was Chen Mo?
The moment the thought crossed his mind, Tang Yuan felt a ripple in the air. He was overcome by dizziness once more, this time even more intense than before. Shaking his head, he regained his senses and looked out, his mouth agape.
All the rats had fallen, including the one taller than a human.
It wasn't until that rat collapsed onto the rat platform that Tang Yuan realized its right side had been nearly torn to shreds, exposing writhing intestines. The man with the knife staggered, his foot slipping, and he nearly fell. He unscrewed the water bottle he carried and poured the entire contents over his head.
After much deliberation, they finally decided to use bombs.
As for the potential severe consequences, in the face of the mutant Rat King and 100,000 rats, they became an acceptable outcome.
The two earthquakes earlier were caused by violent tremors triggered by the explosion of sewer gas following the bomb blasts.
These two explosions were highly effective, killing at least 90% of the rats. But on the other hand, it could also be seen as a failure.
The mutant Rat King was severely wounded but not killed, and it managed to escape. The surviving rats, freed from the mutant Rat King's control, scattered in all directions. Some of them made their way through the sewer near the supermarket entrance and reached Welcome Street. And, as what Tang Yuan witnessed. The man with the knife jumped out of the car, hauled out a box of water, unscrewed the cap, and splashed it over the snipers. The snipers woke up one after another. Some went to rouse the other snipers hiding in various locations, while others wasted no time shooting the rats. Tang Yuan was envious. If it could kill all those rats, it might be able to open 2 more Meow Meow gift boxes. What a pity! The more Tang Yuan watched, the more envious it became. Afraid it might lose control and rush out again, it decided to go back to sleep. Fearing the people over there might spot him, Tang Yuan made his way to a hidden spot. When he saw the supermarket sign, he quietly let out a sigh of relief. Tang Yuan nimbly climbed the wall to get home. Once back, his first instinct was to pounce on the pillow by his bed. Unfortunately, the bed was covered in glass shards, so it had to settle for its cat bed instead. Its cat bed wasn't too bad either. The yarn ball was still waiting inside for it to grace it with its presence. Tang Yuan felt that its traumatized brain needed the yarn ball to save it. It gauged the distance between itself and the cat bed, then leaped into the air. It was confident it could land right inside the bed. Thud! Tang Yuan suddenly felt as if its brain had been struck by a hammer. Its mind went blank, followed by excruciating pain. Unable to maintain its grace, it landed in the cat bed headfirst. Tang Yuan struggled to its feet despite the agony and, out of the corner of its eye, spotted a small mouse standing in the corner. Chapter 30, Counterattack, Damn Ink. This mouse was no bigger than an ordinary one, but its eyes were as red as blood jade, glowing in the darkness. Damn it! What's wrong with those humans? You killed the wrong mouse. Squeak, the mouse shrieked. The excruciating pain struck again. Tang Yuan lost his balance and collapsed into the nest. His vision blurred, he couldn't see a thing. Something warm trickled from his nose to it licked at a metallic, sweet taste. Tang Yuan's head thumped. Apart from nearly being beaten to death by Scarface over a month ago, nothing had ever hurt it. What was even more infuriating was that the one who hurt it was a rat. No matter how tough it was still just a rat. Tang Yuan wanted nothing more than to crawl up immediately, charge over, and scratch it to death with a single swipe. Unfortunately, this was all just his imagination. In reality, Tang Yuan lay sprawled in his cat bed, trying to get up, struggling a few times before collapsing again, watching helplessly as the rat crept closer and closer. Meow! Meow! Meow, the young kitten hissed. But in the rat's eyes, it saw only a creature all bark and no bite, all bluster and no substance. It stared at the kitten, its eyes brimming with greed so intense it seemed ready to overflow. This cat's body was filled with spiritual energy. If it devoured this kitten, it would not only make up for all its losses but also grow even stronger. The mouse didn't know the saying, a blessing in disguise. If it did, it would surely feel that the phrase applied perfectly to its situation. As the rat drew near, the kitten shed the hard shell it had struggled to maintain, exposing its belly with a struggle and assuming a posture of submission. Meow! 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 The meowing shifted from a sharp, accusatory tone to one of fearful pleading. The rat's eyes grew even redder. It halted before the kitten's nest, refusing to advance any further. A sly grin appeared on its face. Squeak! Before the mouse could act, a spirit attack struck first. The kitten's body trembled, it no longer had the strength to cry out, curling up in its nest, its breath faint as a thread. The mouse wasn't faring well either. Overusing its spirit attack had caused blood to flow from its 7 orifices, making it look even more terrifying. It paid no heed, leaping into the cat's nest and staring intently at the kitten's chest. Its blood-red eyes were filled with a greedy, eerie glow. The mouse opened its mouth, revealing long, sharp teeth. In the blink of an eye, the mouse was flung out, crashing to the ground, its body twitching, its small eyes filled with disbelief and terror. Tang Yuan came running out, unable to let it go, and swiped at it again and again.
Only when it had turned into a pile of rat pulp did Tang Yuan snap back to reality. It looked at the pile of pulp, then at its own paws caked in blood and flesh, swallowed hard, and tilted its head. Ugh! Tang Yuan retched for a long time, but nothing came out. It closed its mouth and breathed through its mouth. That helped a little. It looked at the mess on the ground with a frown. How was it going to clean this up? Suddenly, the pool of blood and flesh on the ground turned into a pool of black water. Tang Yuan. It looked down. The flesh on its paws had turned into black liquid as well. It grimaced and shook its paws. The black liquid easily fell off, mixing into the pool on the ground. A thought popped into Tang Yuan's head. Could it be that all mutated rats turn into black liquid after they die? What about the dead Scarface? Did he turn into black liquid too? No wonder, after all these days, with so many people coming and going in the supermarket, he hadn't heard a single person mention this. Since this mutated rat had turned into black water, Tang Yuan felt at ease. That way, no one would know it was he who had killed this rat capable of spirit attacks. Tang Yuan pouted. He thought that with the humans making such a big show of it, they'd surely be able to completely eliminate these sewer creatures. Who would thought these people didn't even know how many mutated rats with spirit attacks were in the colony, and they let one slip away. Fortunately, Tang Yuan possessed the mental fortitude to remain unflappable even if a mountain collapsed before him. At the critical moment, he used his masterful acting to deceive the mutated rat, seizing that fleeting, tiny opportunity to turn the tables and kill it. Those humans should be bowing down to him 100 times and buying him 10,000 cans of food. But what can you do? Tang Yuan isn't after fame or fortune. He just wants to be a hero. The scenes. Tang Yuan finished his musings and glanced at the black water. Humans probably can't figure out what this creature was in life just by looking at this pool of black water. Since that's the case, let someone else clean it up. As a heroic cat, it would be too pitiful if I had to clean up the battlefield myself. Tang Yuan was about to head back to his cat bed to rest when he caught a glint at the edge of the black water out of the corner of his eye. He turned back and used his paw to pull the object out. It was a shiny little stone, somewhat like crystal, slightly smaller than a freeze-dried chicken nugget. What is this? It lowered its head and sniffed it. It had no smell. It poked at it with its paw. It felt pretty sturdy. It didn't shatter even when it hit the chair leg. Tang Yuan had pushed it a little too far, so it instinctively pounced, covering it with its paw. Lifting its paw, the little stone was indeed right there. Its whiskers twitched. It raised a paw to flick the pebble away, but the next moment, it darted forward and pounced on it. Tang Yuan's playful spirit was fully aroused, and it began darting around the bedroom. Xiao Fei. Hey, Xiao Fei hurriedly said, there's no need to go out. What if something falls on us and crushes us? Mother Tang rushed into Xiao Fei's room. Where's that new cat bag you bought? Xiao Fei hurried to explain, Mom, listen to me. It wasn't an earthquake. It was a sewer pipe explosion near our house that caused the tremor. This explosion killed most of the rats, but some managed to escape. With Tang Yuan here, our home is safer than the outside. Mother Tang wasn't the type to be hard to convince. Once Xiao Fei finished explaining, she changed her mind. Hey, Mom, pan the camera over there so I can see that black puddle on the floor. Xiao Fei saw a familiar puddle of black liquid in the corner of Mother Tang's video feed. Mother Tang panned the camera over. It's ink that spilled in your room. Ink, my ass. Chapter 31, Tang Yuan, yuck. Xiao Fei really wanted to ask his mom, do you think there'd be ink in your son's room? Xiao Fei swallowed those words and urged her, Mom, get closer and smell it. Does this black liquid have a fishy smell? Mother Tang crouched down and reached out to dab some on her hand and bring it closer to her nose, but Xiao Fei stopped her urgently, don't touch it. You're such a drama queen, Mother Tang said, startled. You almost made me drop my phone. Xiao Fei breathed a sigh of relief when he saw she hadn't touched it. You dare touch it without even knowing what it is? Just smell it from a distance. Mother Tang bent down to sniff it, furrowing her brow. It does have a fishy smell. It definitely doesn't look like ink. What is it?
Cuttlefish Inc.? Why are you keeping this stuff in the house? Xiaofei didn't answer Mother Tang's question but instead asked about Tang Yuan's situation. Has Tang Yuan been in this room the whole time? Mother Tang replied, yes.
A look of understanding flashed across Xiaofei's eyes. Mom, don't wipe this with your bare hands. Wear gloves while you're cleaning, and throw away both the gloves and the rag afterward. Then disinfect the floor in the basin with disinfectant or alcohol.
Is this stuff poisonous? Mother Tang took a few steps back. Xiaofei hesitated for a moment, then decided to be honest. A big rat must have sneaked in and been killed by Tang Yuan.
When those rats die, they turn into a pool of black liquid. I don't know if it's poisonous, but it's better to be careful. With rat infestations breaking out all over the place, the public would find out about these things sooner or later.
A big rat turns into black water when it dies? Mother Tang was startled.
She was about to ask more questions when something suddenly occurred to her.
That pool of black water at the supermarket last time. Xiaofei nodded.
Even after all this time, Mother Tang still felt her legs go weak just thinking about that huge rat. Mother Tang couldn't help but marvel, so our Tang Yuan was already that formidable when he was so little.
Xiaofei decided to reveal a bit more to his mother and said, these giant rats that turn into black water after they die are mutant rats.
Their teeth are incredibly hard, they can gnaw through a wooden door in just a few bites.
If Tang Yuan hadn't killed it and it had broken into your room.
At the time, Mother Tang had been under a hypnotic spell. She wouldn't have woken up even if it had bitten or gnawed at her. If Xiaofei had come back today, he might have found nothing but half a gnawed on corpse. Thinking about it now, Xiaofei felt a chill run down his spine.
Mother Tang murmured, Tang Yuan saved my life.
Xiaofei's face was a complex mix of gratitude, awkwardness, relief, and curiosity. Xiaofei took a deep breath, snapped back to reality, looked around, and continued, Mom, this is something just between you and me.
Don't let it get out. I'm afraid Tang Yuan might get taken away for research.
When she heard the first part, Mother Tang was a bit reluctant. Tang Yuan was so amazing she'd actually been thinking about going out and bragging about it to others. It wasn't until she heard the second part of the sentence that her heart skipped a beat.
Right, you're absolutely right.
Mother Tang agreed immediately. I wouldn't say a word, and you shouldn't go blabbing about it outside either.
I know. Xiaofei gave Mother Tang a few more reminders, and the two hung up the phone. Xiaofei held the phone, feeling puzzled.
Based on his experience over the past few days, even mutant rats wouldn't come within 1.5 meters of the cat's fur.
So why had one still gone in? Could it be that the mutant rat that went in was immune to the scent on the fur? Xiaofei racked his brain but couldn't figure it out.
Just then, someone called out to him.
He set the matter aside. Hey, I'm coming. Tang Yuan lowered his pricked ears. Sigh.
Mother Tang and her daughter must have found out that he was the cat who saved her life.
Why is it so hard to be an unsung hero?
Tang Yuan reached behind him to pull out a ball of yarn, cradling it in his arms and taking the occasional nibble. Today, that ball of yarn had truly saved his life.
Although he had some resistance to spirit attacks, could spreading the love ever compare to singling out one cat? The power was incomparable. He really almost kicked the bucket.
Fortunately, after he fell into the cat bed, his back pressed down on the ball of yarn. The excruciating pain in its brain was instantly suppressed, though it didn't disappear. It eased from an unbearably sharp agony to a more bearable throbbing. This finally gave Tang Yuan the chance to play the role of a mutated spirit rat for a moment, ultimately turning the tables and killing the attacker. Perhaps due to the sheer number of attacks and the severe damage sustained, even with the yarn ball helping to resist the pain and reduce the damage, its brain still throbbed in waves of pain. It hugged the yarn ball, seeking comfort. The ball of yarn faithfully served as its pacifier, and Tang Yuan's eyelids gradually closed. When Mother Tang returned to the living room, she heard the sound of soft snoring. Seeing it sleeping so soundly, a smile involuntarily spread across Mother Tang's face. She placed the cat bed on the sofa, rolled up her sleeves, and began tidying up. In his sleep, Tang Yuan caught a whiff of a delicious scent and sniffed the air.
To be so happy about being Hadi, this kid must have a problem with his spirit.
Unexpectedly, when Mother Tang rushed out, she looked at Tang Yuan with eager anticipation and made a request that Tang Yuan found utterly baffling. Tang Yuan, humming again.
Tang Yuan.
Great. Now there are two of us who need to go to the spirit hospital. After waiting a while, Tang
didn't he huff at anyone. Mother Tang actually looked a bit disappointed. However, she finally remembered the main issue. Tang Yuan is so angry. What did you do just now?
Their Tang Yuan used to love eating this flavor of canned food. Now he wouldn't even eat his food. He jumped up on the air conditioner to hiss at people.
That showed just how angry he was. Xiaofei scratched his head. I didn't say anything, really. I just mentioned we'd be taking him out in a bit.
He thought of something, coughed, and shifted his gaze. I joked that I'd help him get his balls cut while we were out.
Tang Yuan, SSSSH. Chapter 32, The Great Benefactor of the Rodent World. Should we just kill it? SSSSH. Just hearing the sound, you'd think it was a venomous snake. Mother and son exchanged a glance. Xiaofei said, It didn't understand that, did it? I was just joking.
Mother Tang recalled that she seemed to have said something similar before, and her eyes shifted nervously.
Xiaofei ran under the air conditioner and forced a smile. Tang Yuan, I was just joking with you. I was actually thinking of finding you a little girlfriend.
Tang Yuan stared at Xiaofei with a serious expression.
Xiaofei raised his hands. I swear, I'll definitely not neuter you.
After saying this, Xiaofei studied Tang Yuan's expression closely. He could actually see the thought process on a cat's face.
Oh my god. Tang Yuan really could understand human speech.
Mother Tang cleared her throat and looked at Tang Yuan.
Tang Yuan, what I said to Chen that day was just to shut him up. I didn't really mean it. Xiaofei couldn't believe his ears and stared at his mom in shock.
Xiaofei's eyes darted around, and he patted his chest, saying, Tang Yuan, don't worry. If she ever has such a ridiculous idea again, I'll stop her right away.
He seized the opportunity to give his mom a hard time.
Mother Tang glared fiercely at Xiaofei, then tilted her head back and smiled apologetically. Tang Yuan, I swear to. Starting today, I'll never say things like I'll cut off your balls to you again.
If I do it again, then let.
Mother Tang paused to think, then said, then let Xiaofei never find a wife. Xiaofei nearly spat out a mouthful of blood.
Mom, if you're going to make a vow, just make it yourself. Why drag me into it?
Mother Tang ignored him, looking at Tang Yuan with eager anticipation.
Tang Yuan was thinking it over.
For a middle-aged woman with a single son of marriageable age, this was no small oath to make.
Tang Yuan was satisfied.
After a moment of coyness, she hopped onto the coffee table to continue eating her canned food. Seeing this, the mother and son both let out a sigh of relief, exchanged a glance, and found themselves both amused and exasperated. Mother Tang and Xiaofei had packed a car full of luggage, at least a third of which belonged to Tang Yuan. For the next few days, they were going to stay at the old courtyard. Just as they pulled away, Mother Tang slapped her forehead.
Oh no, I forgot about Bean. Xiaofei slammed on the brakes. Who's Bean? Dr. Lu's dog. You've met him before, haven't you?
A mental image of a cat riding a dog flashed through Xiaofei's mind, and the corner of his mouth twitched.
Okay, he remembered.
He turned the car around and pulled up in front of Dr. Lu's clinic. Mother Tang got out of the car, holding Tang Yuan in her arms. Mom, you stay in the car with Tang Yuan.
I'll go in alone. Xiaofei parked the car and ran after her. Xiaofei chuckled. In this regard, Tang Yuan's better than you.
Xiaofei eagerly reached out to take Tang Yuan from Mother Tang's arms.
Mom, let me hold Tang Yuan for you.
Mother Tang dodged his hand, pulled the keys from her pocket, and handed them to him.
You go open the door.
The clinic was in decent shape. Although some cabinets had toppled over and medicine was scattered everywhere, there were no signs that rats had gotten in and caused any damage. He climbed the stairs, opened the door to the second floor, and found the living room in complete disarray. Mother Tang, still holding Tang Yuan, rushed straight for the guest bedroom, while Xiaofei hurried ahead to open the door. He and T noticed that Tang Yuan, who had been dozing in Mother Tang's arms, had just opened one eye. The moment the door swung open, Mother Tang gasped, "Tang Yuan." As Xiaofei pushed the door open and glanced back, he saw Tang Yuan leap from Mother Tang's arms and dash inside. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The sound of a mouse. Xiaofei was startled at first, his eyes sharpening as he reached out to shield Mother Tang, pulling a handful of cat hair from his pocket and shoving it into her hand. Mother Tang was on edge from the cat and the man, but when she saw the cat hair in her hand, her anxiety, while not entirely gone, had at least subsided by more than half. As Xiaofei handed Mother Tang the cat hair, he pulled a retractable stun gun from another pocket and chased after Tang Yuan into the room. Once inside, Xiaofei nearly stopped breathing. The tiny room was packed with at least a dozen rats. Every single one was huge. They were all giant mutant rats. Before entering, he thought there'd be 3 or 4 at most. He never imagined there'd be so many, far beyond his wildest expectations. With so many mutant giant rats, and he was armed with nothing but a small stun gun. It was practically like serving them a meal on a silver platter. He was practically a saint to the rat world. Wait a minute, why weren't these rats charging at him? Oh right, he still had Tang Yuan's cat hair on him. That should be fine. Then his eyes nearly popped out of his head. That little cat of theirs, the one who loved to fight him for pillows and was too lazy to even get up to eat her canned food, could take out a rat with a single swipe of her paw. By the time the last rat was eliminated, the kitten was crouched in a clean spot, shaking her paws in disgust. She could shake the dirt off her paws, but the stuff stuck to her fur wouldn't come off. Xiaofei pulled a wet wipe from his pocket, jogged over, and said with a fawning expression, "Let me wipe that for you." Tang Yuan shot him a glance and raised a paw. Xiaofei took out a wet wipe, wrapped it around the little paw, and wiped it clean. "Are you guys okay?" Mother Tang's worried voice called from outside the door. Xiaofei called out, "We're fine. We'll be out in a minute." In the brief moment it took, the mutated rats that had died in the room had turned into a pool of black liquid. Tang Yuan looked at it with distaste, unwilling to walk on his own, and turned his head toward the corner of the room. A massive body was curled up in a tight ball, crammed into the corner. Its face, ears, belly, paws, and rear end were all hidden in the corner, only its back was exposed. Tang Yuan looked it over from head to toe. The creature's fur was a tangled mess, but upon closer inspection, it showed no injuries. With so many giant mutant rats around, how did this coward manage to survive? Has this thing mutated too? If I kill it, will I get a meow meow gift box too? As if sensing something, Bean trembled all over and whimpered. Oh well, this dumb dog is still pretty competent as a utility dog. The moment the thought crossed his mind, Bean stopped trembling instantly. Not only did it stop trembling, but it also sprang away. It jumped up, ran over to Tang Yuan, and began rubbing against him while whimpering. Tears streamed down its face, and in just a moment, a large wet patch formed on Tang Yuan's clothes. If it kept crying like that, Tang Yuan would end up taking a bath. Tang Yuan was disgusted and swatted the silly dog on the nose with a paw. The silly dog stopped howling immediately. Tang Yuan jumped onto its head and signaled to Xiaofei to pick up the leash. But the leash was dragging on the ground and had picked up quite a bit of black water. Tang Yuan frowned. Xiaofei said, "I'll go get a new one for him." By the time they got back in the car, 20 minutes had passed. The car was already packed to the brim, and there was simply no room for Bean. Mother and daughter had to return some items to the supermarket, reorganize their belongings, and force Bean into the car. Bean's pitiful little expression made Xiaofei want to laugh. Tang Yuan had been lying on Mother Tang's lap, but then sat up and stared out the window. The streets were filled with workers in hazmat suits, wearing gas masks as they either swept the ground or sprayed disinfectant. Besides these workers, there were a few ordinary people. Not many of them, but they hurried back and forth with lingering fear on their faces. Tang Yuan spotted a couple of familiar faces. Xiaofei said, "There is a silver lining to leaving late, at least there is no traffic." In the early hours of the morning, once the people in this area woke up, chaos ensued. Xiaofei and his team were called in to restore order, and their heads were spinning. He'd rather fight mutant rats. Tang Yuan watched for a while, then fell asleep on Mother Tang's lap. When the car stopped, Tang Yuan opened his eyes. Chapter 33, Tang Yuan, I've never fought a battle this luxurious. Mother Tang picked Tang Yuan up and carried him out. Tang Yuan lifted his eyelids and, upon seeing the view outside, his eyes lit up. They weren't in a residential complex, they were in a spacious courtyard. Mother Tang smiled and explained, "This is our old family home. We'll be staying here for a while." Tang Yuan jumped out of Mother Tang's arms. Directly opposite the main gate stood a two-story house. It was clear the building was a bit old. The courtyard was quite large. 2 meters in front of the house was a concrete slab, and between the front door and the main gate ran a 2-meter-wide concrete path. The car was parked right there. To the west of the path stood a large, lush tree. To the east were several plots of land overgrown with weeds. While Tang Yuan was looking around, Xiaofei picked up the dumb dog and untied its leash. Set free, the dog immediately began frolicking around the yard. After running a few laps, it reached the concrete path, spread its legs. Tang Yuan! Meow! Came a cat's cry. Shaggy let out a howl, tucked his tail between his legs, and, with a bloody nose, ran to the corner of the wall to take a dump. Xiaofei blinked, unsure, and asked, "Did he just try to poop on the path?" Tang Yuan ignored him and continued patrolling the yard. Xiaofei carried a chair out from the house, wiped it clean, and placed it against the wall. He went back inside and set Tang Yuan's cat bed on top of it. "Tang Yuan, the house is a bit messy, my mom is cleaning up. If you want to sleep, you can sleep here for now." Tang Yuan crouched on the car roof, licking his fur, ignoring him. Xiaofei leaned close to Mother Tang and whispered, "Mom, do you think Tang Yuan can actually understand human speech?" Mother Tang shot him a look. "You're the one who doesn't understand human speech." "Mom! Why are you scolding me?" Xiaofei felt that ever since bringing Tang Yuan home, his status had plummeted. It could also be that Tang Yuan understands you but just doesn't want to talk to you. Mother Tang turned on the faucet to rinse the rag. Pick one of those two reasons. Xiaofei. Xiaofei raised his hand to check the time. "Mom, I have to go." With the mutant rat king dead, the rat plague was entering its final stages, but the work ahead was both more extensive and more difficult. How to reassure the public and explain the cause of this outbreak, how to clear out the remaining rats and clean up the black sludge left behind by the dead mutants, how to assess the losses suffered by those affected and provide fair compensation, how to mitigate the fallout from this incident, and so on. He was supposed to work non-stop today, but he couldn't bear to leave his mother alone, so he took a day off to come back. His team leader was very understanding and gave him a half-day off. Actually, it wasn't quite time to go back yet, but they were short-handed over there, so he decided to head back early. As for his mother's safety, he had to admit one thing: Tang Yuan, that little cat, was more useful than he was. What a sad reality. After Xiaofei left, Mother Tang tidied up the house, the silly dog romped around in the yard, and Tang Yuan, having had her fill of exploring, returned to her bed, curled up with a ball of yarn and closed her eyes. She looked like she was sleeping, but in reality, she had already activated her light screen. Host, Tang Yuan. Species, cat. Vitality, 7.8. Agility, 9.7. Strength, 6.5. Spirit, 13.9. Attribute points, 1. Skills, Pounce Master 21 1000, Consume Apprentice 95 200, Berry Poop Mastery 98 100, Grooming Master, Snapshot Master 163 1000, Smite Evil Mastery 65 100, Hide and Seek Novice 310, Tree Climbing Novice 510. Skill point, 1. Yesterday, when it fell out the window and was on the brink of death, Tang Yuan put both of its attribute points into Vitality. The extra attribute point it has now is because its Pounce skill has also reached Master level. Yay! Besides Vitality, its other attributes have also improved to some extent. It thought about it: this growth probably wasn't all due to the goat's milk, catnip, and cat treats, but also because of yesterday's experience. To its surprise, its spirit had increased by a full 0.6 points.
0.6. Rounded up, that's practically 1. What do you call that?
Destruction leading to rebirth. But thinking back on yesterday's peril, Tang Yuan shook its head. It wasn't exactly eager for more opportunities like that. It preferred battles where it could completely dominate its opponents. Preferably the kind where it can be finished off with a single swat. Aside from stats, the proficiency of most skills had increased to some degree. Especially Snapshot. In just one night, it had not only reached mastery, but its mastery proficiency had risen by more than a tenth.
Not only that, but 2 new skills had appeared in the skills section, meaning from now on, there were 2 more ways to earn attribute points.
Tang Yuan's gaze fell on the last 2 new skills. The tree climbing skill had a proficiency of 5, which made sense. But why had hide and seek also broken through 0 and jumped to 3?
When had he ever played hide and seek?
He didn't even know himself.
Wait a minute, could dodging the attention of rats and humans count as hide and seek? It wasn't entirely implausible.
But that wasn't the only thing that excited Tang Yuan. There was something even more important.
Achievement: kill 10 rats to receive a Meow Meow gift box.
Achievement: kill 100 rats to receive a Meow Meow gift box. Achievement: kill 10 mutated rats to receive a Meow Meow gift box. Achievement: kill the spirit mutant rat king to receive a Meow Meow gift box. The next second, 4 Meow Meow gift boxes appeared side by side on the light screen.
4 Meow Meow gift boxes.
It had never fought such a lucrative battle in its entire life.
Tang Yuan suppressed its excitement and didn't open them right away.
Closing the light screen, Tang Yuan the cat sneaked over to the storage area, grabbed a small pack of wet wipes, and dashed back to its bed. It tore open the pack and wiped its paws with the fragrant wipes.
Achoo! Tang Yuan sneezed several times in a row. What was just a faintly sweet scent to humans became overpoweringly pungent to a cat. But that was okay. It still smelled nice, after all. It pricked up its ears. Its ears twitched. Mother Tang was still tidying up the house and hadn't come out yet. Perfect. Tang Yuan opened the light screen and tapped it reverently.
A Meow Meow gift box vanished from the screen, and immediately afterward, ribbons scattered from thin air.
The Meow Meow gift box opened. What's the gift?
Filled with anticipation, Tang Yuan scanned the screen.
The skill point went from 1 to 2. The first Meow Meow gift box contained 1 skill point. A skill point isn't bad. Smite Evil is in desperate need of 1. Let us open another one.
A bag of freeze-dried food appeared out of thin air and thudded against Tang Yuan's head. Meow Meow brand chicken freeze-dried food, made from premium fresh meat using a special process to lock in freshness. Low fat and high protein, it provides essential nutrients, helps cats gain weight and plump up their cheeks, and keeps them coming back for more.
Freeze-dried chicken isn't bad either. Open another one.
This time, it added 1 attribute point.
Tang Yuan.
It's not that the items from these 3 Meow Meow gift boxes were bad, it's just that after opening a ball of yarn, these other items didn't hold much excitement anymore. It felt like aiming for an SSR but ending up with a fewer cards instead.
Tang Yuan looked at the screen. There was only 1 Meow Meow gift box left. He hesitated. His luck didn't seem to be holding up today. Maybe he should just save it for tomorrow?
Tang Yuan thought that was a good idea and was about to close the interface, but by some twist of fate, his finger accidentally tapped the Meow Meow gift box.
Tang Yuan, meow. Fireworks burst into the air, dazzling and brilliant. Unfortunately, it was daytime, so the effect was a total letdown. Tang Yuan scanned the screen and, upon seeing something, widened its eyes. Chapter 34, Tang Yuan, I am a cold-blooded cat. Animal Communication Novice 010. What the heck is this? Tang Yuan looked completely baffled. He read those 4 characters over and over again, from beginning to end and back to the start. Tang Yuan turned his head and stared at the dumb dog. Meow. Come here. The dumb dog was digging a hole in the vegetable patch. Tang Yuan, meow. Come here. The dumb dog lifted his hind leg and took a leak. Tang Yuan, meow. Come here. The dumb dog shuddered in fright, nearly peeing on itself. Tang Yuan. Is this even communication? Tang Yuan opened the interface screen without much hope. Animal Communication Novice 110. Is this even allowed? Tang Yuan's interest was piqued.
After an hour of experimentation, Tang Yuan crouched over the dog's dejected head and summarized her findings. Communication simply making a sound or sending a signal on one's own doesn't earn any proficiency points. Only when the other party responds whether positively or negatively does it count as a valid communication, earning 1 proficiency point. In other words, if she barks at the dumb dog and the dumb dog ignores her, the communication is invalid. As long as the dumb dog responds to Tang Yuan calling it, no matter what the response is, it counts as effective communication. In just a short while, Tang Yuan had already earned 8 proficiency points from the dumb dog. Adding that to the 1 point from earlier, just 1 more point would be enough to advance from novice to proficient.
Tang Yuan, meow.
The dumb dog just lay there, tongue hanging out. A cold gleam flashed in the kitten's eyes, and its paw lashed out.
Meow.
Woof! The dumb dog leaped to its feet in a flash. The proficiency level shot up from 9 to 10, then dropped back to 0. Novice became proficient.
Humph, if you don't lead it, it'll run away when you hit it. Tang Yuan tested the difference between communicating with animals at the proficient level and the novice level.
There was indeed a difference. He could vaguely understand some dog language.
But only a little bit.
It was like an extremely long English sentence made up of many words, and he only recognized the he in it.
What good is that?
Tang Yuan didn't know if other cats were naturally able to understand dog language.
In any case, it couldn't understand it before.
Not only could it not understand dog language, it couldn't understand cat language either. Tang Yuan speculated that since it had become a cat partway through life, its soul hadn't loaded the cat language plugin after inhabiting the feline body. Animal communication at this level was like a chicken rib to a tasteless to eat, yet a pity to throw away.
Hopefully, higher level animal communication will be a bit more useful. Tang Yuan didn't continue leveling up his proficiency.
Communicating with a dumb dog is exhausting. Tang Yuan hopped off the dog's head and stretched.
With such lovely sunshine, why not eat and drink his fill first, then take a nap? Meow meow.
Mother Tang was crouching on the ground when she suddenly heard a sweet, high-pitched meow.
3/4 of Mother Tang's worries melted away.
She looked down at Tang Yuan, a smile playing at the corners of her eyes and mouth.
I'm dirty, don't rub again. Seeing she didn't believe her, Wu Yan said, You all know what kind of person I am, would I lie to you? It was a relative of mine who told me.
They have a rule, we're strictly forbidden from spreading this outside. He couldn't help but tell me, but he warned me over and over not to say a word.
I promised him I wouldn't, and now I'm telling you.
Mother Tang, Sister Chen, you two mustn't let this get out. Mother Tang and Sister Chen replied in unison, Don't worry, we'll definitely keep this to ourselves.
Tang Yuan really wanted to roll her eyes.
They told you not to say anything, yet you go and tell someone else right away and then tell them not to say anything either. Her relative was the same.
If the higher-ups want it kept confidential, then just keep your mouth shut.
But this person just couldn't resist. Even if they get investigated and disciplined later, they have no one to blame but themselves.
Of course, that is assuming what Wu Yan said is true.
She might have just seen it on some short video, thought it was eye-catching, and regardless of whether it was true or not picked it up, embellished it a bit, and spread it around.
However, if Tang Yuan had to guess, it was most likely true.
Who knows, there might be even worse cases happening behind the scenes that just haven't come to light yet. Perhaps spooked by the topic, the three of them parted ways after exchanging only a few words. Before leaving, Sister Chen spotted Tang Yuan, who had just woken up, and said enviously, You really are one to plan ahead, Mother Tang getting a cat so early on. Before Mother Tang could say a word, Wu Yan beat her to it, having a cat won't do any good. Sister Chen and Wu Yan hurried off, and Mother Tang didn't return until she de-locked the front door. She carried Tang Yuan and the cat bed back into the house.
Tang Yuan, do you think what Wu Yan said is true?
Mother Tang spoke as she sorted through the vegetables, not caring whether Tang Yuan understood or would even respond.
She just wanted someone to talk to.
Mother Tang asked and answered her own question. I think it might be true. Back then, the windows in most of the houses in their neighborhood were shattered, and those rats could easily crawl inside. People were still dazed, unable to fight back, at the mercy of the rats. Never mind others, just take her, for instance.
If it weren't for Tang Yuan, she would have become the rat's meal too.
Tang Yuan was lulled to sleep by her rambling. It, however, wasn't feeling all that sentimental. Yesterday, this cat hero had killed over 100 rats. If those rats hadn't been killed by it, they would have surely caused a lot of trouble for people. You could say it had indirectly saved quite a few lives. It was practically a great deed. Besides, it wasn't human, just a weak little kitten, and had no obligation to save people.
It yawned and thought about it.
Quite a few mice had survived yesterday, but there weren't that many mutated ones. Even if some unlucky family had been devoured, the death toll was lower than they imagined. That might sound a bit cold-hearted, but it was the truth. Tang Yuan turned its head and saw the dumb dog peeking in at the door. It wasn't clear whether this creature was lucky or unlucky. If you call it good luck, so many mutated rats had gotten into the house. If you call it bad luck, none of those mutated rats had managed to kill it.
Tang Yuan had tested it that morning. The creature's mutation had focused on its fur. Even using 70% of its strength hadn't broken through its defenses. It took 100% of its strength to finally injure it.
Of course, that was under the condition that he was using only his claw's strength, without any skills. Otherwise, forget 70% strength, even 30% would be enough to tear this thing to shreds. Bean suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. From then on, Tang Yuan stayed with Mother Tang in the small courtyard. Mother Tang spent 3 days tidying up the courtyard. Tang Yuan's daily routine was monotonous: eating, drinking, grooming, relieving himself, playing, sleeping, and beating up dogs. Bean's daily routine was just as monotonous. The first 5 items were the same as Tang Yuan's: eating, drinking, grooming, relieving himself, playing, and sleeping. Only the last item differed. While Tang Yuan beat up dogs, Bean was the one getting beaten. As the days passed, the impact of the rat plague on Mother Tang gradually began to fade. This was evident in the fact that she started going back to tidy up the supermarket. It wasn't just her; the street in front of the courtyard was also gradually becoming livelier. People were slowly emerging from the shadow of the rat plague. Sure enough, no matter how great the disaster, it could not withstand the passage of time.
Tang Yuan sighed, just like a human.
After reflecting on this, he stretched. The world may be vast, but nothing beats a full belly. It hopped down from its cat bed, turned its head, and instantly flew into a rage. Meow.
Chapter 35, Sneaking a Bite. Woof woof. Meow. Meow.
Hearing the barking and meowing from inside the house, Mother Tang thought a mouse had gotten in. Gritting her teeth, she grabbed the shovel by her side and rushed out. Before she could even make out what was happening outside, a tuft of fur brushed against her nose, and she couldn't help but let out a huge sneeze.
Achoo! Achoo! Achoo!
She sneezed 3 times in a row. Mother Tang rubbed her stinging nose and looked up through teary eyes. In the courtyard, the dog and cat were locked in a fierce struggle. Or, to be more precise, the cats had the dogs all tangled up. Bean was curled up, protecting his vital parts, looking just like an oversized fur ball. Whether Tang Yuan really had that much strength or Bean was rolling around on his own, he was getting tossed about all over the place. As their paws flew, dog hair flew everywhere. Just watching it made her feel like her hay fever was about to flare up.
Mother Tang, achoo!
Tang Yuan heard the sound and stopped. The dog ball remained where it was, still too scared to move. The dog hair settled, covering the entire yard from a distance. It looked like a thin layer of snow. Mother Tang covered her nose, glancing at the yard full of dog hair, then at Bean, who was nearly bald in patches, and finally at the little cat with a look of indignation on its face. Mother Tang set the shovel by the door, went inside to put on a mask, and came back out. She picked up Tang Yuan.
Tang Yuan, what's wrong? Why are you so upset? Did Bean bully you?
If Bean could understand that, he'd probably be in for a world of trouble. Tang Yuan had already calmed down a bit, but hearing Mother Tang's question, a wave of hurt welled up inside him. He jumped down, ran to the cat bowl, pointed at it with his paw, then pointed at the silly dog.
Meow. Meow. Meow.
Mother Tang remembered that she'd been worried Tang Yuan might wake up hungry, so she'd filled his bowl with cat food and freeze-dried treats ahead of time.
Now the bowl was completely empty, cleaner than a blank slate. Mother Tang looked at Bean.
Bean peeked out shyly, glancing this way furtively. When their eyes met, he quickly buried his head. Only after realizing it was Mother Tang looking at him, not Tang Yuan, did he breathe a sigh of relief and lift his head again, though his gaze remained evasive. Once Mother Tang figured it out, she was at a loss for words. "It's all my fault, all my fault. I hadn't seen Bean sneak any food these past few days, so I assumed he wouldn't eat. Next time I'll put the cat bowl somewhere Bean can't reach."
Tang Yuan pointed at Bean, meow, meow, meow.
Mother Tang soothed him, okay, we'll let him go hungry today and not feed him.
Tang Yuan's tail wagged furiously, venting his frustration. That silly dog had eaten such a huge bowl of cat food he was already full.
Even if he didn't get any food today, he wouldn't go hungry. Mother Tang said, "We won't have cat food today, we'll have canned food."
2 cans. And a cat treat. Cat treats? Tang Yuan's eyes lit up.
Ever since Mother Tang had read online that cat treats weren't good for cats, she'd rarely given him any. To prevent him from sneaking some, she'd even hidden the treats in a box.
Tang Yuan's eyes darted around, and he turned his head away.
Mother Tang said, 2 cat treats.
Tang Yuan almost agreed, but managed to hold back.
Mother Tang glanced at Tang Yuan's happily wagging tail, stifled a smile, and said, 3 cat treats, no more than that. If you still feel like you haven't had your fill, go beat up Bean again.
Tang Yuan thought about it and realized this was Mother Tang's limit.
He nuzzled up to her, rubbing his head against her calf.
Meow.
He could beat up Bean any time, but cat treats weren't something he could have whenever he wanted. After eating 2 cans of food and 1 cat treat, Tang Yuan jumped over to Mother Tang and raised a paw to stop her from tearing open another package.
Mother Tang looked at Tang Yuan in confusion.
Tang Yuan pulled a cat treat out of the box with his teeth and placed it on the table. He signaled with his eyes for Mother Tang to set the one in her hand down as well. Mother Tang did as he asked. Meow. Tang Yuan rubbed against Mother Tang's arm, bent down to pick up both treats in his mouth, jumped off the table, and ran off. Mother Tang stayed where she was, and when she realized what had happened, she couldn't help but laugh. This little guy was practically a little genius. He even knew how to pack it up and take it with him. Tang Yuan hid the cat treats in his bed, placing them alongside his yarn ball and little stones. If only he had a storage space, he could stuff all these things inside. Then he wouldn't have to worry about that clumsy dog stealing his food anymore. It could also stash the goat milk catnip sticks and freeze-dried chicken treats from the Meow Meow gift box inside. Then hide all the other canned and freeze-dried cat treats there too. Then it could finally achieve cat treat freedom. Too bad it doesn't have one. After the sun went down, Mother Tang helped Tang Yuan bring the cat bed inside. At night, Tang Yuan sleeps inside, while the silly dog sleeps in the makeshift doghouse we just built outside. As night falls, Tang Yuan helps the silly dog get some exercise and hones his ability to take a beating. He goes back inside to play with a yarn ball for a while, eats a few pieces of Meow Meow freeze-dried treats, nibbles on a goat milk catnip stick, takes care of his business, and then heads back to his cat bed to sleep. As for the cat treat, he'd save it to savor slowly tomorrow. Tang Yuan hugged the yarn ball and closed his eyes. Suddenly, he opened them again and tucked the cat treat under his head. They say you dream what you think about during the day. His dream tonight would surely be swimming in an ocean of cat treats. Woof woof woof. Tang Yuan shifted his position and covered his ears.
Woof woof woof.
Tang Yuan sat up abruptly, leaped onto the windowsill, and glared darkly at the dog barking wildly in the yard. Bean, crouched by the wall and howling, suddenly felt a chill on its neck. It tucked its head in and cautiously peeked toward Tang Yuan's room. At a glance, it spotted two small spotlights. Bean instinctively buried its head under its belly. Seeing that Bean had settled down, Tang Yuan lay back down. He closed his eyes and chanted, "An ocean of cat treats is coming." Woof, woof, woof. Tang Yuan snapped his eyes open, his gaze filled with uncontrollable murderous intent. He pushed open the window, rushed out, and slapped Bean twice right on the head. Tang Yuan was agile and light on his feet, leaving Bean's head completely dazed. After venting her anger, Tang Yuan stood atop the dog's head and looked toward the courtyard wall. At first glance, there was a row of 3 pairs of small spotlights on the wall.
Upon closer inspection, there were 3 cats crouching side by side on the wall, watching them.
On the left was a black cat. If it weren't for the white boots on its paws, and if it closed its eyes, it could have gone completely invisible. On the right was a ginger cat. Tang Yuan took a closer look. They say a ginger cat can take over a whole bed, and this one was quite large, though not fat.
In the middle was a tabby.
It wasn't the biggest of the 3, but Tang Yuan knew at a glance that this cat was the most dangerous of the lot.
Tang Yuan looked up at the 3 cats, and the 3 cats looked down at Tang Yuan.
After staring at each other for a full 10 seconds, Ginger opened its mouth, meow.
Tang Yuan. Ginger, meow, meow, meow.
Tang Yuan could only tell that it was asking a question, but he still couldn't understand what exactly it was asking. Tang Yuan couldn't help but recall that he hadn't exactly been without experience with cats before. Why hadn't he felt this communication barrier back then?
Tang Yuan searched his memory for the cats he'd encountered before, trying to recall how they communicated back then.
One was Scarface. Well, you couldn't really call it communication between them, more like a deadly feud. Another was Dalong, the short-legged cat. He didn't think he'd ever communicated with Dalong in cat language either.
Come to think of it, Dalong was taken to the vet that day. I wonder if a mouse had run into the vet clinic, and I wonder how Dalong is doing now. Ginger, meow 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 meow. Tang Yuan snapped back to reality.
It thought for a moment even if it didn't understand, it should at least respond.
That's basic cat etiquette.
Besides, only if it responded would it count as communication.
Tang Yuan smiled, meow meow meow. Hello, everyone.
The next second, the 3 cats crouching on the wall all stood up and stared coldly at Tang Yuan.
Chapter 36, Meow Meow Meow.
That doesn't seem quite right.
Tang Yuan thought for a moment and tried again, meow meow meow.
Ginger's fur stood on end, and she opened her mouth wide, ha! Tang Yuan had such sharp eyes, he could even see the back of its throat.
Tabby shot Tang Yuan a cold glance and jumped down from the wall.
The other 2 cats followed suit.
Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan stood there dumbfounded for a moment. When he turned around, he saw Bean the dog sneaking a peek at him. Tang Yuan, meow.
Get lost. The silly dog blinked, got up, grinned widely, and started bouncing around Tang Yuan.
Drool splattered all over Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan, meow.
Come here. The silly dog slammed on the brakes, kicked its legs wildly, took a tumble, and rolled headfirst into its doghouse.
All Tang Yuan could see was the dog's rear end with its tail tucked between its legs. Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan returned to his bed but couldn't fall asleep no matter what. Out of boredom, he opened the interface. Host, Tang Yuan. Species, cat. Vitality, 7.9. Agility, 9.9. Strength, 6.6. Spirit, 14.2. Attribute points, 7. Skills, Pounce Master 132-1000. Consume Apprentice 115-200. Berry Poop Apprentice 12-200. Grooming Master. Snapshot Master 270-1000. Smite Evil Mastery 65-100. Hide and Seek Proficient 350. Tree climbing proficient 3650. Animal communication proficient 4650. Skill point 2. During this period, Tang Yuan did not allocate any attribute points. Vitality and strength increased by 0.1, agility increased by 0.2, and spirit increased by 0.3. As the number of times she consumed the goat milk catnip stick increased, the rate of agility gain slowed. Tang Yuan was a little disappointed, but not too much. You build up a tolerance to anything if you consume it too often. It had already prepared itself mentally for this. The spirit stat was the biggest surprise. If it had known that being attacked by spirit once would grant such a significant boost after recovery, it wouldn't have killed that little mouse. It would have secretly kept it at home, and whenever its spirit power hit a plateau, it would have let the mouse take a swing. Well, she only dared to think about this in secret. She wouldn't dare actually keep it. That night, if it weren't for her ball of yarn, she might not have been able to kill the mutated spirit rat king. Tang Yuan's gaze fell on the remaining unallocated attribute points. She hadn't realized it until she looked, but to her surprise, she had actually saved up 7 attribute points. How did she get so many? Tang Yuan hurriedly scrolled down to check her skills. Berry Poop went from Mastery Apprentice, earning 1 attribute point. Hide and Seek, Tree Climbing, and Animal Communication, these 3 skills went from Novice Proficient, earning 3 attribute points. Tang Yuan's Animal Communication skill proficient 4650 wasn't achieved solely by communicating with dogs. Most of it came from communicating with Mother Tang. Do humans count as a type of animal, too? With so many attribute points, Tang Yuan's claws were itching to act. Leaving all these points unused was pointless. They couldn't be used to breed, so it was better to put them toward boosting strength. Without hesitation, Tang Yuan decided to allocate the points, but the question was how. The attribute with the most points currently was Spirit. Yet that was the first one Tang Yuan ruled out. It wasn't that Tang Yuan was reluctant to allocate points to Spirit, it was that the points simply couldn't be allocated there. It simply couldn't. If it could, Tang Yuan would pour all attribute points into Spirit in one go. After the rat plague incident, Tang Yuan knew all too well the terror of spirit attacks. What a pity. Tang Yuan thought for a moment, then decided to just allocate 1 point to each attribute. Forget about the damn attribute synergy. Who told it to have so many attribute points anyway? Having plenty of attribute points means you can be as reckless as you want. In an instant, Tang Yuan's stats changed. Vitality, 8.9. Agility, 10.9. Strength, 7.6. Spirit, 14.2. Tang Yuan closed its eyes, feeling wave after wave of gentle warmth surging through its body. It felt as if it were soaking in a hot spring, letting the warm currents massage its muscles, bones, and fur. As the warmth faded, Tang Yuan returned to reality. It stretched, its body cracking and popping. So comfortable. Tang Yuan's tail swayed gently, its eyes half closed, looking utterly content. There were still 4 attribute points left. It would be enough to save 3 attribute points for later, leaving 1 to allocate. Tang Yuan's gaze swept back and forth between the 3 attribute points, finally settling on agility. If one of these 4 major attributes were a natural talent for a cat, it would undoubtedly be agility. It could easily boost its agility while simultaneously developing the other 3 attributes. This way, it would ensure both its combat effectiveness and its survivability. Perfect. With a single thought, Tang Yuan's agility jumped from 10.9 to 11.9. Before Tang Yuan could celebrate, it realized that its remaining free attribute points weren't 3, but 2. Where was the other point? Had it accidentally allocated it to another attribute? But there were only 4 attributes. Excluding Spirit, which couldn't be increased, and the agility it had just boosted, that left only Vitality and Strength. Just 2 attributes, 2 numbers. There was no way it could have miscounted them. Surely it couldn't be that once an attribute exceeds 10, each additional point requires 2 attribute points. Tang Yuan furrowed its ears in frustration. Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan's whiskers twitched wildly. No, that can't be. Tang Yuan felt the world go dark before its eyes. It chewed on a few balls of yarn before its mood improved slightly. Come to think of it, it had originally planned to rely on its own efforts to raise agility to 10. Once it couldn't go any higher, it would use attribute points to boost it further. If that were really the case, wouldn't it lose one attribute point? Well, this isn't just a simple matter of addition and subtraction. Attribute mechanics are much more complicated than that. But it's just a little kitten. It's already impressive enough that it can figure out 1 is greater than 0.1. It mulled it over and over, but still felt a bit reluctant. Tang Yuan lifted its head and stared intently at the remaining 2 attribute points. Maybe, give it another try? Never mind. It stuck to the original plan, keeping 1 skill point in reserve and using the other to upgrade Smite Evil from Mastery to Apprentice. Then, Tang Yuan drifted off to sleep with a heavy heart. 4 days later, Xiaofei finally came home. Mother Tang put down what she was holding, grabbed her son's hand, and examined it thoroughly from every angle to make sure he hadn't lost any limbs and wasn't injured anywhere. Only then did she feel at ease. You finally came back. Why didn't you give me a call? I could have gone grocery shopping early and cooked you a nice meal. Xiaofei spread his arms wide, smiling as he let Mother Tang inspect him. Hearing her words, he chuckled, "Mom, it's not too late to start preparing now." As he spoke, he couldn't help but yawn. I haven't slept well in days. I'm exhausted. I'm going to get some sleep first. Xiaofei slept until the sun was setting. Mother Tang carried a bowl of pork rib soup over to the table. Xiaofei went over to help. Mom, why is Tang Yuan so lethargic today? Mother Tang set the bowl down, blew on her hands, and glanced at Tang Yuan. He has been like this since this morning. Xiaofei sat down on the sofa and scratched Tang Yuan's belly. Could he be sick? Tang Yuan's gaze was unfocused, and he didn't move a muscle. Xiaofei said, "I'll take him to the vet right now." Ouch. Before he could finish speaking, his hand was swatted away. Ouch, Xiaofei rubbed the back of her hand, which had turned red from the slap. Tang Yuan, you hit too hard. Tang Yuan licked his paw and shot Xiaofei a glance. If I'd really hit that hard, your hand would be gone. Xiaofei pointed at Tang Yuan and shouted to her mom, "Mom, Tang Yuan is looking down on me." Tang Yuan. Xiaofei hid behind Mother Tang. Mom, should the 2 of us take him to the vet? It had gone from I to the 2 of us. Mother Tang said, "It's not a physical illness. A heartache needs a remedy for the heart." What? A heartache? What kind of heartache could a little kitten have? Xiaofei thought it was impossible. Mother Tang took Xiaofei outside. Peering out, she saw Tang Yuan licking his paw and not noticing them. She lowered her voice and said, "Yesterday, our dog kept barking. I was woken up by the noise and leaned out the window to look. I saw 3 kittens standing by our backyard wall. Tang Yuan must have snuck out somehow and tried to talk to them. Maybe he wanted to be friends, but they didn't really pay him any mind. He only exchanged a few words before walking away." Tang Yuan, pretending to groom himself, was actually pricking up his ears to eavesdrop. When he heard that, he nearly bit his own paw. Who wants to be friends with them? After hearing Mother Tang's words, the look in Xiaofei's eyes toward Tang Yuan changed. Xiaofei rushed over, crouched by the sofa, and gazed at Tang Yuan with deep affection. "It's okay, Tang Yuan. If they want to be your friends, it's their loss. I can spot a hero when I see one. I'll be your friend." Tang Yuan looked at Xiaofei. Xiaofei gazed back at him with eyes full of anticipation and encouragement. Tang Yuan coldly walked past him and jumped onto the armchair. Xiaofei. Xiaofei didn't lose heart. He had an idea, slapped his forehead, and ran to the car to fetch a box. He tucked the box under one arm and picked up Tang Yuan with the other hand. Tang Yuan was getting impatient and about to swat him, but then he happened to see the words on the shipping box. Xiaofei called out loudly, "Mom, I'm going to go comfort Tang Yuan first. I'll be down for dinner in a bit." Without caring whether Mother Tang heard him or not, Xiaofei carried Tang Yuan into his room. Xiaofei locked the door from the inside, returned to the bedside, and opened the delivery box. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Tang Yuan's eyes grew wider and wider, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. Cat treats. A whole box full of cat treats. Before the box was even fully open, Tang Yuan couldn't resist and leaped right into the pile of treats. With a loud crack, the box split open. Tang Yuan paid no attention to the box, content to lounge in the pile of cat treats. Not understanding cat language, being looked down upon by cats, or the whole two dots and a dot thing, none of that mattered in the face of all those cat treats. After rubbing himself against them to his heart's content, Tang Yuan looked at Xiaofei. He thought for a moment, then plucked a tuft of fur from the least noticeable spot and handed it to Xiaofei. Chapter 37, Flirting with a Blind Man. Tang Yuan slept until it woke up naturally, and upon waking, vaguely remembered the dream it had. In the dream, it owned a massive swimming pool. Instead of water, the pool was filled to the brim with meat squeezed out of cat treats. Swam through the meat, all it had to do was tilt its head and open its mouth to get a mouthful. Beside the pool stood a dense forest. The trees didn't bear fruit, but rather cans of cat food and bags of freeze-dried treats. It didn't need to climb the trees to pick them. It had its own tool people, tool dogs, and tool cats. It had 3 tool cats, 1 black, 1 orange, and 1 tabby. There used to be a short-legged one too, but its legs were too short, so it was fired. The tool dog is bigger than a human, but not very smart, and often makes Tang Yuan angry. The tool person is just a human. The tool cats are in charge of climbing trees and picking the canned food and freeze-dried treats. The tool person is in charge of opening the cans and packages, scooping out the meat, placing it in elegant cat bowls, and presenting them with both hands. When Tang Yuan has had enough, it steps out of the pool of cat treats and meat. No need to wash up, a quick shake of the body and it's clean. The tool dog is its mount, carrying it back to its cat bed. It has one luxurious cat bed. No, it owns countless cat beds of every variety. From caves to tree hollows, from simple Instagram style to classical Chinese to Western Gothic, and so on. Whatever cat bed has ever existed in this world, Tang Yuan must have it. It also has a massive warehouse filled to the brim with its toys. There are many baskets of yarn balls alone, each basket a different color. Besides yarn balls, it has many baskets of cat teasers. And, what else? It racked its brain trying to think of other cat toys, but before it could come up with anything, it woke up. As soon as it opened its eyes, it saw its personal assistant. His human was brushing his fur. Who knows where this guy learned his technique? He was massaging Tang Yuan while brushing him. Tang Yuan closed his eyes and purred softly. Xiaofei brushed him from head to tail 3 times, then hurried off. It was as if he'd come back that morning just to groom him. Not a bad job, all things considered. After breakfast, Mother Tang ruffled Tang Yuan's head. I'm going to the supermarket today to supervise the renovations. You're home alone, so be careful and keep an eye on Bean for me. Meow. Tang Yuan rubbed against Mother Tang's hand. Mother Tang said, I know Tang Yuan is a big kid and can take care of himself. I've put the cat food and freeze-dried treats in a small box on the table in your room. Eat whenever you're hungry, don't let yourself go hungry. Tang Yuan, meow. Mother Tang said, and there's water. I bought you an automatic water dispenser. Don't worry about running out of water. Tang Yuan, meow. That's what you call a response to everything, this is it. Emotional satisfaction maxed out. How could Mother Tang not be in a good mood? Before leaving, she opened 2 cans of food for him. With canned food to eat, Tang Yuan was very happy. But when he calculated how many cans were left, he wasn't so happy anymore. He'd have to eat sparingly. But since they were already open, he might as well eat them. Tang Yuan buried his head in the food, finishing 1 can and licking the broth off his paws. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a distorted, large face pressed against the window and jumped in surprise. He turned his head to look and breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't a monster, it was a cat. It was Ginger, standing outside the window with his face pressed against the glass, squished out of shape. What was it doing here? Looking for a fight?
Tang Yuan realized it wasn't T looking at him.
Following its gaze, Tang Yuan spotted a can of food. Tang Yuan suddenly understood. So that's what it was about.
He jumped off the table and went to the water dispenser for a drink. When he returned, Ginger was still staring intently at the can. This time, Tang Yuan changed seats while eating, deliberately positioning the can so it faced Ginger.
Ginger could clearly watch Tang Yuan eat the can.
Tang Yuan ate the can very slowly, stopping after 2 or 3 bites to lick its paws and wash its face before continuing. The cat outside had been relatively calm at first. But after a few rounds of this, it could no longer stay calm.
Meow, 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 meow. Meow. Meow, meow. Tang Yuan's response was simple. The more Ginger meowed, the slower Tang Yuan ate. After 2 days of practice, Tang Yuan's animal communication skills have gone from proficient to masterful. Even though Tang Yuan can't speak a word, I can vaguely understand what it's trying to say.
He was only halfway through the second can when Ginger started pecking at the glass from outside. Unfortunately, the glass didn't budge an inch. After pecking for a while, seemingly realizing it was futile, Ginger shot Tang Yuan a cold glance and hopped down.
Tang Yuan was a bit disappointed. Was that it? If it didn't even have that much perseverance, how could it ever accomplish anything great? Tang Yuan shook his head and finished the can with his usual agility. After finishing his meal, Tang Yuan walked to the door, jumped up, and grabbed the doorknob. With a firm tug, the door swung open. Just as he leaped out, he kicked the door with his hind legs, and it snapped shut with a click. As he stepped outside, he wondered if that Ginger was lurking in the shadows, waiting to ambush him. As it turned out, he was half right. He wasn't ambushed by a cat, but he nearly got a bath from a dog. The dumb dog was crouched by the door, basking in the sun, panting and grinning at him. Tang Yuan gave him a big scolding. You don't even bark when a strange cat comes by. How are you supposed to be a guard dog? The dumb dog obediently curled up into a ball. Tang Yuan practiced his skills on him for a while. After a bit, Tang Yuan lost interest, stopped, and let the dumb dog off the hook. The dumb dog scrambled to its feet and ran wild around the yard. Tang Yuan climbed a tree, scaling to the very top, and looked out over the landscape from his lofty perch. The neighborhood was full of small 2-story courtyards like this one. Looking west, he could see skyscrapers. This area was on the outskirts of the city. Looking east, his gaze fell upon endless mountain ranges, their peaks soaring straight into the clouds. He might go for a stroll in the mountains someday. But not now. With its current abilities, a cat venturing into the mountains would be nothing more than a meal for those fierce beasts. Meow? Why doesn't it hurt? Not only did it not hurt, but Tang Yuan was actually bounced back a bit. It adjusted its position, landing on all 4 paws. When it turned its head, it realized that the silly dog had cushioned its fall. The dumb dog shifted from a ball into a dog shape, nuzzled up to Tang Yuan, and grinned. Tang Yuan. Meow meow meow. Since you're so loyal, starting today, you're my little brother. From now on, I'll look out for you and make sure no other dogs or cats bully you. Woof woof. Silly dog barked twice. Tang Yuan thought it had agreed, but after some mental translation, he realized it was just saying it was hungry. Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan felt as frustrated as if he'd been batting his eyelashes at a blind person. Damn it, I got all worked up for nothing. Chapter 38, in the right, but still angry. Tang Yuan stormed off to find some dog food for the dumb dog. The dumb dog's food was in the living room on the first floor. It took Tang Yuan a lot of effort to get the food out the door without tearing the bag. He placed the food by the door and went to fetch the dog bowl. Tang Yuan stood in front of the dog bowl, not knowing where to start. The doggy smell was too overpowering. Tang Yuan tried to get Shagu to fetch the bowl over. The dog was lying in front of the food bag, drooling, completely ignoring her command. Tang Yuan snapped, meow. Shagu rolled into a ball as usual. Tang Yuan really wanted to just walk away and go back to her cat bed to sleep. But the dumb dog had just helped him out. Even if the dog hadn't rushed over,
he would ve just been in a bit of pain. It wouldn't have been life-threatening, but at least the dog had helped. He already said he'd take the dumb dog on as his sidekick, even though the dog might hear but wouldn't understand. But as a cat with a moral compass, he couldn't go back on his word today. At least not today. Tang Yuan didn't want to carry the dog bowl, so he decided to carry the dog food bag instead. He carefully opened the bag and scooped out 2 big spoonfuls with a large spoon. He tossed the spoon back into the bag and tried to reseal it. Unfortunately, his paws weren't as nimble as a human's. He was about to lose his temper, but he still couldn't get it sealed. Oh well, it'll have to do. Tang Yuan, having lost patience, carried the dog food bag back to the living room and placed it as close to its original spot as possible. As for Mother Tang coming home to find the dog food bag open. Tang Yuan, come on, I'm just a delicate little kitten, there's no way I could open a dog food bag. Tang Yuan put the dog food away and went back out to the yard. Just as many murderers returned to the scene of the crime, it had to go check out the results of its handiwork. Tang Yuan stood in front of the dog bowl, not uttering a single meow. In the blink of an eye, the dumb dog had eaten all the dog food. The bowl was licked spotless. Bean had been grinning like an idiot with its tongue hanging out, but seeing Tang Yuan's grim expression, it quietly backed away. Just as Tang Yuan was about to go over and deal with the dumb dog, he noticed a cat had appeared on the wall. It was Ginger again. Ginger opened its mouth, meow, meow, meow. Tang Yuan paused for a moment, then realized this guy was telling him to come out. Want to go out and beat it up? Can't I just beat it up in the yard? Of course, who ends up beating whom is another story. Tang Yuan, meow, meow, meow. Come down. Tang Yuan wasn't sure if he was saying it right, but he just went ahead and said it anyway. Ginger, meow, meow, meow. Come out. Tang Yuan, meow, meow, meow. Come down. Ginger, meow, meow, meow. Come out. Tang Yuan, meow, meow, meow. Come down. The 2 cats and Tang Yuan meowed back and forth, arguing through the air, one above and one below. As Tang Yuan argued, it dawned on him. This guy won't come down because of that dumb dog. Don't be fooled by how the dumb dog curls up into a ball the moment Tang Yuan scares him. In reality, being a bear-like, super-sized Alaskan Malamute is quite imposing. People or cats who know him well realize he is just a coward. He never attacks anyone first. But to strangers or unfamiliar cats, this big dog looks fierce and terrifying, someone you definitely don't want to mess with. Even if you've seen how timid he is, there is no guarantee he'll be that way with you. Dogs, after all, have 2 faces, one for family and one for strangers. Tang Yuan didn't want to deal with Ginger at first, but then he thought, staying in the yard all the time is kind of boring, so he decided to go for a stroll. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he scrambled up the wall with a swish, swish, swish. In the blink of an eye, he was up on the wall. It startled Ginger, who nearly fell off. Ginger regained his composure, gave Tang Yuan a meow, and began climbing down the wall. After climbing a short distance, he jumped down. Tang Yuan followed right behind him, copying his every move. Ginger motioned for Tang Yuan to follow him. Tang Yuan swished its tail. Aren't felines supposed to be very wary of showing their backs? Was this Ginger unaware of that, or did it think Tang Yuan posed no threat? Tang Yuan followed behind Ginger as the 2 cats crossed the street, passed through a dog flap, and slipped into an abandoned courtyard. Ginger stopped, turned around, and glared at Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan looked around but didn't see the other 2 cats. This guy plans to take him on alone. Or maybe not, those 2 cats could be hiding somewhere, waiting to ambush him later. Meow. Ginger was very unhappy with Tang Yuan's habit of scanning the area as soon as he entered. Tang Yuan turned his head, meow. Ginger's eyes were ablaze. Tang Yuan blinked innocently. He hadn't said anything, he just replied, huh? Why was she suddenly so furious? Ginger's fur stood on end, making her look like an oversized meatball. Her body lowered slightly into a hunting stance, and in the blink of an eye, she lunged toward Tang Yuan. Even then, Tang Yuan stood rooted to the spot, frozen in place, as if it had been scared stiff. It wasn't until Ginger was about to pounce that it stumbled backward, awkwardly dodging the attack. Just like a house cat raised in a human household, one that doesn't know how to fight. Ginger twitched her whiskers and slowed her movements. Her pouncing and clawing were full of playful teasing. The kitten was as disoriented as a mouse caught in her game of cat and mouse. Watching it unable to fight back or escape only made Ginger more excited. Tang Yuan watched the show from the sidelines and, seeing this, grinned. Are all cats really this wicked? No, surely not. Some cats don't have this malicious tendency to toy with their prey like me, for instance. I'm so kind. I never toy with my opponents when I kill, it's always with a single, fatal blow. Sigh, an evil cat like this is destined to face the punishment of a righteous little kitten. Having had enough of the game, Tang Yuan leaped into the air just as Ginger's paw came down, blocking it with one paw while pinning Ginger's head down with the other. With a clang, Ginger crashed onto the cracked concrete floor. Ginger's limbs and tail twitched. Tang Yuan blinked and withdrew its paw. Ginger's eyes rolled back, its tongue hung limply from its mouth, and it stopped breathing. Tang Yuan slowly pulled its paw back, feeling a bit awkward. It hadn't intended to kill this Ginger. It could sense that although this Ginger had a nasty temperament, it harbored no murderous intent. Tang Yuan hadn't intended to kill it had just wanted to tease it a bit. Who would have thought this guy was so weak, unable to dodge even a single swipe of its paw? It hadn't even used much force. How could this Ginger have ended up like this? Wasn't it supposed to be a street fighter? How could someone this weak survive out there? So, this incident was definitely not its fault. If anyone is to blame, it's this Ginger for overestimating itself, daring to take on a giant like an ant and ending up in this mess. Pitiful, tragic, and lamentable. Tang Yuan shifted the blame, instantly feeling justified, though a tiny bit of guilt still lingered. Cough, cough. Just as Tang Yuan turned to leave, a cough came from behind. Tang Yuan snapped back to attention and saw Ginger, whom he thought was beyond saving, crawling to her feet and crouching there, coughing incessantly. Ha! She's not dead? Tang Yuan rushed over excitedly. Ginger had regained some composure, but when she looked up and saw a cat's face, she was so startled she fell backward, thudding onto the ground. She fainted again. Tang Yuan. Chapter 39, Caw Caw. Tang Yuan crouched beside Ginger in silence for a moment, then stood up, shook itself off, and stretched. Next, it crouched back down, raised its hind leg to scratch its neck, licked its hind leg, and then licked its paw. Pft, pft, it licked a mouthful of dirt. After doing all that, Tang Yuan looked at Ginger. Ginger was still sprawled out on the ground, not yet awake. So weak. Tang Yuan twitched its ears, walked over to Ginger's head, and placed a paw pat on Ginger's nose. It was breathing. It felt its chest, the heartbeat was strong. Ginger hadn't been breathing just now. She must have passed out from the fall, but she wasn't dead. Once she catches her breath, she'll be fine. Tang Yuan swished his tail triumphantly. As expected, this cat knows exactly what he is doing. Seeing that Ginger was out of danger, Tang Yuan circled the house but didn't spot any other cats. However, Tang Yuan twitched his nose. There were other cat scents in this yard. Clearly, Ginger wasn't the only cat roaming around here. Tang Yuan picked up a distinct, unfamiliar scent clearer than Ginger's. He lowered his head to sniff it, then climbed over the wall, following the scent in one direction. The further he went, the more familiar the surroundings felt. Tang Yuan's pace slowed until he finally stopped. He crouched there, tilting his head back to gaze at the wall, lost in thought. Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan turned his head. A car had pulled up nearby. The window rolled down, and the driver leaned out, waving vigorously at him. Tang Yuan turned away coldly and darted back into the courtyard in a few quick bounds. Xiaofei, his hand still outstretched. Ha ha. The person in the passenger seat couldn't help but laugh. I remember someone once said that our Tang Yuan is smart, sensible, and understanding, and the cutest thing is that he always listens to me. Xiaofei withdrew his hand and pressed the gas pedal. Without batting an eye, he said, "That's because it saw you.
My Tang Yuan is timid and afraid of strangers."
As he spoke, Xiaofei drove past his own house without stopping and headed off into the distance.
Tang Yuan climbed back onto the wall and watched the car drive away. Is this guy on a mission? Once the car was out of sight, Tang Yuan jumped down.
Bean ran out of his doghouse, leaping and pouncing toward Tang Yuan. Just this morning he'd nearly beaten him into a state of withdrawal, yet by the afternoon he'd regained his spirit. It was one of the few virtues of this silly dog.
In the evening, Mother Tang returned.
Not only did she come back herself, but she also brought someone with her. A tall, young girl.
She was pretty. Even Tang Yuan couldn't help but take a second look. But that was all he did.
The dumb dog, whom Tang Yuan treated like a fur rug, froze when it saw the young woman. Until the young woman bent down, smiled, and patted its head.
Bean. Woof, woof, woof.
The dumb dog shot up and charged toward the young woman. Tang Yuan nearly fell off. He jumped onto the chair in front of the house and watched as the woman and the dog hugged each other. Mother Tang took the opportunity to laugh. Maybe he was startled earlier, and with the move to a new place, Bean is having a hard time adjusting. He is shedding like crazy. Mother Tang glanced at the little cat lying on the chair, feigning innocence. What else could she say? Was she really supposed to tell them that the missing patches of fur on Bean were all plucked out by their own cat? Mother Tang continued, "Its spirit is fine, and it's eating plenty. If you're worried, Xiyin, you can take it to the vet. If you don't have time, our son can take it to a pet clinic for a checkup." As if it had understood the word hospital, Bean was so scared it jumped out of Lu Xiyin's arms and ran to hide behind Tang Yuan's chair. "It's just shedding season," Lu Xiyin straightened up and smiled.
"Aunt Wang, since Bean has been with you, it's been even more spirited and energetic than when it was with me. It's clear how much care you've put into it.
I should be thanking you for rescuing this little guy in such a dangerous situation. If it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't have seen him again."
Everyone wants their efforts to be recognized.
Hearing this, Mother Tang felt pleased. "Since I promised your dad, we have to keep our word." Lu Xiyin looked at Tang Yuan lying on the chair and smiled gently.
"What a cute little cat." Tang Yuan glared at her coldly.
He hoped this woman would be a bit more perceptive and noticed the "keep your distance" written all over him.
Although Lu Xiyin was very pretty, Tang Yuan, wasn't just any ordinary kitten. "Aunt Wang, this must be Tang Yuan. He is so cute."
Lu Xiyin suddenly gave herself a light tap.
"Oh my, how could I have forgotten?"
Lu Xiyin stepped out of the courtyard and returned shortly.
Only now, she was carrying 2 bags. "Aunt Wang, these are gifts for Tang Yuan. Please, you must accept them."
Mother Tang kept refusing. "Take them back.
Tang Yuan still has plenty of canned food." Tang Yuan stood up, staring at Mother Tang in disbelief. "Plenty?"
There were only 2 left. Tang Yuan could tell Mother Tang really didn't want them, so he turned to stare at Lu Xiyin.
He hoped this woman would be a little more firm and absolutely not take them back.
Lu Xiyin said, "Aunt Wang, if you don't accept them, I won't have the face to leave Bean in your care anymore." The 2 of them went back and forth refusing the gifts in front of Tang Yuan 2 or 3 times before Mother Tang finally accepted them.
Tang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. "My little can."
Seeing Tang Yuan's big, sparkling eyes, Lu Xiyin couldn't help but stroke Tang Yuan's head.
For the sake of the dog food, Tang Yuan didn't pull away.
Lu Xiyin actually had quite a bit of self-control. She stroked him once and then withdrew her hand.
Tang Yuan looked up and gave Lu Xiyin a couple of extra glances.
Lu Xiyin played with Bean for a while, then left after leaving 4 bags of dog food.
It wasn't until evening that Mother Tang realized one of the 4 bags of dog food was actually cat food.
Lu Xiyin must have kept it a secret for fear that Mother Tang wouldn't accept it. It had already grown dark by then, so Mother Tang hadn't noticed when she was carrying the bags. When stacking them, Lu Xiyin had deliberately placed it at the very back. Mother Tang took out the cat food and shook her head.
"That Xiyin is always so thoughtful." Tang Yuan crouched in front of the can, nodding repeatedly. It was indeed thoughtful.
To make the most of this gesture of gratitude, he have a new brand of canned food tonight. In the end, Mother Tang used the excuse that he already had canned food today and wanted a change of pace for dinner, so she fed him the cat food mixed with freeze-dried cod. It wasn't too bad, but Tang Yuan was really curious about the taste of the new canned food. At 10 p.m., Tang Yuan lay on a chair in front of the house, gazing at the stars. By now, Mother Tang had grown accustomed to the fact that Tang Yuan could open the door on its own. Seeing that she couldn't keep Tang Yuan cooped up, Mother Tang simply set up a chair for it in the yard. She even sewed a soft, fluffy cotton pad by hand and tied it to the chair so Tang Yuan would be more comfortable when lying down. Tang Yuan lay there for a while, until the crescent moon and stars in the night sky were obscured. Great, the dark clouds have rolled in, but the cat he has been waiting for hasn't shown up. Never mind, time to go back to sleep. Tang Yuan stood up and stretched. Just as he was about to jump off the chair, something fell from the sky. Tang Yuan dodged it, and the object skimmed past his head and fell to the ground. Is it raining? It tilted its head back, but there were no raindrops. It looked down and fell silent. A pile of bird droppings lay at Tang Yuan's feet. Its cushion was red, and the grayish-white droppings stood out so clearly on it that it was impossible to miss. Caw 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 caw. Tang Yuan looked up. A crow circled his head twice before flying off into the distance. That thing was mocking him just now, wasn't it? Tang Yuan was so angry he almost laughed, swishing his tail back and forth. In the next instant, Tang Yuan turned into a streak of lightning and gave chase. He refused to believe that the creature could keep flying forever without ever landing. Chapter 40, Tang Batman Yuan. Tang Yuan had originally thought it would be extremely difficult after all. A bird's agility in flight far surpasses a cat's agility on the ground. But the truth was, while Tang Yuan hadn't actually caught up to the crow, it wasn't far behind either. It maintained a distance of about 200 meters. If they were on flat ground, at this distance, he might have already lost track of it. But the crow was flying in the sky even at 200 meters, Tang Yuan could see it just by looking up. Tang Yuan followed for a while. The crow showed no signs of fatigue, but he was running out of patience. Since being reborn from the cat's body, his patience had been gradually fading. In its place, his curiosity was growing little by little. Just as Tang Yuan was about to leave, the crow began to descend, eventually landing on the branch of a large tree. Tang Yuan immediately changed his mind. He crouched low, crossed the street silently, and slipped into the yard of an old villa. Then he climbed up the tree trunk. Throughout this, the crow perched on the branch kept staring straight ahead, unaware that a cat had crept up behind it. Seeing how intently the crow was watching, Tang Yuan followed its gaze. He nearly cried out. Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei and another person were standing right there in the villa's courtyard. They drew their handguns and crept along the wall toward the villa. When they reached the entrance, they exchanged a few hand signals and nodded to each other. The two split up and slipped into the villa. It was the first time Tang Yuan had ever witnessed police work firsthand, and he was quite curious. Beating up Crow took a back seat to this. Tang Yuan's gaze inadvertently fell on Crow's eyes. Does the crow have red eyes? No way. Crows are supposed to have black eyes, right? Otherwise, given how well-known crows are, if it had red eyes, Tang Yuan would definitely know about it. Is this crow a mutant crow? What does a mutant crow signify? It signifies the Meow Meow gift box. Tang Yuan immediately changed his mind. He was indeed very interested in watching the police investigate a case more so than beating up the crow. But his craving for the Meow Meow gift box outweighed his interest in witnessing the police at work. Tang Yuan crouched on a branch, narrowed his eyes, and stared intently at the mutant crow with his vertical pupils. The moment the mutated crow flapped its wings to fly away, Tang Yuan sprang into action, slapping its claws against the crow's neck. With a snap, the kitten landed on top of the crow as they both fell. Tang Yuan shifted its position mid-air, pushing off the raven's corpse with its hind legs to propel itself upward, then leaped onto the tree trunk before landing lightly on the ground. Tang Yuan activated the light screen immediately. Achievement: killed a mutated raven, obtained a Meow Meow gift box.
Tang Yuan wagged its tail cheerfully. It walked over to the mutated crow and poked at it with its paws. With its eyes closed, the mutated crow looked no different from an ordinary crow. Ha! What's on its claw?
Tang Yuan noticed that something seemed to be tied to the mutant crow's claw. Just as Tang Yuan pulled the object off, the corpse began to change.
Tang Yuan remembered something and immediately backed away.
Right before its eyes, the mutant crow turned into a pool of black liquid.
Floating in the black liquid was a black feather.
The moment Tang Yuan laid eyes on the feather, he fell in love with it. Ignoring how dirty it was, he grabbed the feather and pulled it out. He crouched on his hind legs, his upper body straight, and shook the feather with his two front paws. The black water on the raven's black feather was shaken off, leaving it dry, smooth, and glossy.
So beautiful. Tang Yuan couldn't put it down.
After playing with it for a while to its heart's content, Tang Yuan clamped the feather in its mouth and searched the ground. Before long, it found the object it had pried from the crow's claws. Tang Yuan fiddled with it, its mind filled with confusion.
What was this thing?
A small metal box.
What was this? A camera?
This mutant crow had been raised by humans.
Tang Yuan's heart skipped a beat as it realized this mutant crow had been following Xiaofei and the others. If this little tin box contained a camera, didn't that mean every move Xiaofei and the others made was under someone's watchful eye? Tang Yuan didn't know what to say.
It raised its claw and smashed the little tin box to pieces. Better late than never, though it had no idea if it would even help.
The moment the tin box shattered, Tang Yuan sensed something was wrong. Its instincts kicked in, and it bolted instantly.
At the same time, the tin box exploded.
Damn it, gunpowder! Tang Yuan gave it everything it had, dodging the blast's center of force.
But it still ended up covered in soot and dust. Tang Yuan lay on the ground, clutching a raven's black feather in its mouth, unable to get up for a long while. It wasn't that it had been injured by the blast.
The explosion hadn't been very powerful.
Not only had it dodged the epicenter, but even if it had been standing right in the middle of the blast, it wouldn't have been killed. It was just that its pride had taken a bit of a hit.
Tang Yuan's ears perked up as he heard faint footsteps. Xiaofei and the others were about to come out. Tang Yuan didn't want Xiaofei to see him looking so bedraggled.
If he saw him like this, he'd surely tease him for days.
Still clutching the raven's black feather, Tang Yuan vanished from the villa's courtyard in the blink of an eye. After carefully observing the scene, Xiaofei and his colleague divided up their tasks. The colleague left the villa to cautiously investigate the explosion site, while Xiaofei hid in a high vantage point with a clear view to provide cover. A moment later, Xiaofei received a signal from his colleague to come down. Soon, Xiaofei and his colleague met up.
The two stared at the explosion site, their brows furrowed. Even after they left, they still couldn't make sense of what had happened. Judging by the aftermath of the explosion, it had been on a very small scale, not even enough to kill anyone. If someone had wanted to send them a warning this way, they clearly had better methods at their disposal.
If someone had intended to kill them, the blast was far too weak.
It wasn't until they drove onto the main road and stopped at a red light that Xiaofei spotted a manhole cover ahead and suddenly had a flash of insight.
I've got it. Xiaofei slapped the steering wheel, accidentally hitting the horn. His drowsy colleague jolted awake. What? Xiaofei said, do you remember when we went inside the villa?
You mentioned how much dust there was.
His colleague nodded. I remember. The dust was really thick. Xiaofei looked at his colleague. Is it possible that wasn't just ordinary dust?
The light turned green, and Xiaofei stepped on the gas.
Is it possible that the small bomb, or rather, the large firecracker that exploded outside the villa was meant for us?
Hearing this, his colleague finally understood what Xiaofei meant.
You mean, someone originally intended to throw that small bomb into the villa. The moment it detonated, the blast would have sent dust particles from the villa into the air. Combined with the heat from the explosion, that would have triggered a dust explosion. And we, right in the middle of that dust, would have been blown to bits. The colleague's face grew paler by the second. Xiaofei nodded. Exactly. The question now is, why did the bomb detonate before it even hit the villa? Did the criminals botch it, or did someone save us? The colleague took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. If it's the latter, it's highly unlikely to be one of our own.
If it were someone from the police force, they wouldn't be keeping it under wraps like this.
Could it be that our very own Lin Yun City has a Batman who upholds justice and rescues people from danger? Xiaofei mused, letting his imagination run wild.
At that moment, Tom Batman Yuan was perched on the wall, cradling Crow Blackfeather, and sneezing repeatedly.
He rubbed his nose with his paw. Who was cursing him? But now wasn't the time to think about that. Tang Yuan looked around, a look of bewilderment on his face. Where is this? How do I get back? Chapter 41, Left up right, right up left. Tang Yuan never imagined it would actually get lost.
If it had known, it would have hidden in the shadows and, when Xiaofei and the others left, jumped into the car to follow them. Even if Xiaofei didn't take the route past its home and it ended up at the police station, where Xiaofei would find it, it wouldn't have mattered. What rule says kittens aren't allowed to wander around? Unfortunately, the car was long gone, and it was too late for regrets.
Now it was both hungry and sleepy.
Tang Yuan yawned, and a raven black feather fell from its mouth, only to be caught in its teeth again. It wasn't that it hadn't thought of it following its own scent home. But the scent it gave off while running was faint. After just a short while, a breeze would blow it away.
Tang Yuan could only follow his memory, and then he got lost. Tang Yuan sighed. What on earth was he going to do now? Was he, a weak, pampered house cat, really going to have to become a self-reliant stray?
He still had so many cans of food, so much dry food, so many freeze-dried treats, and so many cat sticks left to eat. That stupid dog's owner had just given it a new flavor of canned food today. It hadn't even tasted a single bite. It couldn't accept this.
And what about its yarn ball? Its little pebbles? All gone.
Overcome with grief, Tang Yuan was about to burst into tears when it suddenly heard a sound, forcing it to stop crying mid-sob.
Meow. Meow, meow, meow.
The sound of meowing came from afar. It wasn't the usual meowing. The sound was sharp and piercing, laced with ferocity.
Cats were fighting.
Tang Yuan couldn't care less about his sadness. He took off running toward the source of the noise. Tang Yuan, since things have come to this, I might as well go check out the commotion first. Following the sound, he leaped up a tree, crouched on a branch, and looked down. There, two cats were fighting. The way these two fought was completely different from how Tang Yuan fought. They bit each other's necks with their mouths, scratched each other's faces with their claws, and kicked each other's bellies with their hind legs. They clung to each other, rolling back and forth on the ground. As they rolled, they kept kicking each other.
Tang Yuan was amazed.
So this is how cats can fight.
Wow, he never thought of that move before. Make a note of it, make a note of it. This move isn't bad either, it's incredibly powerful. Love it, love it. Tang Yuan crouched in the tree, not daring to blink, earnestly absorbing the fighting techniques of the two cats.
As they fought, the slightly smaller cat pinned the other down and bit down on its ear, refusing to let go. The scent of blood wafted on the breeze, filling Tang Yuan's nostrils.
Even seeing blood, Tang Yuan didn't want to disturb them.
Judging by the force of their fight, the worst that could happen was a few injuries, nothing fatal.
Though Tang Yuan hadn't experienced it firsthand, it was easy to imagine that such scenes were a daily occurrence for feral cats. Could it stop them once? Could it stop them twice or three times?
Tang Yuan leaped down, carrying Crow's black feather in its mouth, and with a single swipe of its paw, sent the cat on top tumbling to the side. That cat rolled over a few times, then stood up and ran off without even a snarl,
leaving Tang Yuan and the cat on the ground.
Tang Yuan spat out Crow's black feather and gave the cat with the injured ear a friendly smile.
Meow.
Upon seeing Tang Yuan, the cat scrambled to its feet, arched its back, and hissed at Tang Yuan. Far from getting angry at the hiss, Tang Yuan circled the cat twice with great interest.
This cat was none other than Ginger, the one Tang Yuan had just beaten up.
Just a short while ago, It had looked like it was on its last legs, but now it was ready to fight again in the blink of an eye. Its recovery was simply too impressive. Tang Yuan had thought it had killed the cat and had been feeling quite sad about it for a long time, but looking at it now, it was a complete waste of its emotions. Although Tang Yuan was angry at Ginger for wasting its emotions, it still saved the cat. Tang Yuan saved it not out of guilt for nearly killing it, but purely because it has a kind heart. And just a tiny bit because it wanted Ginger to take it home. As a house cat that hasn't ventured far, it's only natural that it can't find its way back. Ginger, a feral cat that has spent years in the wild, surely knows the way home. All Tang Yuan had to do was follow it. Tang Yuan, meow meow meow. If you take me home, I'll give you a can of food. Ginger, ha. Tang Yuan, meow meow meow. Just like the kind you saw last time, the round ones. Tang Yuan meowed and gestured. Ginger stared intently at Tang Yuan, his ears flattened back like wings, crouching low as if ready to pounce. Clearly, he hadn't understood a word Tang Yuan said. Tang Yuan scratched his ear. He overestimated Ginger's intelligence. If he couldn't even understand such standard cat speak, he was destined to remain a good-for-nothing stray for the rest of his life. In that case, it was time to change tactics. Tang Yuan charged forward and got into a scuffle with Ginger. He didn't use force or any special moves, just the catfighting techniques he just learned from Ginger and the others. Except for biting the neck, which he just couldn't bring himself to do, he unleashed every other move on Ginger. With a final body slam, Tang Yuan sent Ginger flying. Ginger rolled over a few times, got back up, and glared at Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan stared intently at him, taking one step after another toward Ginger. Ginger stood rooted to the spot, ears pinned back, tail swishing wildly, hissing menacingly. Tang Yuan remained unfazed, closing in on him, closer and closer. Ginger turned and bolted. Tang Yuan waited a moment. Only after Ginger had run out of the yard did he give chase, keeping a moderate distance. In truth, it wasn't he entirely sure that Ginger was heading toward its own neighborhood. Tang Yuan felt a twinge of unease. But as it ran, Tang Yuan's mind settled. Along the way, Tang Yuan picked up two distinct scents belonging to Ginger, yet with subtle differences. One scent was fainter than the one left just moments ago, and it carried a stronger hint of blood. This meant Ginger had taken this path on the way here. Even without Ginger leading the way, as long as it followed the trail Ginger had left, it would eventually find its home. At the same time, another question popped into its mind. Was the scent it left behind fading so quickly because it was running too fast to leave a trace, or was it because its vitality was high or perhaps unique, causing the scent it emitted while running to be faint? Tang Yuan couldn't figure it out, so he decided to put it out of his mind for now. He could already see the familiar buildings. Ginger saw them too, and as he ran, he tilted his head back and meowed, meow. Soon, two cats appeared on the wall not far away. They were White Paw and Tabby, the same cats who had appeared on the wall of his home with Ginger earlier. Tang Yuan slowed his pace and wagged his tail. They even brought a cat toy. The two cats jumped down, blocking Tang Yuan's path. They only glanced at Tang Yuan before fixing their gaze on the raven's black feather in its mouth. Tang Yuan's eyes darted around, and as it shook its head, the black feather swayed, causing White Paw and Tabby's gaze to follow its movements. Only the one with its back to Ginger escaped unscathed. It ran over and meowed 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 to Tattle. The two cats listened, but their eyes never left the raven's black feather. Tang Yuan didn't just shake its head, its whole body swayed wildly along with it. The two cats' little heads followed suit, left up right up left up right up left. Chapter 42, A Leopard Can't Change Its Spots. Sure enough, cats find it hard to resist feathers. Even Tabby, who looked the most aloof, was no exception. Their eyes never left the raven's black feather, and Tang Yuan wasn't upset. To him, the fact that these two cats liked the feather was a validation of his taste. He was thrilled. However, these two cats could only feast their eyes on it. Ginger's voice suddenly dropped, and Tang Yuan couldn't quite make it out. He simply took a few quick steps forward, wedging himself between the three cats, and stuck his ear in to listen alone. This move left the three cats bewildered. Once they realized what was happening, they all jumped back, moving away from Tang Yuan. The way the three cats looked at Tang Yuan was as if they were looking at a cat with a screw loose. Tang Yuan set down the raven's black feather and grinned, "Meow meow. Good evening, have you eaten yet?" When you don't know what to say, asking about meals is always the safest bet. Tabby shot Tang Yuan a cold glance, then looked at Crowfeather, swished her tail, and walked away. White Paw followed without a word. Ginger hesitated for a moment, then hissed fiercely at Tang Yuan, left a parting threat, and ran after them. Tang Yuan watched them leave and clicked her tongue. He had saved Ginger, yet they didn't even say a word of thanks. How rude. They'd completely forgotten that he was the one who left Ginger in such a terrible state. Tang Yuan picked up Crowfeather, sniffed the air, followed the scent, and finally made it home. Tang Yuan leaped over the wall, took a few steps down, and landed in the yard. The dumb dog opened its eyes, glanced at Tang Yuan, rolled over, and started purring again. Tang Yuan wasn't sure whether to praise it for being vigilant or for being too careless. Mother Tang had long since fallen asleep. She had no idea Tang Yuan had snuck out. Tang Yuan carefully opened the door and managed to sneak Crow Blackfeather inside. He returned to his room, first placing Crow Blackfeather in the nest alongside the yarn ball and little stone. Then he hopped over to the water dispenser, lowered his head, and gulped down half a bellyful of water. Tang Yuan wasn't quite satisfied, but he had to save room for the freeze-dried cat food. After finishing all the remaining freeze-dried cat food in the box, he licked his lips, still craving more. It had gone through so much trouble just to get home today, it deserved a treat like cat sticks to comfort the poor little kitten. Tang Yuan glanced at the door. It was very quiet. It's so late, better not disturb Mother Tang. Tang Yuan jumped onto the table, then from the table onto the wardrobe. On top of the wardrobe, where it met the wall, was a cardboard box. Inside, it was packed full of cat treats. Tang Yuan's eyes narrowed into slits with delight. These weren't stolen. Xiaofei had given them to Tang Yuan earlier. Since they were given to Tang Yuan, they were Tang Yuan's. Tang Yuan had simply forgotten to tell Mother Tang. The reason they were placed on top of the wardrobe was to keep the mice from stealing them. With mice running rampant these days, one can never be too careful. As for why he had so many cat treats here, it was because he haggled with Mother Tang for them. Come on, when you were a kid, did you stop asking your parents for allowance just because you'd saved up a few hundred yuan? You don't even have to think about it, you know that's impossible. Tang Yuan took out 5 cat treats, thought for a moment, put one back, and just before jumping down, gritted his teeth and put another one back. That's all the cat treats. It has eat one, and there's one less. Better to save them for later. Tang Yuan carried a cat treat in its mouth, hopped onto the table, then jumped back onto the bed. It crouched on the bed and ate one cat treat, but resisted the urge to eat the remaining 2. It placed the remaining 2 cat treats in its bed. Tang Yuan hooked a pack of wet wipes out of the drawer, opened the package, pulled out a wipe, and wiped its paws and rubbed its butt. Although it was used to grooming itself, certain areas were better wiped clean first before licking. It was talking about its paws. After licking itself from head to toe, Tang Yuan felt like it had swallowed a ton of cat hair. After munching on a goat's milk catnip stick, Tang Yuan crawled into its bed, hugged the yarn ball close, rubbed against it a few times, and took a few nibbles. Suddenly, something felt off, and it fished 2 cat treats out from under itself. It slapped its head and remembered. Earlier, Mother Tang had given it 3 cat treats. It had eaten one and stashed the other 2, planning to save them for later. It had put them in the cat bed and then forgotten all about them. It dug out all 4 cat treats, laid them out in front of her, and counted them back and forth twice, feeling quite pleased with herself. In the end, Tang Yuan ate the 2 she found on top of the wardrobe and saved the 2 Mother Tang had given her. After finishing, Tang Yuan should have sneaked the empty wrappers into the trash can, preferably covering them with other trash, but today, it really didn't feel like going out. Instead, it simply tossed the empty wrappers into the closet, planning to throw them away tomorrow when Mother Tang went out. Tang Yuan took a sip of water, rinsed its mouth, and hopped into its bed. It hooked its paw around the yarn ball, hugged it close, and closed its eyes. Just before falling into a deep sleep, it always felt like it had forgotten something. But unable to resist the overwhelming drowsiness, it drifted off anyway. The next day, Mother Tang prepared food and water for the cats and dogs, then hurried out to tidy up the supermarket and her other home. Mother Tang hoped the house would be ready soon, so her little supermarket could open for business sooner and she wouldn't have to live off her savings. Tang Yuan, on the other hand, didn't have much to look forward to. Although it had spent more time over there, it preferred it here. Not only was there a big yard here, but there were also so many enthusiastic kittens. Today's breakfast was a can of food and a bowl of dry cat food. After eating, Tang Yuan played with Bean to get some exercise, wearing Bean out completely. Tang Yuan jumped from Bean's head onto a chair. Meow, meow, meow. Too weak. If Bean doesn't shape up, its status as a mount is in jeopardy. Bean seemed ashamed by what it said and hung its head in contrition. Tang Yuan gazed at Bean's remorseful back and felt a pang of sadness. After all, the silly dog was the first mount of its feline life and still held a special place in its heart. It couldn't just watch Bean wallow in despair, it had to encourage him. Tang Yuan jumped down from the chair, walked up to Bean's head, and comforted him, meow meow. Tang Yuan's fur stood on end as it aimed right at Bean's nose and gave him a good snout smack. The pity it had felt seeing Bean hang his head in remorse instantly turned to anger. This guy wasn't reflecting at all, he was eating bird poop. Bean expertly curled himself into a ball. Tang Yuan stood on the chair, grinding his teeth. He figured it out, every time he felt pity for Bean, this guy would do something that crossed the line. Instead of eating the delicious dog food right in front of him, this guy went and ate bird poop. It's just like a dog that can't stop eating shit. And besides, which damn bird dared to come to their house and take a dump? If it gets caught, it's getting its feathers plucked. The anger on its face gradually faded as Tang Yuan remembered something. It hadn't opened that meow meow gift box it got from the mutant crow yet. Beating up a dog is nowhere near as important as opening a meow meow gift box. Tang Yuan ran to the sink and gave its paws a good scrub with soap. Once its paws were nice and fragrant, it sat on the living room table and activated the light screen. With a mix of nervousness and excitement, Tang Yuan raised a paw and pressed it onto the cat paw print. Pop! Confetti burst open, scattering all over Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan spat out the streamers from its mouth and looked over with anticipation. Chapter 43, The Real Inventory. No special items suddenly appeared beside it, so it was clear this reward wasn't an item. It looked at the light screen and scanned it from top to bottom. Tang Yuan grumbled to itself, aside from the first few times, when the light screen automatically told it what it would get after opening the meow meow gift box later, it had simply skipped that step. To find out what rewards it had received, it had to search for them itself. This was certainly more exciting, but it wasn't exactly well, it did kind of like it, but it couldn't be this thrilling every single time. After venting, Tang Yuan had to continue searching. Following the order it had set, and after making sure no one was nearby, it opened the light screen. First, it checked the attribute points, then the 4 main attributes next, the skill points, and finally, the skills. Tang Yuan's gaze landed on the attribute points. Great, still 2 points. Looking up, it saw that its strength had mysteriously increased by 1 point, and Tang Yuan's smile froze on its face. It would have been better if they'd just given it 1 attribute point outright. That way, it could have allocated it wherever it wanted. Tang Yuan felt a bit deflated, thinking, oh well, but he couldn't quite accept it. Tang Yuan hesitated, maybe a miracle would happen? He continued scrolling down. Great, the skill points hadn't increased either. Skills. Tang Yuan stared at the last entry in the skills list, his breathing becoming rapid. Inventory Novice 010. Meow. Tang Yuan leaped up from where it stood and did a 1080-degree backflip. It was so excited that it lost its balance and landed right on Bean's head. Bean, oh oh. Tang Yuan bounced up and down on the silly dog. Bean had no idea why Tang Yuan was suddenly so excited. He didn't dare ask, nor did he dare move. He simply pretended to be a rock. Tang Yuan had had enough of bouncing around. He took a few deep breaths to calm his racing little heart.
He wagged his tail and looked at the inventory skill. As if by divine inspiration, he instinctively understood how to use this ability. Tang Yuan suppressed its excitement and summoned inventory. The next moment, a pouch appeared before Tang Yuan's eyes. Tang Yuan?
It really was a pouch. The inventory that appeared before Tang Yuan now resembled an ancient money pouch, slightly smaller than an adult palm.
Excluding the drawstring opening, the rest of the space kitten tea even fit a single jar. Tang Yuan. Hopefully, the space inside is larger than it appears from the outside.
But just how much larger?
To be honest, Tang Yuan had a bad feeling about this.
Tang Yuan stowed away the inventory, jumped off the dog's head, landed on the concrete ground, and summoned the inventory again. The inventory still hovered in front of it, within arm's reach. It reached out a paw to touch the inventory, but only felt a puff of air. If it weren't for the subtle connection between Tang Yuan and the inventory, relying solely on touch, it might even have thought the pocket in front of it was a hologram. Tang Yuan's curiosity was piqued. It carried the inventory over to the tree. The inventory was wedged between Tang Yuan and the tree. Tang Yuan cautiously moved forward, stopping when the edge of the inventory touched the tree trunk. It observed closely. Part of the inventory seemed to have faded into the tree trunk. To the naked eye, the tree trunk showed no signs of change. Tang Yuan stepped back. The edges of the inventory became clear again, and the tree trunk remained as it was. Tang Yuan closed the inventory, ran over, touched the tree with its paw pads, sniffed it with its nose, and even licked its spit. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary.
Tang Yuan continued experimenting.
Without moving, it stood in place and summoned the inventory directly.
The entire inventory sank into the tree trunk. It backed up a tiny bit. The edge of the inventory's opening became visible. Tang Yuan looked around and spotted a few leaves. It focused its attention on the leaves and silently chanted, "Go in." The leaves didn't budge. Tang Yuan tried again, with the same result. Tang Yuan crouched down, tilted its head, and scratched the back of its neck with its hind legs. Was it because the inventory wasn't fully exposed, or because it couldn't teleport items into the inventory from a distance? It would have to test each possibility one by one. Tang Yuan backed up, revealing the entire inventory.
Tang Yuan's big, round eyes stared intently at the leaves. A gust of wind blew, and the leaf spun around before landing farther away. For a split second, it thought the leaf was going to fly up and into the inventory. Tang Yuan walked over, picked up the leaf in its mouth, and returned to its original spot. The leaf vanished. The belated success left Tang Yuan momentarily stunned. Was that it? Better late than never. After a moment of joy, Tang Yuan suppressed its excitement and continued the experiment. Through experimentation, Tang Yuan deduced some rules. Rule 1: as long as the inventory is summoned, it can be used regardless of whether it overlaps with other objects. After some thought, Tang Yuan concluded that the inventory and other objects exist in different dimensions and do not interfere with one another. Rule 2: only items touched by Tang Yuan can be placed into the inventory. This isn't limited to his claws, his head, tail, and even his, just kidding. Rule 3: Tang Yuan can adjust where the inventory appears. The inventory doesn't have a reset function. Wherever it disappears is where it will reappear next time. Rule 4: the inventory can only hold inanimate objects, such as small sticks, pebbles, dead leaves, cat hair, and so on. Living things are not allowed, such as caterpillars. If you put one in while it's still happily wriggling, and take it out immediately within a second, the caterpillar will turn into a dead caterpillar. Rule 5: the size of the inventory visible to the naked eye determines its capacity. The current space isn't even big enough to hold a single jar. Rule 6: using the inventory consumes spirit power. Summoning, closing, storing, and retrieving items all require spirit power. Tang Yuan. It had obtained the spatial item it had long dreamed of. It should have been happy. But looking at all those restrictions, it wasn't quite so happy. Tang Yuan now just hopes that as its proficiency increases, the inventory's capacity will expand.
Tang Yuan glanced at the display. Its proficiency with the inventory had already reached Novice 810. Only 2 more points until it levels up.
Tang Yuan wanted to max out its proficiency in one go, but unfortunately, its head began to throb faintly, a sign that its spirit was nearly depleted.
If it forced itself to continue, its spirit might suffer damage.
It wouldn't be worth the cost. Tang Yuan wasn't relying on this thing to save its life, so there was no need to push so hard. It would wait until its spirit recovered. Tang Yuan hopped onto a chair, curled up, wrapped its tail around itself, yawned, and fell asleep. When Tang Yuan woke up, its spirit had recovered by more than half. Tang Yuan returned to its nest and placed its ball of yarn, small stone, and raven's black feather inside. It could have put all 3 items into the inventory at once, but it had deliberately split them into 3 separate actions to boost its proficiency.
The inventory's proficiency level rose from novice to proficient.
At the same time, its attribute points increased by 1.
Inventory proficient 150. Tang Yuan held its breath, waiting for the inventory to change.
The next moment, the inventory suddenly expanded.
The proficient level inventory was twice as large as before.
This was fantastic. Not only could it hold a kitten now, but it could hold 2 at once.
Tang Yuan, meow. Chapter 44, Worse Than a Dog. Tang Yuan?
What's wrong?
Xiaofei returned home and, as soon as he stepped into the yard, saw their little cat crouching on a chair like a hen.
The cat's eyes were fixed in one direction even when he came back. Its gaze didn't waver.
What's over there? Xiaofei couldn't help but be curious. He crouched down next to Tang Yuan and followed the kitten's gaze. There's nothing there. What are you looking at? Xiaofei looked completely puzzled.
Tang Yuan snapped out of it, glanced at Xiaofei, stood up, stretched, and leaped down.
Xiaofei was quick on the draw and grabbed Tang Yuan before he could jump. Just as Tang Yuan was about to struggle, Xiaofei tickled his chin. Tang Yuan closed his eyes and couldn't help but purr. Xiaofei took the opportunity to carry him to the living room and set him down on the sofa. Tang Yuan woke up instantly and raised a paw to walk away. Tang Yuan, look here.
Xiaofei sat on the sofa and pulled a cat teaser out from between the cushions. The colorful plastic feathers wiggled back and forth in front of Tang Yuan. It was such cheap junk, not even a fraction as good as his own raven black feathers.
Tang Yuan snorted under his breath and pulled his little paw back.
His round eyes fixed on the colorful feathers, his hind legs tensed, ready to pounce at any moment.
Xiaofei shook the cat teaser while saying mysteriously, Tang Yuan, did you know? I ran into Batman yesterday. Batman? Meow, more like Superman. Tang Yuan kept his eyes glued to the cat teaser. Xiaofei's words went in one ear and out the other. Do you even know what Batman is?
Xiaofei kicked off his shoes, crossed his legs, and settled into a posture ready for a heart-to-heart.
Tang Yuan, meow. Whose cat teaser just flew up to the sky? Tang Yuan swiped at Xiaofei.
No blood, just 2 white scratches.
Xiaofei rubbed the back of his hand and said, Okay, don't get so worked up. I know it wasn't Batman. Even if it wasn't Batman, it must have been some kind of heroic knight.
Let me tell you, blah blah blah. Xiaofei recounted everything that happened last night in one breath.
Tang Yuan's eyes never left the cat teaser.
Unfortunately, when Xiaofei got excited, he swung the cat teaser wildly, with no pattern at all.
But that didn't faze Tang Yuan.
Tang Yuan crouched down, and as the toy fell, he shot upward, extending his claws to hook the feather.
With a rip, the feather was torn off.
Tang Yuan clutched the feather, did a somersault in midair, and landed lightly on the sofa. Lying on his back, he played with the feather using all 4 paws. The feather accidentally flew out of its claws, so Tang Yuan pounced forward, grabbed it, and continued rolling around and rubbing against it.
Xiaofei held the cat teaser, staring at the ceiling.
We both agree we were saved by a chivalrous hero. At this point, Xiaofei pursed his lips. Too bad our team leader doesn't see it that way. He says we're overthinking it, that there's no such thing as Batman in this world. He says we only survived because either the other side wanted to scare us into stopping our investigation, or their enemies sabotaged them and threw a wrench in their plans. Xiaofei paused mid-sentence, only then realizing there was just one feather left on the cat teaser. Using the teaser with its single remaining feather, he lifted the kitten's chin and grumbled, "Tang Yuan, can't you take this seriously?" He couldn't say these things to his other co-workers, or to his mom. He could only say them to Tang Yuan. The little guy actually looked completely unwilling. Tang Yuan reached out a paw and pulled the other feather off as well. Xiaofei looked at the now bare cat teaser, tossed it aside, and pulled out the feather nearly worn to a fray from under Tang Yuan. Holding the base of the feather, he continued to tease the kitten. "Tang Yuan, I wish I could awaken superpowers too." The kitten's ears twitched. Awaken? Superpowers? Can humans have superpowers too? Awaken? How does one awaken? Like those mutated rats? Woof woof. A dog's bark echoed from the courtyard. Right, that dumb dog is a mutated creature too. Footsteps approached from the courtyard, followed by Mother Tang's voice. "Oh my, Bean, get down. You almost knocked me over." Xiaofei put down the cat teaser, slipped on his shoes to help his mom, and a dark shadow flashed before his eyes. From the courtyard came the silly dog's whimpering, a grieved voice, and Mother Tang's laughter. "Our Tang Yuan is so well behaved. More so than a certain person nearing 30. Xiaofei felt as if a knife had been stabbed into his chest. Mother Tang bent down to pat Tang Yuan on the head. "Good boy. I bought some fresh chicken breast and beef. I'll cook it for you later." Meow. Tang Yuan rubbed against Mother Tang's calf, following her every step. That meow took several twists and turns, so sweet it was almost overwhelming. Tang Yuan had never called out to him like that before. His own mother had never been so gentle with him either. For a moment, Xiaofei didn't know who to envy. "Mom." Xiaofei shuffled out in his slippers. "I want some too." The moment Mother Tang saw Xiaofei, her expression turned cold. "If you want some, go buy it yourself." Xiaofei felt a bitterly cold wind in the early summer air. "Mom, you're being way too cold. I'm your own son." Xiaofei protested. Mother Tang shot Xiaofei a withering look. "You don't come home for 2 or 3 days, and the moment you do, you're already getting on my nerves." Xiaofei took the item from Mother Tang's hand and smiled apologetically. "But I'm back now to keep you company, aren't I?" Xiaofei accompanied Mother Tang to the kitchen. Tang Yuan stopped midway and glanced up at a tree. A crow was perched on a branch, preening its feathers. Tang Yuan stared at the crow for a little too long. The crow sensed Tang Yuan's gaze and cawed loudly at him. Not only that, but it took flight. It circled Tang Yuan twice before dropping a pile of droppings. Tang Yuan dodged just in time and landed right on Shagu's head. For a moment, Tang Yuan didn't know what to meow. Shagu kept ducking behind Tang Yuan. The bird droppings nearly splattered onto Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan jumped up, spun in midair, and slapped the dumb dog right on the nose. The dumb dog let out a howl and curled up into a ball. Tang Yuan stared at Bean. This guy was acting a bit strange. Although he was timid, he wasn't afraid of birds. Birds often perched on the big tree in the yard. Bean wasn't afraid of them. Sometimes he'd even bark furiously to scare them off. Could it be that Bean, in addition to his super strong defense, had evolved the ability to detect mutated animals? Tang Yuan glanced toward the kitchen, where Xiaofei was still cracking jokes. A hint of pity flashed in Tang Yuan's eyes. If she told Xiaofei that their pet dog had awakened 2 abilities, would he lose it? Would he feel like he wasn't even as good as a dog? Achoo achoo. Xiaofei, who was cutting meat, couldn't help but sneeze twice. Mother Tang gave him a concerned look. "Catch a cold? Have you taken any medicine? Go lie down in your room for a while." Although her son had agreed wholeheartedly to go on a blind date but then stood the girl up on the day of the date, making her want to beat him with a stick, he was still her son, after all. Xiaofei grabbed 2 tissues from the side to blow his nose and wipe his face. "I'm fine. I just keep feeling like someone is cursing at me."
Chapter 45, It's a Total Joke.
Tang Yuan crouched on the chair, licking his paw, his eyes darting toward the crow out of the corner of his gaze. The crow circled in the air a few times before returning to the branch. If Tang Yuan had thought it was just a coincidence when he first saw the crow, that was understandable. After all, crows aren't exactly rare, especially with the deep forests and high mountains nearby, where wildlife is abundant. But when this crow took a dump on him, Tang Yuan knew for sure that yesterday's crow and today's were definitely in cahoots. They're both so damn sneaky. Yesterday's crow tried to blow up Xiaofei. What does today's one want to do? This crow seems to have something strapped to its leg too, so is it planning to blow up their house? But, never mind. Tang Yuan wants its feathers too. Tang Yuan darted under the tree and scrambled up in a few quick bounds. Tang Yuan is strong, agile, and light on its feet. Although its hide-and-seek skill is low level, it has unexpectedly granted it some stealth experience. Before the crow could sense anything was wrong, Tang Yuan had already crept onto the branch where the crow was perched. Tang Yuan's claws gripped the branch, its pupils narrowed into vertical slits. This meant Tang Yuan had entered hunting mode. It was determined to catch the crow. It crouched low and pushed off with its hind legs. Snap! The branch snapped in two. Tang Yuan. Startled, the crow took flight without looking back. Damn it! Tang Yuan cursed under his breath and pounced forward. Caw caw! The crow flapped its wings and fled in panic. Tang Yuan's claws grazed the crow's wing, and he fell. So close! Tang Yuan adjusted his posture mid-air and landed lightly. Having fallen so many times, he gained some experience. Once on the ground, he looked up, but from where he stood, there was no sign of the crow. He quickly climbed back up the tree, found a sturdy branch, rested his paws on his head, and gazed into the distance. The crow had shrunk to a tiny black speck. Tang Yuan! Tang Yuan! Mother Tang stood at the doorway calling for him. Tang Yuan's gaze instantly softened from its icy sharpness. Meow! Tang Yuan climbed down the tree and ran over to Mother Tang. Mother Tang bent down, tucked her arms under his armpits, and lifted him up. I just heard a snap. Did you break a branch? Mother Tang looked at him sternly. Tang Yuan blinked innocently and meowed softly. Meow. Mother Tang couldn't hold back any longer. She cradled Tang Yuan in her arms and carried him inside. It's not that I don't want you to play, I'm just afraid you'll fall and hurt yourself. If you get hurt, we'll have to go to the hospital for a shot. Meow. Tang Yuan rubbed against Mother Tang's chin. Imagine a long needle stuck in your little bottom. Don't you think that would hurt? Mother Tang scolded Tang Yuan as if she were scolding a child. As she spoke, Mother Tang suddenly remembered something and called out, Xiaofei. Xiaofei was sneaking a bite when his mother's sudden call startled him, and he quickly pulled his hand back. Mom, I wasn't eating it. He added, I was just tasting it. Mother Tang asked, do cats need to get vaccinated too? I think so. Xiaofei looked at Mother Tang, and Mother Tang looked at Xiaofei. The two stared at each other in silence. Tang Yuan froze in Mother Tang's arms. Vaccinations, vaccinations, vaccinations? It's already turned into a cat, and yet it still can't escape getting a shot? Xiaofei secretly wiped his hands with a tissue and pulled his phone out of his pocket. I'll look it up online. Look it up right away. Mother Tang sat down on the sofa with Tang Yuan in her arms, her eyes filled with concern. It's my fault, too. I've never owned a cat before, so I didn't think to look it up online. I almost messed up our Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan finally snapped out of it, jumped out of Mother Tang's arms, and crouched on the coffee table, meowing and gesturing wildly. Meow 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 meow. No shots. Absolutely no shots. Even if Tang Yuan were to die, he would absolutely refuse a shot. Mother Tang listened intently, nodding from time to time. Seeing that she understood, Tang Yuan relaxed, lying on the coffee table with his tongue hanging out, panting heavily. He'd never been this exhausted, not even when chasing crows. Mother Tang picked up the cat teaser and roared at Xiaofei, look at you. You're almost 30, and you've gone and broken Tang Yuan's cat teaser.
Tang Yuan nodded along, then paused for a moment before realizing, meow?
It jumped in front of Mother Tang, hopping up and down and gesturing, meow meow meow.
Meow meow meow. I wasn't talking about the cat teaser, I meant no shots. No shots.
Seeing how worked up Tang Yuan was, Mother Tang soothed him, all right. I'll make him buy you 3 new ones. No, make him buy you 5.
Tang Yuan's heart sank.
It plopped down on the coffee table, lay back with its head tilted up, sprawled out with all 4 limbs and its tail spread wide, its eyes vacant, looking utterly devastated. Only when Mother Tang saw it like this did she realize something was wrong.
Tang Yuan, what's wrong? Tang Yuan? Xiaofei came over too.
Seeing Tang Yuan like that and recalling the whole incident, he suddenly understood. He pointed at Tang Yuan, slapped his thigh, and burst out laughing. Mother Tang was already worried, but seeing him like this made her even angrier. She grabbed the cat teaser and gave him a couple of swats.
What are you laughing at?
Xiaofei dodged while laughing heartily. Mom, Tang Yuan is afraid of shots. Mother Tang raised her hand halfway, then dropped it.
What did you say? Oh my, I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts. Xiaofei sat down next to Mother Tang and rubbed his stomach.
Let me clear one thing up. The feathers on the cat teaser, he pulled them off himself.
It has nothing to do with me.
He wasn't tattling on you just now, he was trying to tell you not to take him to get a shot. Once Mother Tang figured it out, she looked at Tang Yuan, who looked utterly dejected, and couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Mother Tang picked up Tang Yuan and comforted him patiently. Getting vaccinated is for your own good.
Once you're vaccinated, you won't get sick as easily.
Xiaofei added, I looked it up just now, you also need the rabies vaccine. That way, when you go out to play, even if you accidentally get bitten by a dog, you won't have to worry about catching rabies.
Bitten by a dog?
What a joke, what dog could possibly bite him? Seeming to read Tang Yuan's thoughts, Xiaofei said, even if you're tough and a dog can't bite you, you might still spread the disease if you bite a dog.
Tang Yuan almost laughed in frustration. Him bite a dog?
How could he possibly bite a dog? Even if Xiaofei bit a dog, he wouldn't bite one.
Tang Yuan, are you even a man?
You're actually afraid of shots. If word gets out and all the stray cats, dogs, and birds outside hear about it, where will you hide your face? How are you going to beat up dogs and be the boss of our household from now on?
Xiaofei was trying to goad him.
Tang Yuan rolled over onto the sofa, ears drooping, eyes closed, looking as if to say, I'm not listening, it's like a turtle chanting sutras.
Xiaofei's eyes twinkled. Tang Yuan, if you go get the shot, I'll give you a super duper fun toy. If you like it, you'll come with me to get the shot. Tang Yuan didn't even look at him.
Xiaofei said, if you don't say no, I'll take that as a yes.
With that, Xiaofei ran outside. Tang Yuan.
He hadn't even had a chance to yelp, and the kid had already bolted. Mother Tang noticed that although the kitten looked completely unimpressed, his ears had actually been perked up the whole time. Mother Tang struggled to hold back a smile.
Here I am. Xiaofei walked in with his hands behind his back. Tang Yuan gave him a cold stare. Xiaofei teased, Tang Yuan, do you want to guess what I'm holding? Tang Yuan narrowed its eyes. Xiaofei knew he couldn't tease Tang Yuan any longer, this kitten had a terrible temper. Ta-da! Xiaofei brought his hands from behind his back, holding a transparent box. Inside was a large green sphere. I thought it was going to be something good. Is that it? Trying to tempt Tang Yuan with this? It's a joke. Chapter 46, Drunk walking right into a trap.
Xiaofei seemed to know what Tang Yuan was thinking and gave him a mysterious smile.
He opened the box. Tang Yuan sniffed the air. What was that smell? Xiaofei took the big green ball out of the box and held it in front of Tang Yuan's face.
A rich, strange, yet irresistibly cat-alluring scent flooded Tang Yuan's nostrils.
Tang Yuan pressed its nose against the big green ball, sniffing left and right.
It couldn't help but get excited, hugging the big green ball tightly, rolling around, rubbing against it, and meowing.
Mother Tang was startled and grabbed Xiaofei by the back of his collar. "What on earth did you give Tang Yuan?" "What? It's like he's on some kind of high."
Xiaofei showed Mother Tang the packaging.
"It's a catnip ball."
"Don't worry, for most cats, this stuff just gets them a little excited. It doesn't do any harm."
Mother Tang looked skeptical. "Really? If you don't believe me, you can look it up online yourself." He pulled out his phone.
"I'll take some pictures first to keep as evidence, just in case Tang Yuan changes his mind." Xiaofei flipped the camera around to face him and Tang Yuan.
"Tang Yuan, since you like catnip balls, let us do as we agreed.
If you're in, meow a few times." The background was filled with the sound of meowing.
"All right, it's settled. A gentleman's word is as good as gold. Whoever backs out is a dog." Mother Tang was both curious and amused. "Be careful, Tang Yuan might wake up and scratch you." Xiaofei chuckled and put his phone away. "Well, we'll have to wait until it wakes up first." After who knows how long, Tang Yuan opened its eyes, its entire body too lazy to move.
It lay on the coffee table, pondering the meaning of feline existence.
"Hee, Tang Yuan." Xiaofei leaned in. Tang Yuan didn't budge. Xiaofei rested his chin in his hand and studied the cat, feeling that something was off.
He snapped his fingers, pulled a bag out of the cabinet, took out a palm-sized piece of freeze-dried food, and tore off a small strip. He shaped it into a little round stick with his fingernail and slipped it into Tang Yuan's mouth. Xiaofei then bent Tang Yuan's right hind leg and lifted his left hind leg, draping it over the right one. Xiaofei took a couple of steps back, looked from left to right, and nodded with satisfaction.
"That's more like it." While Tang Yuan was still not fully awake from the effects of the catnip, Xiaofei snapped away, click, click. After taking a few shots, Xiaofei positioned Tang Yuan into a reclining pose. Tang Yuan was content and let him do as he pleased.
Xiaofei snapped a few more photos, hoping to take advantage of this rare opportunity to capture something else, but Tang Yuan's eyes began to sparkle with alertness.
"Oh no." Xiaofei quickly returned Tang Yuan to its original position. Tang Yuan stretched, arching its back to loosen its muscles.
It looked at the catnip ball, feeling both drawn to it and wary of it.
That sense of being completely absorbed captivated it, yet its instincts warned of danger.
If someone or a cat or dog were to take advantage of it while it was high on catnip, it wouldn't have a clue. Still, it began to understand why some people like to drink until they pass out. Once intoxicated, all worries truly vanished. Compared to getting drunk on alcohol, catnip intoxication was much better. It didn't lead to drunken antics, and the effects didn't last as long. Plus, there were no hangovers, or so it seemed.
Ahem, maybe I'll try it again sometime. Tang Yuan glanced around furtively, trying to sneak the big catnip ball into its bed. "Tang Yuan." The sudden voice startled Tang Yuan. Only then did it realize Xiaofei was still there.
Xiaofei said, "Tang Yuan, we agreed earlier, as long as you like this gift, you have to come with me to get your shot."
Tang Yuan turned his head and swished his tail. He looked as if to say, "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Xiaofei took the catnip ball from Tang Yuan's arms. "I'll give you this catnip ball back as soon as you go get your shot." Tang Yuan hadn't expected Xiaofei to take the catnip ball back, and he glared at him. Xiaofei put the catnip ball back in its bag. "Tang Yuan, a real man keeps his word. As a male cat, you can't go back on your word." At that, Xiaofei gave Tang Yuan a wink. "Unless you don't admit you're a male cat. What are you two talking about?"
Mother Tang walked in carrying a small bowl and set it down in front of Tang Yuan.
"Nothing." Xiaofei grinned, revealing a mouthful of pearly white teeth. "Tang Yuan, give this a try."
Mother Tang sat down beside him, wiping her hands on her apron while looking at Tang Yuan expectantly.
Tang Yuan looked down at the small bowl.
It was filled with nothing but minced meat. The smell was bearable, but the color was hard to describe. Tang Yuan really wanted to turn and walk away, but when he looked up and saw Mother Tang's expectant gaze, he steeled himself, gritted his teeth, and licked a bit. His eyes lit up. To his surprise, it actually tasted pretty good. Tang Yuan polished off the entire bowl of minced meat, then pushed the bowl toward Mother Tang with his paw. He wanted more. Mother Tang beamed with joy and served Tang Yuan another bowl. Tang Yuan wolfed down another bowl in no time. Mother Tang watched Tang Yuan eat, her eyes crinkling with laughter. After dinner, the family of 3 sat together to let the food settle. Mother Tang's phone buzzed. She pulled it out, opened the QQ app, and tapped on the message her son had sent her. A photo. A little kitten, legs crossed, with a cigarette clenched between its teeth. A caption had been photoshopped onto the image: "A cigarette after a drink is better than being a god." Ha! Mother Tang couldn't help but burst out laughing. Tang Yuan was lying on Mother Tang's lap, enjoying her belly rubs. Seeing her laugh so loudly, he couldn't resist peeking at her phone. When Mother Tang saw a little cat head appear right under her nose, she immediately turned off the screen. Tang Yuan didn't see a thing. But he instinctively sensed something was off. Mother Tang cleared her throat and feigned confusion. What's wrong? Tang Yuan looked Mother Tang up and down but couldn't spot anything amiss. He wanted to investigate further, but his stomach started growling, so he had to head back to his room to take care of business. Tang Yuan crouched on a tree branch, his expression serious. After a nap, Tang Yuan woke up and recalled the events of the night, growing angrier the more he thought about it. He wanted to give Xiaofei a piece of his mind, but to his surprise, Xiaofei, who never locked his door, had bolted it from the inside. Tang Yuan ground his teeth in frustration. Xiaofei, you just wait. He ran over to give Bean a hard time, but the guy was snoring so loudly his snot was practically dripping. It was disgusting. Unable to find anyone to take his anger out on, Tang Yuan was practically about to burst into flames, so he ran up a tree to cool off. He squinted his eyes and tapped the branches impatiently with his tail. Caw, caw. A crow's caw echoed through the air. Tang Yuan opened his eyes and peered through the gaps in the branches. A crow was circling overhead in the yard. Huh, that thief just won give up, here it comes again. It's perfect timing. Tang Yuan is seething with anger and doesn't know who to take it out on. This crow has walked right into a trap. Tang Yuan waits for the crow to land. But to its surprise, the crow circles twice and flies away. Tang Yuan isn't having it. It jumps down from the tree trunk and gives chase. This crow's agility is much faster than yesterday's. I wonder if yesterday's was just too weak, or what? Plus, the crow is flying toward the city center, passing over many buildings along the way. The crow can fly through the air without needing to scale buildings, but Tang Yuan can't. He has to either climb over them or go around them. In the blink of an eye, Tang Yuan was about to lose sight of the crow. Tang Yuan gritted his teeth and allocated all 4 attribute points to agility. The remaining attribute points were reset to 0. Agility, 11.913.9. Tang Yuan's agility shot up dramatically, allowing him to barely keep up with the crow. Chapter 47, the second one: boiling Mother Tang in lukewarm water. The crow perched on a tree to rest, and Tang Yuan lay on a nearby tree to rest as well. Afraid that staring directly at the crow would make it sense the gaze, Tang Yuan fixed its eyes on a branch, keeping an eye on the crow out of the corner of its eye. Damn it! Tang Yuan really wanted to curse. It had already been here 3 times tonight. This was the 4th time. Tang Yuan even felt like this crow was deliberately toying with it. Perhaps the crow had sensed a cat following it, which was why it kept circling around, trying to shake it off. Tang Yuan's claws clenched. He wanted nothing more than to tear the crow to pieces right then and there. He couldn't kill it, at least not yet. He still had to follow the crow to find the mastermind behind this. He couldn't let all his hard work go to waste. Tang Yuan calmed himself down and narrowed his eyes to regain his strength. After a while, the crow took flight again, and Tang Yuan quietly followed. On the 5th pass over the same spot, the crow landed on a branch, tilting its head to preen its feathers, when it felt a gust of wind beneath it. Startled, the crow spread its wings and soared upward. In an instant, it flew 2 or 3 meters. Suddenly, the crow felt a weight on its body, pulling it downward. The crow tried to free itself, tilting its body to shake whatever was on it off. A furry paw pressed against the crow's neck. Crack! The crow's head lolled to the side. The crow's body slammed into the ground, bounced back up, and fell again. At the same moment, a cat black and white in color landed lightly not far away. The cat's cheeks puffed out in anger. Tang Yuan sashayed over and, before the mutated crow could turn into black water, inspected it from head to toe. There was nothing hidden on the rest of its body, only a ring was tied around its ankle. A swipe of the claw. The bird's claw fell off, and Tang Yuan pulled the ring off its leg. The moment she finished, the mutated crow turned into a pool of black water. Actually, once the crow turned into black water, the ring would have fallen off on its own. But she couldn't be sure if the ring would still work after getting soaked in the black water. Besides, the black water was too filthy. Tang Yuan had no intention of touching it. A single black feather floated in the black water formed by the mutated crow. Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan looked around, climbed a tree, snapped off a branch, and, pinching the branch between its 2 claws, fished out the black feather. Tang Yuan pinched the black feather with a look of disgust and shook it off. After shaking the black feather clean, it shook its claws as well. After making sure there was no black water on him, Tang Yuan happily summoned his inventory and stowed the ravenous black feather inside. Fearing that putting the feather directly into the inventory might cause an accident, he didn't put it in. Instead, he threaded it onto the twig, clamped the twig between his jaws, and ran home. By the time Tang Yuan got home, it was already dawn. It had been 11 p.m. last night when he chased the crow out. That thing had kept him running for a full 5 or 6 hours. Thank goodness he killed it, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to let go of his grudge. Just as Tang Yuan was about to open the door to go inside, he heard footsteps coming from within. It was unmistakably Mother Tang's. Oh no, Mother Tang was awake. It was too late to go back now. Tang Yuan decided not to go back at all. He even ran to a conspicuous spot, deliberately letting Mother Tang see him. As soon as Mother Tang pushed open the door, she saw Tang Yuan. Oh my, Tang Yuan, what are you doing out here? Tang Yuan stretched, trotted over to Mother Tang, and rubbed against her calf. Meow. Mother Tang scooped up Tang Yuan. I'm sure I put you back in your room before I went to sleep. When did you get out? How did you get out? Faced with a barrage of questions, Tang Yuan deliberately stiffened his body, then went limp, rubbing his head against Mother Tang's arm, though he couldn't quite reach. Afraid his paws might hurt her, he gently wrapped his tail around her arm instead. Meow meow. Xiaofei came out yawning. It's obvious he must have learned how to open the door. He snuck out while we were sleeping. As he spoke, Xiaofei crouched down in front of Tang Yuan and gave him a wink. Looks like spring has come for our Tang Yuan. Whose kitten is it? When are you bringing it home so we parents can take a look? Ouch, ouch, Mom, let go, let go. Xiaofei tilted his head, using the momentum to stand up, grimacing in pain. Mother Tang sneered, Tang Yuan is only 3 months old, where would his spring come from? As for you, shouldn't your spring have come long ago? Whose girl is she? When are you bringing her home so I, as a parent, can take a look? Tang Yuan wanted nothing more than to stand up and applaud Xiaofei. When it comes down to it, Xiaofei really goes all out. And just like that, the whole business of Tang Yuan staying out all night was brushed under the rug. Meow. Tang Yuan's tail wagged happily. The boiling Mother Tang in warm water plan was about to succeed. He was getting closer and closer to being able to come and go as he pleased. After Mother Tang had given Xiaofei a good scolding, she went to cook dinner. Ouch, ouch. Xiaofei rubbed his ears and turned his head to see Tang Yuan sprawled on a chair, watching him with a mischievous glint in its eyes. Xiaofei pinched Tang Yuan's ear. Great, Tang Yuan. I risked my neck to take the heat for you, and you ungrateful little thing are just making fun of me. Tang Yuan's wagging tail paused. It hadn't expected Xiaofei to have deliberately taken the heat for it. Tang Yuan shook its head, pulled its ear out of Xiaofei's hand, and in a rare show of affection rubbed against the back of Xiaofei's hand. Xiaofei was flattered and took the opportunity to rub Tang Yuan's soft belly a couple of times. How dare he push his luck? Tang Yuan glared at him. I'm going to brush my teeth. Seeing the situation was getting out of hand, Xiaofei used the brushing teeth escape tactic. While Xiaofei went to wash his face and brush his teeth, Tang Yuan suddenly heard a loud bang coming from the wall. Tang Yuan whipped his head around and saw Bean standing on 3 legs, holding up his hind leg. His back was still white, but his belly had been scorched black. Tang Yuan was startled and rushed over to Bean in a few bounds. Meow, meow, meow. Bean, are you okay? Shemu shook himself and, whimpering, pounced toward Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan instinctively dodged, and Shemu pounced into thin air, landing on the ground and whimpering. Tang Yuan felt a rare twinge of guilt. Was treating an injured animal this way a bit cruel? Mother Tang Xiaofei also ran over and flipped Bean over. She rubbed him a couple of times. The charred fur on his belly fell off, revealing a soft, pink belly. There wasn't a single sign of injury on his belly. The 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief. Mother Tang let out a torrent of curses. Which heartless bastard threw a firecracker at our house? Firecrackers are a type of firework with considerable explosive power. That wasn't a firecracker, Xiaofei said, his face turning pale as he looked at the explosion site. Could it be? He hadn't forgotten that a few days earlier, he and Jiang Tianhe had nearly been blown to bits while on a reconnaissance mission. Had the criminals tracked down his home to warn him? Mother Tang, hearing Xiaofei's words, asked in confusion, if it wasn't a firecracker, then what was it? Xiaofei said nothing and ran toward the site of the explosion. Tang Yuan didn't know if Xiaofei had figured anything out, but he wasn't curious anymore. Taking advantage of the distraction, Tang Yuan slunk back to his room. He only just remembered. After returning, he tossed the ring he taken from the crow's leg into the vegetable patch by the wall. The yard was so big, and the ring wasn't exactly conspicuous, no one would notice it lying there. Who would thought it would suddenly explode and hit Bean, no less. Bean was really unlucky, getting blown up while peeing. Who knows if that spot will ever work again? Poor thing. Wait a minute, blown up while peeing? Tang Yuan narrowed his eyes. Chapter 48, The Culprit, a Cat's Gift. Tang Yuan clearly remembered where Bean usually peed. It wasn't there. Mother Tang had set rules for Bean. There were designated spots for both pooping and peeing, and he wasn't allowed to go just anywhere. This guy must have found that ring and peed on it on purpose. The urine must have triggered it, causing it to explode for some reason. So Bean was the culprit all along. Tang Yuan immediately stood up straight with his head held high. When Tang Yuan went back outside, Xiaofei was on a video call with someone. That's definitely it. The dog's urine must have caused the battery to become unstable, leading to a short circuit and the explosion. Brother Zhao, there are no batteries in our yard. Xiaofei still believed it was an act of deliberate revenge. Brother Zhao chuckled, your yard is so big, did you really check every inch of it? A battery is such a tiny thing, who knows where it might have been hidden, only to be dug up by your dog. Even if there aren't any in your yard, what about inside your house? You have both cats and dogs, it could have been brought out by one of them just for fun. Tang Yuan nodded in agreement from the side. That makes sense. After Brother Zhao's explanation, Xiaofei was completely confused but had already come to believe him. Xiaofei sighed with relief and said, with Brother Zhao saying that, I can rest easy. Deep down, he didn't want it to be what he suspected. By this point, Mother Tang had figured out what Xiaofei had been thinking. You silly boy, I was wondering what it could be. Mother Tang patted Xiaofei on the shoulder. Your mom has seen it all. When your dad was alive, someone smashed our back window several times, and someone even set our house on fire. In temperatures below freezing, I held you in my arms and jumped from the 2nd floor. Your mom has weathered every storm, so you don't need to worry about her. Do whatever you want to do, your mom supports you. Xiaofei looked at Mother Tang, his eyes reddening and his throat tightening. Mother Tang spoke as she picked up Tang Yuan, who was crouching at her feet. Besides,
we still have Tang Yuan and Bean at home. Never mind, Bean, Tang Yuan can protect me. I feel safer with Tang Yuan than I do with you. The wave of emotion welling up inside Xiaofei was instantly sucked back in.
Xiaofei couldn't help but say, "Mom, if you're going to praise Tang Yuan, just praise Tang Yuan.
Why do you have to take a dig at me while you're at it?" Mother Tang shot him a look. Enough. Stop babbling. Hurry up and get to work. I haven't eaten yet. Go eat at your cafeteria. I don't have time to wait on you. Just before leaving, Xiaofei caught the scent of meat and glanced toward the kitchen.
Mother Tang was making cat food for Tang Yuan again.
Mom, didn't you make some for him yesterday?
Mother Tang replied while she worked, "The proportions were off yesterday, so I saved it for the dog. I'm making a fresh batch for Tang Yuan." Xiaofei stormed out, slamming the door behind him. After eating, Mother Tang didn't go to the supermarket. Instead, she fixed Tang Yuan's cat teaser first.
Tang Yuan crouched on the coffee table, watching.
Mother Tang found the 2 feathers Tang Yuan had pulled off.
How did it get like this? This part's broken, I can't attach them anymore. Tang Yuan lowered his head and licked his paw.
Mother Tang thought for a moment and said, "I'll modify it for you." Mother Tang found a sturdy, elastic cord, tied the feathers to it, and hung the cord from the ceiling. That spot had once held a ceiling fan. The fan had broken and been thrown away, and no new one had been installed, so it was the perfect spot to hang the cord.
Mother Tang climbed down from the chair. It's not bad, but there aren't enough feathers. Not enough feathers? He had some.
Tang Yuan scampered off, then scampered right back a moment later.
When he returned, he was carrying 2 glossy black feathers in his mouth. Oh my, where did you get those?
Tang Yuan let out a soft meow and looked at Mother Tang expectantly. Mother Tang didn't really expect the kitten to answer. She just asked out of habit. Mother Tang tied the 2 raven black feathers to the string.
Next to the raven black feathers, those 2 colorful ones were practically unremarkable.
Mother Tang said, "I remember someone keeps a big rooster. When I have time, I'll go ask for a few rooster feathers for you.
Those are pretty." Tang Yuan didn't hear Mother Tang's words. All its attention was on this little toy. It was so much fun.
After Mother Tang left, it played with it for the entire morning.
It wasn't until its stomach growled with hunger that it realized it was already noon.
Tang Yuan took a nap, and after waking up, stayed in the yard the whole time.
It eagerly awaited the crow's arrival. 1 mutant crow meant 1 black crow feather. 10 mutant crows meant 10 black crow feathers. If only it could collect 10. 5 for a cat teaser, 5 for a bouncy rope toy. Come on, crows. Come on, crows.
Tang Yuan waited all afternoon, but no crows came, only 3 cats.
The 3 cats crouched in their usual spots, watching him chase the dog. Tang Yuan stopped and looked at them. Tabby glanced at Ginger.
Ginger stood rooted to the spot.
Meow, Tabby called out.
Ginger reluctantly jumped down from the wall, and when it reappeared, it had something in its mouth. Ginger leaped into the yard, ran up to Tang Yuan, and dropped the thing from its mouth.
A plump, half-dead rat that hadn't yet breathed its last. Tang Yuan's mouth twitched.
The moment he opened his mouth, Ginger backed away warily and returned to the wall. Tabby nodded at him, and the 3 cats leaped down from the wall.
Tang Yuan looked at the big rat, then at the spot where the cats had vanished, feeling a bit conflicted.
The rat was plump in Tabby's eyes. It was a fine gift, but to Tang Yuan, it was nothing but a burden. Tang Yuan raised a paw to send the rat to its final resting place. It had originally intended to toss the rat right out, but then it reconsidered. This was a thank you gift sent by others. If it threw it away, wouldn't that be a waste of Tabby and the others' good intentions? That reason accounted for 90% of the decision. The remaining 10% was that it found the rat disgusting. During the rat plague, cleanliness wasn't a priority, but now it was time to be a bit more particular. In the end, Mother Tang came back, put the mouse in a bag, and threw it out. Tang Yuan stood at the front door, listening to Mother Tang brag all the way over. Yes, my Tang Yuan caught it.
Just look at how big this mouse is. My Tang Yuan is a real pro at catching mice. I've never seen a cat better at catching mice than our Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan.
Actually, there's no need to praise him that much.
Tang Yuan ran back into the yard.
Thanks to the impromptu animal communication session earlier, his skill had finally advanced to apprentice.
Tang Yuan tried it out on Silly Dog, who seemed to understand what he was saying. Tang Yuan decided to try it on the cats.
When Tang Yuan went outside, he had a small bag clenched in his mouth. The 3 cats had only just left, so their scent was still very distinct.
Tang Yuan found the 3 of them easily.
When the 3 cats saw Tang Yuan, they froze for a moment, then reacted in different ways.
Tabby remained calm as ever, while White Paw and Ginger stared intently at Tang Yuan, ready to pounce the moment Tang Yuan showed any sign of aggression. Tang Yuan wasn't the least bit nervous.
It set the small bag from its mouth down on the ground.
Meow, meow, meow. Help me find someone, and I'll treat you to some freeze-dried cat food.
With that, Tang Yuan tore open the bag, spilling cat food and freeze-dried treats all over the floor.
Chapter 49, Tang Yuan's Cat Plan.
After speaking, Tang Yuan waited for the 3 cats' response. Of the 3 cats, only Tabby could hold back. White Paw and Ginger simply couldn't resist. In the blink of an eye, 2 cat heads appeared atop the pile of cat food. These 2 heads stared at the freeze-dried treats just inches away, baring their teeth in anticipation, yet unable to reach them. 2 furry paws rested on their heads. The owner of the paws didn't even glance at them, focusing only on Tabby. Tabby had already stood up, staring at the cat food and pacing back and forth, but unlike White Paw and Ginger, he didn't charge straight over. Every now and then, he cast a glance at Tang Yuan, his eyes filled with suspicion and wariness.
Meow, meow, meow. Help me find someone, and I'll treat you to some freeze-dried cat food. Tang Yuan tried to keep his cat speak as simple and clear as possible. Tabby crouched down and stared at Tang Yuan, seemingly struggling to grasp the meaning of his words. Meow, meow, meow.
Tang Yuan repeated it a few more times.
Tabby finally spoke up. Meow, meow, meow? What is a human? Tang Yuan. What is a human?
Biologically, humans are a species of the genus Homo within the family Hominidae of the order Primates, also known as Homo sapiens. Philosophically, humans are subjects who actively and consciously liberate themselves through practice, and are the sum total of all social relations.
But could Tang Yuan explain it that way?
Explaining it like that would confuse not just cats, but even humans. Tang Yuan had no choice but to let go of White Paw and Ginger, stand up straight, and gesture while meowing. After finally finishing his gestures, Tang Yuan wiped the sweat from his forehead, which wasn't even there, and looked at Tabby expectantly.
Tabby looked at him. He looked at Tabby. The 2 cats stared at each other. After a long while, Tabby said, meow, meow, meow. After Tabby spoke, Tang Yuan rushed to translate. After translating, Tang Yuan fell silent. A huge, hairless, ugly cat.
From a cat's perspective, that description didn't seem entirely wrong.
Tang Yuan let out a strained meow. Right. Tabby, meow, meow, meow. Tang Yuan automatically translated it into human speech. Which one? Which one? How was he supposed to describe it? Should he mimic the gestures he just made again?
But even if he did, it wouldn't make any sense to him.
Tang Yuan began to worry.
His animal communication skill was currently at the apprentice level. If he could reach adept or even master, it certainly wouldn't be this difficult. He did have 1 skill point left to use, but he felt a bit reluctant to spend it on animal communication. After all, proficiency in animal communication could be leveled up. He also had Smite Evil, a skill whose proficiency couldn't be leveled up.
But if it didn't improve animal communication, Tabby wouldn't understand its requests.
Then it would be losing on both fronts. That little bag of cat food and freeze-dried treats is almost completely devoured by those 2.
Have these 2 never eaten cat food before? Doesn't anyone feed them here? They act like they've never had it before. Tang Yuan wanted nothing more than to smack them on the head and tell them to stop eating.
But alas, he had to maintain his image as a wealthy cat with plenty of food. He wanted to give Tabby the impression that this tall, imposing cat with a glossy, majestic coat is generous with food. As long as you behave yourself and faithfully complete the tasks I assign, there will be plenty of cat food and freeze-dried treats. As a wealthy cat, how could she beat them up just because they'd eaten the down payment before the mission details were even settled? How would she ever earn the cat's trust in the future? Tang Yuan gritted her teeth silently and activated the holographic screen. As she allocated her final skill point to animal communication, she reassured herself, it's okay, it won't be long before she masters Pounce and Snapshot. By then, it would have 4 extra skill points. Animal Communication Apprentice 3 200, Animal Communication Adept 3 500. Its attribute points also increased by 1. Tang Yuan looked at Tabby. It wasn't sure if its cat speak had reached the next level yet, but it already knew it could read the expressions on the cat's face. Tang Yuan suddenly felt confident, but to make things clearer and to help Tabby understand faster if he didn't hurry, those two would eat all the cat food. He continued to meow while gesturing. Meow, meow, meow. Tabby watched intently, looking quite reliable. Especially compared to those 2 piggy cats, it seemed even more reliable. Even without Tabby's response, Tang Yuan knew it was a sure thing the moment it meowed. Sure enough, after listening, Tabby let out a meow. Translated into human language, it was telling Tang Yuan that it understood. Tang Yuan was overjoyed. He enthusiastically invited Tabby to eat the down payment. But the moment Tang Yuan turned his head, he froze in shock. All he saw was a cement floor licked cleaner than a human face, and 2 cats slumped on the side with bellies so bloated they could barely reach their own butts. Wasn't there still half a bag of cat food left just a moment ago? Gone already? Are they pigs? Back when Tang Yuan first met them, he thought all 3 were smart, aloof cats roaming the world. Who would thought that in just a few days, 2 out of 3 would have fallen apart? Only Tabby was barely holding onto its cat persona. Tang Yuan had just promised Tabby in person that he'd treat it to a down payment. Now that treat is gone. Those 2 cat personas have crumbled, but Tang Yuan doesn't want the one he just put on to collapse too. To maintain his image as a dashing, well-fed, wealthy cat, Tang Yuan reluctantly opened his inventory and pretended to pull a cat treat out from behind his back. Tabby stared curiously at Tang Yuan's rear end, even standing up and circling Tang Yuan twice, desperate to figure out exactly where that cat treat had come from. Tang Yuan's tail, which had been swishing back and forth, stiffened. Cats, regardless of breed, are incredibly curious creatures. Tang Yuan extended a paw and swiped at the treat. The pad of his paw pressed down on it, squeezing out the meat inside. The next second, Tabby's expression changed, his face brimming with longing. Even the 2 pigs who had been lying there motionless scrambled to their feet, staring at the treat and twitching their noses. It's a done deal. His image as a wealthy cat was secured. Tang Yuan was overjoyed inside, but his feline face remained calm. Meow, meow, meow. Translation into human language, this is your deposit. Before he could finish, Tabby Pounce came over. Tang Yuan was startled, but luckily he quickly realized Tabby wasn't about to attack him. Otherwise, his very first hired cat in his entire feline life would have been sidelined due to injury. White Paw and Ginger couldn't resist coming over either. Tabby turned his head and bared his teeth. Ha! White Paw and Ginger immediately flattened their ears and dared not move any closer, but the cat treat was just too tempting, and they didn't want to give up, so they started pacing behind Tabby. Tabby turned back and continued eating. After licking up what Tang Yuan had squeezed out, Tabby grew a bit impatient. It circled the cat treat twice, nudged it with its nose but couldn't dislodge it, so it started biting down with its teeth. But biting only squeezed out a little bit. After eating that, he raised his paw and, imitating Tang Yuan, pressed down on the treat with his paw pad. Put! The meat inside the treat was squeezed out. By the end, Tabby even used his paw to split the treat open and licked clean the meat that hadn't been squeezed out. So clever! Tang Yuan looked at Tabby with newfound respect. He'd heard in his past life how smart Tabby was, but Han Ti believed it then now he did. Once Tabby had finished eating, Tang Yuan meowed, meow, meow, meow. Translated into human language, as long as the task is completed, in addition to the agreed upon cat food and freeze-dried treats, this cat will give you an extra cat stick. After Tang Yuan meowed, Tabby's eyes lit up. Chapter 50, Holding a Grudge found it. On the way back, Tang Yuan ran into a familiar figure. Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan ran over and rubbed against Mother Tang's calf. Mother Tang had been frowning, but after a round of rubbing, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up. She just couldn't keep a straight face anymore. She bent down to pick up Tang Yuan, patting his round, plump little head. You've gotten bold, haven't you? You used to sneak out at night, but now you're bold enough to run out in broad daylight. Tang Yuan rested his paws on Mother Tang's arm, kneading her with one paw up and one down. You, Mother Tang said, torn between laughter and exasperation. You're such a little rascal. Mother Tang carried Tang Yuan back inside. It's not that I don't want to let you out, I'm just worried you're still so small. What if some bad people bully you? Bully him? Tang Yuan swished his tail and lifted his chin. Anyone who dared to bully him would be scratched to death in a heartbeat. Mother Tang continued, I know you're a wild one now, there's no keeping you cooped up. When you're out there, you have to be careful around people. Don't eat just anything you find outside. If you want something to eat, come home for it. We have everything here, you can eat whatever you want. At this, Tang Yuan perked up his ears with excitement. Mother Tang said, no cat treats. His perked up ears drooped. Mother Tang said, one a day, at most. All right, then. Compared to not getting any at all, one a day isn't so bad. Suddenly, Tang Yuan realized, was Mother Tang playing a trick on him on purpose? First, she set a condition he couldn't accept not a single cat treat, and then told him he could have one a day. That way, he'd be more than happy to accept the second offer. That's way too sneaky. Tang Yuan lay in Mother Tang's lap, head hanging low and looking dejected. Mother Tang greeted some acquaintances. Third sister-in-law, are you picking chives? Making dumplings tonight? What kind of filling? Chive and pork. Call Xiaofei over for dumplings tonight. Third sister-in-law kept working without stopping. She looked up and saw Tang Yuan in Mother Tang's arms, then set down what she was doing. Is this the cat from your house that killed that big rat? Mother Tang nodded with a smile. That's right. This is Tang Yuan. Third sister-in-law clapped her hands, stood up, and leaned in for a closer look. I heard you talk about it and thought your cat was already a big one. How come it's so tiny? Can something this small really catch such a big rat? Tang Yuan. What do you mean so tiny? It's huge and mighty, okay. Mother Tang stroked the cat's head and said, Tang Yuan is only a little over 3 months old, so he is not as big as an adult cat. But compared to other kittens his age, Tang Yuan is already on the larger side. Third sister-in-law reached out to pet Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan dodged her, jumped out of Mother Tang's arms, and ran home. Just before he dashed through the courtyard gate, third sister-in-law's words reached his ears. This little cat is plump and round, and its little arms and legs are pretty nimble. Tang Yuan didn't look back, but he made a mental note of it. That night, Tang Yuan circled the area several times and found 2 mice. He beat them half to death, then tossed them at the entrance to third sister-in-law's main house. Tang Yuan brushed off his fur and slipped away, keeping his deeds and fame hidden. Xiaofei didn't come home that night. He didn't return until the next day. He looked terrible, worn out, with a ghastly complexion and bags under his eyes that were bigger than his eyes themselves. Mother Tang wasn't home at the time. He likely timed his return to avoid her. He took a 5-minute shower, then pulled Mother Tang's leftovers from the fridge and started eating them without even heating them up. Tang Yuan crouched on the sofa watching him eat and soon grew drowsy. He only opened his eyes when he felt someone touching him. Xiaofei, his eyes heavy with bags, was brushing his fur. Seeing that Tang Yuan was awake, Xiaofei forced a smile. It's nothing. Go back to sleep. I just thought your fur looked a little messy,
So I was brushing you.
If Xiaofei hadn't been plucking the fur off the comb and stuffing it into a bag while saying that, Tang Yuan might have believed him.
This wasn't the first time Xiaofei had secretly collected its fur. Tang Yuan didn't mind.
The fur that came out during brushing was dead hair. It was going to fall out sooner or later anyway, and it was useless to him. Besides, Xiaofei had picked up some brushing technique from somewhere. Every time she brushed him, it felt quite comfortable, like a massage.
The hair she combed out was just Xiaofei's massage fee. Getting a free massage from a human, why not? Xiaofei finished combing the left side and moved on to the right. She'd only taken a couple of strokes when the phone rang. Hello? What?
Xiaofei jumped to her feet.
Another report? How many dead? 3? Xiaofei's voice had completely changed. How can there be so many? What is the killer trying to do? I'm heading back right now.
Xiaofei hung up the phone, rushed back to his room, shoveled a few clothes into his bag, and ran out the door. As he passed Tang Yuan, he slapped his forehead and pulled 2 balls of yarn out of his bag.
One was blue, the other yellow. Xiaofei said, I noticed last time that your old red ball of yarn was all dirty. I'll wash it for you when I get back. Play with these 2 for now. After saying that, Xiaofei hurried away with his backpack.
Tang Yuan stared at the 2 balls of yarn, jumped off the sofa, and crouched by the door, watching Xiaofei rush to his car and drive away. Tang Yuan returned to the sofa and nudged the blue ball of yarn with a paw.
Humph, nowhere near as good as his red one. What a clueless human.
Tang Yuan lay down on the sofa, keeping a safe distance from the 2 balls of yarn. Slowly, Tang Yuan fell asleep. When he woke up, he found 2 balls of yarn nestled in his arms. Tang Yuan, someone must have slipped the yarn balls into his arms while he was asleep. Lying on the sofa, he summoned his inventory, tossed the yarn balls inside, then took them back out.
He wasn't sure if constantly moving items in and out of the inventory was harmful.
Everything in the inventory was precious to him. He couldn't bear to keep refreshing his proficiency just for that.
The space in the inventory wasn't very large. After looking around, the only thing nearby that seemed suitable was the ball of yarn. Before its spirit ran out, Tang Yuan finally maxed out its inventory skill. Tang Yuan summoned the inventory again. The inventory had doubled in size. Alright, it got it.
Every time it leveled up, the volume would double. It was even further from the spatial pouch it had imagined.
Tang Yuan sighed and ran back to its house.
It found a plastic bag to hold cat food and freeze-dried treats, then put the bag into its inventory. Once everything was ready, Tang Yuan left the yard and headed straight for the trio gang's hideout.
Unexpectedly, halfway there, it ran into the trio gang. Tang Yuan stopped in its tracks and crouched down to wait for them.
As the boss footing the bill, or rather, the food, it had to maintain some dignity.
Tabby stopped in front of it.
Tabby hadn't picked up the human habit of small talk before getting down to business, so it laid out the details of its investigation to Tang Yuan, sparing no details.
Meow meow meow.
Translated into human language, it had found 2 targets, and it could take Tang Yuan to find them right now.
2?
His first thought was that Tabby had made a mistake, but then he realized there was no evidence that a human was controlling the mutated crows. It was all just his own speculation.
Tang Yuan, meow, meow, meow. Take me there. Without another word, Tabby led Tang Yuan to find them. Not the slightest hint of trying to drive a hard bargain. Give me a dozen employees like this. That thought lasted until Tabby brought it to a spot not far from Mother Tang. Tang Yuan. Mother Tang did indeed smell like a crow.
The day before yesterday, Mother Tang had used black crow feathers to make a toy for it. Mother Tang had come home early that afternoon but hadn't gone inside. She was chatting with others right there. One of them was the 3rd sister-in-law it had met before. She was slapping her thigh and cursing, "I don't know which damn fool had nothing better to do than throw mice into my house and two at that. You have no idea." I stepped outside and saw 2 mice lying right at the door. It nearly scared the life out of me.
Tang Yuan turned and ran while Mother Tang wasn't looking. Chapter 51, Lily, get up. As soon as Tang Yuan ran off, the trio gang followed suit.
Once they were out of Mother Tanga's sight, Tang Yuan stopped. It let out a sigh of relief and turned to face Tabby.
Meow, meow, meow. Translated into human language, take me to find the second one. Without a word, Tabby turned and ran.
White Paw and Ginger followed close behind, with Tang Yuan trailing after them.
This journey was much farther than the last one. As they ran, Tang Yuan suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. Wasn't this the very spot where it had met Ginger after getting lost last time? Suddenly, Tabby stopped. Had they arrived? Tang Yuan stopped too. Tabby looked up at a large tree by the side of the road. Tang Yuan looked over too and saw a cat standing in the tree. This cat looked familiar as well. It remembered, wasn't this the cat that had beaten up Ginger last time? Tang Yuan stole a glance at Ginger.
It clearly remembered how Ginger had been beaten so badly by this smaller cat that it could barely take care of itself. If Tang Yuan could see it, Ginger certainly wouldn't miss this cat. When two cats with a history meet, the tension is palpable. Ginger's ears shot back instantly, and its fur stood on end, making it look just like an inflated orange balloon.
Ginger, meow. Ginger in the tree, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow.
Tang Yuan was seeing something new. He'd only ever encountered internet trolls before, but this was his first time seeing a cat troll.
Go ahead and fight, then.
Once you're done, no matter who wins or loses, hurry up and take it to find someone.
Tang Yuan, this cat hereby declares that I absolutely do not want to know which Ginger, the uninjured one or this one, is the tougher.
It seemed as though Tang Yuan's thoughts had been heard.
Without Tang Yuan even having to count to 3, Ginger charged up the tree.
From the treetop, Ginger let out a fierce meow and leaped down. The two cats met at the base of the tree and began to fight. Tang Yuan looked left and right, then jumped onto a tall pile of rocks by the roadside, looking down from above with eyes sparkling.
He wasn't just watching the show, he was studying the advanced techniques of cat fighting. Call him eager to learn Tang Yuan.
While the two Gingers fought, White Paw crouched like a hen, yawning with her mouth open, her eyes half closed as she dozed off.
Tabby, meanwhile, crouched not far from the two Gingers, staring intently at them.
The furrowed brow on his forehead made him look very serious. At first, the two cats fought with the grace of masters facing off, but unfortunately, it quickly devolved into a brawl fit for drunken hussies. The two cats rolled around in a heap, kicking each other in the stomach with their hind legs.
Don't let the lowbrow appearance fool you, it's one of the killer moves in cat fights. It just looks so unrefined. But then again, cat fights don't require refinement. Winning is all that matters. Tang Yuan grimaced.
Ginger, that guy is so much bigger than him, yet even with his body intact and unharmed, he still can't beat Ginger, who is so much smaller. It's like a loser's mom opening the door for a loser. He is a total loser. He could form a dumb loser duo with that dumb dog.
Footsteps echoed from the neighboring yard. Tang Yuan turned his head and saw half a head peeking over the wall.
The man must have been startled by the piercing screams of the cats fighting and came to see what was going on. He saw it was just cats fighting, glanced at it for a couple of seconds, then went back down.
Tang Yuan looked away. Meow. Tabby let out a low growl.
The two Gingers were still locked in a fierce battle.
Tabby charged forward, grabbed Ginger, executed a body slam, and hurled Ginger across the yard. Tang Yuan jumped to his feet. Impressive. Ginger landed on the ground, dazed and disoriented. Tabby changed direction mid-air, landing in front of Ginger.
He grabbed Ginger's front paws, flipped over, and pinned Ginger beneath him. Ginger tried to struggle, but Tabby bared his teeth.
Ginger settled down.
Tang Yuan crouched on a rock, raised his upper body, and clapped his paws together. Just as expected of Tabby, she's amazing. She's got the air of a true leader.
So reliable. Tabby released Ginger, who limped away. She's just running off like that? Not going to fight a little longer? I wasn't quite ready to call it a day yet. Tang Yuan watched Ginger's stubborn retreating figure with a touch of reluctance. Tabby glanced at Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan tilted his head, his round eyes brimming with question marks. Tabby, meow, meow, meow. Translated into human language, the person you're looking for is the one who just poked his head out. Tang Yuan. What did you say? The person we're looking for is the one from just now? He lives right here, and you let those two fight right here? He wants to take back what he just said. Reliable my ass. Not reliable at all. Cats, not a single one of them is reliable. In his anger, Tang Yuan didn't even realize he included himself in the insult. Tabby, meow meow meow. Translated into human language, freeze-dried cat food. Great. You only looked for two people, found Mother Tang first, ran off to fight next to the second person's house, and now you're asking for a mission reward. That's just fantastic. Tang Yuan was so angry he almost laughed. He wanted to kick this unreliable guy out and leave him without a single grain of cat food or freeze-dried treat, but in the end, Tang Yuan held her nose and handed the bag of cat food and freeze-dried treats to Tabby. To fool the trio gang, she deliberately led them to a patch of weeds, told them to wait outside, then ducked into the weeds herself. When she came back out, she was carrying a plastic bag in her mouth. Tang Yuan tossed the plastic bag in front of Tabby, signaling that they could leave. Tabby picked up the plastic bag but didn't move. It stared intently at Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan was puzzled. As they locked eyes, it suddenly realized Tabby was asking for a cat treat. Yesterday, Tang Yuan had promised to give it an extra cat treat if it completed the task. The task hadn't gone well, but it remembered that part all too clearly. Tang Yuan's tail snapped against the ground with a sharp crack. It ground its teeth to summon the inventory, then, using its body as a shield, reached back with a paw to pull out a cat treat and toss it to Tabby. Tabby circled Tang Yuan twice, its serious face etched with confusion. It just wanted to know where Tang Yuan had gotten the cat treat from. The other two cats weren't about to be outdone. White Paw was itching to pounce, eager to knock Tang Yuan over and see where it had hidden the treat. Tang Yuan held back for a moment, but when Ginger started pawing at its tail, it finally snapped. Meow. If I don't show my claws, you'll think I'm a dumb dog. Tang Yuan lashed out with its tail, hitting Ginger right on the nose. Tang Yuan hadn't trained its tail, but it had plenty of strength. Ginger was right next to its tail, so no aim was needed. The blow landed, and Ginger clutched its nose, tears streaming down its face as it hopped around meowing. The moment the tail struck Ginger, Tang Yuan charged straight at White Paw. Tang Yuan's strategy was to clip his wings first, then rip open his chest and belly. Before White Paw could even react, Tang Yuan swatted him against the wall with a single paw, flattening him into a cat pancake, which then slid slowly to the ground. Only then did Tabby rush up to Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan leapt into the air, dodging Tabby's claws, then pushed off the wall and crashed into Tabby's belly like a small cannonball. Tabby's four paws shot forward, his back arched, his eyes bulged, and his tongue shot out of his mouth, sticking to his cheek. Thud! Tang Yuan and Tabby fell to the ground together, and Tang Yuan rolled out of Tabby's embrace. Tabby lay sprawled on the floor, limbs twitching, looking as if he were about to die. Tang Yuan nervously twitched his ears. Surely not. He hadn't used that much force. But this is Tabby we're talking about. The ultimate warrior cat. Tabby, get up. Chapter 52, Is That Even Possible? Cough, cough. Tabby coughed once, caught her breath, and staggered to her feet. Soon she stopped wobbling and stood up straight. Her gaze toward Tang Yuan was filled with shock. Tang Yuan looked at her with admiration. She really was a battle cat. She could take a beating. If he ever got tired of beating up dumb dogs, he could come find this cat to practice his skills. After the fight, Tang Yuan's anger had subsided, and he felt a bit awkward looking at the trio gang. After all, Tabby was just a cat. As a cat, it was already impressive that she helped him find the person. But it had beaten all three of them up. Wait a minute, it didn't beat them up because of the mission. Even though he was deeply dissatisfied, he hadn't cursed at them and had even handed over the agreed-upon reward with both paws. He beat them up purely because they had dirty paws. Tang Yuan couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it, he almost got himself into trouble. Getting back to business was the priority. Tang Yuan ignored the three of them and headed back the way he came. He scaled the tree in a few swift moves, crouched in the canopy to hide his form, and kept his eyes on the house. Tang Yuan sniffed the air. A faint, strange scent drifted into his nostrils. Tang Yuan realized, no wonder he hadn't smelled the crows before. It had been masked by this scent. Just as Tang Yuan was about to jump in, the door swung open and a man stepped out. Tang Yuan had expected the guy who could control the mutated crow and dared to murder a police officer to be completely covered up, not even showing his face with only his eyes visible, gleaming with a cold, cruel glint, his whole body radiating a keep your distance vibe. But this person was nothing like what he had imagined. Dressed in a tank top and baggy shorts, with flip-flops on his feet and a cigarette hanging from the corner of his mouth, he was ordinary looking and grinning. If you dropped him in among the old men and young lads sitting under the shade of a tree at the village entrance, bragging and playing chess, he wouldn't stand out at all. Tang Yuan even began to wonder, was this really the person he was looking for? The most conspicuous thing about him was the large black plastic bag he was carrying. This black plastic bag would twitch from time to time. The man pushed open the door and walked out. Tang Yuan's eyes darted about, and he followed at a distance neither too close nor too far. On the way, they passed some people. One of them asked curiously, "Brother Zhang, are you off fishing again? The fish you caught today looks pretty big." Pounce really put up a fight. He pretended to look, but Brother Zhang dodged his hand and laughed. "Fish? What fish?" "A friend's wife just gave birth, so I'm taking him a hen." No matter who asked, Brother Zhang always gave the same answer. Once they left the village and the road was deserted, Brother Zhang's expression darkened. Tang Yuan perked up. Was he about to transform? Brother Zhang walked a bit further, then crouched down by the roadside. He stayed crouched there for a good 10 minutes. Tang Yuan, a kitten tilting its head with a puzzled expression. What is he doing crouched there? Does he need to take a number 2? Or maybe I should just leave him be and open the plastic bag first? The plastic bag was moving back and forth, and Tang Yuan's paws were itching to scratch it. Just before Tang Yuan could lose control, a car approached from the distance. Brother Zhang stood up, but after crouching for so long, he almost fell back down. He braced himself against the ground, slowly stood up, and then waved at the car. The car got closer and closer. The window rolled down, revealing a young face. Looking at that face, Tang Yuan's jaw nearly dropped. "Xiaofei?" Xiaofei gestured to Brother Zhang and said sternly, "Get in the car." "Aha!" Brother Zhang looked nervous as he bent down to pick up the black bag, opened the door, and got into the car. The moment the door opened, Tang Yuan counted there should be 4 people in the car. Tang Yuan relaxed a little. Xiaofei might be a bit dim, but surely not all 4 of them could be. Could it be that they already knew Brother Zhang was the man behind the crow, so they were posing as others to feign closeness to him? Once he got in the car, they'd move faster than lightning to capture this mutant and bring him to justice? If that were the case, Xiaofei would be out of danger and could even earn a major merit, but it wouldn't get a single one of those crow's black feathers. Tang Yuan felt a bit downcast, his ears and the corners of his eyes drooping. "Ah, never mind. Let us go home." Tang Yuan jumped down from the tree and headed back the way he came, walking in the opposite direction. He wasn't in a hurry on the way back. Tang Yuan's agility wasn't exactly fast. After walking just a few steps, a crash sounded behind him. Tang Yuan jumped in surprise and turned to look. The car Xiaofei had been driving had crashed into a tree, the front end completely dented. Damn it! Tang Yuan was speechless. Just a moment ago, he'd been thinking that not only was Xiaofei safe, but he'd also earned a major merit, and in the blink of an eye, the car had crashed into a tree. Could he really be setting up a flag for someone else? But he hadn't even meowed. Is that even possible? Tang Yuan didn't have time to keep complaining. He ran toward the car. Xiaofei was in the car and he was the driver. He had to go check on Xiaofei. Halfway there, Tang Yuan stopped and darted into the nearby bushes.
The back door opened, and a man stepped out. A smile played on his face as he opened the front door, yanked the driver Xiaofei out of the driver's seat, and tossed him onto the ground. He was actually saving Xiaofei. Seeing this, Tang Yuan couldn't help but wonder, had he really been wrong about him? From Tang Yuan's perspective, Xiaofei had a huge bump on his head, but his chest was rising and falling steadily. He shouldn't be in any immediate danger. Brother Zhang opened the trunk, grabbed Xiaofei by both arms, and yanked him toward the back of the car. He roughly shoved Xiaofei into the trunk. While doing this, Brother Zhang kept casting wary glances around him. Once Xiaofei was stuffed inside, Brother Zhang slammed the trunk shut with a clang. The jolt made Tang Yuan flinch and shut his eyes. He'd just seen that Xiaofei's hand was positioned quite close to the edge. If it had been just a little further out, the trunk door would have crushed Xiaofei's hand when it closed. Brother Zhang gave the area a wary once-over, then sat in the driver's seat and shut the door. Soon, the car started up, backed away from the tree it had hit, and with a turn of the steering wheel, headed into the mountains. Tang Yuan was completely bewildered by this series of sudden events. It even began to wonder if, after turning into a cat, its intelligence had truly taken a hit. Whatever was going through its mind, Tang Yuan still instinctively followed along. It kept a close watch, careful not to be spotted by Brother Zhang. As Tang Yuan ran, it tried to untangle this mess of confusion. Suppose, as it had previously suspected, Xiaofei and the others were trying to lure the snake out of its hole, then trap it. Hadn't they thought about how to subdue Brother Zhang, a mutant? Don't tell it that Xiaofei crashed the car into a tree just because he was a lousy driver. Tang Yuan would admit Xiaofei wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, but she wouldn't accept that he was a terrible driver. Otherwise, those three wouldn't have let him drive during missions. For people in a car, personally picking up Brother Zhang, and at the very first encounter, they were all taken down. It's a complete joke. But if Tang Yuan and Tabby were wrong, and Brother Zhang really wasn't the mastermind manipulating the crows to blow Xiaofei up, then their meeting was just a normal interaction between a police officer and a civilian. Brother Zhang might even be an informant. But after the car crashed into the tree, Brother Zhang's actions were highly unusual. At the very least, if it were me, even if there were two injured people in the back seat making it hard to fit Xiaofei in, and I had to shove him into the trunk, I'd be extra careful not to let the car door hurt him. At the very least, I wouldn't hurt his hands. He still needs them to groom his family's cat. But Brother Zhang was rough from start to finish, as if he were hauling a pig instead of a human being. Even if we assume Brother Zhang was just in a hurry, which would explain his roughness, how do we explain him driving into the mountains? There were 4 injured people in the car, yet instead of taking them to a hospital, he took them to the mountains. Are there hospitals in the mountains? Are there doctors? Chapter 53, died at age 26. No matter how you looked at it, Brother Zhang was incredibly suspicious. Tang Yuan had originally been worried the car was going too fast for him to keep up, and had been considering whether to spend all 4 of his hard-earned attribute points on agility. Little did he expect that after driving for a while, the proper road would give way to a bumpy, dirt mountain path. Just after clearing a high ridge, there was a pothole right ahead. Fortunately, the car was an SUV with high ground clearance, so it managed to make it through with some difficulty. If it had been a regular sedan, the undercarriage would have been damaged after just a short while. Even for an SUV, driving required great caution. As a result, agility naturally dropped sharply. Tang Yuan followed alongside, running for a bit before taking a short break. Tang Yuan lay in a tree, watching the car stumble its way toward him, and yawned. He began to understand how the hare must have felt in the tortoise and the hare story. Once the car had passed, Tang Yuan climbed down from the tree and ran after it. Just as he was about to overtake it, the car turned a corner and plunged into the nearby bushes. The battered front end knocked over the bushes, crushing them as it plowed forward. The surrounding bushes left the car's body all scratched up. Luckily, it wasn't Xiaofei's car, otherwise, Tang Yuan would have been heartbroken. If the car breaks down, they'll have to buy a new one. If they buy a new one, Xiaofei won't have any money left, and if he has no money, he won't be able to secretly buy cat treats for him. Tang Yuan ran to the front of the car, crouched behind a tree, and scratched his chin with his hind leg.
As he scratched, he pondered, if Brother Zhang really was the one controlling the mutated crow, why hadn't he released it yet?
Suddenly, Tang Yuan froze in mid-pose, front paws planted on the ground, one hind leg stretched forward, the other raised to scratch his chin.
He couldn't be just those two, could he? Dead and gone? That can't be. That's way too pathetic. Could it be that the dumb and useless duo is about to get another member? Tang Yuan's whiskers quivered with anger.
He'd been thinking that even if he couldn't gather 10 raven feathers, he could at least get 5. Besides the 2 he already had, he'd get 3 more and have Mother Tang make him a feather teaser. That elastic string hanging from the ceiling was indeed fun. But no matter how fun it was, he couldn't play with it all the time. Then, with an extra feather teaser, he could switch things up. When no one was home, it would play with the bungee cord. When the tool guy was home, it would play with the feather teaser. After all, the raven's black feathers had been one of the things that drove it to chase after Brother Zhang. Now that this motivation was gone, Tang Yuan was starting to lose heart.
It even wanted to go home and sleep.
Just thinking about sleeping made Tang Yuan drowsy, and it couldn't help but yawn.
Maybe it should just go home and sleep.
Xiaofei doesn't look like he is destined to die young even without it. He'll turn misfortune into good luck and find a way out of trouble. As for the cat teaser, let Mother Tang turn those 2 raven feathers into a 2-in-1 accessory, something that can be tied to a string or attached to the cat teaser.
Clang! As the car turned a corner, the front right corner hit a tree.
The car shook violently, the trunk lock snapped, and the trunk lid flew open, revealing Xiaofei, who had been stuffed inside. By now, Xiaofei had more than just a bump on his forehead. His entire face looked like a dye shop, a kaleidoscope of blue, purple, black, red, green, and white. Even so, he didn't wake up.
Tang Yuan.
Looking at that face, he didn't look like he'd live a long life, more like he'd die at 26. The thought that the cat teaser he'd imagined would lose its tool for waving it around made Tang Yuan's fur stand on end with rage. Damn it, even if Xiaofei was the most incompetent tool ever, he was still his tool.
It's the only one this cat lord can bully.
The more Tang Yuan thought about it, the angrier he got.
His drowsiness vanished, and he gave chase.
As soon as Brother Zhang steps out, he'll pounce and finish him off. However, the very next second, Tang Yuan's plan changed. A raven with lively eyes landed on the car roof.
Tang Yuan's eyes lit up. His black feather raven had arrived.
So Brother Zhang really is the owner of the mutant crows.
He really is hiding mutant crows.
1 has flown over now. In a moment, 2 will arrive, and soon after, 3 will come.
If that happens, 1 its cat teaser set be complete? The more Tang Yuan thought about it, the better it sounded. He could practically taste it. Tang Yuan swallowed hard, glanced at Xiaofei, and for once showed a hint of guilt.
For the sake of its cat teaser grand plan, tool soup, you might as well sleep a little longer.
You've already slept this long, what's another few minutes?
The car kept moving forward. The road ahead grew narrower and narrower, and the car looked more and more dilapidated. When both left side doors were ripped off, the car finally came to a stop. Due to the momentum, someone in the back seat was jolted out and landed face down on the ground, their condition unknown. Brother Zhang jumped out of the driver's seat, clutching a tissue to his forehead. After pressing down hard a few times, he stuffed the blood-stained tissue into the pocket of his baggy shorts.
Tang Yuan's first thought upon seeing this was that the guy was actually pretty hygienic.
When Brother Zhang pulled his hand out, he accidentally brought the contents with him. It was a huge wad of wet wipes, still stained with blood. Tang Yuan sniffed. The smell of alcohol was strong. They were alcohol wipes. Tang Yuan suddenly realized Brother Zhang wasn't being hygienic at all. He was simply afraid of leaving evidence behind. He guessed the blood on the alcohol wipe was the same bloodstain he'd originally left in the car.
But would wiping fresh blood with an alcohol wipe really make it disappear completely? With the police's modern techniques, wouldn't they be able to detect it? Tang Yuan was just curious.
Brother Zhang bent down, picked up the blood-stained wad of paper, and stuffed it back into his pocket. The crow that had been perched on the roof landed on Brother Zhang's shoulder and pecked at his head. Brother Zhang opened the black plastic bag he carried with him and took out a box. A strong, strange scent wafted out, causing Tang Yuan, with his sensitive sense of smell, to sneeze involuntarily. After sneezing, Tang Yuan instinctively covered his mouth. Brother Zhang spun around abruptly as a series of sneezes echoed from the trunk. He rushed over to the trunk, where Xiaofei, his face swollen like a pig's head, was sneezing one after another. Once Brother Zhang approached, Xiaofei's sneezing only grew more intense. Tang Yuan, tool soup really comes through when it counts. It was worth this cat trekking all this way to save you. Zhang Gu breathed a slight sigh of relief, but he wasn't completely at ease yet. The raven on his shoulder flew up and circled in the air. After circling a few times, the raven landed back on Zhang Gu's shoulder. Brother Zhang felt reassured, but he sped up his agility. He opened the box, which gave off a strange fragrance, and placed it on a nearby rock. The raven immediately flew over, lowered its head, and began eating bite by bite. The strong smell of blood mixed with the strange fragrance stung Tang Yuan's nose so much that he nearly shed tears. Tang Yuan rubbed his eyes with the back of his paw and stared wide-eyed. The box was gushing with blood. It looked like raw liver. The crows were eating with relish. Tang Yuan's stomach churned, and he hurriedly looked at Brother Zhang. Brother Zhang emptied the contents of the black plastic bag. To his surprise, it was 2 crows. Their beaks, legs, and wings were all bound. Brother Zhang untied the 2 crows. They'd been tied up for too long. The 2 crows lay on the ground, flapping their wings. They took a moment to catch their breath before taking flight. They didn't fly far, just circling around Brother Zhang. Tang Yuan swished his tail in annoyance. These were just ordinary crows. Ordinary crows couldn't drop crow black feathers. Could it be that Brother Zhang really didn't have a second mutant crow? Tang Yuan felt resentful. He kept him busy for ages, only to end up with a single crow's black feather. Wasn't this just bullying a cat? Tang Yuan narrowed his eyes, his vertical pupils cold and sharp, his claws snapping out from beneath his paw pads, ready to pounce. Pounce! A glossy, jet-black crow swooped down from the sky and landed on Brother Zhang's shoulder. Tang Yuan! Tang Yuan retracted his claws, lowered his head to lick the backs of his paws, and rubbed his face against them. The second mutated raven exchanged a silent communication with Brother Zhang, then flew over to join its companion to share the feast. Brother Zhang, accompanied by 2 ordinary ravens, entered the woods. Tang Yuan sneaked in after them. After walking a short distance, the scene suddenly opened up before him, and Tang Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. Chapter 54, The Advantage is Mine. Where Tang Yuan stood, the trees were towering and the vegetation lush. But just a paw's length away, the trees and flowers withered completely, turning into dry branches and withered grass. The scattered skeletal remains of several animals lay strewn about. A phrase popped into Tang Yuan's mind: all life extinguished, a land of death. Ha ha ha. Excellent, excellent. Just as Tang Yuan was reeling from the shock, Brother Zhang's loud laughter echoed from nearby. I thought it would take some time for the Yin energy here to fully mature. I didn't expect it to ripen early. With this, we might just be able to breed a mutant Crow King. As long as we can breed a mutant Raven King, I'll never have to run around like a dog, hiding and fleeing from pursuers again. The world is vast, where can't I go? After hearing this, Tang Yuan's mind was filled with thoughts of the mutant Raven King. The black feathers dropped by a mutated crow after its death were already so alluring to cats. Who knows how utterly spellbound they'd be by the black feathers dropped by a mutant Crow King. Tang Yuan, I want it. Brother Zhang had laughed his fill and turned to walk out. Tang Yuan hurried to follow. He was afraid that if he wasn't careful, Brother Zhang would vanish from his sight. Its mutant Raven King's black feather had run off with him. Brother Zhang returned to the car, hoisted the man who'd fallen out, and headed toward the so-called land of evil. After a few steps, his phone in his pocket rang. Brother Zhang ignored it. The phone rang persistently. He pulled it out, glanced at it, raised an eyebrow, and answered the call while continuing to carry the man toward their destination. As soon as the call connected, a furious roar came from the other end. Zhang Gang, you're asking for it. You #me %. A string of the most spectacularly vulgar curses from the Great Yen Empire burst from the receiver. Even from this distance, Tang Yuan could feel the sound reverberating in his ears. Zheng Gang must have anticipated what the other person was going to say the moment the call connected. He moved the phone away from his ear. When the other person had finished ranting and was gasping for breath, Zheng Gang spoke with a smirk. "So it's you, brother Luo Kai. What's going on? You sound so weak. Are you hurt? If you're hurt, go to the hospital right away. Calling me 1T help. If you're short on cash, I can transfer some to you." Hearing this, Luo Kai unleashed another string of expletives. #@%. You dare say that bomb that went off in the city center wasn't planted by you? You dare say those pieces of paper scattered all over the ground with my face and personal info printed on them weren't your doing? Zheng Gang tossed the person off his shoulder to the edge of the woods and walked back toward the car. Throwing a bomb in the city center? Scattering flyers? Tang Yuan pricked up his ears and followed closely. "Brother Luo Kai, you're really wronging me. We've known each other for so many years. Am I the kind of person who do that?" Zheng Gang's voice sounded aggrieved. Luo Kai's voice was hoarse. "In all of Linyun City, you're the only one who knows about those things of mine. If it wasn't you, then who else could it be?" Zheng Gang replied, "Exactly, if it wasn't me, then who else could it be?" There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the line, as if he were gathering his thoughts. Before the other man could roar, Zheng Gang hung up the phone, lifted his shirt, and revealed a fanny pack. He stuffed the phone into the pouch and continued carrying the body. True to his status as a mutant, his strength was incredible. Tang Yuan watched his receding figure, eyes wide. He is so good at getting under people's skin. I'm going to learn that. Less than a minute later, Zheng Gang's phone rang again. Zheng Gang ignored it. The phone kept ringing until he carried Xiaofei to the edge of the woods, exhausted and drenched in sweat. Only then did he take out his phone and answer. He treated it as a break. "Hello? Brother Luo Kai, what do you need now?" There was no reply on the other end, but heavy breathing could be heard. Zheng Gang raised his hand to tease the crow, in a good mood. "Brother Luo Kai, if you don't speak up, I'm going to hang up." As soon as he said that, Luo Kai's voice came through the phone. "Zheng Gang, no, brother Zhang, please help me. Those hyenas are about to find me. You're the only one who can save me now." Zheng Gang picked his ear before replying, "I really can't help you." Luo Kai groveled, "Brother Zhang, I know you're all powerful. If you can just save my life, I'll give you every penny I've saved over the years. Plus, I'll do whatever you say from now on. I'll be your loyal dog. If you tell me to go east, I'll never go west." Zheng Gang said, "That's quite tempting." Hearing this, Luo Kai exclaimed excitedly, "Brother Zhang, you agree?" Zheng Gang sighed and said, "I'd love to agree. But I dropped a bomb in the middle of the city, making it known to the whole world that you're a most wanted fugitive who has killed over a dozen people, all to divert the police's attention so they wouldn't have time to come after me. How could I possibly help you? Zheng Gang, F you at #. Tang Yuan, listening from the sidelines, actually felt a bit of sympathy for Luo Kai. Zheng Gang turned off his phone, removed the SIM card, and tossed it into his waist pouch. Having rested long enough, he went back to move the last person. This time, Tang Yuan didn't follow Zheng Gang. It hid in the tree closest to Xiaofei, ruminating on the information-packed conversation it had just overheard. It was Zheng Gang's two mutated crows who had been dropping bombs in the city center and scattering flyers with the wanted man's photo and details everywhere. That was why they weren't by Zheng Gang's side. And the reason Zheng Gang was doing this was to draw the police's attention, so they wouldn't have time to focus on him. No, wait. If its guess was correct, the police might not even know who Zheng Gang was right now. He did this to cover up Xiaofei and the others' disappearance. With two major incidents occurring one after another in Linyun City, who would have time to worry about 4 police officers on a mission? Zheng Gang might even have used their phones to send a message to their superiors claiming they discovered a crucial lead and, to avoid alerting the target, couldn't make calls or send messages for the time being. That way, even if Xiaofei and the others were dead, no one would know for a while. By then, Zheng Gang would have long since fled with his mutated crows and the mutant Crow King. As for what use the four of them Xiaofei and the others were? They were likely being used to breed the mutant Crow King. Tang Yuan just couldn't figure out why Zheng Gang chose 4 police officers. Wouldn't it be easier to pick ordinary people? And how exactly did Zheng Gang lure these 4 police officers in? Tang Yuan felt he couldn't think about it anymore, his head was starting to ache. Never mind. He'd leave investigating the cause to Xiaofei and the others, the professionals. Tang Yuan had no intention of waiting any longer. It did want the mutant Raven King's feather, but if that feather had been watered with the blood of a pawn, then forget it. No matter how good the Raven's black feather was, it wasn't worth eating. As long as the pawn was alive, it would have to buy cat treats for it for the rest of its life. Tang Yuan knew exactly which was more important. A moment later, Zheng Gang dragged the last person over, drenched in sweat. Gritting his teeth, he tossed the person down. It landed right on top of Xiaofei. Xiaofei let out an involuntary scream and went still. Tang Yuan instinctively closed its eyes, unable to bear the sight. It felt Xiaofei should go pay his respects. His luck was truly beyond belief. After venting, Tang Yuan dove down from the tree, its claws snapping out from its paw pads, aiming straight for Zheng Gang's nape. Zheng Gang suddenly crouched down to tie his shoelaces. Tang Yuan's pupils contracted, its body twisted, and its claws sank into Zheng Gang's shoulder, tearing out a large chunk of flesh, exposing the bone. It wasn't until Tang Yuan hit the ground that Zheng Gang's body finally registered the attack and the severity of his injury. Ah! Zheng Gang let out an agonized scream. Tang Yuan shook the flesh from his claws, tossed it aside, turned, and landed lightly. He crouched low, his vertical pupils fixed on Zheng Gang as he readied himself for the next strike. Zheng Gang's hair stood on end. Ignoring the pain, he pulled a pistol from his pocket and aimed it at Tang Yuan. It was the first time Tang Yuan had been pointed at by a gun, and its little heart pounded uncontrollably. With a single leap, it darted behind a tree to hide. A mutated cat? No, an awakened spirit cat. Zheng Gang's twisted face broke into a savage grin. Awakened creatures have such vigorous life force, one of them is worth several humans. If I can just catch it, toss it into the Yin Sha land, and add these worthless fools to the mix, I might just get 2 mutant Raven Kings in one go. Zheng Gang wasn't speaking specifically for Tang Yuan's benefit, he was simply in too much pain and was using the conversation to distract himself. It's just a fat little cat. Look at me, I've got not only 2 powerful mutated crows, but also a gun. Zheng Gang, the advantage is mine. Chapter 55, I'm gonna blow your skull off. Tang Yuan was genuinely startled. It wasn't that he'd never seen a gun before, he'd witnessed one firsthand during the rat plague. Back then, whether ordinary or mutated, a single shot could blow a rat's head off. If one shot didn't do the trick, they'd just fire another. Against firearms, a mutated rat's defenses were nothing but a sham. But since he wasn't the target back then, he was shocked but not afraid. But now the muzzle was chasing him. His agility far surpassed that of a mutated rat, but could he outrun a bullet? His vitality was far stronger than a mutated rat's, but could he withstand a bullet? Tang Yuan had no idea. Suddenly, Tang Yuan's hackles rose, and he darted out. Bang! The gunshot echoed halfway up the mountainside. Tang Yuan leaned against a tree trunk, its heart pounding in its throat. Adrenaline surged through its veins, the initial shock gave way to rage. Damn it! Blood rushed to Tang Yuan's head, and reason nearly deserted it. The last shred of caution it had clung to pulled it back. The first thing Tang Yuan did after regaining his senses was activate the light screen. He needed to allocate some stats. Swish, swish, swish. The 4 skill points he'd painstakingly earned by grinding were instantly allocated. Vitality, 9.2 10.2. Agility, 14-15. Strength, 8.7 9.7. Spirit, 14.5. Stat points, 0. Tang Yuan closed the light screen, leaped out from behind the tree, and charged toward Zheng Gang.
As he sprinted, Tang Yuan saw the look of disbelief on Zheng Gang's face. The cat didn't run away after hearing the gunshots. Damn it!
Zheng Gang raised his hand, tugging at his wound, and shuddered in pain.
Gritting his teeth, Zheng Gang pulled the trigger. Bang, bang. 2 shots in quick succession.
He didn't expect to hit the cat, he just wanted to force it back. At the same time, the 2 mutated crows guarding Zheng Gang circled in on Tang Yuan, one from the front and one from the back. The 2 ordinary crows remained motionless in mid-air. Mutated crows could fly, giving them air superiority and a natural, overwhelming advantage. The mutated crows could swoop down to attack, but the cat couldn't fly. The mutated crow flying in front flashed a dark gleam from its beak. Taking advantage of the fact that the kitten had just landed exhausted from its previous effort and unable to dodge before it could regain its strength, it pecked straight for the kitten's eyes.
Got it!
A smirk curled at the corner of Zheng Gang's mouth, but the pain twisted his expression into a grimace, making him look like a demon. The next instant, his smile froze. The cat hadn't dodged at all, it had simply lashed out with a claw. The speed of that strike was so fast it exceeded the limits of Zheng Gang's naked eye. It also surpassed the raven's reaction speed. The paw pad struck the side of the bird's beak, and the claw pierced its eye with precision. Using that momentum, the kitten leaped into the air, dug its claws in, and flew off with the red and white skull still attached, crashing into a tree before tumbling to the ground.
I'll really rip your skull off. With one down, Tang Yuan didn't even have time to grab the raven's black feathers before immediately shifting position. First, to evade the pistol's aim and bullets, second, to search for the second raven. Whether due to its own intelligence and ability to learn from experience, or because of Zheng Gang's orders, the second raven quickly increased its distance from Tang Yuan and began circling overhead.
Caw caw.
Tang Yuan jumped up. The crow flew upward. Tang Yuan landed, and the crow descended.
Caw caw.
Damn it, this crow is too sneaky. So what if it has wings? Tang Yuan, meow meow meow. Come down here. Crow, caw caw caw. Come down here. Tang Yuan.
After several failed attempts to catch the crow, Tang Yuan simply shifted his focus. He turned his head and saw Zheng Gang clutching his shoulder, charging headlong into the dead zone. The pistol was still where he'd left it.
Huh, no wonder I didn't hear a gunshot. Tang Yuan gave chase.
Zheng Gang tripped over a rock, rolled a few times, and gritted his teeth as he continued crawling deeper in.
Tang Yuan ran to the edge of the woods, paced back and forth, but didn't go in. Instead, he crouched at the edge, watching Zheng Gang.
Zheng Gang crawled to the center and pulled himself up using a dead tree trunk. When he turned around, he saw Tang Yuan crouched just a fist's length from the deadly zone. If he moved even a little further in, he'd be in the deadly zone. But the cat was just crouched there, not moving an inch. Not only that, but it was tilting its head to look at him. This was something Zheng Gang hadn't anticipated. The cat wasn't coming in. Zheng Gang gritted his teeth. Since the cat wouldn't come in, he would force it to. He glanced to the side. A mutated crow in the sky dove down, hovering above Tang Yuan's head, flapping its wings rapidly not to attack, but to drive Tang Yuan into the deadly zone. For this, Zheng Gang was willing to sacrifice his last mutated crow. Zheng Gang, as fellow evolved creatures, is the gap between a mutant crow and an awakened cat really this vast? But it didn't matter. The greater the gap, the more formidable the mutant crow king would be, one cultivated at the cost of a spirit cat and a yin sha. He had personally experienced the rat plague that had erupted in Lin Yun City not long ago. A mere mutant rat king had been enough to throw the entire city into chaos. The mere thought that he was about to obtain a mutant crow king even more powerful than the mutant rat king sent shivers of excitement down Zheng Gang's spine. Zheng Gang clutched the pendant tied to his baggy shorts, his eyes fixed intently on the cat. If it took even a single step inside, he'd have a chance. But even as the cat killed his last mutant crow, it never took a single step inside. Zheng Gang knelt in the killing ground, his fingers digging into the earth, blood staining the dead soil, his eyes bulging with fury.
Why won't you come in?
Tang Yuan crouched just outside the killing ground, twitching its ears.
Go in? This place was so eerie it would have to be crazy to go in. It yawned, raised a paw, flipped it over so the pad faced itself and the back faced Zheng Gang, then arched it slightly. Meow meow meow. Come on over.
With a sudden burst of energy, Zheng Gang completely lost it.
Fine, fine, fine. You're all trying to kill me, aren't you? Tang Yuan tilted its head, a puzzled expression on its face. Meow meow meow. How dare you turn the tables on me like that? You're the one trying to kill me, aren't you?
Zheng Gang threw his head back and laughed heartily. When he had his fill, he fixed Tang Yuan with a fierce stare and said, enunciating each word clearly, "Then let us die together." He yanked off the pendant and pressed it against his wound, his eyes fixed on Tang Yuan as he muttered something under his breath. It didn't sound like human speech. Even with Tang Yuan's animal communication skills on par with an adept, he couldn't make out a word. But an overwhelming sense of danger enveloped Tang Yuan, striking a chord deep within his soul.
Zheng Gang must not succeed. Tang Yuan's pupils contracted. Defying its earlier resolve to stay out at all costs, it charged in.
Zheng Gang saw it too, and blood spurted from his shoulders in fury. Just moments ago it refused to enter, but now that he finished reciting the incantation and the malevolent energy of this death trap had begun to surge, it had finally come in. Zheng Gang opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His hand loosened, and the pendant fell. The kitten darted to the pendant's base in a flash. Zheng Gang let out a nervous, maniacal laugh. It's too late. The pendant has already connected with the Yin-Sha energy of this dead land. It will explode in a second or two. Even if this cat had the ability to carry the pendant out of the dead zone, it would be of no use. Only a distance of 100 meters could sever the link between the pendant and the Yin-Sha, allowing the Yin-Sha to gradually subside. Even if this kitten's agility were faster than a cheetah's, it couldn't manage it.
Die.
Zheng Gang could no longer feel pain.
He spread his arms wide, his smile a mad mix of fear, rage, and venom. He intended to watch helplessly as this little cat, driven to despair, was crushed by the erupting Yin-Sha.
Tang Yuan seemed not to hear him. With a single leap, the pendant vanished. The surging, turbulent Yin-Sha energy slowly dissipated. Zheng Gang's body began to tremble.
How is this possible? Zheng Gang couldn't believe it. How is this possible? Zheng Gang's eyes turned bloodshot as he screamed hysterically. Chapter 56, Zheng Gang's Doomsday. Tang Yuan ignored the collapsing Zheng Gang and looked anxiously at the inventory. That eerie pendant was sitting safely inside the inventory. Not the slightest hint of mischief. Tang Yuan let out a sigh of relief, his fur no longer bristling, and he wagged his tail happily. Zheng Gang roared, "Give me back the golem." Tang Yuan shook his head and meowed cheerfully. "Come and get it. If you can take it from me, I'll give it back. Give me back the golem."
Zheng Gang stumbled forward, charging toward Tang Yuan.
Tang Yuan's round pupils narrowed into slits as he fixed his gaze on Zheng Gang.
His body arched, ready to pounce. Like an arrow leaving the bow, he darted past Zheng Gang. Zheng Gang lunged forward, stumbled, and with a thud, fell to his knees, his head hitting the ground. Blood soaked the ground beneath Zheng Gang. The two ordinary crows that had been circling overhead suddenly plummeted to the ground. But soon, they regained their senses, shook their heads, and flew away, cawing. Tang Yuan glanced at them but made no move to stop them. It turned and crouched down at a distance from Zheng Gang. Only when Zheng Gang had dissolved into black water did Tang Yuan finally feel completely at ease. Within the black water, Zheng Gang's clothes were faintly visible. Tang Yuan looked away and surveyed the Yin-Sha land. The Yin-Sha land, which had been activated by Zheng Gang, was gradually returning to calm. Yet it could sense that beneath the calm, some fluctuations were lurking. If a solution wasn't found soon to eliminate the Yin-Sha energy here, trouble was bound to strike again in the future. However, this was no task for a little kitten like him. Best leave it to the Dayan authorities to worry about. Tang Yuan withdrew his gaze from the distance and fixed it on the black water. After a few seconds of hesitation, Tang Yuan finally leaped into the black water and, with a look of disgust, pulled Zheng Gang's clothes out. Jumping to a clean spot, Tang Yuan shook the black water off its paws. It grabbed the pant leg and gave it a sharp shake, causing several items to fall out of the pocket. Zheng Gang's cell phone and SIM card, a flat, round box, and a small gourd. Tang Yuan didn't recognize the cell phone brand in this world, but Zheng Gang's phone looked brand new and quite stylish. Although it had been splashed with black water, it hadn't been long, and since it was through the fabric, only the screen had a small stain. After shaking it off, it would still work. The SIM card, however, had been completely soaked in the black water, so it was unclear if it would still function. After shaking the black water off the SIM card, Tang Yuan tossed the phone and the card into its inventory. Next, it opened the first box, which contained a white, oily paste. The smell was almost identical to the scent on Zheng Gang and the wooden box, only the intensity differed. The smell on the wooden box had already been enough to make a cat choke, but this box was even worse. Tang Yuan couldn't help but sneeze several times in a row. It quickly closed the lid. Next, Tang Yuan picked up the small gourd and opened the spout. A foul stench assaulted Tang Yuan's nostrils. Tang Yuan turned away and gagged. It stinks like hell. This must be the antidote. Based on its experience reading wuxia novels in its past life, antidotes for sleeping potions usually smell so bad they make you gag. If it isn't, well, if it isn't, it isn't. Even if they died because of it, they'd have lived for many more minutes. That would be a great merit. It bah. Besides, it could easily try it on one person first. Once the test subject showed signs of revival, it could give it to the others. Tang Yuan tossed aside the pair of boxers and shook out the undershirt, and sure enough, it found something good. A black feather fell out. Excitedly, it grabbed the feather, tucked it between its claws, and shook it to fling off the black liquid clinging to it. The black feathers dropped by those two mutated crows after their deaths were still floating on the black liquid. In the end, Tang Yuan got what he wanted, 3 black crow feathers. Tang Yuan stowed the 3 feathers in his inventory, turned, and ran over to Xiaofei. Xiaofei was nearly crushed, breathing heavily like a bellows. His face was a patchwork of bruises, making it hard to tell what was wrong, but the veins in his neck were bulging, and his skin was flushed from his ears down to his neck. Tang Yuan shoved the colleague, pinning him down to the side. Xiaofei kept his mouth shut, gasping for air, and the veins on his neck gradually subsided. Tang Yuan jumped over to this colleague, pulled the lid off the gourd, and held it under the man's nose. After taking a deep breath, the colleague's face turned pale, his head lolled to the side, and he began retching repeatedly. It worked, just as expected. Without waiting for his colleague to come to, Tang Yuan held the gourd under the noses of the other 3 in turn. Soon, the sounds of retching echoed one after another. What's wrong with me? Why does my face hurt so much? Xiaofei sat up and touched his face. The pain made him wince. It also brought him fully back to his senses. Xiaofei looked around, speechless. What's going on? Where am I? How did I end up here? A voice gritted with anger came from nearby. Instead of wasting time wondering about that, why don't you help me get these 2 off me first? Xiaofei jumped in surprise. He turned his head and saw his good colleague, Zhou Jiamu, pinned beneath the other 2 colleagues, unable to move. Xiaofei hurried over to move his colleagues aside. What on earth is going on? Weren't we supposed to be taking the informant to arrest the suspects? He looked around at their surroundings and swallowed hard. How did we end up in the mountains in the blink of an eye? How should I know? Zhou Jiamu pushed himself up against a tree trunk. I don't even know when I lost consciousness. The 4 of us are here. Where's Zheng Gang? I haven't seen him since I woke up. Xiaofei looked around, then suddenly went blank. He tugged at Zhou Jiamu. Look over there. Zhou Jiamu followed his finger and gasped. The black liquid left behind when a mutated creature dies. There's a huge pool of it. What kind of creature died here? Zhou Jiamu trailed off. The 2 stared at the clothes mostly submerged in the black liquid, with parts sticking out above the surface. It felt as if something had blocked their throats. They couldn't speak for a long moment. Never mind how Xiaofei and the others were questioning the meaning of life. Tang Yuan had already wiped out all traces of its presence and cheerfully left the mountain. On this trip, it had obtained 3 raven black feathers, enough to make a perfect cat teaser. It had also, at the 11th hour and in a life or death situation, risked its own life to save its tool person.
Tang Yuan declared this operation a success. Applause.
Tang Yuan passed by the village where Zheng Gang lived but didn't stop. It ran straight past. That kid Zheng Gang never intended to come back, so there was probably nothing of value left at his place.
Maybe there were some important clues. But what use were clues to it? They couldn't be eaten or drunk.
Besides, Zheng Gang was dead. It might as well head home early and open the Meow Meow gift box. Achievement: killed a raven mutant, obtained a Meow Meow gift box. The moment Tang Yuan saw the Meow Meow gift box, its paws started itching, and it couldn't wait to open it right then and there. In the end, it talked itself out of it and decided to open it at home.
Tang Yuan returned to the city and spotted the automatic sprinkler system in the greenbelt. It looked down and sniffed the scent on its body, wrinkling its nose. The smell of blood mixed with an eerie fragrance, giving Tang Yuan a headache. Tang Yuan jumped into the greenbelt.
The spray of water came from a distance, shooting high into the air before cascading down onto Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan pinned its ears back and stared nervously at the stream of water, as if it were a terrifying enemy.
Meow!
Tang Yuan let out a cry, unable to hold back any longer, and bolted out of the greenbelt. Once the water had passed, Tang Yuan relaxed, plopping down onto the ground, questioning the meaning of life.
Chapter 57, Opening a Blind Box. Tang Yuan stared blankly. How could it be afraid of water? That shouldn't be possible.
In its previous life, not only was it not afraid of water, but it was actually a pretty good swimmer. In this life, it hadn't taken a bath, but it not only frequently wiped its paws and body with wet wipes but also washed its paws with tap water and had never once felt afraid of water.
What just happened? An illusion? Post-murder stress?
Even if it really was stress from killing for the first time, it shouldn't have been fear of water.
Try again.
Tang Yuan gritted its teeth, jumped onto the grassy median, and tilted its head back, waiting for the water to flow over. When the water was a meter away, it started feeling an uncontrollable urge to run away. When it was just a few inches away, Tang Yuan finally lost control and fled to the side of the road. It really was afraid of water.
Tang Yuan was completely dumbfounded. If it couldn't take a bath, what was it going to do about the smell on its body? Lick it off? Yuck! Wipe it off with a wet wipe?
It didn't have any wet wipes on hand unless it went home to get some.
But then, wouldn't it just be bringing the smell home with it? That left Tang Yuan with only 2 options, wash with water or lick it off.
Tang Yuan gritted its teeth, closed its eyes, and charged into the stream. He silently counted to 10 in his head, then quickly ran out.
Tang Yuan shook himself, sending water droplets flying everywhere.
He sniffed his body. The smell was gone, leaving only the scent of water. By the time Tang Yuan ran all the way back to the street where the Tang family lived, he was already half dry.
As was his habit, Tang Yuan would usually climb up by gripping the cracks in the wall.
But today, he felt an urge to jump. He took a running start and leaped, clearing a height of over 1.5 meters.
But the wall was far taller than 1.5 meters. It was a full 2.5 meters high. Tang Yuan landed lightly and immediately tried again.
This time, as he soared through the air, he extended his claws to grab the wall, using the momentum to jump even higher. This time, it successfully leaped onto the high wall and then hopped inside. The commotion startled Bean, who tucked its tail between its legs and darted into its doghouse.
Tang Yuan shook its tail in displeasure. Did Bean think it was some kind of monster running away at the sight of it?
It turned its head and realized why Bean had fled. In the vegetable beds that had just been leveled a short while ago, there were now 2 large holes. The largest one was more than big enough to bury Bean himself.
Not bad, not bad.
After causing trouble, he even knew to dig himself a hole so he wouldn't have anywhere to be buried if he got beaten to death.
What a good dog. Bean waited a moment.
Seeing no movement outside, he poked his head out and locked eyes with Tang Yuan. With a whoosh, Bean yanked his head back inside.
Tang Yuan ignored him and went back to his room.
He sat upright in his cat bed, paws pressed together in prayer.
Meow, meow, meow. Amitba Buddha, please bless me with a big one.
After chanting this 3 times, Tang Yuan opened the light screen and instantly scrolled all the way to the bottom.
The Meow Meow gift box hovered on the screen. Tang Yuan tapped it. Boom! In an instant, fireworks burst forth, a dazzling display of sparks and colors.
Unfortunately, it was daytime, so the effect was significantly diminished. If it had been nighttime, it would have been even more beautiful.
Fireworks! Tang Yuan's heart rate skyrocketed. Stay calm! Stay calm!
Tang Yuan kept telling himself to stay calm while biting down on his paw, afraid he might scream so loud he'd blow the roof off. As usual, Tang Yuan checked from top to bottom. His attribute points had increased by 1, but the major stats remained unchanged.
Stay calm, stay calm.
Since they went to the trouble of setting off fireworks, there's no way they'd give me just this little bit.
Next came the skill points.
His skill points had gone from 1 to 3.
A gain of 2 skill points.
Tang Yuan furrowed his brow, looked up, and froze.
Jump proficiency 2950. Tail whip novice 310. Breath attack novice 010. He actually gained 3 skills at once.
Spinning in mid-air, he closed his eyes. Until he accidentally missed his footing and fell to the ground.
Tang Yuan could have adjusted its posture mid-air, landing on all 4 paws instead of its back.
But it didn't. It let itself crash to the ground.
An eerie laugh echoed through the room.
Bean ran to the first floor doorway, peeking out.
Hearing the laughter, it turned and bolted in fright.
While running, its forepaws accidentally got tangled up, and it took a faceplant. Bean scrambled to its feet and kept running, dashing into its doghouse. Tang Yuan had laughed its fill and opened the light screen once more. It scanned the skills listed there, focusing on the 3 newly appeared ones. At first glance, it looked like 3 skills had been obtained from the Meow Meow gift box. But upon closer inspection, he realized there was actually only 1 skill, Blow Wind.
Only skills obtained from the Meow Meow gift box would have 0 proficiency points.
The other 2 skills were clearly ones he had mastered on his own. Especially Jump. It had already surpassed the novice level and reached the proficient level. No wonder it suddenly had the idea to jump up onto the wall today. Its high proficiency in jump must be related to what it went through today. To chase the car, it was leaping and darting about, running and slipping through the gaps, which is why its proficiency rose to the proficient level. It seems that Tang Yuan's single attribute point wasn't from the Meow Meow gift box, but a reward earned after the skill leveled up. As for Tail Whip, Tang Yuan rested its chin on its paw and pondered it, likely mastered it while whipping the mutated crow with its tail. Come to think of it, mastering skills is a bit of a mystery. It's been jumping around a lot lately, but it never managed to form a skill before, and yet, today, it just happened.
Was it because it didn't jump high enough before to reach the skill? Or is it just pure luck? Tang Yuan didn't dwell on it.
Since he couldn't figure it out, he put it out of his mind to think about later.
He was eager to try out blowing wind.
Tang Yuan jumped up, held his breath, and opened his mouth to blow. He felt nothing. Tang Yuan opened his interface. His proficiency in blowing wind had changed to Novice 110.
Did it work? Was it too subtle, so I didn't feel anything? Tang Yuan looked at the blow wind skill and, for some reason, thought of its inventory.
Suddenly, a sense of foreboding washed over it.
Tang Yuan tried blowing again. Throughout the process, Tang Yuan's eyes widened, afraid of missing even the slightest detail.
It seemed like something had changed, but upon closer inspection, nothing seemed different.
Wind is formed by the movement of hot and cold air.
If that's the case, wind is also invisible. Generally speaking, to see wind, you need some kind of medium. Like a swaying tree, or a fluttering piece of paper.
Tang Yuan raised a paw. Like the fur on its paw. Tang Yuan blew a puff of air at its paw. The cat fur on its paw fell down in a neat row. I saw it. It really is wind. But the strength of this wind isn't much different from how hard it blew just now. Tang Yuan twitched the corner of its mouth. It knew it. Looking at all the skills drawn from the Meow Meow gift box, Smite Evil is definitely the coolest. It's not that the other skills are useless. It's just, they fell a billion miles short of its expectations. Although actual blowing was a far cry from what it had imagined, complaints aside, Tang Yuan's interest in it hadn't waned one bit. This was a spell, after all. Once it mastered this skill, Tang Yuan could proudly declare itself the Master Wizard Cat. Tang Yuan excitedly cast the breeze spell on himself a few times, but it felt awkward and unsatisfying. Tang Yuan silently crawled into the dog bed and blew a puff of air at Bean. The fur on Bean's back and tail stood on end. Startled, Bean shuddered and buried his head and body deep into the cushion. But the cushion was only so big it couldn't possibly cover his massive body. Tang Yuan narrowed his eyes and let out a sigh of satisfaction. This time, it felt just right. Chapter 58, The Scheming Kitten. Tang Yuan went back inside to wolf his meal, then chugged half a bowl of water, taking the opportunity to practice his berry poop skill, before returning to play a game with Bean. Tang Yuan really loved this newly invented game of I blow, you dodge, and Bean seemed to like it too. At first, Bean would dodge, but later didn't even bother to hide, instead belting out a song at the top of its lungs. Its excitement was plain to see. It only stopped when its head started to ache. Just then, the familiar sound of an electric scooter came from the doorway. Tang Yuan darted up the wall, crouched on the doorframe, and peered out at Mother Tang, meow. Mother Tang stopped her scooter and heard the cat meowing right above her head. She took off her helmet and looked up, and the round little kitten came tumbling down from the sky. She hadn't even put her helmet down yet, but she hurriedly opened her arms to catch the kitten. The helmet slipped and fell to the ground with a loud thud. Mother Tang looked down, and the kitten in her arms craned its neck to look too. Mother Tang looked at Tang Yuan, who stood up in her arms and rubbed its fluffy little face against hers. Mother Tang couldn't resist no matter how angry she was, she couldn't stay mad. She could only tap Tang Yuan's nose and say, I just can't help you. Meow, its fluffy tail wrapped around Mother Tang's hand. Ever since Tang Yuan mastered the tail whip, its tail had become even more agile. Let us go home. Mother Tang tried to pick Tang Yuan up and place it in the bike basket. Tang Yuan deftly slipped out of her grasp, climbed onto her shoulder, stood on her shoulder with its hind paws, and rested its belly on her head. Its chin rested on her forehead, and its two front paws wrapped around her neck. From a distance, it looked as if Mother Tang were wearing a cat hat in the summer. Mother Tang. Mother Tang shook her head, but the cat hat sat firmly in place, not budging an inch. It's sweltering out here, you're trying to cook me alive, Mother Tang grumbled, though the look on her face betrayed her true feelings. She was enjoying it. She pulled out her phone and snapped a series of selfies. Just then, the gate of the house next door swung open. Sister Chen emerged, clutching a bunch of Chinese chives, and began sorting through them as she spoke. Mother Tang, I don't know what's wrong with your dog today. It's been barking non-stop, and it sounds really pitiful. I didn't dare go over to check, I'm afraid it might be injured or sick. Tang Yuan, wearing her cat fur hat, glanced at Sister Chen as if nothing were amiss. Mother Tang put down her phone. Oh my, I'd better go check on it right away, Chen Hui declined. That dog isn't ours, it's Dr. Lu's, and he's boarding it with us. If anything happens to it, I wouldn't know how to explain it to him. Just then, Chen Hui noticed what was on Mother Tang's head. She was slightly nearsighted and had disliked wearing glasses since she was young, so she couldn't see things clearly from a distance. Curious, she leaned in closer and realized it was Mother Tang's cat lying on her head. Oh my goodness, Mother Tang, your Tang Yuan is so well behaved. Just lying there on your head without moving a muscle. Let me tell you, I used to have a cat a few years back. Forget about it lying on my head, I couldn't even pet it for more than a few seconds. Chen Hui was incredibly envious and reached out to pet it. But Tang Yuan wasn't about to let her touch him. He stepped onto Mother Tang's shoulder and leaped onto the wall. Perched there, he watched her warily. Mother Tang opened the door. She couldn't push her electric scooter inside, so she went to check on the dog first. The dog was hiding in his doghouse. Mother Tang, Bean. Hearing Mother Tang's voice, Bean's ears twitched. Bean. Bean poked his head out a little. When he saw Mother Tang, his eyes widened instantly, tears welled up in his eyes, and he let out a heart-wrenching howl before pouncing toward Mother Tang. Even Chen Hui, who wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, could tell how hurt he was. Tang Yuan swished his tail and stepped in front of Mother Tang. Seeing Tang Yuan, Bean took a deep breath, scrambled frantically with all four paws, and slammed on the brakes. His paws accidentally got tangled, and he plopped down in front of Tang Yuan with a thud. Tang Yuan's mouth turned up into a smile, and he raised a paw to pat Bean on the head. Chen Hui couldn't help but remark, "This cat and dog get along pretty well." Mother Tang looked at Tang Yuan, who was completely unfazed, then at Bean, who looked as if he wanted to bury his head in the ground and didn't dare move a muscle. She seemed to sense something. After Chen Hui left, Mother Tang crouched down and stroked Tang Yuan's head. "Tang Yuan, did you bully Bean?" Tang Yuan looked up, eyes wide, as if he couldn't believe such words could come out of Mother Tang's mouth. He stood up and walked forward a few steps. Realizing Mother Tang hadn't followed, he turned to look at her, wagged his tail, and motioned for her to come along. Mother Tang followed Tang Yuan to the vegetable patch. Actually, before they even reached the vegetable patch, she had already spotted two large holes in the ground. It didn't take much to figure out that Bean had dug them. Mother Tang looked down at Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan stood beside the holes, head slightly bowed, ears pricked, and tail drooping. Mother Tang's heart was breaking. "Oh my, I'm so sorry, so sorry. I wronged our Tang Yuan. I apologize to you." Mother Tang quickly picked Tang Yuan up to comfort him. "Our Tang Yuan only beat up Bean because Bean was causing trouble, right?" Meow. Tang Yuan buried his head under Mother Tang's arm, his body still trembling. Just like a child sobbing uncontrollably. Mother Tang felt even more heartbroken. She comforted him like a child. Oh, our Tang Yuan was wronged, wasn't he? It was my fault. To make it up to you, shall I open a can of food for you in a bit?" Tang Yuan remained silent, just continuing to sob. Mother Tang said, "I'll give you freeze-dried food and cat treats too." Tang Yuan's ears perked up immediately, but he still didn't move. Mother Tang understood right away, 3 sticks. Tang Yuan rubbed against Mother Tang's face, gave a slight tug, and jumped down. He rubbed against Mother Tang's calf, jumped onto the dog's head, and looked up at Mother Tang, meowing, meow, meow, meow. Okay. Mother Tang scratched Tang Yuan's chin. "From now on, Bean is under your command." Hearing this, Bean tucked his tail between his legs and whimpered, "Woo-woo." Tang Yuan swatted Bean on the tail. Bean immediately shut up. It didn't break his spirit, but it sure hurt. Mother Tang said, "I'm going to cook first. I'll open a can of cat food for you later." As Mother Tang turned away, she found herself puzzled. It seemed like she had just understood the meaning of Tang Yuan's meows. Maybe it was because Tang Yuan's eyes were so lively, as if they could speak. She shook her head, pushing the doubt aside. She had only one thought: their Tang Yuan was just too smart. Tang Yuan watched Mother Tang walk away, jumped down from the dog's head, crouched in front of Bean, and squinted as he studied him. That dumb dog isn't dumb at all, he has gotten smarter. He actually tried to tattle on me? This is outrageous. But it wasn't all bad. From now on, whenever Bean tattled to Mother Tang, she'd remember what happened today. She'd feel guilty toward Tang Yuan and subconsciously make excuses for him, shifting the blame onto Bean. Ha, not bad, not bad. Bean kept his head down, but he was actually stealing glances at Tang Yuan. His instincts told him he was safe for now. Sure enough, Tang Yuan gave him a glance, swished his tail, and walked off to lie down on the chair in front of the house. All day long, starting from the morning, Tang Yuan hadn't had a moment's rest. First,
He went looking for someone, then he chased a car after that. He got into a fight, then he ran all the way back on all fours. He even took a bath along the way, and coming home to eat, drink, and do his business took up even more energy. Yet he should have gone to sleep long ago, but he'd gotten so excited opening those blind boxes that he ran off to practice his skills with being. It wasn't tea until now that he felt tired and wanted to sleep. Before going to sleep, Tang Yuan summoned his inventory, pulled out black feather, and placed it under his body. He then pulled out a ball of yarn and hugged it close, yawned, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. While Tang Yuan slept soundly, in a conference room at the Lingyun City Police Bureau, everyone in the room was staring at each other in silence.
Chapter 59, What a Stroke of Luck, I'm Not a Cop. Go over the sequence of events again. Snap. Deputy Chief Zhang tossed the broken pen into the trash can. The two men, their faces swollen and bruised, exchanged a glance. Xiaofei gestured for Zhou Jiamu to speak. He'd already said it 3 times, but Zhou Jiamu had only said it once. Zhou Jiamu had no choice but to repeat it again. Captain Yu, what do you think? Deputy Director Zhang turned to the man beside him. Yu Huiyang said, after Luo Kai was arrested, he immediately confessed to planting the bomb in the city center and revealed that the person spreading his messages was Zhang Gang. Chen Mo immediately led a team to investigate Zhang Gang. They obtained some evidence indicating that Zhang Gang is indeed a prime suspect. Even if he isn't the killer, he is still implicated. This time, I led the team to pick up Xiao Tang and the others. After investigating the crime scene, we preliminarily identified Zhang Gang as the suspect. Yu Huiyang took a sip of tea and continued, my preliminary theory is that Zhang Gang intended to use that cursed site to sacrifice those 4 in order to obtain something. Sacrifice? Sacrifice? Xiaofei's lips trembled. He didn't ask what would happen to the 4 of them if the sacrifice succeeded. Just hearing the word sacrifice was terrifying enough. Besides, he'd been at the scene of the previous murder. When he saw those 3 elders, all that remained of them was a layer of human skin. There were 3 pools of black water at the scene, 1 large and 2 small. The 2 smaller pools likely came from small mutated creatures, while the large one might have been a human. Clothes and shoes were scattered on the black water. According to Xiao Tang and the others, they belonged to Zhang Gang. But we can't be completely certain that the deceased was Zhang Gang. This is one of the major challenges facing modern investigations. Mutant creatures turn into black water shortly after death, and their biological characteristics are completely obliterated. Based solely on a pool of black water, it's impossible to determine whether it was a human or a dog. Yu Huiyang projected the photo onto the screen and gestured for everyone to look. We then conducted a thorough investigation of the crime scene and ultimately made a preliminary determination that this pool of black water was Zhang Gang. He swiped through the photos. There were signs of a struggle at the scene, but the evidence was severely damaged, making it difficult to reconstruct. We can only speculate that whoever killed Zhang Gang was extremely powerful, and Zhang Gang was completely helpless. Deputy Director Zhang furrowed his brow. Are you saying there was an anonymous mutant or awakened who did a good deed killing Zhang Gang to save Xiao Tang and the others? Yu Huiyang shrugged. I can't say for sure, but what I can say for certain is. Yu Huiyang turned to Xiaofei and Zhou Jiamu and remarked with a sigh, Xiao Tang and Zhou really have incredible luck. They've managed to dodge certain death twice now. Xiao Tang Zhou. In just 1 short week, they'd already brushed past death twice. They didn't even want that kind of luck, okay? Tang Yuan woke up, stood up, shook himself off, and stretched. It was already dark outside. The lights were on inside. Tang Yuan trotted inside. Mother Tang was chatting with Wu Yan. Tang Yuan hopped unhesitatingly onto the back of the sofa, retracted his claws, rested his paw pads on Mother Tang's shoulders, and rubbed his little face against hers. Meow. Mother Tang reached out and scooped Tang Yuan into her arms, petting him a few times. Our Tang Yuan is awake. Hungry, aren't you? I'll go get you some food. Some of Tang Yuan's food was kept in the living room cabinet, so there was no need to go to Tang Yuan's room to get it. Mother Tang opened a can of food for Tang Yuan while sighing, I don't know what's going on this year. The rat infestation was just over a few days ago,
and now there's been an explosion in the city center.
Wu Yan was cracking sunflower seeds. My daughter works over there.
She heard a huge bang.
Her voice was still trembling when she told me about it. Mother Tang walked over with the cat bowl and set it on the coffee table. Sigh, I wonder how many died.
Who knows, Wu Yan said, unable to continue cracking her sunflower seeds. The short videos say all sorts of things. Some say a few died, others say over 100.
Mother Tang replied, I just hope it's as few as possible.
Wu Yan nodded in agreement, then remembered something. By the way, Mother Tang, Xiao Fei is a police officer.
Did he tell you what caused the accident? Mother Tang sat back down and gave a wry smile.
He hasn't been home for 2 or 3 days. I called him today, but no one answered, and he hasn't replied to my texts either. Wu Yan grabbed another handful of sunflower seeds.
Xiao Fei is a good cop, just like his dad.
The moment the words left her mouth, Mother Tang's hand paused as she tore open the freeze-dried packet. Wu Yan realized she'd said the wrong thing, gave an awkward smile, and quickly tried to make amends.
Xiao Fei looks like he has got a long life ahead of him. He'll definitely live to be 100.
Mother Tang tore open the freeze-dried packet, took out a beef patty, crumbled it for Tang Yuan, and placed it in a bowl. Watching her, Wu Yan couldn't shake the feeling that Mother Tang wasn't crumbling a beef patty, she was crumbling her. She felt too awkward to stay any longer and immediately took her leave.
Mother Tang didn't try to keep her.
After locking the door, Mother Tang returned to the sofa, seemingly unfazed, and continued breaking up the beef patty for Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan glanced at Mother Tang several times, but Mother Tang acted completely normal. After being watched so many times, Mother Tang naturally noticed the little one's gaze. Mother Tang chuckled to herself and tapped Tang Yuan on the nose. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten the cat treats. They're just snacks. Once you finish your meal, I'll give them to you. At that, Tang Yuan's eyes lit up, all his worries vanished, and he buried his head in his food. Mother Tang kept her word, she gave exactly 3 sticks. As usual, Tang Yuan ate one right there and stashed the other 2 in his bed. When he returned, he was carrying 3 jet black crow feathers in his mouth.
He hopped up onto the coffee table and set them down.
Mother Tang picked up one and turned it over in her hands, puzzled.
Tang Yuan, these 3 feathers are so glossy they look just like the 2 you brought before.
She brought them close to her nose.
They smell pretty good, too. Where on earth did you get these? Tang Yuan didn't answer.
Instead, he fetched a featherless cat teaser and placed it on Mother Tang's lap. He hopped back onto the coffee table, sat up straight in front of her, and meowed, meow.
You want me to make you a cat teaser out of these 3 feathers? Meow.
All right. Mother Tang agreed immediately. Without hesitation, she grabbed her sewing box and got to work.
Tang Yuan ran over to the bouncy feather toy and began hopping and batting at it.
Suddenly, loud barking erupted from outside. Just as Mother Tang was about to put down her needlework to go check, Tang Yuan beat her to it and dashed out the door. Once Tang Yuan went out, the dog stopped barking.
Mother Tang sat back down.
Seeing Tang Yuan, Bean stopped meowing, ran to his bed, and peered out from behind the door, watching secretly.
Tang Yuan stood in the yard, tilting his head back to lock eyes with the trio gang. Tabby jumped down.
Ginger and Whitepaw followed closely behind, their eyes still wary as they watched Tang Yuan.
Tabby walked up to Tang Yuan. Meow, meow, meow.
Translated into human language, I'll help you find the person, and you give me some freeze-dried cat food.
Tang Yuan's mouth twitched slightly, she was actually quite eager. Meow, meow, meow. Translated into human language, never mind. He wasn't a cop, why would he have so many suspects to track down?
Besides, even though they found their target this time, the process had been a bit sketchy. The trio gang didn't hang around once they got their answer, they were ready to leave. Watching the trio gang walk away, Tang Yuan thought of something and hurriedly said, meow, meow, meow.
Translated into human language, do you guys need any other jobs? Chapter 60, The Unscrupulous Cat Boss.
Mother Tang, noticing Tang Yuan hadn't come in for a while, came out to check.
Tang Yuan was sitting face to face with the three cats. Hearing her approach, all four cat heads turned toward her at once. Tang Yuan looked puzzled, while the other three wore expressions of wariness. Seeing this scene, Mother Tang paused for a moment, then went back inside with a smile on her face. Tang Yuan couldn't help but feel she had misunderstood something. Tang Yuan turned back around. Meow, meow, meow. I want to hire you all to play hide and seek with me. Tang Yuan had just been flipping through the light screen, going over his skills from top to bottom. Among his skills, aside from the three he just acquired, his proficiency in hide and seek was the lowest. Even climb trees, which it had mastered around the same time, had already reached the expert level. Among its skills, pounce and snapshot were both at the master level. Once they reached their maximum proficiency, they would become master, granting skill points rather than attribute points. It had already lost 2 ways to acquire attribute points. The 3 new skills seemed relatively easy to level up, allowing it to earn some attribute points in a short time. But don't forget, as each attribute gets higher, more attribute points are needed to boost them. When you do the math, it's still short on attribute points. As for the other skills, consume and berry poop, the daily proficiency gains are limited, you can't get rich overnight. After weighing its options, improving hide and seek seems like the best choice. Hide and seek isn't just about hiding, it's also about seeking. It would inevitably have to climb high and travel far, so while leveling up hide and seek, it could simultaneously level up tree climbing and jumping. More importantly, leveling up hide and seek this way is fun. It's like killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Seeing Tabby's confused expression, Tang Yuan explained carefully. It's simple to explain in human language, but explaining it in cat speak is a bit tricky. Fortunately, Tang Yuan's animal communication skill was already at the adept level, and after spending a little extra time, he finally got them to understand what hide and seek was. However, Tang Yuan's version of hide and seek was a bit different from the usual one. In regular hide and seek, the roles rotate, but in Tang Yuan's version, he was the only one hiding. He only liked to hide, not to seek. The trio gang were all the ones doing the seeking. Tabby said, meow. Reward. Tang Yuan held out a paw and meowed, meow, meow, meow. For every time they found him, the cat who found him would be rewarded with 5 pieces of cat food. Those who didn't find him would get nothing. If they found him more than 10 times, they did get an extra 2 pieces of freeze-dried chicken. The trio gang didn't agree right away. Tabby was deep in thought, while the other 2 looked completely bewildered. They could hear the words, but didn't understand a thing. Just then, footsteps sounded from behind. Trio gang grew highly alert and made a move to retreat to the wall. But a breeze drifted by, carrying the scent of cat food. Trio gang simply couldn't lift their paws. Mother Tang noticed Trio gang's wariness and didn't approach them. Instead, she placed a small bowl in front of Tang Yuan. You're all Tang Yuan's friends, right? It's your first time here, and I don't have much to offer. Just this cat food and some freeze-dried treats. Please don't turn your noses up at them. After saying this, Mother Tang leaned close to Tang Yuan's ear and whispered, I'm going inside now. Make sure to take good care of your friends. Tang Yuan rubbed against Mother Tang's hand and meowed. After Mother Tang left, Tang Yuan turned around and met 3 pairs of incredulous eyes. They seemed unable to believe that the squeaky voice had come from Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan pretended not to notice and pointed a paw at the small bowl, meow, meow, meow. The cat food and freeze-dried treats are all set for you. How much you earn is up to you. The cat food Mother Tang had given Tabby and the others had, in the blink of an eye, turned into wages earned through hard work. Talk about a new age feline capitalist. This time, the trio gang didn't refuse. As soon as Tang Yuan finished speaking, they agreed. Afraid that if they hesitated, Tang Yuan might change her mind. Worried they might sneak a bite, Tang Yuan stashed the cat food and freeze-dried treats in her inventory. The first cat food freeze-dried treat cup cat hide and seek tournament was held right in the Tang family's courtyard. The first time, no sooner had Tang Yuan hidden the treats than Tabby found them in the tree in less than a minute. Tang Yuan cheerfully opened her inventory and handed Tabby 5 pieces of cat food. He'd forgotten to mention one more benefit, it also helped boost his inventory proficiency.
Tabby, ignoring her two greedy little hangers-on who were drooling with envy, swallowed the treats whole. From the second round onward, the three cats got serious. Their eyes were wide with focus, afraid to miss even the slightest detail. When searching for Tang Yuan, they didn't just use their eyes, they also used their noses to sniff and their ears to listen. Even though Tang Yuan's scent was faint, they could still pick it up if they got close enough. Tang Yuan could have used blow to dispel the scent and make it harder for them. But that would have strayed from Tang Yuan's original intent. The main goal was to level up hide and seek, not blow. Even though the trio gang was taking it seriously, the time it took them to find Tang Yuan kept getting longer. During the first few rounds of hide and seek, Tang Yuan deliberately chose conspicuous hiding spots to avoid dampening the trio gang's enthusiasm. Later on, Tang Yuan gradually increased the difficulty. Previously, Tang Yuan had let the game run its wild course without ever looking into the rules governing how hide-and-seek proficiency increases. Now, Tang Yuan has finally figured it out. The amount of proficiency gained from hide-and-seek is directly related to the game's difficulty. The harder the hiding spot is to find, the more proficiency points you earn. However, you can only gain proficiency points once per game of hide-and-seek. So, Tang Yuan has to strike the right balance. By midnight, Tang Yuan was still full of energy. The trio gang was exhausted, sprawled out on the concrete floor, panting with their tongues hanging out. The little bit of cat food they ate didn't even come close to covering their energy expenditure. It was practically like working for free. Not even Joe the Skinflint would treat his laborers this way. The unscrupulous boss kept tempting them from the sidelines, meow, meow, meow. Just 3 more rounds, and you'll get another piece of freeze-dried chicken. Ginger licked her lips, tried to get up, took a couple of steps, and collapsed again. Tang Yuan sighed regretfully, meow meow meow. You guys aren't in good shape. You need to exercise more from now on. After the trio gang left, Tang Yuan grinned as he checked his skills. Tree Climbing Mastery 86-100. Animal Communication Adept 102-500. Inventory Mastery 31-100. Jumping Proficiency 4-100. Today's highlight Hide and Seek Proficiency 2-100. Not only had Hide and Seek gone from proficient to mastery, but jumping had too. Tang Yuan's attribute points increased by 2. He casually added 1 point to strength, bringing it to 10.7. From now on, all 4 of Tang Yuan's major attributes had surpassed the 10-point mark. Tang Yuan looked at the numbers and was delighted. Just as it was basking in its joy, its ears drooped. This signaled that the days of gaining 1 attribute point per stat were over. From now on, the cost of improving any attribute would double. Tang Yuan felt both pain and pleasure. It had played enough and went back to sleep. In a half-asleep state, Tang Yuan heard the door open. The footsteps were familiar. It was Xiaofei. The head that had just lifted up lay back down again. Hugging the ball of yarn, it shifted positions and went back to sleep. Soon, a hand and a comb appeared on its body. Tang Yuan opened one eye and glanced at Xiaofei. Brushing fur in the middle of the night without turning on the light, and wearing sunglasses and a hat. Calling that crazy wouldn't be an exaggeration. After brushing for a while, there were 2 or 3 times when she almost shoved the comb into Tang Yuan's mouth. Tang Yuan couldn't take it anymore and slapped Xiaofei. I'm sorry, did I hurt you? Xiaofei apologized while taking off his sunglasses. Tang Yuan's eyes widened. Damn it, what kind of idiot is this? Chapter 61, A New Height in Cat Life. Ouch. Xiaofei plopped down beside the cat bed, clutching his eye socket and grimacing. He fumbled to turn on the light, pulled out a mirror, and moved his hand away. In the mirror, even his previously unharmed eye socket was now bruised and swollen. The 2 swollen eye sockets mirrored each other, glowing brightly. Xiaofei gritted his teeth and glared at Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan. Did you do that on purpose? Meow? Tang Yuan tilted his head, a look of confusion on his face. Xiaofei looked at Tang Yuan, and Tang Yuan looked at Xiaofei. Xiaofei hesitated, wavering. The more Xiaofei thought about it, the more he realized he couldn't blame Tang Yuan. If it had been him, in the dead of night, in the pitch black, having his hair yanked by someone he couldn't see, and having a comb shoved into his mouth, he would have wanted to kill the other person. Tang Yuan had only slapped him, not even using his claws, just the pads of his paws, so he was actually being really good-natured, even if he did use a bit too much force.
Tang Yuan watched Xiaofei's expression shift several times within 10 seconds.
Finally, it turned into one of apology.
Tang Yuan, meow?
Xiaofei picked up the comb and continued brushing Tang Yuan's fur. I'm sorry, I mistakenly thought you hit me on purpose just now.
To make up for my mistake, is there anything you want to eat or do?
I'll buy it for you.
Tang Yuan pretended to yawn, hiding the amusement in his eyes.
Sorry, but he did it on purpose. A cat's eyes are different from a human's. They have night vision, and his vision surpasses that of the average cat.
The moment Xiaofei took off his sunglasses, Tang Yuan spotted the dark circle under one of his eyes. In that instant, Tang Yuan suddenly felt like he had OCD. He just couldn't appreciate asymmetrical beauty.
So, the very next second, Xiaofei went from being a naughty dog to a national treasure panda.
Tang Yuan twitched his ears.
By that logic, because of that slap, Xiaofei had gone from a dog to a panda, crossing species lines and seeing his status skyrocket.
Xiaofei really should be grateful to him. Tang Yuan meowed contentedly, meow.
Cat treats. Lots of cat treats. Tang Yuan secretly counted on his paws. He only had 53 cat treats in total right now. If he ate 2 a day, they wouldn't even last a month. That's way too insecure. Xiaofei scratched Tang Yuan's chin and said awkwardly, Mom doesn't let you eat too many cat treats.
If she catches me, I'm done for. Tang Yuan shot him a sideways glance.
Why didn't he say that last time he snuck cat treats to him?
Xiaofei gave an awkward smile. Fine.
Cat treats it is.
Tang Yuan closed his eyes, enjoying the massage and grooming session from his human tool.
Xiaofei came back quietly and left quietly, taking nothing but cat hair with him, not even a wisp of a cloud. Who knows what this guy collects all that cat hair for?
It can't be to scare mice, can it? Tang Yuan went back to sleep. Early the next morning, Mother Tang started packing up.
Tang Yuan hopped onto the coffee table and watched her bustle about. Mother Tang explained, the supermarket over there is all set up.
We're opening today. Are we going back?
Tang Yuan slowed the swish of his tail.
To be honest, he really liked it here. Mother Tang set the box on the sofa and took a breath. Do you want to come with me? Tang Yuan hesitated.
He wanted to go with Mother Tang, but he didn't want to leave this place. It had just hired 3 employees, becoming boss. Its cat life had reached a whole new level.
If it left now, wouldn't its cat company fall apart?
Mother Tang said, the room upstairs still needs to air out for a while.
We'll still come back here to sleep at night.
Upon hearing this, Tang Yuan meowed a few times at Mother Tang and ran out. It leaped over the wall and followed the scent to find the trio gang. As Tang Yuan searched, he sighed.
When other bosses coughed, employees would rush in to check on them.
But for him, if he wanted to find his own employees, he had to go looking for them himself.
He could only hope that the Meow Meow gift box would one day grant him the ability to communicate over long distances.
With a snap of his fingers, an army of cats of all colors would swarm in, waiting silently for Boss Tang's orders. The vision was lovely, but reality had to be faced.
Tang Yuan ran 3 miles before finally finding Trio Gang. Trio Gang was sleeping in a tree. Tang Yuan tapped Tabby awake. Tabby opened its mouth and bared its teeth. Ha! Ha, quite the case of the morning grouch.
As the boss, one must be magnanimous.
Tang Yuan, meow, meow, meow.
Translated into human language, during the day, Boss Tang will be inspecting another company, so the employees of this branch, that is, the 3 of you, will work at the office in the evening. Having said that, Tang Yuan hopped down lightly under Tabby's murderous glare and ran off, wagging his tail.
Mother Tang brought out the cat carrier and opened it.
Tang Yuan backed away, grabbed the cat teaser in his mouth, ran out the door, and jumped into the basket of the electric scooter. Mother Tang chased after him, still holding the cat carrier. There's room in the basket for other things.
Tang Yuan licked his black fur, pretending not to hear.
In the end, Mother Tang had no choice but to pack the items into the carrier.
Fine, you can stay in the basket if you insist. I'll hold the cat teaser for you. Tang Yuan immediately dropped the cat teaser into Mother Tang's hands. Mother Tang laughed in exasperation. Those who want to understand will understand, those who don't want to get a single word, right? Tang Yuan lay in the basket, playing dead. Mother Tang snorted.
Stay away from Xiaofei from now on. You don't learn the good things, but you pick up the bad habits. Xiaofei, who was replacing the cat hair in the pouch, let out a loud sneeze.
Xiao Tang, it's your turn to guard the warehouse with Chen Mo today.
No sooner had Yu Huiyang finished speaking than he saw Xiaofei let out a huge sneeze. Combined with his colorful, pig-like face, Yu Huiyang offered, Xiao Tang, I'll give you the day off today.
Go home and rest.
Xiaofei naturally wanted to rest, but the thought of going home with that face made him realize his mother would be deeply worried, even if she didn't say so.
So he declined. It's fine, Captain. I slept really well last night.
He rubbed his face.
Apart from this ugly face, I'm fine.
Hearing this, Yu Huiyang realized why Xiaofei wasn't going home. He pulled a medicine bottle from his pocket and tossed it to Xiaofei.
This is the real deal. Just apply a thin layer to the wound on your face.
With that, he stuffed it back into his pocket.
Yu Huiyang.
He only meant for Xiaofei to use a little, but he never expected the kid to take advantage of the situation and just pocket the whole thing. He wanted to ask Xiaofei to give it back, but looking at Xiaofei's face, the words on the tip of his tongue turned into, I worked hard to get this, so use it sparingly. Xiaofei said, Don't worry, Captain.
I know what I'm doing. Knows what he is doing?
Hoof.
If he knew, he wouldn't have pocketed it.
Watching Yu Huiyang walk away, Xiaofei rubbed the medicine bottle and grinned. He knew exactly what the captain meant, he'd done it on purpose.
Xiaofei, I must clarify, I wasn't always this thick-skinned. I caught it from Tang Yuan. Achoo. Tang Yuan couldn't help but sneeze.
Mother Tang chuckled, Did you catch a cold, or did some cat hair get up your nose?
Tang Yuan rubbed his nose. Neither.
He felt like someone was cursing at him. However, he soon stopped worrying about who might be cursing him. He clung to the bike basket with his two front paws and peered out. The intersection in the city center was cordoned off. It was hard to see what was going on inside. But there were still some traces visible around the perimeter. Not far away, colorful flower baskets were arranged. A group of people, presumably the families of the victims dressed in black, wept uncontrollably. Even though police officers were stationed nearby, they didn't interfere with these spontaneous acts. They simply stood by, maintaining order in silence.
Tang Yuan glanced over. Xiaofei wasn't he inside? Of course not.
With that pig-like face of his, they wouldn't let him handle crowd control duties, not even for the sake of the police's image. At the warehouse entrance, Xiaofei hung his new pouch around his neck and tucked it inside his shirt.
Xiaofei, achoo. Chapter 62, Grandpa Dalong.
Mother Tang made a special detour to take a look, observed a moment of silence for 10 seconds, then led Tang Yuan back to Yingbin Street, where the supermarket was located. Compared to before it had left, Yingbin Street had changed quite a bit. The plants in the roadside green belts had been replaced. The lower halves of the large tree trunks had been repainted white. The paving stones in front of the shops had also been completely replaced. 3 different colors of paving stones were laid out in various patterns. The shops on both sides of the street had been renovated, all in a similar style. The colors of the overhead signs were also uniform. It kind of made it hard to tell each shop apart. Mother Tang noticed Tang Yuan's curiosity and said, The city funded this. They did the repairs and replacements uniformly.
We didn't spend a dime. We didn't spend a dime.
Although the identical signs made it hard to distinguish the individual shops, they made the whole street look more harmonious.
That's true.
Mother Tang parked her electric scooter at the entrance and was about to pick up Tang Yuan, but Tang Yuan had already hopped down. Mother Tang went to open the door, and when she turned around, Tang Yuan was standing at the entrance of the neighboring shop. Inside the tea shop, a big head peeked out tentatively, wanting to come out but not daring to.
Dalong, come back.
Chen, the owner of the tea shop, came out to pick Dalong up and carry him inside. Dalong struggled, which was rare for him.
He looked up and saw Tang Yuan crouching not far away. No wonder Dalong kept lingering at the door instead of going back. It turns out his good friend is back. Chen smiled and set Dalong down.
Mother Tang turned around and saw the scene.
Oh my, is Dalong all better?
Chen replied, pretty much. Tang Yuan has grown quite a bit and looks even cuter. Mother Tang said, but he is so mischievous, always running around.
He is not as steady as Dalong.
Chen replied, aren't all cats like that? Our Dalong is just like a little old man, all he does is eat and sleep. The two cat owners stood there exchanging compliments, while Tang Yuan and Dalong sniffed each other.
Tang Yuan sniffed Dalong's head and neck, and that was enough for him.
Dalong couldn't reach Tang Yuan's head, so he simply turned around and pressed his nose against Tang Yuan's back.
Tang Yuan's face fell.
Although Tang Yuan knew that sniffing each other's butts was an extremely normal and very common thing for cats to do, he still couldn't accept it.
Tang Yuan dodged, and Dalong chased after him to sniff.
The two cat parents, upon seeing this, not only didn't stop them but stood there laughing.
In a fit of anger, Tang Yuan knocked Dalong over. Mother Tang was startled. Hey, Tang Yuan, don't lay a hand on him. Dalong just got out of the hospital.
Chen was startled too, even more so than Mother Tang. After all, it was his cat who'd been knocked over. But he couldn't say anything. It was his cat who insisted on chasing after the other to sniff, annoying the poor thing until it lashed out. Chen understood the principle that the one who starts it is the one at fault. Fortunately, Dalong was just pinned down. Tang Yuan didn't seem intent on continuing the fight.
Chen breathed a sigh of relief and chuckled, it's fine. Don't let Dalong's short legs fool you, he is tough as nails.
Little Tang Yuan goes easy on him anyway, he wasn't really hitting him. Tang Yuan lifted his paw to release Dalong, but then, catching a glimpse of something out of the corner of his eye, he pinned Dalong down again.
Tang Yuan leaned in close to Dalong's hind leg, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Mother Tang was at a loss for words. Tang Yuan, what are you looking at? Dalong is a male cat. Tang Yuan, Dalong is no longer just a male cat.
Chen saw this and chuckled. While he was in the hospital, they neutered Dalong at the same time.
Tang Yuan, Dalong has been promoted to grandpa.
Tang Yuan's gaze toward Dalong had completely changed.
Poor thing.
Chen said, Mother Tang, I saved the phone number of the director at that pet hospital.
He is exceptionally skilled. If you ever want to have Tang Yuan neutered, you can go see him.
I'll put you in touch with him. Ouch. Before Chen could finish, he jumped back in fright. He ran behind Mother Tang, and Tang Yuan stopped chasing him.
Tang Yuan grinned, revealing his sharp little teeth. Ha! Ha!
For a split second, Chen thought a tiger had pounced on him.
That little guy, Tang Yuan, what a fierce presence.
Okay, Chen knew it was a bit far-fetched to mistake a cat for a tiger, but he really was scared at that moment. Mother Tang stopped Tang Yuan, picked him up, and soothed him in her arms. Chen was just teasing you. He won't take you to be slaughtered.
Tang Yuan went from looking like a fierce demon to looking all pouty and wronged. Meow, meow, meow.
Yes. Chen is bad for scaring our Tang Yuan.
Meow, meow, meow. No nipping, no nipping. I keep my word. Meow, meow, meow.
Okay.
If Xiaofei tries to crack your eggs, I'll crack his first. Only then was Tang Yuan satisfied.
He shot Chen a glance, hopped down, and called out to Dalong to head into the supermarket. Dalong had just been pinned down by Tang Yuan, but instead of getting angry, he actually listened to Tang Yuan and walked away the moment she called him. That left Mother Tang and Chen behind.
My goodness.
Little Tang Yuan usually looks so plump and adorable. But when she gets angry, she is so scary. Chen wiped his forehead. Not only was his forehead sweaty, but his back was soaked as well.
Mother Tang looked at Chen, not knowing what to say. Tang Yuan is smart, he understands human speech. He hates it when people say they're going to take him to be put down. You must never say that again. Chen nodded repeatedly. I definitely won't say it.
When Chen returned to his tea shop and sat down, he realized his legs had gone weak. He bent over to massage his legs, and his gaze fell on his pant leg. He lifted his pant leg. His once intact pant leg had turned into a fringe. If he hadn't been wearing pants today, it would have been his leg that turned into a fringe.
Chen shuddered.
Tang Yuan took Dalong back to the supermarket, slipped into a blind spot on the security cameras, and pulled a blue ball of yarn from the inventory bin to toss to Dalong. When Mother Tang returned, she saw the two cats playing with a ball inside the supermarket. Tang Yuan pushed the ball out with his paw, and Dalong scampered after it on his stubby little legs. Once he caught it, he picked it up and brought it back to Tang Yuan's paw.
Tang Yuan pushed the ball out again, and Dalong went after it once more.
Mother Tang twitched the corner of her mouth.
Was this playing with cats, or training a dog?
Mother Tang sat down at the table, and for once, Tang Yuan didn't come over to greet her.
Mother Tang chuckled to herself and asked, Tang Yuan, Dalong, what would you like to eat? How about some tuna-flavored canned food?
Upon hearing this, Tang Yuan whipped his head around to look at Mother Tang.
He just attacked someone, wasn't she going to scold him? Mother Tang ruffled Tang Yuan's little head and asked again with a smile, do you want some tuna canned food?
Once Tang Yuan was sure Mother Tang really wasn't angry and didn't plan to scold him, he nodded vigorously.
Meow meow meow.
Yes, yes, yes.
Not just the tuna, but the beef too.
Okay.
Mother Tang went to open a can for Tang Yuan. Dalong.
Someone sneaked in through the door. Tang Yuan looked up, and the smile that had been on its face just a moment ago instantly vanished.
Chen cleared his throat and crouched by the doorway. Tang Yuan, to show how sorry I am, I had Dalong bring you some venison jerky. Venison jerky? Tang Yuan had never actually tried it before.
Chen pulled a package out of his pocket, tore it open, and pulled out a few long, thin strips of meat.
Chapter 63, Nighttime Sneak. Tang Yuan glanced at them, then turned and leaped onto the cat tree. Chen didn't give up. He stood up and held the strips right up to Tang Yuan's face. Try one, they're delicious. Dalong can eat a whole bag at a time.
Tang Yuan dodged him, jumped to the very top, and glared coldly at Chen.
Was he some kind of stray cat that would eat from anyone? Chen chuckled. Small in size, but big on attitude. He bent down to feed the meat strip to Dalong. Dalong devoured it in a few bites. Chen straightened up and patted Dalong. Have fun playing with Tang Yuan. He gave a few instructions, not caring whether Dalong could understand them or not. Tang Yuan watched Chen leave. Meow. A cat's meow came from below. Tang Yuan looked down.
Dalong was trying to jump onto the cat tree, but after several attempts, he couldn't make it. Clinging to the cat tree, he meowed pitifully at Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan wasn't sure if it was because his legs were too short or his wound hadn't fully healed.
Tang Yuan thought it was the former.
Tang Yuan jumped down and flipped Dalong over with a swipe of his paw. Then he watched as Dalong wiggled his limbs and tail like a little turtle, struggling to roll back over.
It was actually pretty funny. Tang Yuan seemed to have found a great toy.
After Dalong rolled back over, Tang Yuan flipped him over again with another swipe, just to watch him roll back over once more.
It was even more fun than pushing a ball of yarn. Mother Tang came out and saw the scene, not knowing what to say.
She intended to tell Tang Yuan not to bully Dalong, but seeing the look of excitement on Dalong's face, she swallowed her words and changed the subject.
Tang Yuan, be careful. Dalong's wound has only just healed.
Tang Yuan wagged his tail to show he understood. At 6 in the afternoon, while it was still light out, Mother Tang took Tang Yuan home. These days aren't exactly peaceful, so it's safer to be out during the day. As soon as Tang Yuan hopped into the car basket, he closed his eyes and fell asleep. Mother Tang had already given up on trying to get him into the cat carrier. Back at the Tang household, Tang Yuan woke up the moment Mother Tang parked the car and played with the dog for a while. She wanted to prove to Bean that Tang Yuan wasn't the kind of cat who would abandon a dog just because he had a new cat. Dalong was just a novelty. Bean was his true love. Only when facing Bean could Tang Yuan practice his skills wholeheartedly, without worrying about accidentally hurting him. Bean, woof woof woof. He doesn't want that kind of true love. At 9 p.m. that night, the trio gang was perched on the Tang family's garden wall right on time. Compared to yesterday, the three cats were more focused today, though Tang Yuan was found fewer times than the day before. Master level hide and seek is in a whole different league from the basic version. After 3 hours of play, Tang Yuan called it a day. The three cats were panting with exhaustion, but the moment they saw the cat food and freeze-dried treats, all their fatigue vanished. Tabby, meow, meow, meow. Tabby requested overtime. Tang Yuan said with satisfaction, "Your work ethic is truly commendable, but our company upholds a strong spirit of humanity and strictly prohibits overtime." However, if they absolutely insisted on working overtime, she'd have to rack her brains to come up with some temporary tasks. For example, catching mice, bringing them to her dead or alive with a reward of 5 cat food pellets per mouse. But she only needed 4, and it was first come, first served. The trio gang immediately leaped over the wall and scattered in all directions. Tang Yuan grabbed a sturdy plastic bag and went outside the wall to wait. This time, Tang Yuan could clearly gauge the three cats' abilities. While Tang Yuan dozed off for a moment, Tabby returned with 2 mice in its mouth. Tang Yuan rewarded it with cat food on the spot. Next was White Paw, bringing back 1. Last was Ginger, although it also brought back 1. 20 minutes had passed since the previous one White Paw had delivered its mouse. Tang Yuan noted that the trio gang's agility fell short of expectations, but considering their earnest effort, he gave Tabby 5 extra cat food pellets and a piece of freeze-dried chicken, White Paw 3 extra pellets, and Ginger just 1. Tang Yuan motioned for Tabby to toss all the dead mice into the plastic bag, then let them go. Once the 3 cats were out of sight, Tang Yuan walked off with the plastic bag in its mouth. After walking a short distance and confirming there were no people or animals nearby, it opened its inventory and tossed the plastic bag inside. To make room for the 4 dead mice, Tang Yuan had already moved everything else from its inventory into the cat bed. Tang Yuan sprinted back along the same route it had taken earlier. Soon, she entered Ingbin Street and ran to the tea shop. Tang Yuan stopped a good distance away from the tea shop. The shop's main door and exterior windows were locked behind a roll-up gate, so Tang Yuan couldn't get in. Moreover, there was a security camera installed at the entrance. If Tang Yuan approached recklessly, she would be caught on camera and leave a trail. What should she do? If the first floor won't work, then enter from the second floor. Tang Yuan found a spot without surveillance and climbed up to the second floor. He then moved inch by inch toward the second floor of the tea shop. The tea shop had its windows open, but they were covered with wire mesh screens. This allowed for ventilation while making it difficult to break through. Of course, it would be safer to keep the window closed, but their second-floor living room had just been renovated and smelled strongly, so they had to open the window to air it out. Although those rats were terrifying, that was all in the past. They might not come back, and even if they did make a comeback, they probably wouldn't come to their Ingbin Street. They wouldn't just target one place. Driven by this sense of complacency, Chen didn't close the window. Tang Yuan stood outside the window, placed a paw on the screen, and gave it a firm push. The screen swung open. Leaping into the living room, Tang Yuan spotted Dalong sleeping on the sofa. From the moment Tang Yuan started pushing the screen to the moment he jumped inside, Dalong showed not a single sign of waking up. They say cats are very sensitive sleepers. The slightest rustle can wake them. Like this, for instance. But look at Dalong. Even though Tang Yuan was standing right in front of his head, Dalong was still sleeping like a little piglet. Humph, what a disgrace to the feline clan. Tang Yuan shook his head in exasperation, then remembered the task at hand. He sniffed the air and pinpointed Chen's room. He pressed his ear against Chen's door and listened intently. A faint snoring sound drifted from inside. It had a very steady rhythm.
He was fast asleep. Tang Yuan gripped the doorknob and opened it gently.
It slipped inside silently, jumped onto the nightstand, crouched there, and looked down at Chen from above.
Tang Yuan gave a cold chuckle, summoned its inventory, and pulled out a plastic bag.
It shook the dead mouse onto Chen's slippers. It had originally planned to toss the dead mouse right onto Chen's face. But then it reconsidered. After all, Mother Tang and Chen were on good terms, so for Mother Tang's sake, it chose a different spot.
Tang Yuan jumped down and thoughtfully stuffed the 2 smaller dead mice into Chen's slippers.
The other 2 it stuffed into the clothes he'd left on the chair.
Don't say Boss Tang doesn't look out for you.
Tang Yuan looked at its paws, pursed its lips in disgust, pulled a pack of wet wipes from its inventory, wiped its paws, and put them back in the inventory along with the plastic bag. After finishing, Tang Yuan felt much better and decided to go home to sleep.
Just as Tang Yuan was about to leave, it suddenly heard a noise behind it. Woke up that fast? Tang Yuan thought, this isn't good.
Without turning to look, he instantly boosted his agility and sprinted out the door, heading straight for the living room window. After running a short distance, he sensed something was off about the sounds coming from inside. He paused to think, then crept back quietly, crouching by the doorway to peer inside.
Chapter 64, Ugh, Zombies or Vampires?
It was a mistake to look. Upon seeing the scene inside, Tang Yuan sucked in a sharp breath. There was Chen, crouched under the bed, clutching a dead rat in both paws and tearing into it with all his might. Blood flowed from his mouth, dripping down his chin onto the floor. Crunched the sound of bones being crushed.
Damn it, Chen hadn't turned into a zombie, had he? Every hair on Tang Yuan's body stood on end.
Common sense told him that, given the unknown situation, he should run as fast as he could to save his own skin.
But he was really curious about what was going on with Chen.
Based on the zombie movies he'd watched in his past life, the zombies in them weren't very agile.
His agility was already at 15. If he really wanted to escape, Chen wouldn't be able to stop him. It should be able to get away. As a cat, one mustn't be arrogant like humans, one must be humble.
Still, Chen might not necessarily be a zombie, it could be a vampire, a ghoul, or something like that. After finishing the mouse in its paw, it pulled another one out of the other slipper and cradled it in its mouth to gnaw on. If you didn't see the scene and only heard the sound, you'd think it was devouring some exquisite delicacy. Fortunately, since turning into a cat, its spirit threshold had doubled, otherwise, just watching this scene would have made it want to vomit. As Tang Yuan watched Chen gnaw on the mouse, a thought suddenly popped into his head. Did Chen choose to eat the mouse stuffed in the slipper first because the slipper gave the mouse a different flavor? Otherwise, why not choose the mouse hidden inside the clothes? As Tang Yuan pondered this, Chen finished his second mouse, turned around, grabbed his pants, and shook out 2 more.
Tang Yuan grimaced, wondering if Chen would ever come to his senses.
If he came to his senses and found his hands and mouth covered in blood, with a foul, metallic stench lingering in his mouth, would he question the meaning of life? Would he be scared to death?
And what is going on with Chen? He was perfectly fine when I saw him earlier today. It hasn't even been that long, and he has already transformed. Could it be that Chen had been infected with the zombie virus all along, but it had been dormant in his body until just now, when it was triggered? Or was Chen supposed to awaken, but failed, so he mutated instead? He'd seen a mutated human before Zheng Gang and didn't think he'd lost his mind. Losing his humanity would be more like it. Or maybe this is just how mutations are. He'll come to his senses after a while. Tang Yuan watched the zombie eat the rat while his mind wandered.
After finishing, Chen staggered to his feet, his body creaking with the sound of bones shifting. At the same time, Chen opened his mouth wide, a look of agony spreading across his face. Suddenly, 2 of Chen's upper canine teeth fell out, and a pair of sharp, pointed fangs grew from the empty sockets, stretching longer and longer until they protruded beyond his lips. At the same time, Chen's ears became pointed. His originally square, Western-style face grew gaunt, as if he'd undergone facial contouring surgery in Korea. His looks had improved considerably. Tang Yuan's pupils contracted. Damn it, a vampire! Tang Yuan's heart was pounding, a mix of excitement, thrill, and wariness. When he was a kid, there was a time when vampire movies were all the rage worldwide. In those movies, aside from a few unlucky souls, every vampire enjoyed eternal youth and immortality, living in luxurious castles and amassing fortunes rivaling entire nations. Out of every 10 students in his class, at least 5 wanted to be vampires. Of the remaining 5, at least 2 hoped to become vampire brides and grooms. Ahem, Tang Yuan was naturally among those 5 who wanted to be vampires. Who hasn't had their phase of teenage fantasy? Besides vampires, when he was a kid, he also wanted to be a scientist, a soccer star, a Transformers robot, a wizard, a martial arts master, and so on. Chen's eyes flickered with conflict, his face a mix of refusal and longing, as if his own reason were battling his vampire instincts. In the end, reason prevailed. Chen returned to bed, lay down, and closed his eyes. Tang Yuan was curious, aren't vampires supposed to be creatures that sleep during the day and come out at night? Could he actually fall asleep at night? Clang! A heavy object hit the floor in the living room. Followed by a meow. Dalang was awake. Chen, who had been lying in bed with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. Tang Yuan turned her head toward the source of the noise. Dalang was wedged sideways between the coffee table and the sofa. He meowed several times before finally managing to roll over and squeeze himself free. Meow, meow, meow. Dalang looked up and saw the familiar figure at the door. He scampered over to Tang Yuan on his stubby little legs, meowing excitedly. Tang Yuan. The vampire version of Chen acted purely on instinct, letting out a growl and dashing toward the door. His first few steps were unsteady, as if he were adjusting to his new body, but his movements soon smoothed out. By the time he reached Tang Yuan, his agility had already surpassed that of an ordinary human. The vampire version of Chen paused beside Tang Yuan, then turned and pounced toward Dalang. At first, Dalang thought its master wanted to play, but when the new Chen pounced, the danger alarm inside Dalang's body went off non-stop. It turned and ran away in fear. But with its 4 stubby little legs, it could only move at a leisurely pace, no match for Chen's 2 long legs. Vampire Chen watched the plump little figure retreating into the distance, drool practically dripping from his mouth. This cat might be short, but it was long and fat. Those 4 mice combined probably didn't have as much meat on them as this fat cat did. A greedy gleam flashed in Vampire Chen's eyes. He couldn't help but lick his lips, then sprinted forward a few steps to block Dalang's path, his hand clad in long, sharp nails reaching out to grab Dalang. Dalang was suddenly shoved, his head pressed against his buttocks as he curled into a ball, rolling into the corner where the wall blocked his escape. SSSSH. Vampire Chen's claws missed their mark, scraping the floor and emitting a shrill sound. Tang Yuan scratched his ear, meow, meow, meow. Translated into human language, dare to disturb the environment, and your crime is aggravated. The acoustic environment is part of the environment, too. Vampire Chen turned to glare at Tang Yuan. Just as Tang Yuan thought Vampire Chen was about to charge at him, he turned away again and continued chasing Dalang. Tang Yuan, wait, I was all set here. You're just going to leave me behind like that? Meow. Dalang, cornered in the corner, screamed at the top of his lungs, just like a virgin eunuch, cornered by thugs against a wall. Tang Yuan wanted to save Dalang not because he was because he was Dalang, the 4th member of their Tang Guild and the Yingbin branch's top asset. When Dalang was out in the world, he represented the face of their Yingbin branch. To kill Dalang would be to disrespect their branch, to disrespect the Tang Guild, and to disrespect Tang Yuan. Clang! Vampire Chen staggered and fell to the ground. A plum blossom-shaped claw mark was imprinted on his right cheek. Tang Yuan landed lightly and gazed at his own claws, deep in thought. Vampire Chen stood up, clutching his face and wailing. The gaze he fixed on Tang Yuan was a mix of hatred, shock, and fear. Meow, meow, meow. Tang Yuan negotiated with the vampire version of Chen. Translated into human language, take your paw off and let me take a look. As if suffering a tremendous insult, the vampire version of Chen roared and pounced toward Tang Yuan. Chapter 65, A Single Thought of Life and Death, a Nightmare. Tang Yuan leaped up and kicked Chen in the back of the head.
Swoosh and clang, Chen's face hit the ground.
Ouch! Tang Yuan felt sorry for Chen in his heart, but his blow didn't lose any force.
Tang Yuan landed beside Chen, pushed his head up, and took a look.
There was a bald patch on the back of Chen's head.
Tang Yuan lightly placed his paw over it fit perfectly. To be honest, it looked better than Chen's original hairstyle. Chen scrambled to his feet and roared as he pounced toward Tang Yuan.
Tang Yuan dug his hind paws into the ground, leaped onto the wall, and launched himself forward, slashing at Chen's right cheek with a single swipe. Swoosh! This time Tang Yuan saw clearly. A claw mark appeared on Chen's right cheek, mirroring the one on the left in perfect symmetry. Chen seemed to realize that covering his face was useless. He stood up, roared at the sky, and black mist began to emanate from his body. His towering frame, ferocious face, malevolent eyes, and sharp, long fangs were shrouded in the black mist, appearing and disappearing intermittently.
It was utterly terrifying. Tang Yuan was startled and hurriedly backed away.
Chen swung his arms violently. The claw marks on his face vanished, and his hair turned to ash, leaving behind a shiny, bald head. Not just his hair, even his eyebrows and beard were gone.
Tang Yuan's mouth went from a straight line to an O.
If Chen branded a monk's mark on his head and went out cosplaying as a monk, it would be a breeze. Tang Yuan looked at him and suddenly doubted his own assumption.
Weren't vampires supposed to be exceptionally handsome? What kind of vampire looks like a monk? Chen's agility suddenly shot up.
Not only did his agility increase, but his jumping ability grew stronger as well.
Tang Yuan braced for battle, switching from offense to defense.
After a few rounds, he realized that even like this, Chen couldn't touch a single hair on him.
So what was there to be afraid of?
Tang Yuan relaxed, his eyes glued to Chen's smooth, bald head.
It looks like fun. Tang Yuan's claws itch.
It dodges Chen's attack and leaps onto his head.
All four paws land on the bald spot. Ah, this feeling of my claws, it's simply too good.
Too bad the black mist constantly rising from the top of his head is just too annoying for a cat.
Tang Yuan swats at it with a paw. Smite Evil activates automatically. Smack! The black mist dissipated.
Just as the mist vanished on one side, a new wisp popped up on the other. Tang Yuan swatted at it with a paw, only for another wisp to appear on yet another side.
Tang Yuan slid down Chen's body and perched on his shoulder, transforming his two front paws into little hammers.
Like a game of whack-a-mole, he swatted down any black mist that dared to
peek out. Ah! This is too much.
Chen's eyes turned completely black, and his entire being turned dark. Blackness radiated from his body, limbs, and head. His pitch-black claws reached out toward Tang Yuan.
Tang Yuan deftly dodged and leaped onto a nearby cabinet.
Looking down at Chen from above, he furrowed his brow, his whiskers twitching. He was in a foul mood. Chen's head was no longer smooth, it had become bumpy and pockmarked. Though Tang Yuan was angry, he didn't rashly strike. Facing a transformed Chen, his Smite Evil could dispel some of the black energy, but it couldn't eliminate it all in a short time. Tang Yuan stared at Chen, who was charging toward him like a black gorilla, without a trace of panic. Not only did he not run, but he activated the light barrier and pulled it all the way down.
Smite Evil Apprentice 7200, Smite Evil Adept 7500, Smite Evil Master 71,000.
The skill points he'd been saving up for so long instantly dropped from 3 to 1.
Tang Yuan winced for 0.01 seconds, closed the light barrier, and leaped down.
He passed right by Chen, and the moment he hit the floor, he jumped back up and slapped Chen's bald head. Chen, who had been glaring at him menacingly, suddenly went wide-eyed, his eyes rolled back, and he fell, crashing to the ground with a loud thud. Luckily, the shop downstairs was his own tea shop, otherwise, the people below might have called the police. Tang Yuan used the momentum to jump onto the table, crouching there and staring down at Chen.
Chen's body twitched spasmodically as the blackness faded from his form.
His head returned to its smooth, slick state. Tang Yuan, thoroughly satisfied, hopped up, stomped on it a few times, and crouched on top like a hen. The texture under his claws felt really good.
Tang Yuan opened the interface and scrolled all the way down to the achievements section. Nothing was there.
It remembered that after killing the mist fiend that had possessed Xiaofei, it had received a meow pack. Why wasn't that the case today? Logically speaking, killing creatures of the same type wouldn't grant a meow pack unless it had accumulated 10 or even 100 kills. But that thing from earlier didn't have much in common with the mist fiend. Could it be that only killing Chen counts? Tang Yuan narrowed his eyes and extended his claws. All he had to do was lightly scratch Chen's neck, and his wish would be granted. The tip of his claw pressed against Chen's neck. Meow, meow, a timid voice came from the doorway. Tang Yuan snapped back to reality and turned her head. Dalong had poked half his head through the door, meowing pitifully. Tang Yuan looked at Chen, then at Dalong. With her train of thought interrupted, Tang Yuan no longer felt any desire to kill Chen. Dalong was already pitiful enough. If she killed Chen, no one would take care of him. As for taking Dalong back and letting Mother Tang raise it? Don't even think about it. The Tang family could only have one cat. As for whether Chen might suddenly transform and hurt Mother Tang, the dark energy inside Chen had already been reduced to ashes by him. Even if there were any remnants left, it would take a very long time for them to make a comeback. If he could disperse it once, he could certainly do it a second time. Besides, Tang Yuan was really curious to see if that dark energy would ever regenerate. Tang Yuan rubbed against the bald head for a while longer. Glancing at the time, he realized it was getting late, so he reluctantly closed the door and left. When Chen woke up, he heard knocking and meowing coming from outside the door. Dalong, stop meowing. I'll give you some cat food in a minute. As soon as Chen spoke, he realized his voice was hoarse. He rubbed his throat. It hurt a little, like the aftermath of belting out karaoke. At that moment, he sensed something was off with his body. He looked down and saw that he was completely naked. Where was his pajamas? Had he taken them off because he was too hot while sleeping? But he set the AC pretty low. That was just the beginning. Chen soon discovered more oddities. He wasn't sleeping in the bed, he was on the floor. His drowsiness shattered into fragments, scattering across the floor. Had he been playing with scissors and cutting his clothes while dreaming? Blood splattered across the floor, his slippers, and the sheets. Where did all this blood come from? Chen remained relatively calm, reaching up to rub his temples and press against his throbbing head. That touch was the last straw. After doing so, Chen rolled off the floor and rushed to the bathroom. There, in the bathroom mirror, he saw a shiny bald head reflected back at him. Chen, huh? Mother Tang, who was cleaning, jumped in fright, nearly dropping the rag she was holding. It sounds like it's coming from Chen's place? Mother Tang set down the rag and ran to the entrance of the tea shop. The shop's roll-up door hadn't opened yet. He's usually open by now. Worried, Mother Tang pulled her phone out of her apron pocket and dialed Chen's number. The phone rang for a long time, and just as it was about to hang up automatically, someone picked up. Mother Tang? Hearing Chen's voice, Mother Tang forgot what she'd been about to say and asked with concern, "Why is your voice so hoarse? Do you have a cold? Have you taken any medicine?" Chen replied, "I have." "Did you need something, Mother Tang?" Mother Tang remembered why she had called in the first place. "I just heard a scream. It sounded like it came from your place," Mother Tang said. "I'm just glad you're okay." Chen was silent for a moment before saying, "I just had a nightmare." Chapter 66, Appealing to Emotion, Persuading with Reason. He dreamed that his home was in chaos, and that he himself had gone bald. Tang Yuan yawned, mentally filling in the blanks for Chen. Mother Tang returned to the supermarket, spotted Tang Yuan, and came over to rub its head. "Did you go out stealing last night? Why are you sleeping so much today?" He'd fallen asleep the moment he got in the car, and as soon as they arrived at the supermarket and the door opened, he darted up to the cat tree and went right back to sleep. Mother Tang suspected the little guy hadn't been sleeping at night and had been out on the town. Their Tang Yuan used to be such a good boy, he never ran off. He'd been led astray by those other cats. Tang Yuan pretended not to hear the sound of the roller shutter rolling up. Tang Yuan, who had been fast asleep just moments ago, appeared at the supermarket entrance. He crouched on a chair, tilting his head to stare at the entrance to the tea shop. Just then, the roller shutter went up, and a shadowy figure appeared at the doorway. Needless to say, it had to be Chen. Chen was fully decked out in long sleeves and pants, wearing a hat, sunglasses, and a mask. Mother Tang stood behind Tang Yuan, looking at Chen's outfit with utter confusion. It was already June, and with temperatures having soared in the past couple of days, stepping out of an air-conditioned room made you want to strip down to your underwear. Yet Chen was dressed like this, like a husky that had wandered into a flock of ducks, standing out like a sore thumb. Still, Mother Tang didn't say much. How someone chooses to dress is their own business. It wasn't her place to point fingers. Tang Yuan stared at Chen for a moment, confirming that aside from his eye-catching outfit, he was still the same person as before. He hadn't been possessed by any demons or monsters. Tang Yuan returned to the cat tree. He didn't notice Chen staring at the chair with a furrowed brow, if he still had eyebrows, that is. Chen didn't know why, but whenever he saw Tang Yuan, his body couldn't help but tremble. He knew Tang Yuan was pretty formidable, but no matter how formidable, it was still just a cat. How could he be afraid of it? It must be a delusion. A ringtone interrupted Chen's train of thought. He pulled out his phone and glanced at it. Right, it's me. When did I ever say I didn't need a physical? Not only do I want a physical, but I want a full checkup head to toe. Run every test you can. Just think of it as me getting old and scared of dying. Chen stomped down the steps, got into his car, and drove off. Tang Yuan opened its eyes and watched Chen leave. It hadn't expected that the first thing Chen would do after waking up would be to go for a physical. As far as he could tell, Chen had no idea he was going to end up looking like that. So what was going on with him? Tang Yuan stretched, yawned, and decided to let it go. It was too much of a brain teaser. He'd just go back to sleep. That evening, after the trio gang left, Tang Yuan went back to the tea shop. Unfortunately, this time Tang Yuan had made the trip for nothing. Chen wasn't staying on the second floor of the tea shop, so Tang Yuan had no choice but to go back. The next morning, as soon as Tang Yuan opened his eyes, he saw a huge face. And it was getting closer and closer. Tang Yuan raised a paw and swatted at it. Ouch, a melodramatic voice rang out. Mom, Tang Yuan hit me. Mother Tang snorted, Tang Yuan doesn't have that much strength. Tang Yuan stretched leisurely, crouched in its nest, and scanned Xiaofei from head to toe while grooming itself. It still remembered the day before yesterday, when this kid had turned into a pig-faced panda. It had only been a few days, and he'd already recovered. That was pretty fast. Xiaofei felt a chill running down his spine under Tang Yuan's gaze. He quickly looked down to check if something was wrong. Maybe his clothes were on backwards, or he hadn't washed the eye gunk off. Thankfully, Tang Yuan gave him a couple of glances, then looked away and ran off to eat. After eating his fill, Tang Yuan went to drink some water. Xiaofei couldn't resist giving him a few strokes, pulling his hand away before Tang Yuan's patience ran out. I'll take you to the hospital in a bit. Tang Yuan jerked his head up, spraying water from his mouth all over Xiaofei's face. Xiaofei wiped his face. Tang Yuan jumped up onto a high spot and faced Xiaofei. Ha! Xiaofei looked up and said, Tang Yuan, you promised me with your own mouth that you'd go get vaccinated with me. You can't just get what you want and then throw your promise aside. Tang Yuan remained unmoved. Xiaofei appealed to his emotions and reasoned with him, getting vaccinated will boost your vitality. It'll help you stay healthy in the future. Never mind you cats, even we humans have to get vaccinated from the moment we're born. Meow. I'm not human. Tang Yuan remained seated, his gaze icy. His vitality was as high as 10.3. His resistance was incredibly strong. Sigh. Xiaofei sighed and pulled his phone out of his pocket. Tang Yuan, since it's come to this, I won't beat around the bush anymore. After a few taps, a video appeared on the screen. Tang Yuan, since you like catnip balls, let us do as we agreed. If you agree, meow a few times. The background was filled with the sound of meowing.
Alright, it's settled. A gentleman's word is as good as gold. Whoever backs out is a dog. Tang Yuan's eyelids twitched. His claws itched, and he couldn't wait to swat Xiaofei right then and there. Xiaofei rewound the video and played it from start to finish again. Tang Yuan. In the end, Tang Yuan went along with it. The video was just too embarrassing. Tang Yuan finally agreed to get the vaccine, not because Xiaofei promised to delete the video if he did, of course. Rather, he believed that whether as a human or a cat, one must be honest and keep one's word. Since it had promised Xiaofei, it had to follow through. It also hoped that Xiaofei would be honest and keep his word. Xiaofei had originally planned to put Tang Yuan in the cat carrier. Tang Yuan refused to go in no matter what, looking as if to say, "If you make me get in that carrier, we're done." Xiaofei couldn't possibly win that argument, so he could only sigh as he placed the cat in the car. Tang Yuan jumped into the back seat. At first, he lay against the window watching the scenery outside, but he soon got bored. He knocked over a pillow, lay down on it, and closed his eyes. Out of boredom, Tang Yuan opened the interface. Host, Tang Yuan. Species, cat. Vitality, 10.3. Agility, 15.1. Strength, 10.8. Spirit, 15.2. Attribute points, 5. Skills, Pounce Master 657-1000. Consume Apprentice 152-200. Berry Poop Apprentice 51-200. Grooming Master. Snapshot Master 856-1000. Smite Evil Master 71-1000. Hide and Seek Expert 25-100. Tree Climbing Expert 86-100. Animal Communication Adept 124-500. Inventory Expert 58-100. Jumping Expert 19-100. Tail Whip Proficient 25-50. Breath Attack Master 42-100. Skill Point, 1. After Tang Yuan's tireless practice day and night, all his skills have made significant progress. Tail Whip and Breath Attack each advanced 1 level, earning him 1 attribute point. Tang Yuan now has 5 attribute points. In the past, these 5 points could have been used to boost attributes 5 times, but now they can only be used twice. With nothing else to do, Tang Yuan counted his skills. He didn't realize it until he counted, but he now has 13 skills. Although a significant portion of these skills seemed rather useless at first glance. Tang Yuan believed there were no bad skills at all, depended on the cat using them. Take grooming, for example. Tang Yuan could now groom its fur quickly and efficiently. It took Dalong ages to groom itself, but Tang Yuan could do the same job in just 1/10 of the time, leaving its fur clean and neat. If there were a cat grooming contest in this world, Tang Yuan would definitely win first place. Just as Tang Yuan was basking in this thought, the car came to a stop. Xiaofei turned around, beaming with a smile. But Tang Yuan sensed something sinister in his expression and stared at him warily. Xiaofei spread his arms and laughed. "Tang Yuan, we're here. Let us go." Chapter 67, The Pet Hospital, Police Dogs. Tang Yuan wondered if he should swat Xiaofei with a paw right then and there, knocking him unconscious. Xiaofei pulled his phone out of his pocket and waved it in front of Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan ground his teeth. Xiaofei picked him up from the seat and walked inside. Ditching Pet Hospital, Tang Yuan glanced at the sign as Xiaofei carried him inside. The moment they pushed open the door, the incessant barking of dogs and meowing of cats filled the air. Clang! Tang Yuan looked in the direction of the sound. A large dog named Pounce was perched on top of a cage, not barking but staring intently at him. Tang Yuan glanced at it for a moment, then looked away. It wasn't that he was afraid of dogs. Despite its size and menacing appearance, this dog certainly couldn't hold a candle to Bean, the dim-witted mutt, when it came to taking a beating. Tang Yuan swatted Xiaofei twice with his tail, urging him to hurry up. Tang Yuan decided he should just accept his fate. Whether he stuck his neck out or kept it tucked in, the outcome would be the same. He might as well get it over with quickly and make sure Xiaofei deleted the video. Xiaofei rubbed Tang Yuan's belly and looked up to see the big dog.
He noticed the dog's agile build and fierce demeanor, which stood in stark contrast to the other pet dogs nearby, and couldn't he help but stare at it for a few extra seconds. The receptionist at the veterinary clinic smiled and explained, "This German Shepherd is a police dog named Black Wolf. He was injured while on duty and was sent here to recover." "A police dog?" Xiaofei's eyes lit up, and he leaned in for a closer look. His former police station didn't have any police dogs. After being transferred to the municipal bureau, although he'd seen these silent comrades during missions, he'd never had the chance to interact with them up close. Xiaofei had actually thought about visiting a police dog training base sometime, but he'd been too busy to find the time, and eventually, the idea slipped his mind. He never expected that bringing Tang Yuan to the veterinary clinic would lead him to encounter such a majestic German Shepherd police dog. Tang Yuan was speechless. Who was the one constantly nagging him to come get his shot? And now, who was the one staring wide-eyed at someone else's dog, having completely forgotten about the shot? Tang Yuan narrowed his eyes. Xiaofei suddenly shuddered and looked down to meet Tang Yuan's gaze. He gave a nervous laugh. "I was just saying hi to a colleague." Tang Yuan shot him a glance and closed his eyes. "Tang Yuan, you have to trust me. You're the only cat in my heart, there are no other dogs." Tang Yuan. Listening to Xiaofei's rambling, the nurse couldn't help but chuckle. Xiaofei had timed his visit well, there were no other clients at the veterinary clinic at the moment. Tang Yuan was placed on the vet's examination table. Even though Tang Yuan was a powerful cat, the familiar scent of the clinic still made him feel restless. His paws itched, and he wanted to scratch. The vet stood up and began examining Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan waited patiently. As the vet examined him, he asked about Tang Yuan's basic information. "How old is he?" Xiaofei quickly replied, "Actually, I'm not exactly sure how old he is. I found Tang Yuan when he was very small. But since all his teeth have come in and he can eat cat food, I'd guess he's about 2 months old." "Oh, right, it's been about a month and a half since I found him." The vet nodded and went to pry Tang Yuan's mouth open. Tang Yuan just wanted to get it over with, so he obediently opened his mouth. The vet patted Tang Yuan on the head. "Such a good boy." He looked up at Xiaofei. "As for his teeth, he has still got a full set of baby teeth. Only the first baby incisors show signs of loosening. We can determine that this kitten is 3 months old, no more than 4. Your estimate was basically correct." The vet continued to ask about Tang Yuan's eating, drinking, and bathroom habits. Xiaofei replied, "It's hardly picky at all and has a big appetite. Whether it's dry food, treats, freeze-dried food, or canned food, it eats everything with relish. It also really likes to drink water, we don't have to trick it into drinking, and its bowel movements are regular." "I can tell," the vet said, lifting the cat with one hand. "It's severely overweight. You'll have to feed it less from now on. It's not very big, but it's so heavy it's practically a ball." Tang Yuan. Xiaofei. "And as for those cat treats, if you can avoid them, do so." Tang Yuan, who had secretly stashed away 52 cat treats. Xiaofei, who had secretly bought cat treats in exchange for cat fur. The vet tugged on the cat's ear to examine the inside. Tang Yuan endured it. "Pretty clean." The vet tugged on his tail to check his rear end and testicles. Tang Yuan's claws snapped out and retracted, then snapped out again. The vet said, "His testicles are quite large. The surgery will be easy. If you have the neutering done here, I'll give you a 20% discount." "What surgery? A testicle removal?" Tang Yuan's rage reached its peak. Just as he was about to kick over the quack doctor, flip the table, and cause a huge scene in the clinic, he heard Xiaofei say, "Thank you, doctor. My mom wants Tang Yuan to have a litter of little Tang Yuans someday." Tang Yuan's anger subsided. The doctor pleaded earnestly, "Whether it's a male or female cat, it's better to have them neutered, it's good for the kittens themselves. But if you don't want to, that is fine too. After all, it's your cat. Besides, even if you wanted to do it now, we couldn't. It has to wait until all the vaccinations are finished." Xiaofei laughed,
I'll go home and discuss it with my mom.
But you know how stubborn older people can be. I probably won't be able to convince her. The doctor didn't press the issue further and proceeded to weigh Tang Yuan. The nurse, who was in charge of weighing him, gasped, 6 gene.
The doctor chuckled, 6 gene at such a young age? No wonder he's as round as a ball.
Xiaofei looked puzzled.
Doctor, is that over the limit?
After getting a cat, Xiaofei did learn about what cats can and can't eat, as well as their habits and personalities, but he hadn't specifically looked into standard height and weight ranges.
It's more than just over the limit, the vet said after a moment's thought. You know what a Maine Coon is, right? Maine Coons? Xiaofei nodded, spreading his arms wide. I've seen them online, they're huge.
The vet said, a 4-month-old Maine Coon weighs just over 6 pounds.
Xiaofei looked at Tang Yuan sitting on the scale.
Tang Yuan had a tense little cat face, glaring at the vet with a dark look in his eyes.
Xiaofei thought, oh no, and hurriedly asked, Doctor, can we give the shot now? He glanced at his watch. I only took half a day off. I have to go back to work this afternoon. Hearing this, the doctor sped up. Tang Yuan crouched on the table, watching the nurse open a box and take out 2 small vials.
The doctor picked up a disposable syringe. The silver needle glinted sharply as it pierced one of the vials with a soft plop.
Tang Yuan's little heart tightened.
Xiaofei had been watching Tang Yuan the whole time.
Seeing the fur on its back bristle, he quickly scooped Tang Yuan up and turned his body to block its view.
At the same time, he tried to distract Tang Yuan with conversation. When we came in just now, we saw a lot of cats. I heard the nurse say that several of them are female.
Which one do you think is the prettiest? Should we ask if they're for sale?
If they are, I'll buy one to be your child bride.
One isn't enough, 2 would be fine, too. Sniff. Tang Yuan couldn't take it anymore.
He raised a paw to cover Xiaofei's chattering mouth, pressed both hind paws down on Xiaofei's arm, and couldn't help but craning his neck to look back.
Fearful yet curious. Chapter 68, The Shot.
The syringe drew up the liquid, then pierced another small vial, injecting the contents into it. The needle was withdrawn, and the vial was shaken. Once the medicine inside was thoroughly mixed, the syringe was inserted again to draw up the solution. The doctor raised the syringe and gently pressed the plunger. The air at the front of the syringe was forced out, and a few drops of medicine oozed from the needle tip. As the air was pushed out of the syringe, Tang Yuan felt as if the air in his lungs was being sucked out too. It wasn't until he couldn't hold it in any longer that he realized he'd been so nervous he'd forgotten to breathe.
Xiaofei sensed that Tang Yuan's body had gone rigid.
She removed the little cat's paw from her mouth and, just like comforting a child, patted the kitten's back.
It's okay, it's okay. Our Tang Yuan is a big boy, you're not afraid, right?
If you're scared, just close your eyes.
I can cover them for you. As long as you sit still and get the shot, we'll go check out the food and toy sections. Whatever you like, I'll buy it for you.
Tang Yuan was already in a bad mood, and Xiaofei's nagging only made it worse. If it had been anyone else, he would swatted them to death with a single swipe.
Mr. Tang, please hold Tang Yuan.
Xiaofei hugged Tang Yuan, his body slightly stiff as he braced himself for being scratched or bitten. Tang Yuan glared at Xiaofei through a gap in his gaze.
Such a coward.
A chill ran down the back of his neck, and he couldn't help but flinch. Then a patch of skin on the back of his neck was lifted, and the needle pierced in.
Tang Yuan's body froze.
The needle slid down the skin, and the doctor quickly pulled the syringe back up.
The doctor muttered, why won't it go in? Is the needle broken? Hearing this, Tang Yuan tried to relax. It could tell the difference between a single prick and multiple ones. They tried again. Although there was still resistance, the needle finally went in. Once the injection was finished, the doctor was puzzled, Tang Yuan slumped, and Xiaofei breathed a sigh of relief. Until the needle was pulled out, Xiaofei had been afraid Tang Yuan would suddenly lash out and hurt someone. Who would have thought that Tang Yuan, who had been so resistant earlier, would be so well behaved and obedient when it really mattered? Xiaofei affectionately patted Tang Yuan on the head. Come on, let us go take a look outside. Whatever you want, I'll buy it for you. He paused for a moment, then added, but forget about a female kitten, you're still too young for a relationship. When you grow up and want a girlfriend, I'll definitely pick out a good one for you. Tang Yuan shot him a glance. He was saying all this just because cats were expensive, wasn't he? Although Tang Yuan had never thought about finding a mate, Xiaofei's behavior was still despicable. Once outside, Tang Yuan jumped out of Xiaofei's arms, held its tail high, and strode proudly among the shelves. Tang Yuan, this one's 30. Xiaofei, Tang Yuan, this one's actually pretty good. Tang Yuan, too cheap. Hey! This one's nice, only 56. Xiaofei, this one's not bad either. Tang Yuan, it's way too cheap. What's this? A cat bed? It actually looks pretty nice. Xiaofei, we already have a cat bed at home. Tang Yuan, 200 yuan. Let us take a look. A modular solid wood cat tree, 1,890 yuan. This one. Isn't there a better one at the supermarket? Besides, this is way too tall, it won't fit in the car. Xiaofei trailed behind, a smile still on his face at first. But as he followed, his back grew increasingly hunched. Tang Yuan stopped in his tracks, and Xiaofei nearly stepped on his tail. Tang Yuan turned to look at Xiaofei, his big cat eyes turning into dead fish eyes. Xiaofei gave a sheepish chuckle and quickly scanned the shelves, spotting something that looked like a lifeline. He hurried over and grabbed the box. How about this? Tang Yuan looked over a box of cat treats. Tang Yuan glanced at it, then looked away and kept walking. But Xiaofei's heart leapt with joy. He had a chance. Xiaofei said, the boxed ones don't have enough. Let us get this tub, it has 100 sticks. Tang Yuan stopped in his tracks. Meow, meow, meow. Xiaofei's mouth twitched. 3 tubs is too much. It'll be hard to hide, and if mom finds out, we're in trouble. Tang Yuan raised a paw and tapped Xiaofei's calf. Meow. You mean put them in my room? That's not really a good idea. Tang Yuan took a step back and crouched beside the cat tree. Fine, fine, fine. 3 buckets it is. Xiaofei raised his hands in surrender. After paying, Xiaofei left the pet hospital carrying 3 buckets of cat treats in one hand and holding the cat in the other. Once they left the veterinary clinic, Tang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Although the nurses and doctors at the clinic weren't worth a single swipe of his paw, for some reason, he felt a sense of awe toward the place. Xiaofei put Tang Yuan in the car, but he himself didn't get in. I left my phone at the clinic. Tang Yuan, wait for me in the car. I'll be right back. Xiaofei closed the door and ran back into the clinic. Tang Yuan snorted derisively. Lost your phone at the clinic? Then what's that bulge in your pants pocket? He has probably just been petting a dog. 10 minutes later, Xiaofei came running back. He had a faint doggy smell on him, though it wasn't very noticeable. His hands, however, didn't smell like a dog, just a faint scent of soap. Needless to say, he must have washed his hands after petting the dog. Pretty thorough of him. But instead of using that skill for a secret affair, he used it to sneak a cat and a dog. I don't know whether to praise Xiaofei for his cleverness or feel sorry for him. The car had barely pulled up to the supermarket when Mother Tang came over. Xiaofei opened the back door. Tang Yuan glanced at him, Xiaofei winked at him. As soon as Tang Yuan hopped out, he quickly shut the back door, making sure Mother Tang didn't spot the 3 cans of cat treats in the back seat. How'd it go? Everything smooth? Mother Tang crouched down to pet Tang Yuan's head. Xiaofei chuckled, I took him myself, of course it went smoothly. Mother Tang pretended not to hear Xiaofei's remark and scratched Tang Yuan's chin. Our Tang Yuan is getting so well behaved. As a reward, you can have 2 cat treats for lunch today. Tang Yuan's eyes lit up, and he rubbed against Mother Tang's hand. Meow. Let us go.
Mother Tang led Tang Yuan into the supermarket, leaving Xiaofei standing alone and forlorn at the entrance.
Xiaofei muttered, "Got a cat and forgot about your son."
Just then, the sound of brakes screeched nearby. Xiaofei turned his head and saw a person wrapped up tightly getting out of the car. When this person saw Xiaofei, they turned to leave. After taking just a couple of steps, they turned back, stopped in front of the tea shop, opened the roll-up door, and pushed open the glass door to go inside.
Xiaofei stared at them, rubbing his chin. Something about Chen just felt off. Could someone have gotten hold of a key to Chen's house and was pretending to be Chen to commit a burglary? Xiaofei frowned, walked to the entrance, and asked, "Are you Chen?"
The Chen inside the shop flinched in surprise.
Could he have guessed right? Xiaofei placed his hand on his lower back and said with a smile, "My mom told me you have a cat too? A short-legged one, right? Can I take a look?" Chen replied, "It's at my friend's place." Hearing Chen's voice, Xiaofei breathed a slight sigh of relief. "Never mind, then I won't bother you. Go ahead and get back to work."
Xiaofei left the tea shop and stood at the supermarket entrance, still thinking about what had just happened. He still felt that something was off about Chen. In the evening, Xiaofei drove Mother Tang Yuan home. At 9 o'clock that night, Tang Yuan appeared in the courtyard right on time, waiting for the trio gang to show up. She ended up waiting for an entire hour.
Chapter 69, Tricks and Dogs.
Logically speaking, the trio gang wouldn't skip a visit for no reason. After all, cat food and freeze-dried treats were a huge draw for them. But then again, when he was human, he went to work to earn money, too. With money, he could buy whatever he wanted to eat and play whatever he wanted to play, yet he was constantly thinking, "I'm not going to this lousy job anymore, let whoever wants to go. Essentially, there's no difference. So, it's perfectly normal for those three cats not to show up for work.
The more Tang Yuan thought about it, the more sense it made.
Besides, it was time for a break anyway.
Although hiding somewhere and watching those three cats frantically search for it was pretty amusing. But it didn't want to be the best in the world. Why be so diligent?
It might as well just cuddle up with its ball of yarn and sleep. Tang Yuan stood up, first patrolling its territory, the yard, and checking in on its subordinate Bean before pushing open the door and heading back to its room. Passing through the living room, Xiaofei hadn't gone to sleep yet. She was still lying on the couch scrolling through her phone. Hearing the door open, Xiaofei sat up, grabbed a cat teaser, and blocked Tang Yuan's path.
"Come on, Tang Yuan, play with me for a bit." Tang Yuan shot Xiaofei a glance. "Humph, childish."
The next second, Tang Yuan leaped onto the coffee table, landing on its hind legs, then pounced with its front paws to grab the black feather.
Xiaofei lifted the cat teaser and swung it to the left. Tang Yuan leaped forward and snatched the black feather. "Whoa!"
Xiaofei grabbed the cat teaser and snatched it from under Tang Yuan's paws. "Hey, this feather is really high quality." Xiaofei examined the feather, amazed.
"Tang Yuan, where do you get this?"
"From the birdman who almost killed you."
Tang Yuan rolled his eyes and swished his tail impatiently. "Come on, let us keep playing." Xiaofei played with Tang Yuan for a while, moving the cat teaser to his side. Tang Yuan jumped onto the sofa and pounced on it.
Tang Yuan chewed on the feather a few times, then let go and looked at Xiaofei expectantly.
Xiaofei, seemingly oblivious to Tang Yuan's meaning, set the toy aside and asked, "Tang Yuan, I see you get along pretty well with Bean?" "Tang Yuan, meow? What does that mean?" "But Bean is someone else's dog. Sooner or later, we'll have to give him back. Plus, he is timid. I don't think having Bean as your mount fits your status as the Cat King."
Upon hearing this, Tang Yuan realized there was more to it than met the eye.
Xiaofei rubbed his hands together and chuckled as he tested the waters. "How about I find you another mount?" Xiaofei patted his chest and declared, "I guarantee it'll be smart, brave, honest, and obedient, tall, big-boned, and sleek. You'll be the coolest kid on the block when you ride it out." An image of a dog instantly popped into Tang Yuan's mind. He lifted his gaze to look at Xiaofei.
Xiaofei rested his chin on the back of his hand, gazing into the distance with a look of longing on his face.
You're definitely going to love it. Tang Yuan almost laughed in exasperation.
Whether he liked it or not was beside the point. Xiaofei was clearly the one who loved the idea.
Let me show you a picture.
Xiaofei quickly opened his phone, tapped on the photo, and shoved it right under Tang Yuan's nose. Tang Yuan wasn't in the mood to indulge him. It pushed Xiaofei's hand away and started to walk off. But just then, out of the corner of its eye, it caught a glimpse of the screen, and it hooked Xiaofei's hand back. In the photo was a pure black Labrador, mouth wide open, tongue hanging out, smiling at the camera. It wasn't the German Shepherd they'd seen earlier that day. Tang Yuan stared at the Labrador, motionless for a long moment.
Xiaofei knew immediately that he was onto something, so he quickly seized the moment. This Labrador's name is Duo Duo. He is a retired guide dog, and he is 5 years old. 5 years old, Tang Yuan realized.
There is a saying about Labradors: 3 years as a puppy, 3 years as a good dog, and 3 years as an old dog.
3 years as a puppy means that before the age of 3, Labradors are lively and energetic, and their ability to wreak havoc on the house rivals that of a husky. 3 years as a good dog refers to the fact that after the age of 3, a significant number of Labradors become stable in temperament, gentle and affectionate, and with training, they can excel at many tasks. 3 years as an old dog means that Labradors typically have a relatively short lifespan, and due to genetic defects, many develop health issues as they age. This Labrador named Duo Duo is 5 years old, right in the prime of his working life, so why has he been retired? Xiaofei explained, the blind person Duo Duo served passed away due to illness.
He could have returned to his original owner, but that person had moved abroad. The family he served didn't want to keep him either, fearing they'd grow too attached to him, so he was sent back to the guide dog training center. He could have continued serving another visually impaired person, but he never found a suitable match. When I visited the police dog training center today, one of the trainers there told me about this.
I didn't really want to adopt him at first. After all, having you in our family is enough.
Xiaofei scratched Tang Yuan's chin, but the guide dog center is short-staffed right now, and they're worried they won't be able to take proper care of it, so they asked someone they know to help find an adopter.
The trainer at the police dog center kept recommending it to me.
I also thought that if one day Bean gets taken away by its owner, you'll be left without a companion, a cat, all alone. But don't worry, I didn't agree on the spot. I told them I needed 2 days to think it over.
If you don't agree, we'll just forget about it. Tang Yuan. Xiaofei watched Tang Yuan's expression closely and said, if you don't say anything, I'll take that as a yes. Tang Yuan. Xiaofei slapped his thigh. It's settled then. I'll bring Duo Duo over in the next couple of days.
After his initial excitement, he realized he couldn't get too carried away and risk angering the little tyrant beside him. He leaned close to Tang Yuan's ear and whispered, I've already secretly stashed those 3 cans of cat treats on top of the cabinet in your room.
Tang Yuan turned to him and meowed, meow.
Tang Yuan woke up in the middle of the night, walked out of his room, and sat in a daze on the chair outside. When he was a child, his family had a Labrador also black named Dahai. Dahai had been with him throughout his entire childhood.
When Dahai died, Tang Yuan held him and cried all night. At dawn, the adults in the family literally yanked Dahai out of his arms. Since then, Tang Yuan has never kept a dog again.
The dog in this photo looks so much like his Dahai.
Meow.
A piercing cat's meow from outside the wall interrupted Tang Yuan's thoughts.
It sounded like Ginger's voice. Tang Yuan scrambled up the wall in a few quick bounds and looked down from above.
The meowing stopped abruptly. On the path outside the wall, there was nothing but a white, football-shaped object, nothing else.
Where had the meowing come from?
Tang Yuan scanned the area but found no cat. His gaze fell back on the white object.
What was that? Tang Yuan tilted his head, observing it curiously.
Suddenly, the white object moved.
Meow, a faint meow. Tang Yuan's ears twitched. Meow.
This time he was certain, the meow was coming from inside the white object.
Tang Yuan frowned. Who was so heartless as to lock a cat in such a cramped space and just toss it here? Could someone be deliberately abusing cats?
If the one trapped inside was really Ginger, then Tabby and Whitepaw wouldn't escape their fate either.
A fierce glint flashed in Tang Yuan's eyes as he leaped down.
As he jumped, Tang Yuan felt the wind rush past him from behind. Tang Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and he turned to face the wind. The recoil caused him to veer slightly off course, and a flash of white light streaked past his side.
Tang Yuan landed on the ground and didn't dare linger. He ran a good distance before daring to look back. When he saw what was on the wall, Tang Yuan's pupils contracted instantly. A spider. A spider as big as a millstone. Chapter 70, Spider Slayer. What a huge spider! Looking again at that white object, it wasn't a plastic shell at all, it was a white cocoon spun by the spider. Piu. A white ribbon shot toward it. Tang Yuan dodged and leaped to the side of the white cocoon. It extended its claws, swish. The white cocoon split open with a crack. Meow, meow, meow.
Ginger struggled to wriggle out, but the opening was too small, and the white cocoon had no elasticity, it simply couldn't break free.
It meowed frantically in frustration.
Tang Yuan shook his head and delivered another swipe, tearing the white cocoon to shreds. Just then, several strands of white silk shot out. Though they were nowhere near as thick as before, there were so many of them.
Meow.
Tang Yuan jumped in surprise and scrambled to escape. The spider had shot out a full 6 strands of silk, spreading them wide apart. Tang Yuan dodged 5 of them, but the outermost strand stuck to its rear end.
Tang Yuan.
Tang Yuan tried to pull the web off its rear end, but not only did it fail, its claws got stuck to the web as well.
It had underestimated the web's stickiness.
The web suddenly contracted.
Tang Yuan's remaining 3 claws dug into the ground as the web tightened.
The spider contracted with all its might, dragging Tang Yuan's body backward inch by inch, leaving 3 scratch marks on the ground.
Tang Yuan gritted his teeth and activated the light screen. Re-roll. Attribute points, 5-1. Strength, 10.8 12.8.
Tang Yuan immediately stopped, and even began to inch forward. The spider strained its abdomen, increasing the suction.
The spider web grew tighter and thinner. With a snap, it snapped.
Tang Yuan rolled out, his head smashing into the opposite wall, his body dangling outside.
Meow.
Ginger finally crawled out of the white cocoon.
Just as she was about to run away, she saw the scene, gritted her teeth, turned back, and ran toward Tang Yuan. She ran around Tang Yuan twice, unsure how to rescue him, pacing back and forth anxiously and meowing. Tang Yuan braced himself against the wall with 3 paws and, with a pop, pulled his head free. Pft, pft.
He spat out the bits of cement and brick from his mouth and shook the debris off his head.
Meow, meow, meow. Ginger hopped around him. Tang Yuan hadn't expected Ginger to stay put. Meow, he said. Run.
Ginger hesitated for a moment, then puffed out his chest, stood beside Tang Yuan, faced the spider, crouched low, and bared his teeth.
Tang Yuan, meow, meow, meow. Translated into human language, get out of here, don't get in my way.
Ginger turned her head in annoyance and hissed at Tang Yuan. After hissing, she turned and ran off. Whoosh! A long black leg lashed out. Tang Yuan pounced, knocking Ginger over, and the long leg stabbed into the spot where Ginger had been standing.
Tang Yuan stood up and swatted Ginger away with a single paw. Ginger turned into an orange ball and rolled away. At the same time, Tang Yuan leaped into the air, dodging the spiderweb.
As he landed, the long legs lunged at him. Tang Yuan dodged, but forgot that his front paws and rear end were stuck to a strand of spiderweb. Losing his balance, he fell to the ground and rolled with the momentum. Whoosh, 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 several strands of spider silk whizzed past him.
Tang Yuan tilted his head and blew on the spider silk stuck to his body.
The still sticky spider silk gradually dried, its tackiness weakening. It works!
Tang Yuan kept blowing while scrambling and rolling to dodge the spider silk.
Once the web became brittle, Tang Yuan swiped at it with a claw, snapping the thread and freeing its limb.
Tang Yuan looked up. The stretch of the street had been sealed off by spiderwebs. Tang Yuan spun around. White spiderwebs filled every corner. It was trapped by the webs. How on earth was it going to get out?
Tang Yuan crouched beneath the web, licking its paw as it tried to figure something out. As it licked, Tang Yuan realized something was wrong. It was licking the paw that had the web stuck to it.
Oh no! Could the web be poisonous? Hopefully, it hadn't swallowed any. Tang Yuan quickly lifted its paw. There was nothing on it. Where was the web stuck to its fur? A thought suddenly popped into Tang Yuan's head. Could its saliva dissolve the web?
Unfortunately, there was no time to test it. The spider moved freely across the web. It had now reached the space above Tang Yuan's head, spraying web through the gaps.
It was trying to pile the web onto Tang Yuan, trapping it completely. Damn it, hasn't this thing finished shooting its web yet? Tang Yuan wasn't about to sit there and wait to die.
The spider hadn't expected to catch two prey right after leaving the woods.
Unfortunately, one had escaped.
It had chased its prey into human territory, only to encounter such a spirited and vigorous little cat.
If only it could eat it, if only it could eat it.
The spider's already small brain suddenly sensed something was wrong.
The web collapsed, and the spider fell.
It quickly shot out 2 strands of silk, hanging itself onto a section that hadn't yet collapsed. Before it could figure out what was happening, a dark shape burst out from the web, and several cold flashes streaked through the air. All of the spider's long legs were torn from its body.
Run! That was the only thought in the spider's tiny brain.
Unfortunately, without its long legs, with only its body and head remaining, it couldn't escape, even if it could spin silk. The spider gasped sharply. Tang Yuan didn't know what it was about to do, but her sense of danger surged.
It accelerated instantly. Splatter! The spider's head turned into a pulp. The spider's body twitched.
3 baby spiders fell from its abdomen. 2 more were still stuck inside, not yet fully dislodged. Its claws twitched a few times, then went still.
There were likely more inside its abdomen. It was unclear if any had survived. Sizzle!
The spot where the baby spiders had fallen looked as if it had been corroded by concentrated sulfuric acid.
Tang Yuan let out a hiss as well.
It didn't dare touch the 3 baby spiders with its claws, so it found a rock and crushed them to death. When the last baby spider was dead, Tang Yuan flipped the rock over. The stone was pitch black, with deep corrosion marks in some places.
Tang Yuan grimaced. It certainly didn't think its claws were more corrosion resistant than the stone.
Whoosh! The surrounding spider webs vanished. Tang Yuan turned its head. The millstone-sized spider had turned into black water, with a large clump of spider webs floating within it.
Tang Yuan shook its tail in disgust but still fished out the spiderweb. It shook its claws and stared at the pool of black liquid. What was it supposed to do with this? If someone found it, they might call the police.
This place was too close to the Tang family's house, just a wall away, and it might cause trouble.
But if it had to deal with it, it didn't know how. Besides, why did it have to be the one to handle this? Didn't it have a tool person?
Tang Yuan hopped into the Tang family's yard and ran to Xiaofei's room. There had been several fierce battles outside, yet Xiaofei was still sleeping like a log.
Tang Yuan jumped onto the pillow and plopped down on Xiaofei's face. Its furry belly blocked Xiaofei's nose and mouth. Soon, Xiaofei began fidgeting restlessly.
A little while later, he started struggling.
Xiaofei grabbed Tang Yuan's paw and pushed it off. He sat up abruptly, gasping for air. He turned to look at Tang Yuan and said between breaths, Tang Yuan, are you trying to suffocate me? If you really don't want duo, just tell me.
Tang Yuan jumped off the bed, took a few steps, then turned to look at Xiaofei.
Xiaofei was still sitting on the bed, staring at him in confusion. So stupid.
Tang Yuan said, meow, meow, meow.
Tang Yuan kept walking forward. Xiaofei pulled on his clothes and ran after him. Tang Yuan jumped onto the wall and looked back at him. Xiaofei. Xiaofei pointed at the front gate. Xiaofei ran over, looked at the pool of black water, and remained silent for a long moment.
Perched on the wall, Tang Yuan stretched, meowed twice at Xiaofei, and was about to head home to sleep and open a blind box while he was at it.
Meow, meow, meow. Ginger, who had returned at some point, cried out urgently. He had been saved, but Tabby and Whitepaw were still in danger. Sleep was out of the question for the time being. Tang Yuan said to Xiaofei, "Meow, meow, meow." He jumped down from the wall, followed Ginger out of the street, and turned the corner. Xiaofei was left alone, staring at the black water. He muttered, "I must be dreaming." As he spoke, he couldn't help but pinch himself. Ouch, yikes, that hurts, it's actually real. Chapter 71, Cat King, Help! Help me! The road ahead shifted from a paved street to a village path, and soon turned into a dirt road. Diving into a pitch-black forest, Ginger boosted her agility. Tang Yuan sped up as well. After running for a while, Ginger stopped, turned, and looked at Tang Yuan, who was meowing anxiously. Tang Yuan looked up and saw a large net stretched across the forest, with several small animals stuck to it. Among them were Tabby and Whitepaw. Besides those two cats, there were two others, one of which looked familiar. Tang Yuan remembered it was the cat that had fought with Ginger earlier. Help! Help! Help me! Ha! Is someone else trapped? Tang Yuan scanned the area several times but saw no one. All he saw was a crow and two squirrels. Tang Yuan eyed the crow with disdain, meow, meow. Its feathers weren't the least bit shiny. The crow seemed to understand. It flapped its wings and exclaimed excitedly, my feathers are jet black and glossy. In the sunlight, they even shimmer with a rainbow of colors. They're absolutely gorgeous. Tang Yuan's mouth formed an O. Meow, meow, meow. The crow could talk? The crow blared, you're blind. I'm Mo. Actually, right after Tang Yuan spoke, he realized this creature wasn't a crow, it must be Mo. Tang Yuan ignored it and examined the spider web. Logically speaking, since that mutant spider was dead, the web should have disappeared too. Why was there no sign that this web had vanished? Could it be that once these spider threads have been detached from the body for a certain period, they separate from the spider's main body, so even if the spider dies, the web doesn't disappear? That actually makes a bit of sense. What if mutant creatures could reproduce too? If the mother or father dies, would their offspring die along with them? But talking about science with a mutant creature, the fact that mutant creatures turn into black liquid when they die is already unscientific enough. Never mind. These matters are for those scientists to worry about. As a little kitten, it's better to figure out how to get them down. It climbed up the tree. A gust of wind blew a leaf off, and it landed on the web. Another gust of wind blew by, and the leaf swayed slightly back and forth. It wasn't the leaf moving, it was the spiderweb moving, just as if the leaf were moving. Tang Yuan licked its paw. When it stepped on the web didn't stick to it. The silk, as thick as a disposable chopstick, was even slowly melting. Tang Yuan had accidentally discovered this while fighting the spider earlier. It had now figured out that this was due to its skill, lick fur. Had it not been for that accidental discovery, Tang Yuan would never have known that Master's lick fur could actually corrode mutated spider silk. It was likely because the spider silk had come into contact with Tang Yuan's body, and grooming automatically identified it as dirt, causing this reaction. It was only then that Tang Yuan realized he hadn't fully utilized all the applications of his skill. However, even if master-level grooming could corrode mutated spider silk, that didn't mean it could corrode or clean everything. By the time Tang Yuan snapped back to reality, it had already crawled over to Tabby. Tang Yuan licked its paws, then with a few swift swipes, severed the spiderweb surrounding Tabby. Tabby fell straight down. Thud. The entire cat landed face first on the ground. Tang Yuan blinked. It had forgotten that Tabby's limbs were stuck. It had only cut through the surrounding cobwebs. Tabby's limbs were still stuck, preventing it from landing on all 4 feet. Tabby was strong and healthy, it shouldn't break from a fall, probably. Tang Yuan turned its head away guiltily and continued climbing upward. One by one, it cut through the spiderwebs surrounding the remaining 3 cats and 2 squirrels. 5 successive thuds echoed as heavy objects hit the ground.
Tang Yuan, Tabby is its employee, and it tosses even him, let alone the other cats and squirrels. It would never play favorites. After rescuing the last squirrel, Tang Yuan climbed down the spider web. Hanging at the very top, mouth tightly shut, with an expression that said, "I'm furious, save me if you want, or just leave me here," Mo managed to hold back when he saw Tang Yuan climbing down. But when Tang Yuan crawled back to the big tree and prepared to jump down, Mo's little eyes widened in disbelief. This cat actually dared not to save him. "Stop! Stop! Stop right there!" Mo screamed. Tang Yuan acted as if he hadn't heard a thing. He walked under the web and cut through the strands binding Tabby and the others' limbs one by one. As for the rest of the web, Tang Yuan didn't bother with it. He wasn't their dad, he didn't need to be that considerate. It would fall off on its own sooner or later. Tang Yuan, meow, meow, meow. Translated into human language, don't be late for work tomorrow. Tabby, meow. Tang Yuan nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave. It couldn't wait to get home and open its blind box. "Help, help! Help me!" Tang Yuan didn't even look back. "Cat, Cat King, help, help me!" Tang Yuan kept running forward, though his agility had slowed. Mo, hanging from the net, didn't notice, though. Mo shouted at the top of his lungs, I have a treasure." Tang Yuan stopped in his tracks. "Meow?" Mo hurriedly explained, I've hidden 3 baby eggs." "Meow? Boiled eggs?" Tang Yuan frowned in disgust. Even when he was human, he didn't like boiled eggs. Now that he was a cat, he liked them even less. Mother Tang had boiled them for him a few times, peeling off the whites and letting him eat the yolks supposedly to boost some kind of phospholipid. Every time, he'd just sniff them and push them aside. Later, he wouldn't even bother sniffing them anymore. The moment Mother Tang brought the yolk over, it would run away. Mo said, "No, not boiled eggs." Yes, chick eggs. Mutant chick eggs." Tang Yuan, meow, meow, meow. "What's the benefit of eating them? Will they mutate? Promote awakening?" Mo said, "No, they won't." Seeing Tang Yuan's face darken, he hurried to explain, mutant chick eggs. They condense the essence of mutant chicks. Before they hatch, the spiritual energy in the chick eggs outweighs the impure energy. After eating them, there's only benefits, no drawbacks. Tang Yuan wasn't very interested in the chick eggs, but his interest in Mo had grown considerably. "Meow meow? How do you know so much?" Mo puffed out his chest, his face beaming with pride. This is all what my master told me. My master is very knowledgeable and talented, he knows everything." Tang Yuan climbed up the spider web and stood beside Mo. Meow. "Where's your master?" Seeing Tang Yuan so close, Mo couldn't help but flinch hearing Tang Yuan's question. Mo immediately replied, My master is currently exploring this mountain range under the protection of dozens of awakened ones. I got separated from my master. He installed a tracking device on me, so he'll find me very, very soon." Tang Yuan scanned Mo's face with his gaze, wrapping his tail around Mo's neck. "Meow? Is that so?" Mo pressed his lips together and nodded vigorously. Tang Yuan released Mo and snapped the spider webs surrounding him. Mo fell. Help me!" Below was a huge boulder. Tang Yuan jumped down right after him, slapping Mo's butt mid-air. Mo slid sideways, dodging the rock, and plunged headfirst into a pile of fallen leaves. This was already a special favor Tang Yuan was granting Mo, all for the sake of those 3 baby eggs. Mo Pounce struggled to get up for ages. Tang Yuan walked over and pulled its head out. I'm gonna die. Mo's 2 little eyes spun round and round until they looked like mosquito coils. Chapter 72, Baby Eggs, Meow Meow brand fish liver oil. With Tang Yuan's help, Mo finally regained the ability to fly. It wanted to run away immediately, so it wouldn't have to give the bad cat the baby eggs. That was its food supply for the next 3 days.
Mo sneakily glanced back and saw the bad cat sharpening its claws on a rock.
Rock dust flew everywhere, and in the blink of an eye, the basketball-sized rock was reduced to just a small fraction of its original size.
Mo's heart skipped a beat. It coughed once. Come with me.
Mo took flight, quickly darting out of the woods and soaring into the sky. After flying for a while, it sneakily glanced back.
Ha! The cat was gone. I didn't mean to shake it off.
It's just that its agility is too slow.
No, it's not my fault. Meow meow. Looking for me?
Mo's smile froze in his eyes as he turned his head, trembling.
No cat. Mo breathed a sigh of relief.
He thought there was no way it could catch up.
It must have been a hallucination.
Just as he was thinking this, a cat leaped out from the treetops ahead and waved its paw at him.
Meow meow meow.
Hurry up, you're too slow.
Mo.
The cat couldn't stay in the air and fell back into the treetops. A few seconds later, another cat's head appeared on a tree further ahead. Meow meow.
Have we arrived?
Mo took a deep breath, almost there. It sped up its agility, flapping its wings so hard they were about to catch fire. After flying at full speed for a while, Mo was panting heavily from exhaustion. It slowed down and looked ahead warily, but saw no sign of the cat's head.
This time, I've finally shaken it off. Meow meow.
The cat's head appeared again.
Mo. Meow.
Tang Yuan looked at the 3 eggs, his head full of question marks.
Are these mutant chick eggs?
Tang Yuan examined them closely. They really did feel a bit different from ordinary eggs.
Meow meow. Are you sure they aren't poisonous?
As soon as Mo heard this, his wings flapped wildly.
Aye, the mighty 8th Lord, how could I possibly deceive a little kitten like you? Tang Yuan shot him a glance.
Mo instantly backed down. I wouldn't dare lie to the great king. Tang Yuan's gaze swept over his face a few times. Meow, meow, meow.
You can go now.
Mo couldn't wait to get out of there and flew off without another word.
Tang Yuan crouched where he was, twitching his ears. Once he was sure Mo had flown far enough away, he summoned his inventory. There was no more space left in the inventory.
A sudden idea struck Tang Yuan, and he cut off a strand of spider silk. He intended to use it to hold the 3 baby eggs together. Unfortunately, the strand of spider silk left behind by the dead mutant spider had lost all its stickiness. Its elasticity, stiffness, and flexibility, however, were all excellent. Tang Yuan managed to weave a makeshift net, placed the spider eggs inside, and tied it shut with the silk. It clamped the net between its jaws and ran toward home. Tang Yuan took a moment to look back at the spot where it had battled the spider. There was no trace of the black liquid left on the ground.
The tool did a good job. Tang Yuan hopped into the yard and pushed open the door.
Looking up, he saw Xiaofei sitting in the living room, staring at him without moving. He looked very imposing. Tang Yuan hopped onto the coffee table and placed the net on it.
Meow, meow, meow. You and Mother Tang can cook and eat them. I'm going to sleep. Xiaofei couldn't help but ask, what is this?
The moment those words left his mouth, the imposing aura he built up instantly crumbled. Tang Yuan sat on the coffee table, scratching his ear with his hind paw.
Meow. Egg. An egg?
Xiaofei picked up the mesh bag and tried to open it, but unfortunately, it was tied in a tight knot, and he couldn't get it open. He tried a different approach, grabbing both sides of the net with both hands and attempting to tear it open by force. Even as the rope began to dig into his flesh, he still couldn't tear it open.
What kind of rope is this? It's way too strong.
Tang Yuan glanced at him, then swiped down with both paws, snapping the spider silk clean through. It snapped so suddenly that Xiaofei scrambled to catch the baby egg.
Xiaofei stared at the eggs in his palm and licked his dry lips. These aren't spider eggs, are they? Tang Yuan. It wasn't Xiaofei's fault for jumping to conclusions.
Tang Yuan had just killed a mutated spider, and now he brought back 3 eggs. It was hard not to think the worst. Spiders, after all, come in all sorts. Some lay eggs, while others give birth to live young directly from their bodies.
Tang Yuan, meow, meow, meow.
These were mutated chick eggs.
Xiaofei was completely baffled. Wasn't he a mutated spider he killed? Not a mutated chick, right? So how did 3 chick eggs suddenly appear? Meow meow meow.
I'll boil them up and eat them tomorrow. Tang Yuan stretched, jumped off the coffee table, and scampered back to his room in a few bounds, leaving Xiaofei standing there alone, staring blankly at the chick eggs. Tang Yuan locked the door, rolled around in its nest to find a comfortable position, and opened the light screen.
Achievement: kill a mutant spider, earn a meow pack. Tang Yuan stared at the meow pack, its eyes sparkling.
It wiped its paws with a wet wipe to make sure they smelled nice.
Even though Tang Yuan knew it was pointless, it did it anyway.
It opened the meow pack. Ribbons rained down from above, showering Tang Yuan's head.
A long blue ribbon got caught on Tang Yuan's ear.
It felt a little itchy, so Tang Yuan shook its ear, and the ribbon fell off. It hurriedly checked the rewards. The light screen had indeed changed. There was an extra skill point.
Tang Yuan was a bit disappointed. Reluctantly, it searched again, but the result was the same. Meow, meow, meow. Oh well, one is better than none.
Tang Yuan closed the light screen, and its paw brushed against something.
Tang Yuan's eyes lit up.
Right besides attribute points, skill points, and skills, the Meow Meow gift box can also contain physical items.
Tang Yuan reached in with a paw and pulled the item out.
Her smile gradually froze.
Meow Meow brand fish liver oil. What on earth is this?
She squinted at the product description.
Promotes a shiny coat and healthy eyes, nourishes the skin, regulates blood lipids, boosts immunity, promotes brain development, and soothes joints. Wow, so many benefits. Tang Yuan turned the box over and found the dosage instructions on the other side: 1 capsule daily.
There were 30 capsules in the box, meaning it would last a month.
Tang Yuan carefully unscrewed the cap and poured out 1 capsule.
The cod liver oil was shaped like a little fish, pretty cute, actually.
Tang Yuan popped one into his mouth, chewed it a bit, and his face turned pale.
He tilted his head back and nearly spat it out. Tang Yuan forced himself to swallow it, then ran to the water bowl and gulped until he was full. Only then did the strange taste in his mouth disappear.
Tang Yuan shuddered. From now on, he'd just swallow them whole. The next day, Tang Yuan got up and went to the living room. Xiaofei was sitting at the dining table, which was rare. Usually, on his days off, waking up at noon was the norm. Getting up this early in the morning was the exception.
In just a moment, Xiaofei had yawned 3 times and rubbed his eyes 4 times. Spotting Tang Yuan, Xiaofei snapped awake and waved at Tang Yuan.
Tang Yuan hopped up onto the dining table. Xiaofei pushed a bowl toward Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan looked down. Inside were 3 quail eggs boiled. Xiaofei glanced at the door and whispered, "You pick first."
The 3 eggs looked pretty much the same. There wasn't much to choose from, so Tang Yuan just grabbed one at random. He started poking at it with his paw, playing with it. Whenever a quail egg started to roll off the edge, he'd use his paw to nudge it back. Once it rolled to the center of the table, he'd keep poking at it. "Xiaofei, even if you don't want to eat them, you can't just play with them."
Chapter 73, Boomerang. If he keeps playing like this, they'll end up broken. Xiaofei couldn't stand it anymore.
He took the soft boiled egg from under Tang Yuan's paw and said, "Let me peel it for you."
Tang Yuan didn't refuse.
He crouched on the dining table, licking his fur while watching Xiaofei peel the egg.
Xiaofei handed the peeled egg to Tang Yuan.
Tang Yuan stared at the egg but didn't reach out with his paw. Xiaofei had no choice but to fetch a plate, place the egg on it, and push it toward Tang Yuan. The familiar scent of boiled egg wafted to his nose, but it only made him lose his appetite.
Did he really want to eat it? Tang Yuan's ears perked up like airplane wings, and he narrowed his eyes, staring at the egg as if it were something dangerous. "I looked it up yesterday. This is a real treat. Don't waste it." Xiaofei rolled his eyes and held out his hand. If you're not going to eat it, I'll have it for you. Snap. The furry paw opened, and the kitten lowered its head to take a bite of the egg. If you don't want to give it to me, just say so. Why bite so hard? Xiaofei grimaced as he gently rubbed the back of his hand, a smile he couldn't hide peeking from the corners of his eyes. Tang Yuan frowned and swallowed with difficulty. It seemed not as bad as he'd imagined. Of course, it wasn't good either. It tasted like chewing wax. Tang Yuan sped up his agility. Xiaofei cried out, "Tang Yuan, slow down. Don't choke." Before she could finish, Tang Yuan reared up on its hind legs, its eyes rolling back, and began pounding its chest with its paws. "I told you to be careful just now." Xiaofei patted its back with one hand while reaching for her own cup with the other. Tang Yuan was choking and rolling its eyes, but when it saw it was Xiaofei's cup, it didn't want to drink from it. Xiaofei laughed in exasperation. "What's the matter with you? You're such a drama queen." Tang Yuan couldn't stand being choked anymore, and since Xiaofei wouldn't bring its water bowl, it had no choice but to lower its head and drink. After finally swallowing the egg yolk stuck in its throat, Tang Yuan, its throat sore from choking, lay on the table, refusing to move. Xiaofei picked up the remaining half piece and shoved it right under Tang Yuan's nose. There's still half a piece left. Tang Yuan rolled over, pretending not to see it. Xiaofei moved to the other side and kept shoving. "If you don't eat it, it'll go to waste. Something this precious can't be wasted." Sniff sniff. Tang Yuan found Xiaofei too noisy, so with a swift, precise move, he shoved the remaining mutant baby egg right into Xiaofei's mouth. Xiaofei held the egg in his mouth, unable to decide whether to eat it or spit it out. Tang Yuan lay on his side, propping his head up with his right front paw, his hind legs relaxed and crossed, and swished his long tail. "Meow meow meow. Don't waste it, okay? Xiaofei. It's already in my mouth." Xiaofei gritted his teeth and swallowed it. The fluffy tail slapped the table, like it was clapping. Xiaofei pointed at Tang Yuan, wanting to say something, but choked in his haste. Tang Yuan jumped onto Xiaofei's shoulder, using its tail to pat his back. "Meow meow meow. What did I tell you? I told you to be careful." Xiaofei held out a trembling hand. "Cough cough, water, water." Tang Yuan jumped down and pushed Xiaofei's water cup toward him. "Xiaofei, cough, cough, no, no. This is water Tang Yuan has already drunk." "Meow, meow, meow. At a time like this, you're still making such a fuss." Amid his coughing, Xiaofei felt as if two boomerangs had struck his chest only to bounce right back at him. Xiaofei drank the water and sat in his chair, gasping for breath. Tang Yuan paced back and forth in front of him. "Meow, meow, meow. Even if it's the best stuff, take it easy. If you choke to death, no matter how good it is, it won't do you any good." Xiaofei. Tang Yuan, feeling refreshed, went out into the yard. "Tang Yuan, you're awake? I made you some cat food. It's still a little warm, let it cool down a bit before you eat." Mother Tang sat in the yard, stringing green beans and peeling potatoes. Tang Yuan rubbed against Mother Tang's calf. "Meow meow." No. Mother Tang tapped Tang Yuan's little forehead with a wet finger, rejecting his unreasonable request. "Who eats cat treats first thing in the morning?" Mother Tang carried the green beans and potatoes into the kitchen. Tang Yuan climbed a tree, settled against a large branch, summoned his inventory, and pulled out a cat treat. He had some stashed away. Tang Yuan swiped its paw lightly, then pressed the cat treat bag with both paws, and fresh, juicy cat treats oozed out of the opening. It licked one, and the kitten's eyes narrowed in pleasure. Delicious. As it ate, it accidentally squeezed out a big chunk, which fell to the ground beneath the tree. It looked down to see Bean crouched beneath the tree, mouth agape, as if waiting for cat treats to fall from the sky. Tang Yuan finished the treat and stuffed the empty bag back into the inventory. It jumped down from the tree and circled Bean a few times. Bean instinctively curled up into a ball. Tang Yuan hopped onto Bean's back and lay there, lost in thought. "Yesterday, I heard from Stutterer Mo about the difference between spiritual and impure nature. When spiritual outweighs impure, it's called awakening. When impure outweighs spiritual, it's called mutation." So which one is Bean? It closed its eyes, sensing the aura emanating from Bean. Warm, peaceful almost to the point of being timid. Tang Yuan opened its eyes. Could this thing actually be an awakened creature? I should have asked Mo a few more questions yesterday. But he was in a hurry to go home and sleep, so he didn't ask much. Oh well, it's not like it's anything important anyway. Tang Yuan patted the dog's head. Whether this dumb dog is a mutated dog or an awakened dog, it still is Tool Dog. Speaking of Tool Dogs, didn't Xiaofei say he was going to adopt a Labrador? It's been 2 days already, why hasn't he done anything yet? Xiaofei was still on break and hadn't left the house all day. He kept running to the bathroom to look in the mirror. Later, looking in the mirror wasn't enough for him, so he came over to bother Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan, do you think I've changed at all? Tang Yuan, who had just spent a while exercising with the silly dog, was thoroughly annoyed by the pestering. He lifted his eyelids, glanced at Xiaofei, and meowed. Ha! Xiaofei rubbed his face. Really, no change? I feel like I've gotten taller and even more handsome. Unable to take the pestering anymore, Tang Yuan ran up a tree to sleep. Before going to sleep, Tang Yuan opened the light screen to take a look. All 4 attributes, including spirit, had increased by 0.2 to 0.3 points. But Tang Yuan couldn't say for sure whether it was due to the baby eggs or the Meow Meow brand cod liver oil. In the evening, Xiaofei and Tang Yuan crouched by the door waiting for Mother Tang to return, like 2 baby swallows waiting to be fed. Tang Yuan's ears twitched, and he looked up. Hey, sis-in-law, it's been a few days, but you look even younger. Haven't I always looked like this? Mother Tang, you didn't go get a facial, did you? Your skin looks so smooth. How old do you think I am? I'm almost a grandmother, why would I get a facial? Tang Yuan shot Xiaofei a look. Xiaofei felt completely baffled by the stare. At the end of the street, Mother Tang rounded the corner, pushing her cart. In the evening, many people were out enjoying the cool air, and Mother Tang chatted away as she walked. By the time she reached her front door, 10 minutes had passed. A cat and a person crouched at the doorway, looking up at Mother Tang. Mother Tang couldn't help but touch her face. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? The cat and the person shook their heads in unison. As Mother Tang pushed the door open and stepped inside, Xiaofei leaned over and whispered into Tang Yuan's ear, delighted, it worked. Mother Tang looked at least 5 years younger. Chapter 74, Results, Neighbors, and Secrets. The wrinkles on Mother Tang's face had softened considerably, and her hair had gone from being mostly white to having only a few stray white strands here and there. Xiaofei said, I figure the reason my changes aren't obvious is because I'm still young. But just because the outward changes aren't obvious doesn't mean there aren't changes on the inside. Tang Yuan glanced at him, remembering that just a moment ago, someone had said he'd gotten handsomer and taller. Tang Yuan shook his head, stood up to chase after Mother Tang, but was grabbed by Xiaofei, who examined him from head to toe. Tang Yuan didn't struggle, letting him look, until Xiaofei grabbed his tail and pulled it upward only to get smacked on the nose by Tang Yuan. Xiaofei's nose stung, and tears streamed down his face. He clutched his nose, while Tang Yuan hopped down to the ground, held his tail high, and strutted proudly inside. Xiaofei muttered, see? You saw it too. Tang Yuan stiffened, then let his tail droop as he continued walking. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, so he ran back, jumped onto Xiaofei's shoulder, and unleashed a flurry of cat punches. Oh my gosh, Tang Yuan, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Tang Yuan had had enough, jumped off Xiaofei, and strode inside with his tail held high, looking proud and triumphant. Actually, having been a cat for so long, Tang Yuan had grown accustomed to people seeing certain parts of him. But if someone wanted to be a jerk, he wouldn't be held responsible. Tang Yuan jumped onto the coffee table, waiting for dinner. Mother Tang sat on the sofa holding a mirror. My face, there really are a lot fewer wrinkles. Mother Tang leaned closer to Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan, do you think I really look younger? Tang Yuan nodded. Meow.
Mother Tang grinned from ear to ear, scooped up Tang Yuan, and planted 2 kisses on his forehead.
Xiaofei joined in, grinning broadly. Mom, you're as beautiful as a fairy now.
Mother Tang shot Xiaofei a sharp look and was about to speak when she noticed Xiaofei covering his eyes.
What's wrong with your eyes?
Xiaofei glanced at Tang Yuan, who was sitting in Mother Tang's lap, licking his paw. His sharp claws kept popping out from under his paw pads, retracting, then popping out again. Xiaofei swallowed hard and laughed awkwardly.
I accidentally bumped into the wall. Mother Tang gave Xiaofei a disapproving look. How old are you? Why are you still acting like a child?
Zhang Lei and Lu Zili, who are the same age as you, already have kids who are 2 or 3 years old.
Xiaofei let out a little gasp, pulled out his phone, pressed a button, and held it to his ear. Captain? Oh, I'll be right there, right there. Xiaofei covered the phone with his hand and whispered, Mom, the captain has an urgent matter to discuss with me. I have to leave right now.
Mother Tang immediately set aside what she was about to say, stood up, and said, You haven't had dinner yet.
Wait a minute, I'll go cook you a bowl of noodles. It'll be ready in a flash.
Xiaofei ran back into the room, changing her clothes as she called out, No need.
I've got some bread in the car. I'll just grab a quick bite. Xiaofei dashed out in a hurry. Mother Tang watched with concern as Xiaofei got into the car and drove away.
When she returned, she sighed and heated up some cat food for Tang Yuan.
Tang Yuan crouched by the sink, keeping her company.
Mother Tang placed the cat food she de-prepared and frozen earlier into the steamer and turned on the heat. Then she picked up a watermelon and placed it in the sink to wash. As she washed it, Mother Tang paused and looked at Tang Yuan.
Did I get tricked? Tang Yuan wagged his tail. At 9 o'clock that evening, the trio gang appeared on the wall right on time.
Each cat had a mouse in its mouth, especially Tabby, who had 3 in one go. The trio gang jumped down from the wall and tossed the mice in front of the chair.
Tabby, meow, meow, meow. Thank you. Tang Yuan's mouth twitched. Meow, meow, meow.
All 3 cats tilted their heads at the same time, looking at Tang Yuan in confusion. Just a couple of days ago, Tang Yuan had spent cat food to buy mice from them.
Tang Yuan, meow meow. Enough chatter, let us get started.
This time, Tang Yuan didn't just practice hide and seek while waiting, he also brushed up on other skills like blowing wind and managing his inventory.
As he was leveling up, the silly dog wanted to join in the fun.
This guy isn't very good at finding cats, but he sure knows how to cause a ruckus. He even woke up Mother Tang, who pushed open the window and poked her head out. Bean, stop barking.
Tang Yuan simply took the trio gang outside to find a new spot to play hide and seek.
Bean was left all alone, staring longingly at the garden wall. With the bigger space, Tang Yuan really let loose, taking hide and seek to the extreme. He nearly drove the 3 cats to the brink of collapse. In the end, Tang Yuan deliberately left a clue for Ginger to catch him. Otherwise, those 3 would have quit on the spot. When time was up, the 3 cats were so exhausted they collapsed on the ground, panting heavily.
Tang Yuan wasn't ready to stop yet.
His hide-and-seek skill level didn't go up, but he reached apprentice rank in tree climbing, earning 1 attribute point. Before the trio gang left, Tang Yuan felt generous and rewarded each cat with 10 pieces of cat food and 3 freeze-dried treats. Ginger, who had found Tang Yuan the fewest times, looked at Tang Yuan with eyes full of adoration, not much less than the admiration he showed for his leader, Tabby. Tang Yuan figured that if he gave Ginger a few more servings of cat food, his status in Ginger's heart might just surpass Tabby's. That's Ginger for you. The next day, while Mother Tang hadn't left for the supermarket yet, Tang Yuan handed her a ball of spiderweb.
Mother Tang was confused at first. She held the spiderweb and looked at Tang Yuan. What's this? Tang Yuan jumped under the bouncy shuttlecock. Meow, meow, meow. Mother Tang got it instantly. You want me to replace the elastic cord with this? Tang Yuan, meow. No problem.
Mother Tang agreed readily and quickly replaced it for him.
Are you staying home today, or coming to the supermarket with me?
Mother Tang asked, clapping her hands after replacing the elastic cord.
Tang Yuan thought for a moment.
He hadn't been to the supermarket in 2 days, so he decided to tag along with Mother Tang for a stroll. He'd also check if the neighbor was back yet. When they reached the supermarket entrance, Mother Tang wheeled the scooter up the steps, while Tang Yuan ran over to the neighboring storefront. To his surprise, the tea shop was already open, and Chen was practicing his boxing moves at the door.
Tang Yuan crouched nearby, watching Chen.
Looking at Chen like this, there was no trace of the bloodthirsty, brutal figure from that night.
Had he truly become human again? Just because he used smite evil to dispel the malevolent energy and impurity from his body?
Halfway through his practice, Chen sensed something staring at him. He forced himself to finish the set of forms, then looked down to see it was Tang Yuan from next door.
Chen crouched down and ruffled Tang Yuan's little head. Tang Yuan, why didn't you come yesterday?
Dalong waited for you for a long time.
I'm going to let Dalong out. Chen stood up and walked inside. Watching Chen's receding figure, Tang Yuan wagged his tail. Sure enough, Chen hadn't truly turned into an ordinary person.
2 days later, a new kind of strength different from that of ordinary people had emerged within him.
This strength was more impure than spiritual.
In the near future, Chen would transform into the form Tang Yuan had seen before.
Tang Yuan couldn't help but wonder if he could shatter this strength before Chen's mutation was complete. Would Chen revert to being an ordinary person? Or, if he were more precise, suppressing only the impure aspect while preserving the spiritual essence, might Chen, over time, shift from mutation to awakening? Tang Yuan's heart began to race. Could it be that he had grasped the secret of mutation and awakening? If so, wouldn't that mean he could make anyone mutate or awaken at will? Wouldn't he be able to create mutated and awakened beings out of thin air?
Tang Yuan heard footsteps, turned to look, and put on what he thought was a gentle expression. Dalong had been happily running toward Tang Yuan, but upon seeing Tang Yuan's expression, he stopped in his tracks, filled with fear, and slowly backed away.
Chapter 75, Accidental Success. After putting Dalong through a series of tests, Tang Yuan told him the conclusion: he was overthinking it.
When Tang Yuan let Dalong go, the little creature scampered toward the tea shop on its stubby legs, wishing its mother had given it 8 legs.
Tang Yuan shook his head.
It seemed he wouldn't be able to help Xiaofei realize his dream of awakening. When Xiaofei came to the supermarket at noon, he saw Tang Yuan looking at him with pity.
Xiaofei asked cautiously, Tang Yuan, why are you looking at me like that?
Tang Yuan said nothing, but even jumped onto Xiaofei's lap and rubbed against him a few times.
Xiaofei froze for a moment, his voice trembling. Tang Yuan, is there something wrong with me? Am I going to die? That must be why Tang Yuan looked at him with pity and sought his comfort. Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan swatted Xiaofei, then returned to the cat tree in the supermarket, ignoring him completely. Seeing this, Xiaofei actually breathed a sigh of relief. He followed Tang Yuan into the supermarket and pulled a comb out of his pocket.
Come on, Tang Yuan, let me give you a massage and brush your fur. Mother Tang sat behind the cash register cracking sunflower seeds.
You came back in the middle of the day just to brush Tang Yuan's fur? Xiaofei waved the comb. Mom, you just don't get it. Tang Yuan is a black cat, and black cats ward off evil spirits.
I can't exactly stuff Tang Yuan in my pocket to take to work.
Since Tang Yuan can't come with me, I'll let Tang Yuan's fur keep me company. Mother Tang tossed the sunflower seed shells into the trash can, clapped her hands, and brushed off her clothes. A black cat is just a black cat, isn't it? Exactly. Xiaofei continued brushing diligently, answering without looking up.
Mother Tang's gaze fell on Tang Yuan's white belly.
Do you think our Tang Yuan is a black cat?
Xiaofei's comb had just reached the belly. He looked at the white belly and paused. Tang Yuan, who had been comfortably squinting his eyes, opened them wide now, looking at Xiaofei curiously to see what he would say. Xiaofei said, I'm a mysterious cat. It emphasizes the word mysterious. Mysterious beyond description, enigmatic, and unfathomable.
That fits Tang Yuan perfectly. Mother Tang snorted. That's a stretch. You're talking nonsense. Xiaofei gave her a thumbs up. Mom, that rhymes. Mother Tang pulled out a handful of sunflower seeds and went back to cracking them. Tang Yuan lay back down. I'm telling the truth. Tang Yuan's fur really does ward off evil spirits. Seeing their reaction, Xiaofei grew impatient and pulled a small pouch from around his neck. When I carry it on missions, Tang Yuan's cat fur protects me. He shook the ashes out of the pouch and tossed them into the trash, then plucked a strand of cat fur from his comb and stuffed it inside. Mother Tang was dumbfounded by Xiaofei's actions. She had thought he was just speaking off the cuff, but to her surprise, he actually carried cat hair with him. Mother Tang said, if you told me Tang Yuan's fur could ward off mice, I'd believe it. But to say it can ward off evil spirits. She found it utterly unbelievable. Xiaofei glanced around and lowered his voice. Mom, there are many things I can't explain to you outright, but I can say that the world is undergoing massive changes every moment. All we can do now is err on the side of caution. Better to believe it exists than to dismiss it as nonsense. Mom, just like me, get yourself a small pouch or a little sachet, a talisman of some sort, fill it with Tang Yuan's fur, and keep it close to your body. It could really save your life in a critical moment. Mother Tang looked at Xiaofei, then at Tang Yuan, still half convinced. Is that true? Can other cats' fur ward off evil spirits? Of course not. Xiaofei diligently combed and massaged the fur. Only our Tang Yuan possesses a spiritual essence and extraordinary gifts. All evil spirits flee from him. Tang Yuan narrowed his eyes and wagged his tail, hoping for more praise, more praise. Only Tang Yuan's cat hair works. Xiaofei picked up the comb and began plucking the cat hair from it, muttering as he did so, why is there so little this time? Much less than last time. Tang Yuan glanced at the cat hair in Xiaofei's hand after combing for ages, only a tiny bit had come out. Not only was he shedding less, but his fur had become softer and shinier. This was all thanks to Meow Meow brand cod liver oil. Xiaofei set aside a portion for Mother Tang. Mom, whether you believe it or not, there's no harm in trying. Mother Tang blocked him, pushing his hand away. You combed it, so you keep it. It's not like I don't know how to groom a cat. Xiaofei withdrew his hand. Mom, you have to keep this a secret. If word gets out, Tang Yuan's going to get plucked bald. Mother Tang rolled her eyes. Like I need you to tell me that. After Xiaofei left, Mother Tang went back to cracking sunflower seeds. As she cracked and munched, she dug out a small piece of cloth and began sewing a little pouch. She couldn't make anything too fancy, but a simple little bag to hold cat hair was no problem. Mother Tang cradled Tang Yuan in her arms and began combing its fur. It took her ages to comb out just a small tuft. But it was enough to fill the little pouch. That afternoon, Tang Yuan made up an excuse to go play with Dalong, then crouched on the counter at the tea shop, openly observing Chen. At that moment, Chen looked just like any ordinary person, completely unlike the bloodthirsty, savage creature he'd been that night. Chen was lying in a rocking chair playing with his phone, but he couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching him. Could it be the person from that night? Just thinking about that night made Chen's face ache. His heart began to race. Chen raised his phone to shield his face, pretending to look at it while using the camera to catch the suspect. Eventually, a cat's head appeared on the screen. Chen froze for a moment before realizing it wasn't a person watching him, it was Tang Yuan. He gave a wry smile and put his phone down. He was truly on edge now, seeing enemies everywhere. He reached out to touch Tang Yuan, but Tang Yuan dodged him, and his hand swung around to land on Dalong's head. Chen still had no idea who the mysterious figure was who had beaten him up that day. He only vaguely remembered that his body had started acting strange and that he'd eaten something he shouldn't have. Based on the remnants, Chen surmised he'd eaten a rat and not just one. The thought of having possibly eaten several raw rats made Chen want to vomit. Yet at the same time, his mouth kept watering. He wanted to taste that rat flavor again. Ugh! Chen's face turned green as he covered his mouth and rushed to the bathroom. Soon, the sound of retching echoed from the bathroom. Tang Yuan looked pensive. That evening, after the trio gang finished their work, Tang Yuan assigned them an extra task: catching mice.
The three cats looked at Tang Yuan with puzzled expressions. They had just given him mice 2 days ago, and he hadn't wanted them at all. How come, in the blink of an eye, he was buying mice from them again? The three cats' innocent little minds were deeply perplexed by this. Tang Yuan waved a paw. Meow, meow, meow. 10 cat food pellets and 1 piece of freeze-dried chicken per mouse. The three cats had no more doubts. They scattered in a flurry to catch mice. Tang Yuan crouched outside the courtyard wall to wait for them, and turned on the light screen while he waited. Thanks to Tang Yuan's hard work, the light screen showed a change. Jump, tail whip, and wind blast, all 3 skills were now at the apprentice level. Attribute points increased by 3. Attribute points, 2-5. It was kind of funny, really. He originally hired the cats to work for him just so they could play hide and seek. Now, his hide and seek proficiency was still only at the master level, while these other skills he picked up later were leveling up at lightning speed. Tang Yuan thought about it. If he had to grind these skill levels on its own, it would find it boring and might even be too lazy to bother. But if he incorporated them into hide and seek, it would get interested. Although hide and seek is also a way to grind skills, it's also a game. Watching the trio gang get completely outmaneuvered by him gives him a special sense of satisfaction. Perhaps this is what they call accidentally planting willows that grow into a shade. Chapter 76, I'm Not Alone. Aside from those 3 skills, Tang Yuan's inventory only needed 9 more attempts to advance from mastery to apprentice. While waiting for the trio gang, Tang Yuan took the small stone out of the inventory and put it back in. Just as Tang Yuan's head started to ache, the skill finally advanced from mastery to apprentice. The inventory instantly expanded. If the original capacity was 1, the inventory was now 8. About the size of a basketball. It still wasn't huge, but compared to before, it was significantly larger. Cats, you have to learn to be content. Tang Yuan endured the headache, pulled a ball of yarn from the inventory, cradled it in his arms, and chewed on it for fun. The headache slowly faded, and his spirit gradually recovered. Just as Tang Yuan was about to fall asleep from waiting, Tabby returned, carrying 4 mice in her mouth. The mice caught by White Paw and Ginger combined couldn't match what Tabby caught on her own. Tang Yuan happily redeemed the promise. Then, she stuffed the ball of yarn and the 7 mice into her inventory and ran to the tea shop. To his surprise, Chen wasn't there. Not only was Chen gone, but Dalan was gone too. Tang Yuan had come full of enthusiasm but returned in disappointment. Back at the Tang household, in a fit of pique, he slept until noon the next day. Tang Yuan, wake up, wake up. The moment Tang Yuan opened his eyes, he saw Xiaofei's big face. Tang Yuan stretched, then hopped down to drink some water. Xiaofei crouched beside him. Why didn't you go to the supermarket today? Can't you see with your own eyes? Tang Yuan ignored him, drank his fill of water, and swatted Xiaofei with his tail. The cat had blocked his food bowl. Xiaofei crouched down and shifted to the side, smiling ingratiatingly. Tang Yuan, do you want to come to work with me today? Go to work with Xiaofei? He certainly remembered that Xiaofei was a police officer. What cop brings a cat to work? But, between his past life and this one, aside from getting his ID card, he'd never been to a police station, let alone the city police headquarters. Tang Yuan's curiosity was genuinely piqued by Xiaofei. Meow? Really? Hearing that there might be a chance, Xiaofei immediately said, as real gold. Meow, meow, meow? 1 tea we get kicked out? Xiaofei said, don't worry, absolutely not. Xiaofei pounded his chest emphatically. Tang Yuan thought for a moment, then nodded. Xiaofei was so happy he almost jumped for joy. He tossed out, I'll go help you pack your things, and dashed off in a flash. Seeing this, Tang Yuan narrowed his eyes. Something was off about this kid. Something as fishy. Xiaofei quickly packed a bag with food, essentials, and toys. He grabbed the cat bag, opened it, and said, come on in. Tang Yuan didn't even glance at it. He jumped onto Xiaofei's head and settled in. Xiaofei didn't dare move a muscle, just grimacing and muttering, my head's gonna fall off, my head's gonna fall off. What a wimp.
He couldn't even hold up a little kitten. What a wimp.
Tang Yuan had no choice but to settle for the next best thing and crouch on his shoulder.
The Linyun City Bureau office building was imposing. You could see it from a distance.
Just thinking about going inside for a tour got Tang Yuan a little excited.
Xiaofei drove straight in and found a place to park.
He opened his bag and gave Tang Yuan a sly grin.
Tang Yuan, you go in first. Once we're inside, I'll let you out. Tang Yuan.
Tang Yuan put up with it just to get a tour of the municipal bureau building.
Xiaofei zipped up his bag and said, "Look, there's an opening here. You can see outside through it. Once we get to my office, I'll let you out."
"Oh, and you can't make a sound later. If you do, we'll both get kicked out."
Tang Yuan gritted his teeth. This guy was definitely unreliable. Xiaofei slung his backpack over his shoulder and headed north.
Tang Yuan had assumed Xiaofei was going to take the back entrance, but to his surprise, he walked straight toward a 6-story standalone building in the rear. Compared to the office building, the 6-story structure was nothing to write home about. There weren't many people in the building, and those he did see were all in a hurry. Even when they saw Xiaofei, they merely nodded in greeting before hurrying on.
Once inside, Xiaofei seemed like a completely different person.
Gone was the unreliable Xiaofei from back home. His expression was solemn, and he had transformed into a true police officer.
Xiaofei descended the stairs to the second basement level and pushed open a large iron door.
Inside, 2 armed police officers stood guard.
Recognizing Xiaofei, they checked his ID and let him through. Xiaofei continued inward with his backpack on his back, while Tang Yuan pondered. The uniforms of these 2 officers looked somewhat different from the police uniforms he'd seen on TV.
Beyond this checkpoint lay a winding, smooth passageway. The passageway appeared to be made entirely of metal. After passing through the corridor barely wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side, the man and the cat arrived at a door. The door opened, and Xiaofei walked in, backpack in hand.
Inside was an office. Wait a minute, an office? A heavily armed guard at the entrance, a metal corridor, all just to protect an office? While Tang Yuan was still reeling from the confusion, Xiaofei handed over his shift to the person inside the office. "Jiamu, I'm here to relieve you." Zhou Jiamu stretched. "You're finally here."
He rubbed his sleepy eyes.
"If you hadn't shown up, I would ve died young." "Whereas Captain Yu?" "Captain Yu was called away on a call."
"By the way, Deputy Captain Chen has something else to do today."
"Doesn't that mean you'll be guarding the warehouse alone? Do you want me to keep you company?"
Xiaofei replied, "You've been up for 2 days and a night straight. Your eye bags are so big a person could stand on them." "Your eye bags could support a person," Zhou Jiamu retorted with a laugh, then turned serious.
"Are you sure you don't need me? If something really happens, it'll be too late."
Although this was a warehouse, it not only contained valuable goods but also held 2 vicious mutants. Although they were locked up and severely injured, no one could guarantee these 2 mutants wouldn't actually escape. Besides these 2, the warehouse itself was unstable.
Zhou Jiamu had heard ghostly wails and howls coming from inside more than once.
And every time he left the warehouse, he felt drained and depleted. If he hadn't been unable to find a suitable candidate to him, and if the pay weren't so generous, along with other perks, Zhou Jiamu wouldn't have accepted this mission at all.
This mission isn't for just anyone.
You have to meet certain criteria to be qualified.
However, after some time, Zhou Jiamu had grown accustomed to it. "I'm not alone." Xiaofei took off his backpack, gave Zhou Jiamu a mysterious smile, and opened it.
When Zhou Jiamu saw the cat's head peeking out, his eyes widened.
"You actually brought your cat along?" Xiaofei held up the cat in her arms and said, "A black cat wards off evil spirits."
Zhou Jiamu pointed at the cat and exclaimed, "I may not be well read, but don't try to fool me, this is clearly a dairy cat." Tang Yuan wriggled free from Xiaofei's arms, jumped to the ground, and began to scout the area.
Zhou Jiamu whistled in admiration. This little chubby cat isn't shy at all.
Hearing this, Tang Yuan turned to look at Zhou Jiamu.
Zhou Jiamu grabbed Xiaofei's sleeve in alarm. "Did it just glare at me?" Xiaofei replied, you're imagining things. It just happened to glance at you. Is that so? Zhou Jiamu thought about it and decided it was just a coincidence. Are you sure you don't need me to come with you? Zhou Jiamu asked again. Chapter 77, Unwarranted Kindness. Really, no need, Xiaofei said. With our abilities, if we ever face real danger, having you along won't make a difference. Zhou Jiamu stared at Xiaofei, speechless. I know you're telling the truth, but could you just shut up? With that, he pulled 2 items out of his pocket and handed them to Xiaofei. Here you go. Tang Yuan hopped curiously onto Xiaofei's shoulder and peered down at them. One was a small square remote control, about the size of a matchbox, with a red button in the middle. The other was a talisman? Except this talisman was sealed inside a flat, flexible, transparent card sleeve. Well, they really are keeping up with the times. Zhou Jiamu signed the handover form, handed it to Xiaofei, and tried to tease Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan jumped onto the table and licked its paws. Zhou Jiamu let go and shoved his hands in his pockets. Be careful. Don't let your cat get its paws on the remote. Otherwise, this time next year, I'll be visiting your grave. Get lost. Xiaofei shoved the remote into his pocket and pushed Zhou Jiamu out the door. When Xiaofei returned, he saw his cat crouched on the table, staring at 2 objects. These 2 objects looked very familiar. They looked exactly like the 2 Zhou Jiamu had just given him. Xiaofei immediately reached into his pocket, but it was empty. Tang Yuan. Xiaofei rushed over to snatch the remote and the paper talisman back. He examined them closely to make sure they were undamaged, then breathed a sigh of relief and tapped Tang Yuan on the forehead. This isn't something to mess around with. If you accidentally press it, we'll go boom and fly straight to heaven. Tang Yuan yawned. A bomb controller, right? It wasn't like he didn't know what it was. But was it really okay for this controller to be made so simply? Weren't they worried about accidental activation? This is a talisman. Captain, you went to great lengths to get just one. We're short-handed right now, so we have no choice but to use it. If you break it, Captain, you will definitely kill me. Fine, he won't touch it. Tang Yuan swished his tail and looked around. Wasn't it supposed to be a warehouse? Where was the warehouse? Tang Yuan circled the office 3 full times before stopping in front of a wall. Xiaofei took out Tang Yuan's things, turned around, and saw Tang Yuan lying flat against the wall, sniffing away. Xiaofei exclaimed, Tang Yuan, you're really something. It seemed he found it. Tang Yuan stood up, tapped the wall with his tail, and looked at Xiaofei. Meow. Xiaofei said, it's not time yet, we can't open it. Here, this is your meal for today. See if you're satisfied. Tang Yuan walked over and saw 10 cans of cat food, a small bag of dry food, 2 bags of freeze-dried treats, and 2 boxes of cat treats laid out on the table. Such a feast? No good deed goes unpunished. Tang Yuan raised his eyes and looked quietly at Xiaofei. Xiaofei rubbed his hands together and offered a sheepish smile. Tang Yuan, if you see any trouble later, you'll have to step in and help me. Tang Yuan tilted his head. Meow, meow, meow. Xiaofei sighed. Back then, each team had 2 people, and the 3 teams rotated shifts. With Deputy Captain Chen here, I don't have to worry about my safety, but now Captain Yu and Deputy Captain Chen have an urgent matter to attend to, and they've taken the other team with them. Who knows when they'll be back? From now on, it'll just be me and Zhou Jiamu taking turns guarding the warehouse. He pulled the talisman out of his pocket. According to Captain Yu, this talisman can protect Zhou Jiamu and me from being infected by whatever's inside, but I still feel a bit uneasy. Xiaofei lifted Tang Yuan up so they were eye to eye. Tang Yuan, if we really run into danger, you've got to save me. But if you realize you can't save me and you'll end up getting yourself killed too, just run without looking back. I'm sure, with your skills, you can make it out before the explosion. That is, if I still have the strength to press the button. Tang Yuan. Nothing has even happened yet, and he is already acting like it's a matter of life and death.
Seeing how serious Xiaofei was, Tang Yuan became even more curious about what was inside the warehouse.
Meow, meow, meow. Open the warehouse door and let me take a peek. Xiaofei said, we can't open the warehouse until noon.
When the time comes, you'd better stick close to me. Tang Yuan twisted his body slightly, wriggled free from Xiaofei, and jumped onto the table.
Meow, meow, meow.
Xiaofei chuckled. Don't worry, I've already texted my mom, telling her I'm taking you to the big cat gathering. Who knows, I might even bring her a cat daughter-in-law.
In his mental notebook, Tang Yuan made a mental note about Xiaofei.
He'd save it up for later and give him a big one when the time came. Suddenly, Tang Yuan thought of something.
Meow, meow, meow.
Hearing this, Xiaofei couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. I didn't go back on my word.
I went to process the adoption paperwork this morning.
I didn't expect that right after I picked up the dog, I got an urgent call from Deputy Team Leader Chen. I saw there wasn't enough time, so I brought the dog along too.
Who would ve thought that Duo caught Deputy Team Leader Chen Si at first glance and went out on a mission with him?
Tang Yuan was puzzled. While guide dogs are indeed more stable in temperament, more understanding, and better at navigating routes than ordinary dogs, the training objectives for guide dogs and police dogs are different. As a guide dog, no matter how outstanding Duo might be, he simply couldn't match police dogs trained for years in real-world operations when it came to pursuit and search operations. Could it be that even a municipal bureau this large doesn't have enough police dogs? Why would they have to call in a guide dog at the last minute? Clearly, this Labrador must be extraordinary, perhaps even a mutated or awakened dog. If Xiaofei found out that the dog he'd impulsively decided to adopt was likely mutated or awakened, while he himself hadn't undergone any such transformation, how would he feel? Sigh, humans really can't hold a candle to dogs. Filled with pity for Xiaofei, Tang Yuan didn't even scratch him, even though Xiaofei hadn't brought a litter box and Tang Yuan had to use the bathroom, standing on the toilet to pee. Usually, when Tang Yuan slept, 2 or 3 hours would fly by. But when his mind was preoccupied, even half an hour dragged on interminably. With 5 minutes left until noon, Xiaofei was already fully geared up.
Tang Yuan, are you ready?
Xiaofei pressed his hand over his wildly pounding heart and looked at Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan stretched and hopped down to Xiaofei's feet.
Meow.
Xiaofei licked his lips, raised his hand, and tapped a spot on the side of the wardrobe. In the next instant, the wall to the north slowly slid open. Xiaofei watched the opening door with growing unease. Just as he was about to look down for the cat, his shoulders sank, and his neck was brushed by a tail. His heart settled back into his chest. Xiaofei took a deep breath and stepped inside. The wall slowly closed. Xiaofei suppressed the urge to turn around and run back, feeling his way to flip the light switch.
A dim, yellow light came on.
Tang Yuan squinted. Before him were 2 doors, one on the left and one on the right. Tang Yuan's eyes were glued to the door on the right, where wisps of black mist were seeping out from the crack. Most of it slowly dissipated, but some reached him. Tang Yuan waved his paw, dispersing 2 wisps. Xiaofei's face turned pale.
Tang Yuan, the talisman on my chest is getting hot.
Did something evil escape? Tang Yuan turned to look. Aside from being scared stiff, Xiaofei seemed fine. It didn't answer him, but instead activated the light screen and precisely targeted Smite Evil. With just those 2 actions, Smite Evil gained 2 proficiency points. Tang Yuan looked up at the warehouse, his eyes practically glowing.
What a great place to farm Smite Evil proficiency.
Although Smite Evil had already reached the master level, Tang Yuan still pursued master. It wasn't just for the 2 skill slots. The power of a master skill far surpassed that of a regular master level skill. Before Xiaofei could finish calling out to Tang Yuan leaped down. Xiaofei didn't have the 3rd eye and couldn't see the black mist. He only saw Tang Yuan jump off his shoulder, then leap, bound, pounce, claw, and scratch. It was as if he were striking at thin air, yet the paper talisman on his chest never grew hot again. Toward the end, Tang Yuan even charged forward, blocking the gap in the warehouse door as he leaped up and down.
Xiaofei never would have imagined that Tang Yuan could jump that high. Or run that fast.
He was leaving afterimages behind, pushing the limits of what the human retina could process. At one point, 3 Tangyuans even appeared simultaneously in his field of vision.
Xiaofei slowly raised his hand and pinched his cheek. Ah! Chapter 78. Are you this Master's raccoon slave?
When Tang Yuan heard Xiaofei's scream, he thought the base had been raided and hurried back to defend it. As he turned around, he saw Xiaofei hopping up and down, clutching his cheek. The area around him was spotless, not a wisp of black mist in sight.
Tang Yuan, meow?
Xiaofei, still clutching his cheek, laughed awkwardly. I got so excited, I accidentally bit my cheek.
Tang Yuan turned back and continued clearing the black mist.
In just a moment, Smite Evil had jumped from level 71 to 146, showing just how much dark energy it had consumed.
And that was just one of the rewards.
The other Tang Yuan's snapshot had finally maxed out, becoming Snapshot Master.
This was Tang Yuan's second master skill. The skill points went from 2 to 4. Congratulations! Let us celebrate.
Tang Yuan had intended to keep going. This was way more fun than the game, and Tang Yuan wasn't ready to stop, but alas, not a single wisp of black mist remained.
Tang Yuan crouched by the door, looking utterly dejected. Xiaofei finally accepted the fact that his cat might be even more powerful than Captain Yu. He ran over and asked with concern, Tang Yuan, what's wrong?
Tang Yuan slumped into a heap, meowing pitifully, meow meow.
You mean the black mist is gone? Xiaofei perked up.
Tang Yuan nodded, looking not the least bit happy, but rather dejected.
Meow meow meow. How can we make the black mist grow stronger? Make the black mist grow stronger? Hearing this, Xiaofei nearly choked on his breath.
He'd been paired with Deputy Captain Shen the whole time. Their strategy was simple: once inside, they wouldn't move an inch. They'd just stand right by the door and wait for the black mist, which he couldn't even see, to dissipate on its own. Any black mist that wouldn't dissipate, they'd just have to take on with their own bodies. Captain Yu and Captain Shen won and awakened. The other a mutant had physiques far stronger than ordinary people's, so they stood in front as human shields.
Zhou Jiamu and Xiaofei hid behind them, but even so, some stragglers would slip through and infect their bodies.
Of course, compared to Yu Huiyang and Chen Mo, the infection Xiaofei and Zhou Jiamu suffered was much milder in most cases. Even ordinary people could withstand it.
But no one knew that Xiaofei and Zhou Jiamu were actually a little different.
Xiaofei always carried cat hair with him, originally to keep mice away. Later, he accidentally discovered that Tang Yuan's cat hair not only repelled mice but also helped him resist the black mist's attacks. That was why Xiaofei would pluck some of Tang Yuan's cat hair every time before his shift. He considered giving some to his colleagues, but after much hesitation, he decided against it.
It wasn't that he was stingy, he was just afraid of causing Tang Yuan and his family unnecessary trouble. If he hadn't witnessed Chen Mo accepting the mission and felt a sudden, ominous foreboding, Xiaofei wouldn't have brought Tang Yuan along.
Apart from their two teams, the remaining team consisted entirely of ordinary people. However, every time they were on duty, they carried the Bureau's only protective equipment, which, at times, made them even safer than Xiaofei's team. The reason each team had two members was for added security. When the person in front of each team went down, the one behind would find a way to bring them back. If escape was truly impossible, there would be someone to press the button and blow the place to smithereens. Before this, Xiaofei had never imagined that someone, no, a cat blocking the warehouse entrance, could actually eliminate the black mist. Not only did it eliminate it completely, but it seemed to think it hadn't released enough.
Is there no justice in the world? Wait a minute, it looks like this cat is part of his family.
Xiaofei, there is justice. Whoever said there is no justice is just full of crap.
This justice is absolutely perfect.
Xiaofei picked up the cat treat from the ground, held it in his hand, and shook it, forcing it to turn on.
Tang Yuan, don't worry. There is something even more exciting inside.
Tang Yuan's ears, which had been flattened against his head, perked up instantly. He turned his head toward the front door and meowed, meow.
What are you waiting for? Open the door.
Xiaofei set Tang Yuan down, pulled out a key, inserted it into the keyhole, and turned it with force. The front door swung open.
Tang Yuan crouched to the side, twitching his whiskers.
He thought that by this point, opening the warehouse would require at least facial recognition, iris scans, or fingerprint verification.
But they just pulled out a random key and opened the warehouse door?
Thinking back on their journey so far, whenever Tang Yuan felt the warehouse's security was too lax, there would be a tight-knit side to it. Whenever he felt the security was tight, he'd see a lax side.
Xiaofei tucked the key back into his pocket and tried to distract himself from his fear by talking. This warehouse was converted on the fly, so it's pretty rudimentary. According to Team Leader Chen, the new Special Affairs Bureau warehouse is much more advanced.
The security systems incorporate the latest research, so there won't be any more incidents of black mist leaking out.
Meow? Special Affairs Bureau? What on earth is that? Xiaofei pushed hard against the door.
It's a newly established organization tasked with overseeing mutated and awakened beings. Once the restructuring is complete, cases like this won't fall under the police department's jurisdiction anymore. They'll be handled by the Special Affairs Bureau.
Damn, this door is heavy.
Xiaofei strained so hard that the veins on his forehead bulged.
Tang Yuan shook his head. What a wimp.
He pressed his paw against the door and pushed with all his might. The door swung open.
Xiaofei was still straining when suddenly his hands lost their grip.
With his weight shifted forward, he lost his balance, slipped, and fell to his knees, his head slamming into the door with the force of the impact.
Xiaofei's pupils contracted sharply. He closed his eyes, as if doing so would lessen the pain.
Suddenly, a massive force struck him from the side, sending his entire body flying backward and crashing into a shelf. The shelf collapsed, and something fell, smashing into Xiaofei's head. With a crack, it shattered. The culprit quickly tucked its paw behind its back.
It really wasn't on purpose.
It had simply misjudged Xiaofei's weight and its own strength.
Ouch! Xiaofei clutched his head as he scrambled to his feet.
He stood up, looked at his hands, touched his face, and pinched his cheek.
It hurts. Xiaofei's expression shifted from confusion to disbelief, then to sheer ecstasy. Ha 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 ha. I can feel pain. I'm finally back in the human world. Ha 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 ha. Tang Yuan? Xiaofei turned his head and only then noticed a little cat crouching on the ground. Ha, are you my little servant? Come here, let me give you a hug.
Xiaofei slowly crouched down, smiling as he opened his arms. Tang Yuan stared at Xiaofei for a moment before standing up and walking toward him. Suddenly, a breeze ruffled its fur.
This place was completely sealed off. Where could the wind be coming from? Tang Yuan stopped in its tracks and scanned the surroundings.
Out of its sight, another Xiaofei silently cried out, trying to pull it back and stop it from moving forward.
Raccoon slave, I have something delicious here.
A blood-red glint flashed in Xiaofei's eyes. It glanced at Xiaofei, then lowered its head and beckoned to Tang Yuan. Its voice was full of seduction.
Tang Yuan blinked and obediently walked over. Now that's my good little cat slave. Xiaofei scooped up Tang Yuan, pressed against its back, and took a deep breath. Such rich vital energy, such a vibrant soul, such abundant spirit. Just what I need to fill the void in this body of mine. Xiaofei pressed his forehead against Tang Yuan's and closed his eyes.
The transparent Xiaofei paced anxiously nearby, but no matter what he did, he couldn't separate the man and the cat. Just as the transparent Xiaofei was about to bang his head against the wall in frustration, Xiaofei suddenly opened his eyes and fixed Tang Yuan with a piercing stare.
The kitten blinked innocently.
Perhaps I've been asleep for too long, Xiaofei made up an excuse for himself and closed his eyes again. But he didn't see that the kitten, whom he thought he had bewitched, had raised a paw.
Chapter 79, A Huge Temptation. Thud. Xiaofei crashed into the wall, fell to the ground, and trembled uncontrollably. The transparent Xiaofei's mouth formed an O. He snapped out of it, rushed over to Tang Yuan, and roared into Tang Yuan's ear, Tang Yuan. That's my body. My body. What on earth was that?
Tang Yuan shook his ears, sat down on the spot, and raised his hind paw to scratch his ear. He couldn't hear his voice, and Xiaofei was at his wits' end. He looked at his own body, hoping that the ghostly entity that had invaded it would be stronger so it wouldn't die at the first blow and drag his physical body down with it, yet fearing that if it were too strong, it might harm Tang Yuan, or even burst out of the warehouse and wreak havoc on Linyun City. His mother was still in Linyun City, after all. Amid Xiaofei's chaotic thoughts, Tang Yuan walked up to Xiaofei. Xiaofei regained his senses, steadied himself against the wall, and staggered to his feet. If this body weren't so useless, how could I be in such a sorry state? Xiaofei. In other words, could it be that it's not his body that's weak, but rather this thing that's taken over his body? Xiaofei was still wrestling with the thought. Tang Yuan nodded, meow meow meow. He is a bit weak. Xiaofei stared at Tang Yuan in disbelief. It was one thing for that thing to say that, but why was Tang Yuan saying it too? Xiaofei looked at Tang Yuan with a strange expression. You really aren't an ordinary raccoon dog. Tang Yuan swished his tail, and sharp claws sprang from his paw pads. Meow meow meow. It came out of his body. Xiaofei was so moved he almost cried. His Tang Yuan still cared about him. Ha! Xiaofei leaned against the wall, raising an eyebrow with a smirk. The soul of this body? He tapped his fingernails, his tone light and airy. Him? He has probably already been torn to shreds and devoured by the ghostly energy floating outside. Xiaofei roared, I'm not dead yet. Tang Yuan's ears perked up, his round pupils instantly narrowing into vertical slits. The dangerous aura radiating from his body shot up sharply, even the usually oblivious Xiaofei could sense it. Xiaofei's pupils contracted sharply. He had an inexplicable feeling of impending doom and shouted, he is not dead yet. The moment those words left his mouth, the rising tide of danger halted. Xiaofei, he drew a breath, his voice softening, his gaze sincere. I am not one who kills. I took possession of his body merely to protect myself. In truth, I am the venerable bronze seal, a cultivator from 1,000 years ago. My cultivation had reached the great perfection stage, and I was on the verge of ascending to immortality. Alas, demons and ghosts ran amok, and as I watched all living beings suffer, I sacrificed myself to seal the demons and ghosts within my life-bound artifact, the bronze vase. The venerable Tongzhuan gazed at the pitch-black ceiling. I believed my soul would surely be scattered to the winds, vanishing into the void. I never imagined that one day, I would see the light of day again, only to open my eyes and find myself inside this youngster's body. The venerable Tongzhuan sighed deeply, a wry smile playing on his lips. Tang Yuan. Xiaofei stared blankly at his own body. The more he listened, the more familiar these words sounded. Silence fell over the warehouse. Venerable Tongzhuan waited for quite a while, but when the cat didn't respond, he could barely keep up his wry smile. He sighed again and looked at Tang Yuan. Rest assured, when I first awoke, I was bewildered by the ghostly energy here and nearly ruined my lifelong reputation. Rest assured, I am but a wisp of a soul. I shall soon vanish into thin air. Your master will also awaken once more. Master? That was just its tool. But Tang Yuan didn't speak up to correct him. Meow meow? Really? Hee, how could I possibly lie to a little cat slave like you? To make amends, I shall pass on my legacy to you and this youngster. Tang Yuan tilted his head, a look of confusion on his face. Meow meow meow? What does legacy mean? The venerable bronze seal smiled faintly and reached out to stroke Tang Yuan's head, but upon seeing his sharp claws and feeling the pain radiating from his body, he curled his fingers and withdrew his hand. This legacy will make you stronger, let you live longer, grow bigger, and even grant you a lifespan as long as the heavens. It will allow you to attain enlightenment and become an immortal. Xiaofei's breathing grew heavy. Meow? Really? Of course. Come here. Let me touch your forehead, and I shall pass on all my skills to you and your master. The kitten crouched there, seemingly deep in thought. Xiaofei flitted back and forth beside Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan, hurry up. Oh my, this is driving me crazy. Tang Yuan, go over there, I'll get some of that glory too.
If you don't go, I'm going first.
Tang Yuan swished his tail impatiently, and before Xiu Fei could dash toward the venerable Tongzhuan, he was blown away by the tailwind. A smile tugged at the corners of the venerable Tongzhuan's mouth, but it tugged at a sore spot, making his expression look rather awkward. You rascal, every moment I remain inside your master's body inflicts another wound upon him. Your chances of ascending to immortality grow slimmer with each passing second. Even if you don't think of yourself, you must at least consider your master. Xiu Fei struggled to crawl toward him, but halfway there, he could go no further. Stretching out his hand, he cried, Tang Yuan, I want to become an immortal. Become an immortal, my foot. Tang Yuan furrowed his brow and swished his tail as he walked toward the venerable copper seal. He is almost here. He is almost here. The heart rate of this body had reached its limit. If he got any more excited, he'd take this body down with him before the raccoon even reached him. The venerable copper seal struggled to suppress his excitement. Tang Yuan stopped, just 1 centimeter away from the venerable Tongzhuan's finger. Meow, meow, meow? Is that all you've got besides trash talk? The venerable Tongzhuan froze for a moment as a paw loomed infinitely large before his eyes. Smite evil! Ah! A piercing wail erupted from Xiu Fei's mouth. The wail cut off abruptly, and Xiu Fei collapsed to the ground. Not a sound. Tang Yuan swallowed hard, pressing a paw against Xiu Fei's chest. Damn it! His heart isn't beating. Xiu Fei isn't really dead, is he? How was he going to explain this to Mother Tang? Thankfully, in the next instant, Xiu Fei's heart started beating again. His breathing was faint, but it was still there. Tang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. If he'd known this so-called copper seal venerable was so easy to kill, he wouldn't have had to play dumb. He could just charged right in. Not much of a fighter, but sure talks a big game. Tang Yuan grumbled to himself as he eagerly opened the light screen. It had never killed a creature like this before. Killing it would surely earn an achievement and a meow meow gift box. Ha! Why is it empty? At the very bottom of the light screen, the line of text it had been expecting was nowhere to be found. Tang Yuan closed the light screen and stared at Xiu Fei. Xiu Fei scrambled to his feet, his eyes glazed over. I want eternal life. I want to become an immortal. Tang Yuan narrowed its eyes, scanning Xiu Fei from head to toe. Meow, meow, meow. Not bad acting. Xiu Fei's eyes lit up at the sight of Tang Yuan, and he pounced toward it. Tang Yuan, hurry up and agree to the venerable one's request. I want eternal life. I want to become an immortal. Tang Yuan dodged, letting Xiu Fei crash to the ground, then raised a paw to deliver a smite evil. To avoid injuring Xiu Fei's body, it didn't strike with full force. Xiu Fei landed face first, his body twitching. Even so, he lifted his head, ignoring the blood gushing from his nose, and stubbornly stretched out his arm. Tang Yuan, I must pass on the legacy. I must become an immortal. Tang Yuan opened the light screen and glanced at Smite Evil. Smite Evil Mastery 148-1000. Tang Yuan landed another Smite Evil, and his mastery instantly jumped from 148 to 149. Meow meow. What a scoundrel! I almost fell for it. Get out of Xiu Fei's body. Tang Yuan aimed at Xiu Fei's face and landed blows with both hands. Xiu Fei, Tang Yuan, I want to become an immortal. It hurts so much, I want eternal life, to never grow old. Tang Yuan, please don't hit me anymore. Go find Tong, the venerable Tongzhuan. Xiu Fei dodged left and right, but he just couldn't escape the cat's claws. Xiu Fei imitated Bean by hugging his head and curling up. Tang Yuan, stop. I'm awake. Tang Yuan laughed in exasperation. Even at a time like this, he was still putting on a show. It seemed he hadn't been beaten enough yet. Chapter 80, How Dare You? Tang Yuan grew happier the more he hit him. He wanted to beat Xiu Fei up for a long time, but unfortunately, he never had the chance. Today, he finally seized the opportunity and intended to beat him to his heart's content. Tang Yuan,
I'll never use you as a shield to fob off Mom again. Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan, think of Mom.
If you beat me to death, Mom will have to bury her own child. When Xiaofei mentioned Mother Tang, Tang Yuan had no choice but to stop and glance at the display screen.
Smite Evil Master 155-1000. It landed another blow on Xiaofei.
Smite Evil Master 155-1000, no change.
Tang Yuan jumped off Xiaofei, still not quite satisfied. He scrolled to the very bottom of the screen again and took a look, still nothing. Meow, meow, meow. Where did he go? Xiaofei lay on the ground, gasping for breath. How the hell should I know? Speaking set off the pain. You really went all out. Tang Yuan shot him a sideways glance. Meow, meow, meow. I won hit you next time.
Xiaofei caught the subtext, shuddered, and forced a smile despite the pain.
It didn't hurt that much. If you need to hit me next time, you should still do it. I'm not afraid of pain.
Between pain and death, he knew which one to choose.
Where had that thing gone? Tang Yuan circled the warehouse.